north, not only in Conway County, but Van Buren County. Clinton, you're in the path of this in the polygon, and you might as well take it upstream into Botkenberg. That's in northern Van Buren County, although they're not under the warning. The cell is racing to the north-northeast, and let me get the speed of it here in just a moment. Hang with me here, 35 miles per hour. So it's really not moving that quickly. You got plenty of time to get out of the way of this storm. Here it is 5:11 and folks are heading home from work, but you can clearly see there is a bit of rotation attached to it as this storm begins to enter Conway County and near Cleveland, Arkansas. This is northern Conway County. Other storms to the south, a severe thunderstorm warning for Perry County, Faulkner County, a little part of Pulaski County. We're going to keep an eye on the southern extent of this. If this develops, it would carry into the western part of Faulkner and then eventually up toward Van Buren and also into Faulkner County, western Faulkner County. Tornado warnings in effect for storms pulling out of southeast Oklahoma, northeast Texas, and those are for Little River and Sevier counties. And a new severe thunderstorm warning, little tip there, Polk County, but Polk County may also be involved in a tornado warning. So for now, we're going to keep it here. Let's take a look at it. Once again on live winds, Nathan, we'll look at the velocity, couple it on this, and get a better idea of how strong it may be. You can certainly see that there is that area, that bending area with the southern extent of that supercell thunderstorm going over the Cleveland County area. And it appears as if a new warning has been issued for 545 just to the north of that. So if you live north of Conway County, Van Buren County, folks, you're in the path of this thunderstorm. It may produce a tornado. So take shelter, take cover immediately. This is moving over Highway 95 and 124. Here's Money Mountain just to the west of Money Mountain. The cell is moving to the north-northeast. Claude, Arkansas, you're going to be in the path of this eventually down the road. And points to the north, look like Liberty Springs, I believe. Clinton, you are on the northeastern extent of that polygon. 6 o'clock, we have an extension of that warning right here, and 5:45 for the meat of it. We expect these storms will maintain strength, if not get a little bit stronger throughout the afternoon and evening hours. Meteorologist Nathan Scott joining us tonight as well. We'll be tracking these storms as they impact your region. There is the polygon. Nathan, who's in the path of this storm tonight?
Okay, so we talked about Cleveland is right over that rotation, or the rotation's right over Cleveland at this time. Pleasant Grove, 522, Scotland, 524, Crabtree, 531, Copeland, 533, Old Botkenberg around 537 is when you can expect that potential that you could see a tornado. We're seeing these supercells now begin to fire up. As you know, we were in the 50s this morning. Now we've climbed into the 70s and 80s. They're riding along that front, that warm front that continues to push its way off to the north. And Tom, we have another tornado warning that's been issued for more of Van Buren County and then also into Stone County and getting into parts of Searcy County.
Yeah, so if you live in Leslie, Arkansas, Marshall, you're not in the path of that, but Leslie is in Searcy County, riding up along Highway 65. So these cells are quickly becoming very concerning as they're exhibiting signs with more rotation. Make sure you have your safe place ready to go. Jump in your closet, your basement, your storm shelter. The time to act is now with the severe thunderstorms. There's a couplet right here. This is Botkenberg. Here is an area of concern that's riding along Highway 16. There's Clinton. So just west of you, Clinton, this is where we're finding rotation. We'll keep an eye on things to see if anything is confirmed out of this. The cells are moving northeast at 35 miles per hour, so they're not exactly moving very quickly like the ones that we had the other night that were moving at 50, 60 plus miles per hour. Looking at the information from the National Weather Service, yeah, they issued that for Van Buren County, and a tornado warning extends into Stone and Searcy counties.
I think, Tom, we need to make the point that you could get hit by two circulations. They're lining up because the one that is into parts of Van Buren County right now to the west of Clinton, you've got another circulation coming in from Conway County. That's a bet to enter into Van Buren County. These cells are moving from the south to the northeast. So you have to know what's happening to the south of you. Yeah. I'm going to switch things over here to Storm Track 11, Tom, because when we take a look at the rotation pinpoint tool, there's definitely something showing up that really highlights the concern that this may be trying to produce a tornado at any moment.
Debris signature, according to the National Weather Service, Conway County tornado debris signature they're going to watch the next few scans. Let's go to Storm Track 11, Roger, if you don't mind, or Chris. I don't know which one of you is working up there for the 5 o'clock hour, but we need to take a look at Storm Track 11 for that debris signature that's near northern part. There we go. There's Cleveland, and this is our NROT product. Scotland, you're going to be in the path of this cell as it moves into southern and then central Van Buren County. And just to the north is another area of rotation. So like Nathan said, we've got two areas of rotation that are lining up almost right on top of one another. And these storms have a little bit more of a northerly push instead of a true southwest to northeast. They are more southerly to northeast, a little more southwest to northeast. So there is a possibility that you could be impacted by both of those circulations. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Perry, Faulkner, and Conway County. Just wanted to pass that along, but they were talking about a debris signature as we look at
it might have been
product.
That right there is what they were looking at.
Okay, so it is possible a brief touchdown occurred in and around the Cleveland, Arkansas area.
It's not there anymore.
Not there. All right, so maybe it's lifting and weakening, and it might be the cell to the north of it might be taking away some of its energy. But this is near Scotland, Arkansas, and if you look closely, there you go. There's the other part of that polygon. Here's Old Lexington. You've got Leslie. Leslie, you're just going to be on the very western extent of that, but this is our area of concern in north central Arkansas. We mentioned this warm front that's lifting to the north. These storms sometimes like to develop and travel along the warm fronts or frontal boundaries. That's what's happening over in southwest Arkansas and northeast Texas. Storms that are developing there that have been tornado warned are also riding along a boundary. Here they are lining up. Looks like another area of spin trying to develop there just to the southeast of Leslie. Nathan?
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at that as well, Tom. I'm going to switch over here to the velocity and see if we're seeing anything, or if that's just something that's a little bit of bad data. So
it could be an anomaly there. But tornado warnings continue now. They came out just about 10 minutes ago for north central Arkansas. It's a day that has a pretty high risk of severe weather, not only tornadoes, but large hail and, of course, flash flooding. This is our velocity range, and there's Scotland that I can't really pick up very well. That other circulation near Cleveland, Arkansas, looks like it may have fallen apart.
We'll go back, and there was definitely a tighter couplet as it was approaching Cleveland.
Right here.
So it may just be along the front, and then once it crosses the front, that may be weakening somewhat, but then we still have a little bit of rotation also continuing into Van Buren County. Now, this is to the west of Clinton, so if there is something happening, it's well to the west of Clinton. But if this holds together, it's going to be headed for Old Lexington, Flagg, Fox, into Stone County, Timbo. And maybe 56 if it holds together. But that front is slicing its way right through, I think, Searcy County and Stone County at this time. So once it crosses that front, we will see that trend. Instead of a tornado situation, it'll be more elevated and more of a hail situation. We go back to Max 1 now.
Yeah, and there's some very strong thunderstorms there. Let's go back into central Arkansas. We're also keeping an eye on the one in Perry County. There's no tornado warning here, but it's tornado tagged. There's Perry County. This is going to affect western Faulkner County and southern and southeastern Conway County with this one, and that's what we're talking about. You look up here, tornado possible tag with this, and a tornado likely up over north central Arkansas where we find that boundary. You've got a lot of mountainous areas, a lot of trees. It's going to be hard to pick that stuff up. And then southwest Arkansas, we've got a tornado warning that continues in Howard County, severe Little River, and a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible in Polk County. Nathan, those storms are a little stronger out in Texas, and they will move into and possibly affect the western and southwestern parts of the state. Nothing new. Severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Lawrence County, which is way up over northeast Arkansas. That's an area of the state that has just been pounded with storm after storm this week. But our focus right now for you, north central Arkansas, and even a part of the metro area for the possibility of a tornado near the Cleveland area. This is the rotation path, Nathan.
Yeah, so this is a different tool that we use, but it basically shows how this storm did produce rotation right over Cleveland. Right when we might have seen that tornado debris signature. It could have been a brief touchdown very close to Cleveland. Let me freeze this here for you. And that rotation signature, it's not made its way necessarily into Van Buren County, but I'm still showing something on Storm Track 11. The other one, certainly not as strong of a rotation showing up here into northern Van Buren County, but Botkenberg, still go ahead and take your tornado precautions if you haven't so already done that. Anytime you're in a box, a warning box, you want to go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Tom, let's go over and switch back to Storm Track 11 because I think that just really pinpoints it much better than what we're seeing here on Max. So Scotland, I think, is going to be in the direct path if there is something happening.
Yeah, our rotation tool really helps to pinpoint where the rotation is. Now, whether or not it's reaching the ground, that's another thing. That's when we go to our tornado debris signature, and that will help. And it may have been a brief touchdown near Cleveland, Arkansas. So Scotland, hopefully you're in your safe place. You know what, Clinton? If I were you, I would go ahead and do the same. Folks up in Clinton and Van Buren County, although you're on the eastern flank of this, northeastern flank of this cell is going to track northeast. And there's another box here for that rotation just to the north. Scotland, here you go, Van Buren County. You are under the gun with a possibility of a tornado that is lifting to the northeast. It may impact you. Very calmly, make sure you have your safe place picked out, ready to go. Let's get to it and take something to put over your head, whether it's a bike helmet, a football helmet, a pillow. Maybe you can put a mattress in your safe place. Put as many walls between you and the outside. The smaller the space, the better. Those smaller closets, put more walls between you and the outside. And there's that rotation near Scotland. Also, just to the southwest of Old Lexington, there's our second area of spin.
Max 1, I have it zoomed in here on Scotland to show you some roads.
Okay, yeah, Highway 389 and 95. This is downtown Scotland, and just to your west-southwest, so it's getting a little bit closer to you here, Scotland. Some roadways, Quarry Road, Dayton Road, Gulf Mountain Road. These are some roads. If they sound familiar to you, then you are either near or in the path of this severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, we've got the tornado warning, and it's possible that there was a brief touchdown back near Cleveland. Crawling on up Highway 95 there, Walnut Grove, you're going to be in the path of this storm. So you want to take shelter. Call out your name, you want to take shelter. Clinton, it's a good idea. Go ahead and take shelter. We have overlapping tornado warning boxes currently, or polygons. If you live along Highway 16, north of Walnut Grove, it's just a good idea to go ahead and take shelter. That's one area of spin. We can take a quick look at the other area that is north of Crabtree, Arkansas, near the Botkenberg area along Highway 65. And there it is right there. You can see the orange and the red where they come together. That's our couplet. That's what Nathan and I use. I know it looks like just a bunch of colors, but that's where the winds are rotating or spinning within that thunderstorm. Tornado warning for you until 6 o'clock, 5:45 for the warning that is just to your south and west. And some of those locations sound familiar to you. If you live near Crowell Mountain, it's just to the northeast of you. That rotation is now moving over Botkenberg. It may get close to the Denard area. There's the spin. There's what we're talking about, riding along Highway 110 this evening. It is 5:24. One warning will expire at 5:45. The other will take us through 6 o'clock. So north central Arkansas has also been affected and impacted by severe weather as of late. If you live upstream in Stone County, Mountain View, I have acquaintances and friends in Mountain View. This should be just to your west, but it may shift a little, so just be on guard. There are some locations for you in that purple polygon. Plant at 528, Elba 531, Oxley 535, Harness 537. How about Thola 539, Timbo, Arkansas, a little farther to the north at 542. So folks, you have plenty of time to get to your tornado safe place. Very large rotating wall cloud southwest of Conway. That's Faulkner County. Okay. Guys, if you wouldn't mind, well, I-40, find a camera spot here between Conway and Morrilton, and we'll take a look at this. We're getting reports from one of storm chasers out there of a wall cloud. No warning, no tornado warning, but severe thunderstorm warning. And between now it's Plummerville between Morrilton and Conway. Plummerville, I guess we want to look to the west-southwest for that with a wall cloud. Okay, while they pull that up, we can go back to Max 1, please. We'll pinpoint the rotation while you guys try to find a spot there. All right, so this is the severe thunderstorm warning till 5:45 with some rotation being reported by Storm Chaser. There's Houston, Arkansas. You see Sweet Home, Bunker Hill. Nathan, I guess it's within this general area, just to the west of Bigelow?
Yeah, we see that blue
right here.
When you look at it compared to the rain data, it's definitely like a little hook signature trying to develop around that area. So Bunker Hill, Stone Point, it's probably is definitely a wall cloud with some rotation. So Menifee is going to be the area.
And they're going to issue a warning on it. My apologies, don't mean to interrupt. They're going to issue a warning on this one southwest of Conway. So plan on a tornado warning that is coming up here shortly for this cell. So it's going to be upgraded from a severe thunderstorm warning to a tornado warning. And here's that area that Nathan's talking about along Highway 60. There is certainly something there that could be organizing, developing, and that is west of Conway. You're going to be in the path of it. I would say Beaver Fork Lake, if you live on and around or in and around Beaver Fork Lake. My apologies, Nathan. Go ahead and break it down.
Oh, you're fine. I'm looking at iDrive Arkansas. I pulled up the camera pretty close looking from Morrilton. So if that cell continues to charge its way, Interstate 40, if you know anybody on Interstate 40 right now between Conway and Morrilton, you need to call them, let them know, hey, you have a potential tornado about to approach Interstate 40 at this time, probably less than 10 minutes. So I would hold off on any driving between Morrilton and Conway until this cell passes through and makes its way off to the north.
New warning for Van Buren, Stone, and Searcy counties for the northern extent of that. That's a tornado warning, and that tornado warning was just issued until 6:15 for this area that we're covering right now. So now we've got things beginning to ramp up. Folks in north central Arkansas, here in central Arkansas, let's take it seriously. Tornado precautions may have had a brief touchdown near Cleveland, Arkansas. Now we're keeping an eye on this rotation that is south of 40 to the southwest of Beaver Fork Lake to the west of Conway, riding along Highway 113 and 216. So if those highways sound familiar to you, then you are certainly in the path or within the area of rotation of this developing tornado as it moves to the northeast. They've reported a wall cloud, one of the storm chasers. So that's what it looks like with our velocity mode. We'll keep an eye on that. And let me provide you with the information on this new warning for Van Buren, Stone, and Searcy County. This was located 7 miles south of Woolham or 8 miles west of Clinton. We've been talking about that. Now this one is moving northeast at 50. So we're picking up forward momentum, Nathan, on these cells as they begin to push away or move away to the north-northeast at 50. There is the tornado warning as well as a severe thunderstorm warning. This again is just west of Conway. I-40 between Conway and Morrilton. You've got Plummerville and I believe Menifee in that area.
Yes, and looking at the en-route tool, the rotation tool, I'm not seeing anything of significance at this time to say, okay, we definitely had something spinning up at any moment. We're not seeing any blues or greens show up for that particular cell, but there could be another area of rotation trying to develop on the eastern parts of Van Buren County, pretty close to Morganton. So want you folks to get a heads up as well. This is the situation that we're concerned about. These supercells are just all bubbling up and they're all moving from the south to the north. We could see training supercells and you could be under several tornado warnings in north central Arkansas over the next 1 or 2 hours. So just because you might be cleared from one tornado warning, there could be another one coming. We have 3 current tornado warnings in effect for north central Arkansas, and we have tornado warnings getting pretty close now to Pike County as well. So we've got a lot of ground to cover, Tom, but I'm going to watch things closely on every tool that we have just so we're not missing anything whatsoever. But just be prepared. Everybody needs to be prepared to go ahead and take their tornado precautions over the next several hours.
And if we can't, just a quick stop over on Max 2, Chris, I'll let you pull that up. This will give us a better idea. Now, there's a cluster of storms in north central Arkansas. Then we get a break. And there are the warnings, the tornado warnings. We'll come back to those here in a moment. And we're keeping an eye on those tornado warned storms in southwest Arkansas. I would say this, if you live in Pike, Montgomery, and Polk counties, you need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions seriously. There's no warning yet, but they're getting ready to push into the National Weather Service Little Rock's area responsibility out of Shreveport. No warning except for the severe thunderstorm warning in Polk County, but these storms are going to cross over to Pike and Montgomery, and I wouldn't be surprised if even Garland County is added eventually. But most of the action is here. There is another warning that's north of Lawrence County. And that's in northern Arkansas. Looks like that's Randolph County. You've got these tornado warned storms that are lining up along 65 near, you've got Conway County, you've got Faulkner County, Van Buren, upward to Stone County tonight. So with that and more activity developing off to the west, and a few more cells that we're going to keep an eye on here over southwest Arkansas.
I have on iDrive Arkansas on Storm Track 11, we do have a view looking west.
Okay.
So it's Interstate 40 at Highway 65 interchange, and that rotation should be able to be spotted in the distance. It's getting closer and closer to Interstate 40. So once again, if you know anybody that's going in between Morrilton and Conway, they're going to be going through the potential area where a rotation could produce a tornado at any moment. So I would give them a call, tell them hold off on going through this area until this cell clears.
And just to orient you, I know where this is, and a lot of you that travel in the Conway area, you got Highway 65. This will take you over toward the Hendricks College campus, and this is I-40. This is going to take you west out toward Morrilton. And so we are looking to the west, and you can certainly see at least,
There's
not
something,
a rain shaft.
I'm not sure if that's a rain shaft or if there's something lowering in the distance there.
Right in this area here. Yeah,
it's kind of hard to tell
see.
with the.
Hard to tell, but we don't want to. Certainly, don't go out on your back porch and look for it. We will try to do the best we can to provide you with that information. But this is looking off to the west along High 40, headed out toward. We're going past Conway now. We're going out toward the Morrilton area. Let's go to Max 1. While we have those polygons up, there's a cluster.
And that cell that I was talking about earlier,
Yeah.
eastern Van Buren County, there it is, a new tornado warning issued.
Okay, now that's right now pretty much over B Branch, Arkansas, Van Buren County. This is going to take you over the lake. Greers Ferry Lake, Higdon, Greers Ferry, development here. You can see the appendage hanging down. That's indicative of a possibly developing tornado. And you can certainly see some rotation over B Branch, Southside B Branch over to Morgantown. You folks are in the path of this. Let's take it seriously, get to our safe place. These could produce tornadoes at any moment. The storms have been coming together, riding along that boundary that's lifting into northern Arkansas. Storms like to develop along boundaries, supercell thunderstorms, and that's where these are located. And we've got others in southwest Arkansas we're keeping a close eye on. But right now we're looking at most of central and southern Arkansas in that warm sector. These are riding along that boundary. Greers Ferry, Drasco, Heber Springs, it's just, the box is just to your north and west. There's Cleburne County, Van Buren County's got two tornado warnings. There's Stone County, you have 2 tornado warnings. And then western Faulkner County, Perry County, and we're looking at that lowering moving over I-40 in Conway County. So we've got a busy afternoon now, Nathan, in north central Arkansas, and those storms in southwest Arkansas. Howard County and Hempstead County now has been added to that tornado warning. We're keeping a close eye on that this afternoon for you.
Okay, Tom, I'm just going to go through and we'll switch back and forth from the radar to the wind data, and we'll just work our way from Faulkner County to the north, because this one, of course, is in between Morrilton and Conway. Still looking at that iDrive camera. I'm not seeing anything really concerning, but you still have that hook echo.
Right.
And we take a look at the wind data here to see if there's a couplet still.
Here.
There's still a little rotation there.
Yeah, it's something, just a little something. Again, this is pretty much due west to Conway. The camera that we were taking a look at is in this bend right here, going back toward, looking back toward the west. There's Menifee, there's Plummerville, Morrilton, and it's this area. It looks like it's right over the river right now.
Yeah.
It's just, it's there. May not be as strong, but it could be getting stronger, could strengthen a bit as it travels to the northeast. And there it is. He's dropped a marker here. This is a shear marker showing you where the likely area of rotation within that couplet. And here's I-40. There's Menifee. You folks that live in Menifee, it's a good idea, if you're not in your safe place, to hit the safe place. This cell is moving to the northeast at roughly 50 miles per hour. Some other communities that are going to be in the path in that polygon, there's Wooster, you've got Greenbrier, Republican, Arkansas, and then up the road here, this is the polygon as we travel from Faulkner County, or in Faulkner County, then you're going to get over into Cleburne County eventually. There you go. There is your polygon. If you live in Greenbrier, if you live in Twin Groves, you're going to be in the path of this possible tornado.
Okay, so we'll go to the next one now, the newest one that was issued.
And those of you familiar with the lake, let's hope there's folks that aren't on the lake, but there's Greers Ferry Lake. And around Greers Ferry Lake, you have the communities of Higdon, you've got Greers Ferry. You work your way to the west, you're getting close to Fairfield Bay area. And here is this cell moving to the northeast. And there's also, I'm a little more concerned now, Nathan, about this due south of Clinton. They're going to be getting some very heavy rain, possibly some hail in Clinton. But there is our hook riding along Highway 336, close to Highway 65. And then I guess just to the northwest of Morgantown, near B Branch, there is that area of circulation as well. So those two are kind of running into one another, but still tornado warned nonetheless. North of B Branch, there's Choctaw, the community of Choctaw. Here are some roadways for you. Highway 110 and 330, 356, Highway 16 going up toward Greers Ferry. And there is our area of concern, the rotation within this supercell that could produce a tornado. And it almost looks like another area there that is south of Clinton along Highway 65. And you should be picking us up on local radio stations up in Clinton and also in Heber Springs, KSUG up in the Greers Ferry Lake, Heber Springs area. There you go. And that's a little easier one to pick up, Nathan.
Yeah,
that rotation.
Rolly, can you come back here? Rolly was showing me something on iDrive Arkansas, and let me see why we're not getting that same view. It looks like we do have a wall cloud that is about to approach Interstate 40.
So do we want to take camera shot? We want to go to live view? I mean, not live view, I mean to Storm Track 11?
It's just off screen, but we will be able to see it possibly unless this is not matching up. Because what he's showing me, can we see it on Skype, if that's a possible option?
No, not that one, right, Nathan?
Maybe it's coming into view now. It might just
this
be a
is the
delay.
Conway shot, right here, right over here on the.
Yes.
There you go. This is what we're talking about, that lowering, that wall cloud,
Yeah,
possibly.
it makes its way across
the interstate.
Interstate
okay,
40.
Let's keep it there. We'll be able to see it move across.
So Menifee, once again, there could be a tornado at any moment, as chasers are also saying rotation is starting to get
Right
stronger with this cell.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly something there. You can see it.
So that's definitely a wall cloud. Yeah, there we go.
Walton looking east. Okay. If you're just joining us this afternoon, thank you, Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, Rolly Hoyt helping us out as well. We're looking at some of our RDOT cams up between Conway and Menifee, picking up rotation, or at least a wall cloud, of a potential tornado-producing thunderstorm. Tornado warning is in effect for this area. And this is west of Conway, between Conway and Menifee. Do we want to go back to that other camera vantage point, Nathan? Maybe it was a little bit of a better shot looking toward the west?
You can pull up Storm Track 11 if you want.
Storm Track 11?
You can definitely see that is a wall cloud.
Yeah. So, and some structure. Look at the structure of the cloud. You can almost tell by looking at the striations. And there you go. This is your classic supercell with a developing, possibly developing tornado.
So when we say a wall cloud, if you're not familiar with that, there's so much warm, moist air going into the cloud that the air is actually cooling, condensing, and the cloud is dropping from the original base. And when you have something of that nature, especially if it's rotating, that's where you're going to see the tornado come from, that part of this supercell thunderstorm.
Well, let's hope the motorists that are on I-40 that are heading that direction also take note of it and pull over to the side of the road in case it does produce a tornado. But this is the one that is now in Conway County, We're going to keep a close eye on it and see if it produces a tornado. But there's your wall cloud right here. There's your lowering. There's your wall cloud. Looks like something's trying to develop underneath it. Same camera. We're going to switch a little bit. All right. Okay.
Yeah, so that's live.
Okay, that's the
from
live
Scott.
one.
So I
got you. This is
it's
the live
still
one.
there,
Okay.
but it's behind the trees now.
Yeah, back behind here. Okay, so that's concerning. That could be something developing for you folks in Conway County. So let's take shelter if you live between Conway and Menifee. With that in mind, I guess we can go back to let's go back to Max 1, and we'll check these winds once again. Pretty strong signature now on the western end of Greers Ferry Lake. This is north of B Branch, between Greers Ferry and Clinton. That's getting close to the Higdon area. The western, well, Higdon's a little more into Cleburne County. But between Clinton and Heber Springs and Greers Ferry area, there was, looked like some pretty strong rotation. These are your tornado warning boxes currently. Conway County, Faulkner County, and we were looking at that cell moving. That looks like it's getting ready to push over into western and northwestern Conway County. Van Buren County up to Stone, may clip a little part of Searcy County, and the circulation that we have that is just to the west of Heber Springs. Well, that one, it looks like it may be weakening somewhat, but this one still looks very impressive. You can see the appendage hanging out there. That's south of Clinton. That's near B Branch, and this is the western end of Greers Ferry Lake. If you live upstream in Rushing, Arkansas, live along Highway 9, Highway 16, and 330, it's this area we're concerned with moving to the northeast. Put it into motion for you. Put a little bit, you can see it right here. That's what we're talking about, just on the southeastern side of Clinton. And you can make out Greers Ferry Lake, at least the western part of the lake. That's where we're finding a couple of 3 boxes, tornado warned storms. Let me go to see with the National Weather Service. Okay, all right. So we have tornado warnings there. All right. Cancels a tornado warning for Perry. Okay, so Perry's out of it. I'm a little behind on what the National Weather Service is providing us. Okay.
I've been watching it closely.
Yeah, tornado warning has now been issued for Logan and Scott County. That was just a minute ago. Severe thunderstorm warning for Johnson, Yell, Newton, Pope, Logan, and Searcy counties. So along with the tornado warnings we have, we're now getting those severe thunderstorm warnings in effect as well.
These cells are moving so fast, Tom, but I think we can say Greers Ferry is getting out of the danger zone because that's moving pretty much due north, and it is well west of Greers Ferry. So yes, you're still under that tornado warning, but that cell is going to stay well to the west of you. I mean, you're probably seeing some sunshine in that part of Cleburne County. Now, you've got this cell down here, once again, riding along the border of Conway County and Faulkner County, and they're just pretty much going over the same locations, Tom. So we just got all these polygon warnings, Van Buren, Cleburne, Stone County, and also into parts of Conway and Faulkner County. And we'll see how everything else evolves because it's quiet here in Little Rock Metro at this time.
Right now it is.
It could change, though.
Yeah. Let's go to Max 2, please. And it's a broader perspective, and I'll do a little reset real quick just to show you who else is under the warnings. I mentioned those severe thunderstorm warnings just to the west of those tornado warnings, Pope County, also Newton County, Johnson, Logan counties. Severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued. Looks like a tornado warning for Scott County now, and a severe thunderstorm warning has been extended into Pike and Pike and Montgomery. This is the area of Arkansas we'll keep an eye on that could encroach on the Little Rock metro area within the next hour or two. But most of the action here over north central Arkansas, I had a little sheet of paper with the radio stations up in north central Arkansas for those of you that are streaming with us. And I put that over, here it is right here. And because I can't remember the call letters, and I do apologize, but KSUG and KHPQ, Heber Springs and Clinton, they told me, hey, when we have warnings up here, we're going to stream your coverage. So if you want to go to your safe place or you're in your safe place and you want to listen to us on the radio, that's a way to do so. Again, these red boxes indicate tornado warnings, Van Buren County and Cleburne County, just to the west of Heber Springs. and the cell that's riding along northwestern Faulkner County and eastern Conway County. And these cells are moving off very quickly to the east, northeast, or to the northeast, excuse me, at about 50 miles per hour. And Nathan, more storms on the southwest side of this.
A little bit of good news.
Okay.
We're starting to see some cell mergers. So these supercells do not like to have friends. They don't like other supercells around them. They like to be by themselves and have their own buffet of the warm and humid environment. When we start to see cell mergers happen, that kind of weakens them a little bit. But also, if you have cell merger, one cell could pretty much envelop that other cell and become a bigger cell. We're not seeing that really at this time, but the tornado warnings have started to diminish a little bit. So when we take a look at the current warnings now, we do have still that warning in effect for Cleburne County, although that cell is quickly about to move into Stone County. However, the front is just through that region. So once these cells make their way over the warm front, their cloud bases will pretty much climb higher into the sky, and therefore the tornado threat will start to decrease. So I don't think this tornado warning, if it does make its way into more Stone County, it's not going to last very long, because I'm looking at the temperatures, I'm looking at the surface observations, and it is a much more cooler, stable environment once you get into Mountain View, Timbo, versus what's happening just down to your south.
Yeah, so right along this line here, what he's talking about, Mountain View, Timbo, there's Fulton County, Stone, Izard counties. So that would be some good news. And then we got to send our focus back out over here in western and southwestern Arkansas. And this has just been handed to me. Thank you. Clinton is KHPQ 92.1. Heber is KSUG 1019 The Lake. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thank you for that help, whoever provided that information for us. We do have our radio partners in Central Arkansas as well, Kissin 96 FM, The Wolf. If we have tornado warnings tonight, you can also listen to them while you're streaming us. All right, there are the tornado warnings. Nathan,
so now we have two.
Now we have two.
So we went from like 4 or 5, now we decreased it to 2. But these cells are moving so fast, Tom. I mean, it's pretty much out of Cleburne County now. Let's go over to Max 1. I've got a closer view.
Okay. And there's, here's Greers Ferry Lake. North of Greers Ferry, Heber Springs, you're just out of that polygon. This is beginning to cross over that boundary that we were talking about into a little bit more of a stable environment in terms of, instead of a tornado threat, maybe more of a hail threat. But we still have this cell down that's to the north and west of Greenbrier. It's a compact little cell. It doesn't appear as formidable as it was, but there's still some spin with it. It's getting close to the Highway 65 area. There's Greenbrier, and this is the Wooster area as well. It's crossing over Conway County into Faulkner County. Here's Twin Groves, Arkansas. There's still a little bit of a notch or a little bit of a hook with it. Take it seriously. A little difficult to find. Might be more broader rotation now with this cell as it races to the northeast. There's Highway 65 and Republican. There's Twin Groves. You got Woolly Hollow State Park off to the right or to the east. Highway 25, Highway 225. That cell's going to carry into eventually into the southern part of Van Buren and Faulkner, Cleburne County. This one still has some pretty bright colors to it. The couplets over and near the Fairfield Bay, Shirley area. Bliss Mountain. We've got the D. The D stands for the Dollar General store up there. Just to give you a landmark, that's where the rotation is located. If you know where that is, and that you see Highway 110 and Dave Creek Parkway, 110 and Dave Creek Parkway, southeast of Shirley, along Highway 9. So there's the area of concern as it moves to the northeast. Tornado warning remains in effect for this area until 6:15 tonight. It's 5:50, so we have another 25 minutes to go on that cell. And here's your polygon. So we have this one. We also have what's happening in southwest Arkansas. Again, this afternoon, we've been kind of watching things come together. The atmosphere is very conducive for severe weather development and the potential for tornadoes here in Arkansas. Large hail is also a possibility, and if not for that, we still have the aspects of the heavy rain that could occur with these thunderstorms too this afternoon. Timbo, Mountain View, Rushing, you're in that polygon.
New polygon.
A new polygon.
Yeah,
okay.
so they did extend that warning into Stone County. Let's go over to Storm Track 11 now. I have the rotation pinpoint tool, and it shows the rotation pretty close to Shirley. I'm going to rewind this here a few scans back, and there was definitely some rotation. Whether or not it has made its way to the ground, I looked at the CC or the debris detection. I did not see anything on that data, but seeing some green and blue here, Tom, is definitely a little bit of concern. So if you're watching us into Stone County, this may try to produce a tornado at any moment. You got to take it seriously. Go ahead and take your tornado precautions. And this is going to be moving towards Hanover and also Mountain View. So those are the next areas in line. We can go back over to Max 1, and we can just look at that entire warning, and I'll zoom in on some other locations.
So there we are, Max 1, and these are the areas within these counties that will be impacted or could be impacted. This is north of Greer's Ferry Lake. Here's Parma, Brewer, Arkansas. Turkey Creek will take you a little closer to some of the roadways here in this part of the state, north central Arkansas. Okay, Long Point, Rushing, Highway 263 and Highway 9. You've got, not far away from these locations, you've got Shirley and also Fairfield Bay. There are the roadways, Highway 2, looks like 263 here, Junction Road and 263, Highway 9, there's Turkey Creek Road and Mossy Ridge Road. Some roadways that may be impacted by this potential tornado. And again, I haven't had a visual confirmation. We're keeping an eye on things with the National Weather Service. This is a tornado warning, though. We've got very strong rotation with this supercell thunderstorm. Here are the other roadways here. Luber Road up the street here. And that's Hanover Road along and near Highway 9, if those highways sound familiar to you. We're getting close to Mountain View. Mountain View is a good idea that if you're not in your safe place right now, then you need to be. You're under that tornado warning. I've got some friends up here in the Mountain View area. They keep me informed as to what's happening weather-wise around them. Highway 14, Highway 9, and there is, Nathan, a very prominent area of rotation that's getting close to Parma and Brewer right here, movement to the northeast. There's Shearmark.
That yellow, that's the wind's going away from the radar, and it's going 80, 90 miles per hour, but we have to think about how high we are once we get in this part of the state. We are about almost 5,000 feet above the surface. So that's why it looks so impressive on there. We can't get a good reading on what's happening closer to the surface. So with looking at the NROT tool or the rotation pinpoint tool and seeing information like this, you definitely want to make sure that you are taking your tornado precautions into Hanover, into Mountain View, into any of those communities in the direct path of this rotating supercell thunderstorm that continues to hold together. It's probably riding right along the front, and when you have supercells that hug onto a boundary, they can rotate a little bit more and they can sustain themselves a little bit longer than expected. So hopefully this will cross over and get into a more stable environment eventually, and it will start to weaken, Tom.
For those of you in Logan County, the tornado warning has been canceled for Logan County. The tornado warning for Scott County continues until 6:15. So good news if you're picking us up in Logan County in west central Arkansas. This is certainly a day that has the potential to produce tornadoes. Like Wednesday night, with a moderate threat or a moderate risk of severe weather, all of the ingredients are there. And over the past hour, we hit 5 o'clock news, things really began to take off. There's been some good news, though. Some of the cells have merged and a little bit of weakening taking shape here as we're riding along a warm front. It'll cross over that warm front into a more stable environment. But as we look at our other warnings that we have, there's that tornado warning till 6:15 over in Scott County. A very intense thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. And southwest Arkansas, these storms also riding along a boundary in Oklahoma, in northeast Texas, southeast Oklahoma. They're now in southwest Arkansas. There is a severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery County, a tornado warning in Howard, in that little sliver there of Hempstead County. This activity, if it holds together, we're looking upstream, Montgomery, Garland, Saline, within the next hour, hour and a half or so. And looking at our data from our high-res models, there was indication these storms get into central Arkansas, begin to slow down and become a very heavy rain event. But you can see a few more little pockets of cells popping up in west central Arkansas. But the action is here in Pope County, Johnson, Logan counties. You've been lifted from that tornado warning, but there is a severe thunderstorm warning. Stone County, Izard County, you're under a tornado warning at this time, and the storm looks like it's going to move over the Mountain View area here in north central Arkansas. So we'll take you back up here. Keeping an eye on the tail end of this thing as it's moving out of Cleburne County and northern Van Buren County, moving into Stone County and Izard County. One of the other aspects, Nathan, some pretty large hail may occur with these thunderstorms tonight.
It looks like dime to quarter size hail is certainly a possibility, Tom. With this, if there is a tornado, what's going to happen is basically you're going to get light rain, then heavy rain, maybe hail, and then the tornado is coming behind that hail core or the heavy rain core. Just because the orientation that it's moving from the south to the northeast. So you won't be able to see the tornado. It's going to be hidden behind the rain. Don't go looking for it whatsoever. This is still showing quite a bit of rotation as it continues to make its way out of Van Buren County, Cleburne County, and getting into Stone County. We're not seeing any downtrend necessarily with this cell. I'm going to take a look here on Storm Track 11. We still have a pretty good cloud top with this. It's still going into the atmosphere, 50,000 feet. We'll take a look at the rotation pinpoint tool, and we'll go back a few scans. And there's still something there. Like, there's definitely still some rotation. When I take a look at the debris detector, or what's known as the CC in technical terms, I'm not seeing a dropout in the CC. So with that said, it looks like there's nothing on the ground at this time. But you still want to take your tornado precautions and just want to play it safe until you are cleared out of this warning box. So the danger has passed Fairfield Bay. You are well to the south of this rotation now as it's making its way off to the north. It's to the northeast of Shirley. Once again, Hanover and Mountain View, and there's a little uptick in the velocity right there, Tom.
I'm sorry.
So it's going to be moving right towards Mountain View. Hopefully it stays in the clouds, but Mountain View, please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place at this time. Lowest level, sturdy structure, into your hallway, into your closet, into your bathroom. This cell may try to produce a tornado at any moment, and we do have that potential. We could have a strong tornado in this type of situation we've got going on today.
All right, so good idea. Mountain View, this is southwest of you, and it looks as if it's going to track right over the downtown area. If you live in Mountain View, Hanover, Arkansas, you're going to be in the path of this. So take your precautions seriously and find your safe place, and just stay there until we give the all clear. Nathan, give me just a minute. Take over for just a minute, please.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, kill my mic, guys.
We will go over to Max 1 now. So we'll zoom out. That is the only tornado warning we've got going on across the THV 11 viewing area. We're watching severe thunderstorm warnings into southwest Arkansas, into Montgomery County, Polk County, also northern parts of Pike County. And then we have a tornado warning in effect for Sevier County, northern areas of Little River County, and a small sliver of northwest Hempstead County. So we have to watch out for those. Be prepared. Pike County, you may have a tornado warning coming up for you. If that cell continues to maintain its strength, it will be moving into Pike County and also into parts of Clark County. Right now here in Little Rock Metro, Pulaski County, Saline County, Lono County, it's quiet. There's not much happening, but that will be changing as this line continues to advance its way from the west to the east over the next several hours. We'll have to watch out what happens along that line, what happens down into southwest Arkansas, but any cells that can develop on their own outside of this line of storms that you're seeing approach from the west still has the capability of producing a tornado. It could be a supercell thunderstorm, and that's a situation we still have ongoing here into Stone County. So Stone County, you still have that tornado warning in effect until 6:15. This is a dangerous storm. This is a storm that continues to show rotation, and now that rotation is located right over Rushing, Parma, and Turkey Creek. We'll take a look at the winds. We're about 5,000 feet now above the surface, but we're seeing definitely some evidence that this rotation is still in this supercell thunderstorm. So it's going to be right over Turkey Creek very shortly, and it will continue to push its way towards Mountain View. So right along Highway 9 and into Mountain View, please make sure that you are in your tornado safe place. Don't want to take any chances. Don't want to assume anything whatsoever. Lowest level, sturdy structure, into your hallway, into your closet, into your bathroom. Stay away from windows. Put the shoes on, and don't forget the pets. This is the rotation tool that we continually use here on THV 11 just because it really highlights the area of the storm cell that has the most amount of rotation. And the rotation, once again, is very close to Hanover, and it's making a beeline towards Mountain View. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. When we take a look at the CC or the debris detection, I'm not seeing a lowering of the CC. So this is still telling me that most likely this is not on the ground, but we are in the mountains. It doesn't take very much for a tornado to touch the surface or the ridge tops for the most part, because we've got mountains in this part of the region that are about 1,500, 2,000 feet, maybe even more than that in some other areas. The rest of the area, still watching just a line of storms that continues to roll its way in here from the west. East Arkansas, it's pretty quiet, but everybody needs to be on their guard until we say it's all clear. And that could take some time. We've got a tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock, Tom, for a large part of the area. Some parts of the area are under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock. So until this line moves through, here's your tornado watch on Max 1 now. And it really includes a large part of Arkansas for the most part.
Yeah, still a ways to go tonight. 10 o'clock, this sliver of northeast Arkansas. 9 o'clock for central and southwest Arkansas. So we're all going to be under the gun here for the next several hours. It's important that you got kiddos out and about. Hopefully the problems were postponed for the night tonight. This is a fairly dangerous weather situation, and it really hasn't made it into central Arkansas yet. But we've had the tornado warned storms in north central Arkansas. And I want to give thanks and a shout out to the folks up in KHPQ 92.1 and KSUG 101.9 at the lake here in Heber Springs and Clinton. They're carrying us right now. This is where the action is, Mountain View under the gun. We're now beginning to see these storms get out of southwestern parts of Arkansas into central, getting closer to central Arkansas. And if you live in Montgomery County, if you live in Garland County, take it seriously. Although we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect, there is a tornado warned storm, and these storms are really intense. These developed earlier this afternoon in northeast Texas and southeast Oklahoma. They are tracking to the east, and we have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for a part of Johnson County, Pope County, and also upwards to Searcy County. This line is moving to the east as well. We'll have to wait and see if we have any more of these discrete cells develop. Either way, have your safe place ready to go. Make sure that you've got a way to receive information from us. You know, we're streaming on THV 11 Plus, which is also attached to your THV 11 app. So you can go to your closet and listen to us and watch us, or you can take in part up north central Arkansas, the radio stations that I just mentioned a moment ago here in this part of Arkansas. That's in the Cleburne County area and Van Buren County area. There's that tornado warning. It's now moving over the Mountain View. Let's go a little closer. Let's find the winds of this storm as it gets closer to the Mountain View area. It's going to track pretty much over the top of you, Mountain View. There are some of the roadways, Highway 66 and Highway 9, Turkey Creek. You're getting some very heavy rain, possibly some hail right now, and this is the area of concern. It's far away. Like Nathan was saying, this is a long ways away. We're seeing several thousand feet up. It's hard to get a gauge on what's happening at the surface, but we know that we've got some strong rotation with this cell on the southwestern flank. It's going to track over Highway 14 It's going to get awfully close to Mountain View and Highway 66. There's Pleasant Grove, Arkansas, Luber, Arkansas. You folks need to take shelter immediately. So that's what's on the wind mode right now. It's been an active week. We've got an active night tonight, possibly more tomorrow. The risk of severe weather continues through your Saturday. It is currently 6:05. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, thank you for hanging out with us. We're going to try to keep you as informed as we can. Right now, Mountain View, you are under the gun in north central Arkansas. Nathan.
Tom, when we take a look once again at Storm Track 11, and then I will set this up to see the street view here on Max 1, but there's still that highlight of the blue and the green. So this is the computer software saying this is where the rotation is located. It's about to move right over Mountain View. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. We have not gotten any confirmation, but we could still see something come from the clouds at any moment. And you just have to make sure that you are in your safe place because you are running out of time, Mountain View. That storm with rotation is about to move right over you in the next 5 minutes or so. And then it's going to continue to push its way
to the
north of Mountain View and then possibly into Izard County if it holds together. Will it hold together? That's a big question mark because it's riding right along the frontal boundary and will push its way into more stable air. Let's go over now to Max 1, and we'll just
let's show those winds.
Bring up some roads. So there's Hanover Road, and there you go, Tom, West Richwoods, the community.
Highway 5, there's Hanover Road, Luber Road, Highway 5 and 14 here that are getting closer to the Mountain View area. If I had to guess from this far away, that the center of concern is just to the southeast of Mountain View.
Yeah, because you don't want to say specifically where it is since we're so high.
So high up, yeah. But if you know where the Walmart is located, there's Mountain View High School. It's a little close to Mountain View High School from what our radar is indicating. Here are the roadways. Here are the places that are going to be in the path. You've got Beckham Road, Lola Lane, just up the road, north of Highway 14. Those are some roadways that are in the path of the circulation or the possible tornado. It looks like it's holding together, but at some point it may go north of that boundary here, and if that's the case, we expect it to weaken somewhat. This area, though, is still under a tornado watch, as most of Arkansas until 9 o'clock tonight. Northeast Arkansas is under a watch until 10 o'clock tonight. That front may be just to the north of this area. Sycamore. You folks in Sycamore, there's Mountain View. Once again, this area is under the gun. Hopefully you're in your safe place. There's Guyan, Arkansas, Highway 58, Highway 9. This is really where the action is for north central Arkansas. Blanchard Spring Caverns. This is just a very impressive, nasty looking storm in Stone County. Melbourne, you would be in the path of it. And more nasty storms to the west, Pope County. This would be more of a damaging wind threat, large hail threat. That too, and in southwest Arkansas, where we've had tornado warnings this afternoon, Howard County, Sevier County, Little River counties, and severe thunderstorm warnings for Montgomery County now. So they are getting closer. They're edging closer to central Arkansas. This is, I guess, a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. There's a lot of different ways to define these thunderstorms. Luckily, we haven't seen any tornadoes that were, in terms of confirmed or considerable. They're just likely radar identified tornadoes or possible tornadoes with radar. These are the warnings we have. Nathan, I'm hoping this one weakens here pretty soon. If it would, that would certainly be a great thing. Most of the action is being here in north central Arkansas this evening.
National Weather Service, Tom, is saying that it's still a strong area of rotation headed right for Mountain View. But it's just rotation. It can rotate all at once as long as there's nothing that comes from that rotation. That would be great news. But with it being so close to the ridge tops in this part of Stone County, there could be certainly a quick touchdown. And hopefully that's only what we see. Maybe some treetops on a rural area of a mountain would be the best case scenario. But if you are in Mountain View, we are still detecting rotation. And there it is on Storm Track 11. I'm going to switch over here.
Storm Track 11, please, gentlemen. There it is. just south of Mountain View, moving over.
Looks like
Hanover.
that's picked up a little bit, Tom.
Okay. A little uptick here in this rotation area. From Storm Track 11, there's Mountain View. This looks like it's moving over Hanover. Hopefully your family in Hanover. And yeah, this is a good way to describe it with our rotation tool. Anytime you see yellow pop up, you've got the greens and blues, but you got yellow popping up. It's a good bet you have something a little more than rotation.
It's getting more concerning, Tom. When you
Okay.
see yellow there and a little more rotation, I'm just hoping and praying that this is just pretty much what we're seeing aloft and not necessarily low-level rotation. But again, Mountain View, please make sure you are in your safe place as this dangerous storm is moving over the city of Mountain View, and it's going to get very close to Mountain View High School and really downtown Mountain View when we look at the couplet here. So let's go back over to Max 1. I'm zoomed in, and any of these roads sound familiar to you. Mill Pond Road, there's the Mountain View High School. That rotation is going to be very close to that area, but we can't pinpoint. We can't say exactly where it's going to be because we're so far away from the radar that this data is going to be a little bit different in terms of the actual distance of where this rotation is going to be located. So once again, everyone in Mountain View, everyone along Highway 14, Highway 5, Highway 9, Highway 66, needs to be in their safe place right now. You are running out of time. This rotation continues to pick up with this dangerous storm, and it may be producing a tornado at any moment.
And again, like I've said, we've got friends and acquaintances that live in this part of Stone County, and they're in their safe place right now. They even said they've just got some very heavy rain at this time, but they'll let me know if they hear or see of anything once the storm passes. It does look awfully menacing. Here's Mountain View. If the rotation holds up, if we're looking at it, and although the radar signal's way up in the sky, way up, thousands of feet up, this could be on the eastern side of Mountain View. So Highway 14, Highway 58 up road a little bit. If you haven't taken cover yet and you live in Stone County, heck, if you live in Izard County, go ahead and get ready, Melbourne, because it looks like it's on a path to get awfully close to Melbourne. This evening. There's the Walmart, the center of circulation tightening up, as Nathan mentioned a few moments ago. And if we go back to our NROT tool here in a minute, we'll track it and see if we're still seeing those impressive colors that would give us an idea that rotation not only strong, we may actually have a tornado. We still haven't heard from the Weather Service if it's confirmed. If it's just rotation, that's fine. Want to mention, though, severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled for Polk County in the THV11 viewing area. And the Montgomery County and Pike County severe thunderstorm warning continues tonight with that severe thunderstorm. We'll go there here in just a few moments. Those cells have the potential tonight of producing tornadoes. This is our tornado warned storm in Stone County. Here's Sycamore, and soon it'll be crossing over into Izard County. But if you live in Mountain View, eastern side of Mountain View along Highway 14, if you live around 58, then you are in the path of this potential tornado. There's a little community there, Herpel, Nasco. Those are just some names of some smaller communities there around the Mountain View area. This warning is in effect till 6:15. At 6:14, we'll see if it gets extended. I have a feeling, Nathan, it's probably going to be extended a little farther north. And I'm surprised it hasn't been extended just yet, but the Weather Service is probably taking a close look at it. There's Izard County, here's Melbourne, you would be in the path. And even this far away to see that impressive of a couplet is something else. It's we know there's a lot of rotation there. Also could possibly have some big hail with that storm. It's now 6:14. We've got just roughly about 30 seconds. Let's see if it does get extended. And this area, this purple area, that's where we're getting to the outer extent of radar in North Little Rock at the National Weather Service. Izard County, Stone County. Oh, and they've put it under a severe thunderstorm warning, Nathan. So that's good news. It looks like they're going to extend it as a severe thunderstorm warning and not a tornado warning.
Well, that is good news, Tom, because maybe they're just saying, we're not seeing any debris signature, we're not seeing anything, and it's moving past the front. So most likely this is just upper air rotation. Hopefully that is the case because it continues to show there's rotation there, but we're still looking at 6,000 feet above the surface.
Yeah. high up. So with that in mind, let's take Max 2 and broader viewpoint. Let's do just a quick statewide reset, let you know where storms are in relation to where you live. So the tornado warning has expired, but it's a severe thunderstorm warning, still capable of producing a tornado. Here's Stone County, Izard County. This is racing to the northeast at about 50. We're keeping an eye on this line segment of storms. I'd rather deal with the straight line winds, but you could still have a tornado develop within a line. We're keeping an eye on this area. This is in Pope County, P-O-P-E, back to Johnson County. And then you get back up into Newton County. And Nathan, looks like the cells in southwest Arkansas, I don't see a tornado warning here, but a new severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued for Montgomery into Garland counties. And that warning, it's the Hot Spring, Yell, Montgomery, Garland, Clark, and Pike counties. That severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 7 o'clock. At any time, these storms may strengthen. They may gather a little bit more rotation. And with that, that's why things are a little, let's say, spicy tonight. We could see more tornado warnings, but I'm happy to report, I think that's all of our tornado warnings, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, when we go to Max 1 now.
Max 1, let's go ahead and run through these.
There's no more tornado warnings in effect for all of Arkansas. So there are all severe thunderstorm warnings. The only one that has a tornado possible tag with it is in southwest Arkansas. National Weather Service said that we're seeing, a lot of the activity right along the front, and that front continues to push its way into North Arkansas. We've gotten so much into the warm sector now that we've lost the little bit of convection or the storms bubbling up as of right now, but that line of storms is going to continue to advance its way off to the east. When I say line of storms, you can see it here on the 1 hour radar loop. That is all headed towards central Arkansas. With that line, the tornado threat is a little bit lower because it will be more of a line segment type situation. Damaging winds could be a bigger threat, but there could still be embedded tornadoes within that line. This is a little more comforting in the fact that we're not seeing any more discrete or cells that like to be by themselves develop across central Arkansas. Still can't let our guard down. The weather will go downhill as that line makes its way through, and then it goes from a severe weather threat to a very concern of flash flooding. And it may be major to potentially catastrophic flooding in some parts of the region because we could see easily 5, maybe 10 inches of rain over the next 12 to 24 hours.
And if we want to, gentlemen, why don't we go to Max 2? It's 6:18 since we're keeping an eye on these severe thunderstorm warnings. I'll run us through a forecast real quick just to give you an idea of what else we're expecting tonight. The tornado warning is in northeast Texas. There's no tornado warnings here in Arkansas, but we're keeping an eye on those cells. So here's what we expect. We have the risk of severe weather that's in place tonight. It's a moderate risk of severe weather. If you recall, Wednesday night, eastern and northeastern Arkansas had a high risk with a moderate risk over a good chunk of the state. Tonight, that has shifted to the west, and we have seen those tornado warned storms. There may have been a brief tornado near Cleveland, Arkansas. That was one of the first warnings that was issued tonight. But Little Rock, Hot Springs, Russellville, Clinton, Searcy were all within that moderate risk. Now, the enhanced risk spreads out a bit more, encompasses Stuttgart, Pine Bluff, Camden, all the way up to the Harrison, Fort Smith area with a slight risk. Doesn't mean they won't see severe weather, but the biggest chance of severe weather, at least the likelihood, is here in central Arkansas. We talk about the modes of severe weather. So what are they? Along with heavy rain and flash flooding, of which I'll get to here in just a moment, the severe weather outlook for your Friday night shapes up like this. Winds of 60 plus miles per hour with these severe thunderstorms moving across north central Arkansas. Excuse me. Hail, quarter sized, possibly 2 inches or greater in that hashed area. We haven't seen many reports of hail tonight. It's still a possibility, but I think the thing that really concerns most people is what's that tornado threat. Maybe it'll wind down a bit, hopefully so. We can deal with a line of storms with wind, although wind damage is possible. But tornadoes, let's hope that threat winds on down. Talked about this boundary. This warm front is actually a little farther to the north over north central Arkansas. And these supercells have been developing along that front as it lifts to the north. But luckily, we're seeing the front stall out in north central Arkansas and a little bit more of a stable environment here, at least more conducive for large hail and not tornadoes, but some strong wind gusts as well. And that boundary extends into northeast Texas and Louisiana. So we've got surface low pressure moving along, upper level support. We still have another system west of us that's got to come through here later tonight and tomorrow. This is what things look like now. Nearly the entire state is under some type of tornado watch till 9 o'clock. There are a few areas under a tornado watch until 10 o'clock. Did we just get a new tornado warning, Nathan?
It's just outside of the
Okay.
viewing area, but it's getting close to Pike County.
Okay. As soon as we see that, we'll take that break and go back for the warnings. But yeah, there you go. You've got line segment of storms there, north central and northwest Arkansas. There are the storms that prompted tornado warnings, and it's these cells that are now that have now got our attention. 6 o'clock here it is 6:21. Watch the progression of that line moving to the east. This is by midnight tonight. Those storms get into central Arkansas. They may stall out, and if they do so, they may produce some very heavy rain. Flash flooding is likely, and it could be several inches of rain. Then we will see it stall out, maybe go back to the north a little bit, kind of a boundary setting up here, and wait for the next wave of low pressure to come through. This is tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock on Saturday. Maybe the atmosphere gets worked over to where it's just more rain with heavy thunderstorms over, let's say, northwest and north central Arkansas. But over the southeastern part of the state tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow evening, there will be a threat of more severe weather, possibly tornadoes, until we see this system get out of the way. And then we turn our attention to Sunday. Sunday rolls around. I think it's going to be a cloudy day, a little cool. There might be a break or two in the clouds in the afternoon and evening. It gets a little colder. Northwest Arkansas, you see some of those colors shaping up. We go from severe weather to the possibility of a little bit of wintry weather, which, I'm not surprised. That's the type of system we get this time of year in April. Let's talk about the tornado risk for the rest of the night. This is 6 o'clock. You're looking at the tornado parameter, and you see that bright red area. This goes along the lines with what's been going on in north central Arkansas tonight. There's also more parameter in southwest Arkansas. As we move over time, 9 o'clock, we apparently lose a lot of it here. We keep it over southwest and south central Arkansas. Tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock, it's on the low end, but it's still there. Again, it's a concern. We have to keep a look, at least a watch out tomorrow. And then tomorrow afternoon, that went by a little fast. Let me take it back a little bit, because southeast Arkansas tomorrow, you will have the opportunity. You will be under the gun tomorrow afternoon for the potential at least having some tornado parameter here over the southeastern part of the state. Pine Bluff, Monticello, Camden, down to El Dorado. Until this next wave moves through with the frontal boundary, you're going to see a threat of storms that could produce tornadoes. Storm timeline, and this is fluid, folks. Overnight tonight through central Arkansas, 1 o'clock this afternoon, through the nighttime hours, through 10 o'clock tonight over the northwest, and then we still have a ways to go. 6 p.m. Saturday evening, possibly even into Sunday morning. Flood alerts. This is going to be dangerous as well. Along with the severe weather threat, the potential for flash flooding. I've heard words generational flooding, 25 to 100-year floods. We're expecting anywhere from 8 to 10 inches of rain, possibly more total, but tonight when you get those heavy thunderstorms, you may pick up 2 to 3 inches of rain or more out of those thunderstorms. Look at the warnings we had. These are all flash flood warnings north central with this area that's been impacted by those supercells, and more northwest and west central Arkansas. A particularly dangerous situation because of the amount of water we're expecting. 10 to 12 inches spotty. In these rivers in northeast and eastern Arkansas are really going to fill up. We'll keep an eye, because there could be some heavy rain and thunderstorms to the west, and that would impact the rivers to the west of us. Buffalo River, even the Arkansas River may see a little bit of a rise. So the forecast tonight looks like this, and I'm on the wrong side of the page here, but flooding rain, severe weather is still likely tonight. Tomorrow, 66, more flooding rain, scattered storms. Severe storms are likely by the afternoon and evening. And our 7-day forecast, we still have the weather impact alert. Another day of that on Saturday. Sunday, small chances of rain right now, mainly cloudy skies, cooler conditions. And I'll bring Nathan in on this. You know, Nathan, we encourage folks not to do any planting until about the middle to latter part of April, because we could get a frost, or the freeze potential is still there. If it's 38 Monday morning in Little Rock, you know it's going to be even cooler than that north of Little Rock. So we go from being very warm and humid and stormy to potentially having a frost.
Yeah, my opinion is always hold off until after tax day, just to be on the safe side, because we've had 32 degrees here in Little Rock just a few years ago, and it was April 16th. So I think there's going to be potential of some frost, especially outlying areas into Ferndale and also Guy, probably even around Searcy. But definitely Ouachita's, those colder areas into the Boston Mountains, frost is probably going to be happening. Hopefully it's going to be the last one of the season, because as you can look outside, everything is in bloom. I mean, we went from the red buds, the tulips are done.
Dogwoods have bloomed, and those nasty Bradford pear trees.
And they're gone.
Yeah,
they're done blooming.
So.
They're just leafed out for the most part. So fortunately, that season didn't last too long.
So I'm glad we could work into forecast here. 626. Let's get the latest update. I'm going to turn things to you and get the latest on this weather that's happening in Southwest Arkansas.
Well, we're still watching for the potential that there could still be maybe a tornado warning that might try to come for Pike County. This is the latest information now. The Shreveport office, National Weather Service, has issued that tornado warning for parts of Howard County and also into northwestern areas of Hempstead County, but they cut it off here at Pike County because Little Rock says, okay, we're just going to wait until this cell gets a little bit closer to Pike County before we pull the trigger and say, okay, there's going to be a tornado warning associated with that. So when we take a look at the winds within this cell, there's nothing really screaming out to me to say, okay, this is definitely some high rotation happening at this time. That is the one cell that is a little bit of a concern. This other activity here into Montgomery County, Garland County, lots of heavy rain lined up through Mount Ida, Norman, Glenwood. This is primarily, I think, a wind threat for that area. There are some winds, but we're still pretty high above the surface. So I would say winds could be 50, maybe as much as 60 miles per hour. We'll take a look at the hail now tool as well to see if there's any hail. There is some hail there. So you're probably going to see, looks like quarter to ping pong ball size hail approaching the town of Glenwood. That's right along the Caddo River. A very popular spot for people who like to kayak and ride along the river. This hail core is going to continue to push its way towards the east. So we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 7 o'clock for parts of Garland County, most of Montgomery County, northern areas of Pike County, even a small sliver for you folks in northern areas of Clark County. And we still have the severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Stone County and also into Izard County. Not seeing anything wind concerns in terms of rotation with any of that activity. When we take a look at what's happening here in Pope County and Van Buren County, there could be maybe a little bit of rotation trying to develop in those areas we'll have to watch out for along Highway 27. We'll take a look at the rain part of this radar to see if we're seeing anything, any kinks in this line. That's what we'll have to watch out for as the evening progresses along, because any kinks along this line will indicate that there could be maybe a quick tornado that could try to develop. So just a heads up into Van Buren County, Botkenberg, as this line makes its way in your direction, and I think it has quite a bit of lightning with it as well. So it's going to get quite noisy, a lot of ruckus with this. Look at all those lightning bolts and everything that you see here on the image. That is the lightning over the past 10 minutes, and we can actually query that over the past 10 minutes, how much lightning has really developed. And there you see, just 3,000 lightning strikes over the past 10 minutes. So yeah, you want to be indoors as that line makes its way off to the east into Van Buren County and Searcy County. But once again, here in Little Rock, it's quiet, but it's not going to stay that way. We will have storms make their way in. So if you have plans to be out and about, still monitor the weather, still stay alert, because this line is going to move in from the west and it's going to bring in a lot of heavy rain, probably a lot of lightning, and we still have that threat of severe weather, which includes damaging wind gusts, large hail, and tornadoes. We have the tornado watch in effect until 9 o'clock for a large part of the region, but other areas of the state are under that tornado watch until 10 o'clock. Tom?
Okay, so yeah, let's talk real quick. 6:30. And we're going to keep an eye on this tornado warning in Southwest Arkansas, waiting to hear back from how our news team wants to do. I know we've got Faith and Rowley standing by next to us at the desk. If y'all want to take a little bit Do a little bit of news tonight. We'll keep an eye on those warnings, on that tornado warning.
They are going to go with severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm.
They just updated on the graphic there.
That's fantastic. So if you guys would like to, we can treat this like a normal newscast. You just tell me what you would like for us to do. I'll be happy to pitch it to Faith and Rolly, and we'll get, we're going to take a break. You want to take a break? Okay. Nathan and I will take a break. Let's bring Rolly and Faith in here on the equation, and we'll bring them in for an update on some headlines.
Well, good evening, folks. Thanks for sticking with us as we make our way through this dynamic and what started out as a dangerous weather situation as we've gone through the day. It particularly got scary about an hour ago as those warnings started to pop up over Conway. I know Faith and I, we were here monitoring the different cameras that were out over I-40 at that point. We've got some of that video coming in. Right?
Yeah, let's take a look at what we've been seeing so far. I know some of our viewers have sent in some video. This looks like it's from David Lawrence out of Bigelow, and you can see some activity going on just beyond those trees right there. And that's kind of what we've been looking at all day, you know, just video similar to this on trying to figure out, are things touching down to the ground? What is it looking like? But of course, if you see something like this, our meteorologists have been saying it all day. Don't take the risk. Don't be on your patio. Don't go outside to take pictures if you don't have to. Just get to your safe area and really try to be inside and just stay safe.
Similar shots from the Conway area as well. And then it got scary as this set of cells made their way up toward north central Arkansas. It appeared to have a beeline set for Mountain Home, or Mountain View, I should say, for a piece there. But this is what the skies look like over Conway. We were watching it on iDrive cameras. Is that a wall cloud? Is that something trying to touch down? You clearly saw it out there as well and sent us your pictures. It's always a great idea if you can do it safely. 501-376-1111. And it gives us a chance to see what's going on, that you can see and share it and help keep everybody safe. We want to take a quick break. We're going to get reset and look ahead to some other national headlines that we want to try and get caught up as we head towards what could still be a very busy and dynamic evening. So stick with us here on THV 11 and on THV 11 Plus. Tonight, another round of heavy rain and potential severe storms making their way through the natural state.
We've got a weather impact alert in place, so you know to keep an eye out for the potentially dangerous forecast.
Thank you for joining us here at 6:35. We're going to get straight to meteorologist Nathan Scott, normally here in our 6:30 Central Time slot on the air. And they're keeping a close eye on some of those storms in southwest Arkansas right now, right?
Rolling in Faith, it's been a volatile day already across parts of the region. We saw the supercells develop in north central Arkansas. Now things had quieted down in terms of tornado warnings across the region for the most part. Here is what's going on. It's quiet here in a large part of central Arkansas, but we've got to watch out for this line developing off to the west. Lots of lightning with this line, and there will be potential of some damaging wind gusts and also some hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been in effect for Garland County and also Montgomery County until 7 o'clock. And then there's another severe thunderstorm warning, including you folks in Pike County, that did have a tornado warning just to the west of you, but that rotation has weakened just enough. So that's why they're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning and not continue that tornado warning into Pike County. We'll watch it very closely. We're not out of the woods by any means. The weather will be going downhill here in central Arkansas over the next few hours. Mostly it will be heavy rain that we're going to be concerned about, but the severe weather threat still remains in place. Here's the latest with the tornado watches now. We have that tornado watch in effect for a large chunk of central Arkansas, and it does include Little Rock Metro all the way through 9 o'clock. Also, tornado watch into southwest Arkansas until 9 o'clock, and then northeast Arkansas until 10 o'clock. So we've got those lines of storms off to the west. Any storms that develop ahead of that line will have a higher potential in becoming supercells and also producing tornadoes. So we have still that window of opportunity, probably until about 8 or 9 o'clock for the potential of tornadoes, and it could still be a strong tornado, cannot be ruled out. What we're going to switch things over to, though, going into tonight and also into tomorrow will be the threat of excessive rainfall. Flash flood warnings are already being posted for a large part of north central Arkansas and northwest Arkansas, and we could see 5 to 10 inches of rain out there tonight and tomorrow. More on this rainfall potential. Another look at radar coming up.
All right, Nathan, thank you. And with all of that rain in the forecast, some businesses around here have to be feeling like they just can't catch a break.
Food trucks have experienced a slower than normal week because of the weather. Tonight, THV 11's Brooke Buckner shows us why closing for just one day makes a big difference.
In between meals, there seems to be a little more downtime this week for some Little Rock food trucks.
Yesterday, the storms, I ended up having to close because I wanted to be able to, I had to save like on the gas and everything, so it was just better just to close it. And it affected us a lot.
Jason Spurlock at Trident says the rain and severe weather really impacts sales and how many customers he sees.
For me, financially, it hits hard. You know, like during times like this, I'm trying to figure out how I'm gonna pay these bills, especially for the trailer. And I try to open as much as I can.
It's a similar situation over at Utopia Deli. Co-owner Tremel Billings tells me it's hard to get people to come out in the rain, but he tries to accommodate people through delivery apps.
Sometimes that gets slow. The weather affects people differently, and I guess that might be one of the things that it affects.
Billings closed his truck Thursday because of the weather, so now he's trying to play catch up, but he says he needs some sunshine.
We like beautiful Saturdays, and tomorrow might not be that, so we're probably going to close, but we'll be back open next week despite the rain because I can't wait anymore.
His hope is that you'll support local.
It could be used to build us up as a community as opposed to, you know, going to one of these big chain retailers and having this disconnected experience. We want to give you something that's closer to the heart and more curated.
A lot of people don't know about us, support all these food trucks out here. Everyone here is loving. We all care about each other.
In Little Rock, Brooke Buckner, THV 11 News.
All right, Brooke, thanks. As we watch these storms here in central Arkansas, our neighbors up in northwest Arkansas, the River Valley, they've got raised flooding concerns for people and public safety personnel.
The area getting a heavy and consistent downpour of rain for hours earlier today. And while the roads have not caused too many concerns, Fort Smith police say they still want people to be cautious, but they're prepared just in case.
We definitely make sure at all times that we have enough coverage in the city, and we're full capacity right now on our officers, so we don't have a manpower shortage. We also try to make sure that we work in coordination with other city departments to address any needs, whether it be the streets and traffic control or fire department, that sort of thing.
Well, despite the weather, another busy day at the state capitol. PBMs, or pharmacy benefit managers, they've been in a heated point of discussion among state leaders and lawmakers for the last few years.
And now a proposed bill is targeting those companies, but they're not going down without a fight. THV 11's Rebecca Brown shares both sides of this long-running argument.
CVS Pharmacy is fighting back against a piece of Arkansas legislation.
We follow all Arkansas law, and we have no steerage. We reimburse appropriately.
Chief Pharmacy Officer Lucille Ocheta says she's warning Arkansans about a bill fast-tracked by state lawmakers that targets pharmacy benefit managers.
And also, it's going to force us to close 23 of our CVS pharmacies. It hurts your economy. We're going to have 600 individuals lose their jobs. It's going to cost Arkansas employers more than $6.6 million in increased healthcare costs.
If approved, House Bill 1150 would prohibit PBMs from obtaining a pharmacy license here in Arkansas. That would stop them from being a price setter and price owner, but Ocheta says there are unintended consequences that would come with that change.
There'll be patients that will not have specialty services. It's just a lot of disruption, a lot of harmful care to patients. I would say it would be a catastrophic healthcare crisis that you will have.
Supporters of the bill, like John Vincent with the Arkansas Pharmacists Association, says it will create a fair system.
It's because the conflict of interest that has grown from the fox guarding the hen house, where the company that sets the price of the medicine decides what pharmacy can be used, is also owning pharmacies and setting prices and terms that are more favorable to themselves at higher prices. And that has decreased access, that has driven local pharmacies out of business, and it's unfair competition.
It's a debate that's been going on at the state capitol for several months, and one lawmakers continue to weigh in on Thursday.
But Arkansas does have authority through the Constitution to stop monopolies, and the state of Arkansas decides who has a license and who doesn't for a pharmacy. And the way to implement a law to stop that practice is HB 1150.
In Little Rock, Rebecca Brown, THV 11 News.
All right, Rebecca, thank you. Now, according to the way the bill is written, PBMs could still operate as a business. We're talking things like CVS or Express Scripts, but they're going to have to choose between whether they want to run a pharmacy, like a CVS pharmacy, or an Express RX, or just that PBM. It's expected to go before a Senate committee next week.
Tonight, China announcing a 34% retaliatory tariff on all American products. After the break, the changes experts expect to see with more and more tariff announcements.
And there's still some ruckus out there for this evening as we're watching severe thunderstorms roll their way from west central Arkansas into central Arkansas over the next few hours. I'll have more on the severe weather potential and also high concern for river flooding and flash flooding coming up.
We continue our 6:30 Central special coverage tonight. We are in day 2 of a market sell-off as news of retaliatory tariffs arrive here in the U.S.
Tonight, the Federal Reserve Chairman says these tariffs run the risk of long-term pain for the economy. And now Jose Carranza shows us how these economic changes might affect local families and how you can prepare.
When I was little, I loved roller coasters, and today my job is all about roller coasters with the markets and the economy.
Financial professionals like Patricia Nuovo say, in times of uncertainty, understanding basic investment principles is crucial.
There are only 2 types of investments: lending and ownership. Ownership has the greatest potential upside, but also the greatest potential downside. So that's where the risk comes in.
Meanwhile, NWAC student Alyssa Alvarado worries about rising costs affecting her daily life.
I mean, the other day I spent like $300 on groceries, and I looked at all my groceries and I was like, what did I get? And it looked like I got almost nothing.
For those struggling, Nuovo suggests starting small with savings. She emphasizes having backup funds for tough times.
Do you have that exact amount in savings that you could live for 9 months without a job?
Through it all, Nuovo remains optimistic about our region's economic outlook.
What I can say is, again, remember that upward bias that really is in our best interest. And the best famous saying that I've always heard is, when things really look tough, just remember, this too shall pass.
Jose Carranza reporting for us there. We continue to cautiously watch the skies to our northwest of Little Rock, right, Nathan?
Yeah, we're watching a lot of showers and storms roll their way through parts of the region, still packing quite a punch. The tornado potential may be going down just a little bit. I'll explain why coming up. All right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm meteorologist Nathan Scott. Chief Meteorologist Tom Brannon is going to be joining me in just 1 second because we do have a new tornado warning that has been issued for Stone County. Just because this front continues to make its way off to the north, you can see the difference in the temperatures. But let's go right over to radar now and talk about that tornado warning because unfortunately it's for the same locations that got hit back on March 14th. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but we are seeing a supercell thunderstorm that has developed into Stone County and will be headed towards Independence County. There's the latest warning. So if you're watching us into Cave City, also into Cushman, we have Marcella, Bethesda. This is the area that we have this spin happening. There's the hail core with that system. And let me go ahead and just bring in Chief Meteorologist Tom Brannon. Tom, I'll go ahead and run the radar. Once again, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but it still needs to be taken seriously.
Yeah, and that tornado warning issued just moments ago. That is in effect until 7:30 tonight. Like Nathan said, it's for areas that have already been impacted by storms that produced tornadoes earlier in the week. So we've got Stone, we've got Izzard, we've got northern Independence County, and there's Cave City right here, Hickory Valley, Sandtown. This is the polygon as a cell that's beginning to ramp up now, could be producing a tornado at any moment. So if you live in and around Cave City, Bethesda, you're in the path. Here's the circulation area. This is really going to get close to Bethesda in the next few minutes. Here's Highway 69, Highway 106. It's traveling to the northeast and will impact the northern parts, western parts of Independence County. Cave City's on down the road here. So tonight we've been dealing with really the cells that have popped up in north central Arkansas have gone tornado warned. The ones in southwest Arkansas settling down just a bit with severe thunderstorm warnings capable of producing some strong wind gusts. Here's Cave City, here's Independence County, Batesville. Cave City's on the border there of Independence County. And here are some other places that will or could be impacted by this cell. By 6:54, O'Neill, Arkansas, Harmontown at 6:56, Bethesda 6:58, the Quarry 6:59, Cushman 7:02. And then you've got Cave City at 7:13. Batesville, you're out of the polygon, you're out of the warning. This is only for areas in that polygon. 167, that's the highway between Batesville and Cave City, possible tornado. So you want to go ahead and take cover, take your tornado precautions seriously. If you're watching us tonight from northern Independence County into Sharp County, and also over into Stone and Izzard counties, that cluster of counties there. Again, these are the locations impacted. Bethesda, 6:58 at 6:55, so you got a couple of minutes. The Quarry. Here's Melbourne up in Izzard County, so this is to the southeast of Melbourne. And right in this area, that's what we're talking about. This is getting ready to move over Highway 106 and 69. Here's Highway 14, circulation area, the rotation moving over this area as the cell tracks to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Tonight, again, this is where we have that moderate risk of severe weather. And again, north central Arkansas in that moderate risk, as well as central Arkansas. So the threat of tornadoes is a little higher in this area. Here's reflectivity, which shows you the heavy rain, but we can also pick up the little hook, the notch here, inflow notch here around Marcella, Bethesda. Some hail, large hail near Lafferty, Arkansas. This is traveling along that boundary as it moves slowly to the north. There's the hail core. We could be looking at quarter to ping pong ball sized hail.
Yeah, and just remember that hail data may be delayed a little bit because these are moving so quickly, 55 miles per hour. So like you said, I put it over Lafferty. And a quarter ping pong ball, maybe golf ball sized hail associated with this. But that is concerning, Tom. We've got a definite situation where there is some rotation within this cell. I'm trying to get up the Memphis radar because, as you know, we're in no man's land when it comes to radar coverage here.
So while you do that, what we can do is we can go to Max 2 while he pulls up the Memphis radar data. And I've got live winds. I've got a velocity mode on Max 2 here. There is the polygon. There is the storm. Just to kind of orient you here, we've got a little bit of a chunk of Stone, Izzard County. This is Independence County, Sharp counties. You're getting a little bit out of our THV 11 viewing area, and that purple area is where we're finding the outer reach of the North Little Rock National Weather Service radar. The Cave City, you've been impacted with severe weather. This part of the state has just been one right after the other. It really looked like central and western Arkansas would have a greater threat today, but the cells that have developed possibly producing tornadoes again in the same areas. Just to pinpoint, if we had to say, that area of rotation is right here. So due west to northwest of Batesville, and if you can hear us in Batesville, you're out of the polygon. You're not in that tornado warning, but Cave City is once again within the warning. And Cave City is riding that border of Independence and Sharp County. Cushman is up here as well. So folks, take your tornado precautions seriously. This warning is in effect until 7:30. It's right in front of 7 o'clock tonight. All right, so have you got that Memphis radar up? Still working on it, Nate?
Memphis is no good because
No
that's
good?
13,000 feet away. So we are getting possible reports, according to the National Weather Service, that there could be some video feed of a tornado happening.
Okay.
Because, chasers are in that area.
I will touch on a weather call in just a moment. I went the wrong way with radar, but this is a broader perspective. This is the statewide viewpoint. I do want to mention that there are severe thunderstorm warnings now in Garland County, western Saline, Perry County. So we are getting those storms a little closer to the Little Rock in the metro area, down around Pike County, Montgomery County, Howard County. So we still have a ways to go tonight. Just want to let you folks know things could get ugly here pretty soon in the metro. There is our warning. Again, it's in a 4 or 5 county area, 4 county area really. Sharp County, Independence, Stone and Izard County. There is that tornado warning polygon. And that's where we find the possibility of a storm that could produce a tornado. Let's go back to Max 1, and we've got our wind mode up here. Winds blowing toward and away from radar. The circle, I should say, the center of this rotation right now, getting close to the intersection of 69 and 106, just west of Bethesda, maybe even over the top of this community. Here's Batesville, Sandtown, Hickory Valley. 7:30. This is how long we have to go for this tornado warned storm. There's also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect as well for strong wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Here's the track once again. Right now, that's impacting you, Bethesda, right over the top of you. Cushman at 7:04. Sandtown 7:10. So Sandtown is here. Cushman is in this general area. Hickory Valley 7:13. Cave City 7:15. And then Calamine, Arkansas, on up the road a little bit here at 7:24. Strawberry will be in the path of this potential tornado warned storm as well. Nathan?
You just hate to see that, Tom. It's going to be the same area that just got impacted March 14th if there is something definitely happening. So you just hope that people have a place to go if their property has been damaged. This is not a good situation if there is something really unfolding here. So certainly say a prayer for them.
Yeah, and I think that you're looking at the circulation now beginning to clear out of Stone County, maybe edging along that southeastern flank of Izard County, but this is mainly going to be Independence and then eventually Sharp County. And then to the west of that, we have severe thunderstorm warnings for Van Buren and Searcy and even the southwestern part of Stone County. So you get one area out of the way. And I've heard from my friends up in Mountain View. They said it's just been torrential rainfall. It is, she said, all it has been is just sheets of rain coming down over the last half hour or so.
I'm looking at these cells closely down into west central Arkansas and southwest Arkansas because they look like they're trying to break off. Yeah. They look like they're supercells that are trying to go on their own. So we have to keep a close eye on these cells moving through Garland County now into Saline County. You see a little appendage there. There's something that's trying to happen with this cell. So hopefully it doesn't, but just want to give folks a heads up into Garland County, Hot Springs Village, Jesseville. Look out for this cell. You got a severe thunderstorm warning right now. I don't think it's a tornado possible tag. It's a general severe thunderstorm warning. Let's take a look at the winds just to make sure it's behaving itself. Not seeing any rotation, but there's definitely some winds.
Sure.
This is definitely a wind machine going through Hot Springs right now, probably winds of 40, 50, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour approaching you folks in Hot Springs. But just looking at that radar signature of those cells trying to break up.
Right here.
It's a little more concerning just because we do have an environment that is favorable for things to go a little more wild in terms of these storms becoming more intense and also rotating, and we still have that tornado watch because tornadoes, and it could be a strong tornado, is still in play all the way until about 9 o'clock this evening.
I know there's storm chasers out there. Nathan and I touched on this subject not long ago. Apparently there's a live feed near Cushman where they're saying there's a possible tornado on the ground near Cushman, Arkansas. So just to the west-southwest of Cave City. Don't know for sure. The ham radio operators and the storm chasers are saying that. So we'll just keep it with this tornado warning for northern parts of Independence County and Sharp County. Those of you that live in this area, there could be a tornado. And if there is, then hopefully you're in your safe place. You can follow us on thv11.com, the app, if you need to step away from your TV. But THV11 Plus is where we're streaming right now, as well as THV11, YouTube, Facebook Live, all to keep you safe. It's been a very long and active week, and it continues tonight with another tornado warned storm in an area that has just been hammered all week. And back in the middle part of March, but this part of the state has seen tornado warning after tornado warning, and even tornadoes. There you go. Now I think the circulation area here is in northwestern Independence County if it lines up with the winds. So Cave City, you're in the path of this. Sandtown, you're in the path of this near Highway 69. If you know that area, just to the northeast of Bethesda, movement is to the northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Getting away from North Little Rock's National Weather Service radar, but we can still pick up the winds middle and higher level within the upper levels of this supercell thunderstorm. Again, moving to the northeast, and apparently is impacting Cushman right now. At least that's what we've been told. And here is an area where the greatest concern is, where we find those couplets, winds blowing toward and away from radar. And I think it's important to know that whenever we use this, and so why did you guys get away from where you can see the hook? Well, that tells us one story, but with the live winds, our velocity mode, we can actually pinpoint a little bit better where the tightest rotation is located. And here's Cushman to the north right here, Highway 69. And reports are that there was one there, but that has yet to be confirmed. There's a video feed with that. If we can figure it out or get confirmation, then we'll let you know. Just play it like it is. Sandtown, you're in the path. Hickory Valley up the road, you're going to be in the path. But if there is a tornado right now, it is impacting the Cushman area along Highway 69 and 106.
Let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, and we'll zoom in on that storm. There's Cushman, there's Bethesda. We'll take a look at the winds. You can clearly see there's a tight couplet right there, very close to Bethesda, approaching Cushman. So it's going to be very close to Cave City once again if this holds together. And when we take a look at our rotation pinpoint tool, there it is. You got the green splotch within the blue area. So our confidence that this is rotating, then that continues to be a concern that if it's not producing a tornado at this time, it could produce a tornado at any moment. So hopefully people are taking their tornado precautions in Cushman and also in Cave City, as this is going to be making a beeline for those areas. When I take a look at the CC to see if there's any dropout with the debris detector, I'm not seeing that at this time. So if it's just a weak tornado, we're not going to see the debris show up on here because we're so high. We're 8,000 feet above the surface. So we'll just have to wait and see how this all changes as this cell continues to push through northwest Independence County and then eventually into Sharp County.
I stepped off to the side. I just had an image of some flash flooding up in the Mountain View area near Highway 263 where the water is just gushing over the roads there. Hopefully our news director Shayla can get that into the hopper where we can show you that picture. So hopefully we've got that. These storms are producing incredible amounts of rain. Even if we didn't have the tornado warning, we would have torrential rainfall, and it's going to continue tonight. Cave City's in the path. Cushman, the storm is pretty much over the top of you right now, could be producing a tornado. Mount Pleasant, you're getting some very heavy rainfall, and Bethesda, you're more than likely getting some heavy rain as well. Nathan's putting together a little rainfall rate for us. This is Storm Track 11. There's an update on this storm. A little bit of a hook here, moving over the Cushman area. Movement is to the northeast. This is northern Independence County. This is Sharp County. Familiar with Evening Shade? Here's Evening Shade. Hardy's on up the road a little bit here as well. And you've got the Spring River that runs in this part of the state. Spring River is expected to flood. I think the number was something around 26 feet, which is going to put it at flood stage. So more rain coming for this area tonight. All right, Cave City, you're under the gun. Northern part of Independence County, southern Sharp County. Take your tornadoes precautions seriously and find your safe place. And this is one of our wind tools, the InRod. Does not, well, there you go. We're going to back it up. And this looks a little less impressive, Nathan. Maybe it's weakening somewhat.
Can't let your guard down, though.
No.
And they go through cycles, so it could cycle down and cycle back up. Still be in your safe place, Cushman, Cave City. That's the only tornado warning we have in effect right now, Tom, across the region. But we are looking at tornado possible tags that have now made their way into
southwest Arkansas,
Nevada County, and also Hempstead County. So we have to watch out for these cells coming in from northeast Texas, because those have had a history of producing tornadoes in Texas, and the National Weather Service sees enough rotation to say, let's go ahead and put a severe thunderstorm warning out, but with a tornado possible tag. So that could be a precursor to a tornado warning.
And let's face it, this part of central and south central Arkansas hasn't had any rain at all, so there's plenty of parameter there for the development of tornadoes. Lots of warm, moist, unstable air. The winds aloft, the wind shear is there. So it may just be a matter of these storms cycling back up. Certainly hope not. If they stay severe and produce strong wind gusts, they're going to produce a lot of heavy rain as well as they edge very slowly to the east. Here are the warnings that we have. Pike County and Hempstead County, Nevada County, down to Lafayette, Miller, Little River, Sevier counties, all under severe thunderstorm warnings right now. And we have a warning just to the north. This is getting closer to the Garland County area. Storm here. We'll pull it down. There you go, moving over Hot Springs. If this path continues, it will move into Saline County, then eventually into western Pulaski County. Severe thunderstorm warning for this cell. Hot Springs Village getting hit again tonight. They had a cell that really moved more south to north that brought pretty heavy thunderstorm, and now they're getting round 2 with this cell that's a severe cell, winds of 60 plus, possibly looking at some large hail. And it's I guess a regular severe thunderstorm warning. It hasn't been tagged yet with a tornado possible, but we'll keep an eye on things. This is getting awfully close to the metro area, Pulaski County. Perry County, you're under that warning, as well as southeastern parts of Yale County. Hot Springs, Lake Hamilton, Lake Ouachita, the Village, Fountain Lake, Jesseville, you folks are all going to be impacted by this supercell thunderstorm as it moves to the northeast. And Nathan, not seeing much in the way of any rotation with this. And that's certainly some good news, but again, some torrential rainfall.
And there could be some wind gusts, 40, maybe as high as 55 miles per hour. Severe thunderstorm warning is for wind gusts of 58 miles per hour, so it'll be very close to that threshold. Let's take a look at the hail to see if there's any hail with this. And we're just seeing just a piece size for the most part.
Right there. Word was that they're getting a nice, impressive shelf cloud moving into the Hot Springs area. Shelf cloud is not a wall cloud. Shelf cloud usually is out front of a thunderstorm, getting that cool gush of air along with some strong and gusty winds. So severe thunderstorm warning here, severe thunderstorm warning now, Hot Spring County, Clark County, for this cell that's going to move out of Pike County and Glenwood and Amity, Arkansas. This warning is in effect till 7:15. The other warning here is in effect till 8 o'clock. It is now 7:11. Nathan, at some point, if the radar or the projected radar or high resolution models are correct, these storms are going to begin to slow down quite a bit. And then they become those very efficient rainfall makers, and the flooding risk is really going to go up with these storms. Not much happening here yet in Pulaski County.
We could take a look at the 12-hour Doppler radar rainfall estimates, Tom. And I mean, look at what's happening in north central Arkansas and northwest Arkansas. You look at that and you're over 4 inches into Searcy County and also parts of Stone County. So we've got a long ways to go And if this type of rain continues for the next 6 to 12 hours, we're going to have some big issues, major flooding with any smaller creeks or streams. Could be catastrophic in some parts of the region.
4 inches in spots, maybe even upwards of 5 inches. Just a quick update on that tornado-warned storm in the northeastern part of Arkansas. Dennis over at the National Weather Service says the circulation is still southwest of Cave City. They can't confirm whether it's on the ground, but the circulation is northeast of Cushman. So here's Cave City. Circulation is probably somewhere in this area. There's Cushman, northeast of Cushman. Here's Sandtown, so possibly they're near Sandtown. And if the path holds, Nathan, it's going to take a trek right near, if not to the south of Cave City. It's hard to tell because where the radar beam is located. But if you live in Hickory Valley along Highway 167 up to Cave City, you're in the path of this potential tornado. They can't confirm that it's still there, but it's possible. Now the county line, Sharp County, Independence County, the storm is going to carry into Sharp County. If you live in southern Sharp County and you pick us up there in Sharp County, then you need to take cover from this potential tornado that may or may not be on the ground, but we know that we still have strong rotation near the Sandtown area. That's where we're finding the rotation tonight.
And we're looking at more information. As they said, it could be on the ground again.
There's Cushman, yeah, near the Cushman area, maybe just a little farther to the east of Cushman, just southwest of Cave City. The cell is moving to the northeast. What was it, about 45 to 50 miles per hour?
Like 55, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Again, these storms tonight forming along boundaries. A warm front lifting to the north today. You probably felt it. It started off cool and damp this morning, thinking this isn't going to be a severe weather day. That warm front surged northward. It's resting somewhere in north central Arkansas. These storms may be riding along that warm front and could produce tornadoes. Once they cross over the top of that warm front, though, the tornado threat lessens, but it becomes more of a wind and a hail threat. Right now, it's a tornado threat, so that front may just be a little far to the north here. Cave City's in the path of this. If you can hear us in Cave City, Hickory Valley, northern Independence County, to orient you, Batesville is a little far to the south of Cave City. Highway 67 and 115, you're in the path of this. So if you live in that area, Cave City, near Highway 167, you're going to be impacted by this supercell thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. Here's Sandtown, there's Skyview Lane, Sandtown Road. If those roads sound familiar to you, then you're in the path of this cell. Take cover. Your tornado precautions. Make sure that you go to the smallest room that you have on the first floor, away from windows. If you've got your storm cellar, if you've got a safe room, it's best to go there now. You can stream with Nathan and I. We're on THV 11 Plus. You can go to our app, also Facebook and YouTube. You can just turn up the volume. Chief Meteorologist Ed Buckner for years always said, hey, turn your TV up to the loudest volume and go into your safe place, and he would keep you safe. And in fact, he did. He kept a lot of folks safe over the years. There are the storms getting a little bit closer now. Saline County, you've been added to a severe thunderstorm warning. Garland County, severe thunderstorm warning. Perry County, severe thunderstorm warning. And with the track of this one, it looks as if, Nathan, it's going to move into the downtown Little Rock area. It's 7:15, maybe around 8:15, 8:30. It's marching along. Luckily, there's not much rotation with it, but we could see some very strong wind gusts.
It's got a jog just to the northeast a little bit. As you look at that, you can see it's going to take some time to get here in Little Rock, but if it comes here and then just stalls out and it just produces a whole bunch of rain, we will see some big flooding here. I can guarantee you most likely the fairgrounds, Saline County Fairgrounds, will probably flood because that's a trouble spot. It's notorious for flooding. And we may see spots that have never flooded before flood out there tonight. So the severe weather threat will stick with us for this evening, maybe early tonight, and then it really transitions over to flash flooding. It could be major, it could be catastrophic, and also along with the rivers that go into the Arkansas River could see some really significant rises out there.
I know that they work for what seems like years on that I-30 stretch you were just talking about. When you get out of Pulaski County, hit Saline County, those low-lying areas, those ditches would always fill up with water. And I don't know if they're still there now, but they used to have these little motels on either side. Well, the water would always get into those motels because of the lower lying areas. That's entirely possible. Like you say, it's impossible tonight. It is possible that if you live in a low-lying area, we mentioned some places in downtown Little Rock, those old railroad bridges. I know there's one off of 6th Street here and the one in North Little Rock. If the rain comes down at a good clip or a heavy clip, those places are going to flood and you don't want to drive through them. So it's just best to stay home, maybe even get to, oh goodness, did I just see that right? A new tornado warning
it just popped up.
All right, so now tornado warning is in effect. This is going to be, you got Clark County, Pike County, over into Garland County, western side of Hot Springs. That one just popped in there. 8 o'clock tonight. There's your polygon that covers northern Clark, western Hot Spring, southwestern and central Garland County, and northeastern parts of Pike County. Here we go. And I think I saw the tightly wrapped up. This is near Amity and Glenwood. The Weather Service just put that out there, a tornado warning. Okay. Hit your safe spot. That looks really wrapped up there, Nathan. That is intensified very quickly.
Yep, and that's just along with those cells that we saw trying to break away from the main line. We were talking about that earlier. And when we take a look here on Storm Track 11, this is from the Little Rock radar. There's definitely some rotation there. I'm not seeing any dropout in the CC at this time. But if you are watching us in Amity, in Piercy, Crystal Springs, Mountain Pine, even Hot Springs, you need to go ahead and make sure you are taking your tornado precautions at this time because you do have a dangerous storm. It is rotating. It's not showing any signs that it could produce a tornado at this moment, but that could change because it's running into an environment that's still very warm and humid and still has the potential of producing a tornado going throughout time.
Just a real quick update. Rotation northwest of Cave City has decreased considerably. Good news, but they're going to keep the tornado warning going for now. The storm here has weakened. And since this is entering a larger metro area, larger population area, we'll keep an eye on the one up here. This is getting a little bit out of our THV11 viewing area, northern Independence County into Sharp County. We'll turn our focus here into Garland County now. Since this polygon looks like it's going to be awfully close to the western part of Hot Springs, Piercy, Lake Hamilton. It's going to go over Lake Ouachita. Just notice the orientation, Nathan, more of a north-northeast instead of a true northeast. So if you extend this on out through Garland County, okay, so Jesseville, Fountain Lake, you folks will be in the path. Western Saline County, maybe even a tip of western Pulaski into Perry County if this storm holds together. But there's your polygon and this area of red and yellow. That's where we're seeing the rotation just northeast of Murfreesboro down there in Pike County.
We can go back over to Max 1 now. This has a lot of lightning with it. So this updraft is definitely intense, producing all that lightning. We'll take a look at the hail to see if there's any hail with it as well. And it probably is producing some hail. So yeah, we got some maybe quarter-size hail moving through Glenwood and Amity. But of course, right now, the main concern is with this rotation couplet that is showing along the border of Pike County, Clark County, and about to enter the triple point of Hot Spring County, Montgomery County, and Garland County. So where all those counties come together.
Yep, live winds kind of shows the story here. And there's a tight area there, a tight area spin between Glenwood and Amity. It will take it on up. It's going to ride along Highway 70 from Glenwood on the backside of Hot Springs, possibly over Highway 270. You got a little bit of time. We'll put a storm track on it. We'll hit all the little communities here and tell you who's in the path of this and how much time you have to hit your safe spot. All right, so tornado warning continued for Independence and Sharp till 7:30, but that rotation has weakened. But this other tornado warning, of which we're concerned with now, and it's moving to the northeast at 40. I just wanted to give you an idea. Here are the communities that are going to be impacted by that. You've got Rossboro at 721, Welsh 727, Old Bonnerdale 733, Piercy at 740, on up the road to Crystal Springs, Bear at 747, and Mountain Pine at 754. You got plenty of time. calmly just say, all right, we've got our safe place ready to go. Let's get our pillows. Let's get our make sure you have your shoes on, get our helmets, put those on, go to your safe place. Let's ride this out. Turn up your TV or stream with us on your phone or THV 11 Plus, okay? Here are those communities that we just called out. Welsh, Arkansas, there's Elm. And somewhere in this area is where we're picking up the strongest rotation capable of producing a tornado. That's why there's a tornado warning now for this cell that is now beginning to push out of Pike County. You've got that little part of Clark County, Hot Spring, and Garland County. It may actually cross over Hot Spring back into Garland County. There's Old Botterdale and Botterdale. Here's Piercy and Hipwallace. So these communities are in the path of this tornado warned storm in the Polygon area. And there's also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Go ahead, take cover immediately as this cell moves to the northeast. And this will eventually impact Saline County, possibly Pulaski County, and Faulkner County here within the next hour or so. That's what the live winds look like, Nathan.
I'm looking at more information from the National Weather Service, Tom. They're saying that it's a confirmed tornado now happening in Cave City. Unbelievable. Okay. That says they're getting power flashes. Law enforcement is reporting a tornado in Cave City.
I guess it strengthened. I guess it powered back up. Cave City is on the northern part of Independence in southern Sharp County, and that's where that warning is ongoing now. Oh my goodness. Power flashes in Cave City, tornado up there. Okay. It is. It's just remarkable. It's unbelievable. So we have that tornado warning. It's getting a little bit out of our viewing area, and I do apologize. If you have friends and family up there, I hope you're able to reach them. And if they can't pick us up, maybe you can tell them, make sure that you're in your safe place. Of concern now, getting close to the Little Rock metro area, a severe thunderstorm warning, Saline County, Perry County. Embedded within this severe thunderstorm warning is a polygon that indicates where a tornado warning was issued not long ago. That includes western parts of Hot Springs, Piercy, you're in that, Botterdale. As you can see right here, very ugly storm, lots of lightning. This storm produced some rotation near Glenwood, between Glenwood and Amity, and it is marching to the northeast. And if there's anything here, it's getting close to Elm, right there over Highway 182 north of Amity. If you know where Welsh, Arkansas is, if you know where Elm, Arkansas is, this is the general area that we're talking about, moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. The red indicates the polygon or the area that is within that tornado warning. So Welsh and Elm are within that polygon, and even the western side of Hot Springs, that's heading toward Hot Springs. And there we go, rotation path. Wow, that's a little messy, Nathan. There's a lot of stuff going on there.
There's no definite signal, so let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, because that shows a little bit better. This may be a little bit delayed, but it was or is currently over Rossboro, and like you said, moving towards Elm, the border of Clark County into Montgomery County, Hot Spring County, and Garland County, where all those meet up. That's where this rotation is headed for. So, Piercy, heads up, you could have a storm that may try to produce a tornado at any moment head in your direction, and then it's going to affect locations just to the west, it looks like, of downtown Hot Springs. So that's Piney, that's Rockwell, that's the Mid-America Science Museum location, I would say. Mountain Pine is also in that tornado warning box. We can go back over to Max 1 now, please. And we're looking at where this blue is, the dark blue that's happening on Max 1 with where this location of the tornado is going to be projected. And I'm going to put a track on there one more time in case people missed it. 70 west in Garland County, 70 west. That's where this is riding along tonight. I know a lot of you are familiar with 70 West, and folks that go to the lake, Highway 270 and 70 West. Here are the locations once again. Welsh at 730, Old Botterdale 736. We're getting close to Piercy at 742. Crystal Springs at 746. Bear and Mountain Pine. Mountain Pine 756. So that's a good 30 minutes away with the storm moving northeast at 40 miles per hour.
you're under that tornado warning. You had a storm earlier tonight that became warned, but severe thunderstorm warning, and now we've got one tornado warning. So we're beginning now to see things tick upwards in central Arkansas. So take cover. Make sure you have your safe place ready to go. There might be some folks out and about. You know, tonight's prom night. I hope that the schools were able to say, you know what, we're going to postpone these. I haven't heard of many still going on. Let's hope they're not. But this is dangerous. It's getting even more dangerous. The skies are beginning to darken up. It's getting late in the day. Nighttime is getting ready to fall, or at least nightfall. There's the box west of Hot Springs, or the Polygon. And if it continues to hold together, let's just give Hot Springs Village, the Jesseville area, Hot Springs Village, Fountain Lake, you folks are going to be in that next Polygon if it gets extended. All right, I'm looking at information from the National Weather Service. Let's see. Okay, Cave City School District says there's nothing on the ground in Cave City right now. That's good news. There's the activity. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible here, severe thunderstorm warnings, and that tornado warning as this area of rain and thunderstorm slowly moves to the east. These cells were tornado warned in Oklahoma and northeast Texas, and now they're getting closer to central Arkansas. There's your polygon for the tornado warning in Garland County and Hot Spring County, northern Clark County. Again, we're getting closer to a little bit more population out here. Royal, you're in the path. Crystal Springs, there's Meyer and Bear. Hemp Wallace. Highway 70 West, right in through here. If you live on Highway 70 West or even 270 West out toward Royal, Arkansas, you're in the path. You've got to take your precautions seriously. Okay.
That's the only warning we got going on,
all.
Tom, here in
Yeah.
the THV 11 viewing area. But still watching these storms make their way in here from the west. And we continue to also see flash flood warnings be issued. So we'll take a quick look at those across the region because they're buying up a lot of real estate just because that line of storms is slow moving. So here are all the flash flood warnings.
That's a lot.
Yeah, they're adding up.
I wouldn't be surprised if, oh goodness, we had most of the state under some type of flash flood warning. With all the rain that's coming our way, and notice flash flood warning in effect till 9 o'clock in north central Arkansas till 10:30 p.m. in this area that's being impacted by those very intense thunderstorms capable of producing winds and even the possible tornadoes. So the flood threat is certainly going up. Let's hope that you're not going to be out and about tonight, that you can actually go home or find a place that's higher ground. You know, those campsites out there, hopefully nobody's there. There might be a few folks out and about. You know, the weather hadn't been terrible for camping, but this is not the night to be in those lower lying areas where flooding is possible. We were talking about the rivers here in Arkansas that are going to fill up quickly. I know that Lake Conway has been down for a while, but with water like this, Nathan, we'll probably see Lake Conway get close to full.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, when we get 5-10 inches of rain in a short amount of time, all that water will flow into the ditches, and then we're already saturated. So whatever rain falls is going to go running off into the nearest small creek, small stream. So if you live next to one of those small creeks, small streams, you need to keep a close eye on it because we may see flooding that you've never seen before in terms of those tributaries that go into the smaller rivers, and those smaller rivers go into the larger rivers. Those large rivers go into the Arkansas River. It's going to be a whole chain reaction on how this flooding situation will work, but we are under a high risk of flash flooding, and a high risk issued by the Weather Prediction Center is something that is just as concerning as a high risk of severe weather, Tom. You don't want to downplay that whatsoever.
No, flooding is just as serious, and flooding kills more people annually. This is from Pulaski County. The only school that they had that had prom night tonight, a part of the Pulaski County Special School District, was Sylvan Hills, and they moved their prom to Sunday night. And don't know about any other districts. If you have any other districts that have moved your prom from tonight, fantastic. Again, back to the weather we go. Tornado warning continues till 8 o'clock tonight at 7:31. There's our There's our polygon right there. Garland County over to western parts of Hot Spring County, a little sliver of southeastern Montgomery County. That cell continues to march to the northeast at about 45 miles per hour. And western parts of Hot Springs, Highway 270 and Highway 70 west of Hot Springs will be in the path and will be impacted. Gentlemen, I set forth a picture of some flash flooding. Anytime you get ready to show that, would you let me know? We can show some of that. We'll keep tracking this tornado warned storm. Haven't seen anything new from the National Weather Service, but we are looking at the wind mode. Nathan, I saw a little bit of an uptick there, right there. Okay.
Now, yeah, I mean, that was, it's lost some of its punch. It looked like it tried to gust out right there, and then it may try to recuperate and then do a new circulation. So, because that little area looks like there's might be something trying to possibly develop.
Here. Yeah. And that would be positioned just to the east, southeast of Botterdale. Here's Highway 84. It would be in this area here. Certainly would be a little notch right there. Highway 347, Highway 192, but 270 and 70 West. Those are really the big highways that, you know, folks know more about, I think, in the Garland County area. Highway 70 and 270 West. Here's Hot Springs. Now, the western part of town is within that polygon, not the eastern part, but the western part. The western end of Lake Hamilton, most of Lake Ouachita, and if this continues to the north, it will get close to the Hot Springs Village area here in the next 45 minutes or so. So prepare yourself, take your precautions seriously.
And they said that the rotation is starting to weaken, so they've dropped it right there. You just saw it. A tornado warning has been allowed to be canceled early. So with that, I don't think we have any tornado warnings in effect.
We'll take a quick scan of the state and take a look at the warnings we do have. Dennis said that the storm up in north central Arkansas just pretty much died out, that they couldn't find any sign of it on the ground. That's good news in Independence County. And you notice the box is gone. We've still got this activity in southwest and western Arkansas. North Little Rock National Weather Service cancels tornado warning, but the severe thunderstorm warning continues for this area right now. We are joining you on THV11. We're also on THV11 Plus. We will keep it on THV11 Plus, Facebook Live, and YouTube. But for now, and let me make sure that I want to do this right. I'm going to hear from the boss and see if she wants us to stay on here, just to make sure that we're okay and good to go. But since we don't have a tornado warning, I do like to go back to programming, but you can still hang with us on THV11 Plus. And I'm waiting. Who's producing? Who's in the booth tonight? We got Grayson. Okay, yeah, y'all let me know what you want to do. We can hang out here a little bit longer. It appears as if the northern extent of most of this weather has died down quite a bit. Most of it now is moving into central Arkansas and does pose a threat. All right, here, let's get the, see what we're going to do real quick here. Yes, and okay, let's do this. Let's do a quick rain forecast. If you've got that video, not video, but that picture to show me, that would be great. It's out of Mountain View. Okay. All right, let me take care of a little bit of flooding. Right now, the rain forecast, I'm going to go back over to Max 2 real quick, gentlemen, if you don't mind. And we'll do a quick radar tool and get down and talk about what's happening on the rain front. And then we'll go back to THV11 Plus. Again, there are the warnings that we have lining up now. Perry County, western parts of Saline County. Heavy rain, winds, possibly a tornado. Cannot rule it out. That's why we're going to keep a close eye on things tonight. And might have a little bit of hail. I'm on, okay, you guys are on 1. If we can take it to 2, that would be, I would appreciate that. Thank you so much. Here's live radar out of northeast Arkansas, north central Arkansas, from Hardy to Melbourne to Mountain View. A heavy rain threat. I got a picture tonight from the Mountain View area. If that is the one that you have, then we can show that. This is Terry White, friends from up in the Mountain View area. I think it was her brother-in-law that took this photo. Nathan, look at the water traveling over the roads, the flooding that they've had up there. Just torrential rainfall in that part of the state, and it continues tonight. They haven't seen anything like this. This is near Highway 263 in the Mountain View area. It matches up with the very heavy rain that's going on in that part of the state. Back to radar we go. The loop shapes up like this. And you will see that more storms are moving through this area. We've got storms capable of producing some strong wind gusts and some heavy rain. The tornado warning has been lifted in Garland County. Nate's keeping a close eye on that for us. The watches we have until 9 o'clock. 10 o'clock northeast, most of Arkansas until 9 o'clock tonight and over the southwestern part of the state. The risk of severe weather is still in the moderate category, and the risk of having hail and tornadoes are really the greatest threat. And then it turns into a heavy rain and flash flooding threat. You've heard us talk about this front, this warm front lifting to the north of the boundary. The air mass a little more conducive for hail. South of it, warm sector. We're keeping an eye on those storms that could become tornadic, could produce tornadoes. Rotation, you can see there's a cell there, Garland County. That's one we're keeping an eye on. Moving to the northeast, they will get closer to the Little Rock metro area. Now, future radar, this area gets into central Arkansas and begins to stall, and then may lift back to the north a little and wait for the next wave to come across the state. This is why this becomes a high impact flooding event. It's this wave and then another wave behind it. We'll finally begin to see things settle down by Sunday. The storm timeline tonight, from the afternoon into the nighttime hours. We're going to be here a while tracking these storms, but here is the flood alerts. Nathan shared this with you just a few moments ago, but we've got a lot of counties right now that are under flash flood warnings. Flood watches in effect. Folks, this is dangerous stuff tonight. Nighttime events producing a lot of heavy rain. Just keep that in mind before you head off to sleep tonight. Rainfall totals, by the time things are said and done, we could see 7 to 10 plus inches of rain by the time all is said and done. This takes us through April the 6th. Nathan, before we leave, anything new on a new tornado warning?
I am looking at all the severe thunderstorm warnings. There's still a little bit of rotation with that severe thunderstorm warning that once was a tornado warning into Clark County. So still have to watch out for that because it may try to ramp back up. But at this time, it looks like the rotation's not significant enough, although that's a huge storm.
Yeah.
This is going up 72,000 feet.
Oh, wow. Do you have that available to take a look at on Storm Track 11?
I can
take it. Okay, there you go. So we know this is a big storm. Okay. Excuse me. Near Glenwood. There it is. Storm Track 11 with the storm top. So we know we've got a very strong severe thunderstorm just to the west of us. It's going to dump a lot of heavy rain. It has the potential of producing a tornado. We have had tornado warnings along it. But here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to stay on THV 11 Plus. We want to get you back to our programming. And Nathan and I will stick around here. So hang out with us on THV 11 Plus, Facebook Live, and YouTube. Now we'll take you back to our Friday night programming. Okay, are we still with Plus? Are we still on Plus tonight? Okay, we're still on Plus. Thank you very much. Okay, good. Now that we're back, while we last left you, Nathan was looking at this big storm in Garland County that had 72,000 feet storm tops. That's unheard of, Nathan.
I don't know. It might be bad data. Because it looks like it's
bad
just
data.
Developing way too fast with that. But
excuse me. You go ahead. I'm going to get a little drink real quick.
I'll see if that continues to hold. So we'll just take a look at what's happening here on Max 1. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for Conway County, parts of Faulkner County, that's just to the west of the city of Conway, Perry County, and now into western parts of Pulaski County, and then also Saline County. Now, this is primarily for the potential of damaging wind gusts. We'll take a look at the winds with this, but also along with that, this is a slow-moving line of just torrential rain, and that rain can add up easily 2, 3, 4, 5 inches of rain very quickly. But there you see the gust front with this line of storms. So the winds will pick up 50, maybe as high as 60 miles per hour as this begins to roll its way into Perry County. So the winds have already pushed into Casa. Perryville, get ready. It's going to be gusty winds. Make sure you pretty much bring in anything that can blow away or blow off the deck, the patio furniture, before that storm arrives. And then the winds also pushing from Hot Springs Village, getting into western areas of Saline County, and eventually this will all probably move into the Little Rock Metro. Good news is we're not seeing any rotation within this line. Looking down the line, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Garland County into Hot Spring County, Bismarck. We did have that tornado warning earlier. Now I'm not seeing any real rotation with that cell that once did have that tornado warning about 5-10 minutes ago into parts of Clark County, and it did include Garland County. So it looks like that cell is pretty much just gusting out at this time, and hopefully that continues to be the case. The National Weather Service is watching what's happening into Perry County. We'll go back over to Perry County. As I said, northwest Perry County, they just want to keep a close eye on, because there could be maybe some rotation that is trying to develop within the line. So we'll take a look at the rain part data of this information, and usually we look for little kinks in the line. And I'm not seeing anything that's really standing out to me, but we'll keep a close eye on it. We'll go back over to the winds here, and we'll see if we see anything that stands out. To me, it's definitely gusting out. There's a core of some strong winds just to the south of Casa and going through almost flat side wilderness area. So Link Mountain, if you're familiar with that, a lot of county roads, a beautiful part of the state, but certainly probably some trees coming down with those winds as they roll their way through that part of Perry County. Now, along into Hot Spring County, Clark County, this is all winds. When we take a look at the hail to see if there's any hail being reported or showing up, being detected, there's nothing really significant. Primarily pea-size hail, maybe dime-size hail, but we're not seeing the huge hail that we saw before with all those supercells developing. So with this line, it's primarily going to be a damaging wind threat, but there could be still the potential of a quick tornado embedded within the line. Not necessarily a supercell type situation when you have cells developing ahead of the line and you have a potential of a strong tornado. This would be most likely a little bit on the weaker end, Tom, if it does develop.
All right, Nathan Scott, we're on THV 11 Plus. Nathan hasn't had a break in a while. He's been an Iron Man tonight. Nathan, why don't you take 5 minutes and do what men do over the certain age that have to.
Wait.
You gotta have to go to the, don't you have to go to the little boys' room, the men's room?
Look, I can go on a road trip, and I'm good for like 4 or 5 hours.
Wait till you hit 50 plus, all right? Yeah. Take a break,
I'm
grab
going to
something
check
to drink.
on my cat that I brought in.
That's a good thing. Go check on the kitty cat. Rolly, are you with me? I am. Let's turn on Rolly Hoyt's mic, because we'll monitor what's going on here. I'll keep a close eye on things for you. And I think some folks had some questions for us tonight.
You did.
All right, let me just mention this real quick. Going back and forth, Jessica Duff, Pulaski County said, Sylvan Hills prom is coming up on Sunday night now instead of tonight. I think that's a wise move. And I know, folks, that's a tough one, because you rent these tuxes and dresses for a night or two and you got to extend it. It's better than putting kids out on the roads with water over the roadways and flash flooding. Trust me on that, okay? All right, Rolly, questions.
We got questions, and a
Is
lot
your
of
mic
them coming
turned
in
on?
I hope so. It sounds like it is now.
There you go.
There we go. You're doing a great job too, Tom, and we know Nathan's an Iron Man. You're doing a great job as well. You're getting a lot of folks pointing that out.
Thank you.
As they follow our coverage.
I tried to give him a little bit of a break, and then as that was getting ready to happen, the tornado warning came down, of which we'll be on alert for any tornado warnings if we do. We're on Plus right now. We'll go back to THV 11. Plus, we have to change our batteries in just a moment. Go ahead, Roy.
I imagine that's the case. And speaking of, a lot of folks are curious, like, how much longer is this going to go on tonight? There are people who are nervous. They're wondering when they feel like they could be safe to go to sleep. Can you maybe game out a little bit of where the all clears might come, if at all, tonight?
I gotta tell you, I don't have a great answer for that. I wish I could say, yep, this line is really going to move on through here in the next couple of hours. But our forecast model information really slows it down as it gets into central Arkansas. The tornado threat may drop off a bit, but we'll continue with the damaging wind threat and the flooding rain threat throughout the nighttime hours. That's the best I can do for you. So make sure you have a way to receive severe weather information. I'm going to try to help you out with this. If you guys will take Max 2 for just a moment. We also have another way to keep you up to date. I mentioned it earlier tonight. It's called Weather Call. And with Weather Call, let's say, man, I'm tired. I can't do this anymore. I want to go to sleep. If a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning is issued for your location, your county, your location, then you'll get a phone call. Now, it is a service. You have to sign up for it. But you can do that tonight. Just text the word CALL to 501-376-1111 and follow the link to sign up. I'm not going to mess with you. There is a bit of a charge. It's not for us. This is another service that helps us. But you will get a call. It'll have my voice. If you're under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, it'll wake you up in the middle of the night, and that's what you want. You'll also receive a text for severe tornadoes and even flash flooding. It's like one more layer of protection. You've got your phone app, you've got your NOAA weather radio, and you can even get a phone call. I hope that helps. Now,
I think it will.
Okay.
And I know this is a question that Nathan would love. It fits right in his Weatherwise podcast lane. But a viewer asked, what's the rule of thumb for if we see a warning in a neighboring county or another part of a county that you're in? What's a good rule of thumb? I know you're going to say get to your safe place. What's a good rule of thumb they're asking?
Well, this is what I think. Let's take, for example, you've got Pulaski County. We know that we've got a tornado warning and we don't have a tornado warning. Let me say that. But if we had a tornado warning for Pulaski County and you live in Lono County, I would probably encourage you to go ahead and take shelter. Because if the storm is moving to the east, it's eventually going to impact you. Whether the tornado threat stays high or not, you want to make sure that you get everything ready to go. That's why when we're tracking these things and the way that we're tracking them tonight, we're extending those boxes out into the next county so that you know the approximate time of when you could be impacted or affected. Is that the answer, I think?
I think it's the answer I expected from you.
Okay,
I know personally, when we went through it in Hot Springs last May, trying to watch you guys on TV and phones, and you say get to your safe place, and I'm like, I know my neighborhood, I know how far away the streets you were talking about, and everything was quiet, and then a couple of minutes later,
it got loud.
It got loud really quickly. So at least personally for me, I think that rule of thumb is if Tom says get in a safe place, if you're not in it, at least be a few feet away from it and be ready to get in it quickly.
You know, we say preach that. We try to say, hey, it's just a good idea to know, you know, the plans. I mean, make sure you've got your papers with you, medication. Some people, if they go to sleep at night, they may not have, you know, articles of clothing. A lot of people like to sleep without certain articles of clothing. Make sure you've got clothing nearby and shoes. And I'm not trying to be, you know, anything other than factual and truthful. These things happen at night. You need to be able to get up, put your clothes on, and hit the safe place. That's just the bottom line. You know, some people have a go bag. My wife, she put together a go bag for us just in case we have to hit our safe room. We've also got a couple of cats. We want to make sure those cats are safe as well. So I'm not trying to bring levity or lightness to it, but there are people that may not be adequately prepared if that warning goes off. Is Faith over there too?
I just got a pizza and I'm back.
Excuse me, what?
I just got a pizza. Well, you know what? Honestly, I should ask you, Tom. Do you want some pizza and some water?
I'm gonna wait. Hopefully there'll be a slice or two of pizza left for Nathan and I when things settle down. You know, how about this? Props to Nathan. I just saw a text from Simone Thomas. Apparently, he and Sierra are trending or are going viral. He brought his kitty cat here with him because he knew that he'd be here for a long time. And in case we had tornadic thunderstorms, he wanted to make sure that his cat was safe. I think that's perfectly fine. We've had people that work here at THV11 that have brought their pets with them. That's how important they are, because a lot of folks here tonight are going to ride this through. And if we get a warning, we want to make sure that we get to that safe spot.
And Sierra's made a wave for sure with folks. Sierra the cat was to be
Sierra the cat.
I got another question for you.
More questions. Keep them coming. I'll answer them quicker.
And another one that's in that explain it for us lane is how come tornadoes usually come at the tail end of a thunderstorm? And wouldn't they always be rain wrapped, it seems like scientifically?
Well, there are different varieties of supercell thunderstorms. There's high precipitation supercells, of which we'll probably see tonight, low precipitation supercells, and your classic supercells. And the way the supercells are structured, on the front end part of it, you're going to get all the heavy rain and the wind. On the back end of it, you've got this area of clearing. And you see storm chasers that will position themselves in a certain areas that looking back toward, let's say, the northwest of it. And if they know it's traveling southwest to northeast, they can look back toward the north and west of it. You've got the area that breaks apart, and then you've got that rotation, that wall cloud. We had some video from the cameras tonight, and we could see the rotation of a wall cloud. So why are they at the tail end? That's just the structure of that supercell. You've got the winds aloft from one direction, and at the surface you've got a notch, an inflow notch, and that really helps to develop that hook echo that we see. Hopefully that's enough in simplest terms.
I think
it can get very complicated, and yeah, you'd want Professor Nathan he can explain it to a T.
Weather-wise comes out every Tuesday, I think,
yes,
right?
sir. Yeah. Stay tuned for that.
I have a question.
You have a question, Faith?
This is just me asking the question, not from a THV 11 viewer. But I think walking outside today was the first time that I've actually, like you hear people say, you can feel it in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
You can feel, it's the perfect environment for a tornado or severe, storm. I think this was the first time that I walked outside where I'm like, ugh, like it kind of feels like something might be happening today. So what is that, Tom? Well, I guess that feeling that people talk about.
Let's go back years and years and years, Faith, because I'm glad you asked that question. There are folks that will look at trends and the way the upper level patterns are. This day today, the upper level pattern resembles one from March 1, 97. I remember that day very vividly because I was taking an exam at the National Weather Service back in 97. I was young once. And while I was there, forecasters were measuring the atmosphere. They knew there was going to be a severe weather day. You could just tell by the feel. They set up a weather balloon, and then the next words I heard were, uh-oh. Well, on a day like today, we started off damp and cool. You would think, well, there's no severe weather. This can't be a severe weather day. Warm front. The warm front lifted to the north. On the north side of the boundary, temperatures were in the 50s. As I mentioned, it was cool and damp, but on the south side of that warm front, you had a lot of humidity. The wind picked up, and it just felt humid. It felt more humid. So that's the air mass. That's the warm sector of the air mass. That's what makes it feel like a severe weather day. And here we are. It's the first part of April. Whenever you have temperatures getting into the 80s, well above average, kind of hot and sticky, this time of year, that's not a good thing. And if you've grown up in these severe weather environments, and I think Florida, they kind of have a different severe weather feel in Florida. You guys get those sea breeze thunderstorms, and I look forward to those when I go down there because it cools everything off.
Yeah.
But here, March and April, whenever you hit 80, 85 degrees, it's never a good thing.
Yeah, it certainly felt like it today because I was shocked. I was like, just the humidity, the warmth. I was like, oh, this feels like what they're talking about.
And especially when I drove in from Hot Springs and it was cool 60s down there, and you realize that the boundary between where it's muggy and where it's not it can be different, and those two air masses are going to get together and make a mess. They can.
Right.
Other questions we've been getting, a lot of specific questions, are warnings dropping off the map. Let's give folks updates on where we stand right now. I see a lot of orange,
a lot of orange
not
boxes.
red.
This is becoming a little bit more of a linear event. If we can line those storms up, a lot of wind damage. I would prefer line segments, although tornadoes can happen within line segments. I would prefer to have them. These individual supercells are a little scary. And if you do have a supercell, you have the potential of having rotation in a tornado. Here are the current warnings that we have. Severe thunderstorm warning, now the northwestern tip of Pulaski County. Chris or Roger, our directors tonight are brought to you by Chris and Roger. It would, well, no, I can't eat it on the air.
Just take a bite, Tom. We're streaming.
Guys, honestly,
these are our people. Just take a bite.
If There's a good chance of Tom burping or belching on the air, and I just can't.
You know, it's fine. These are our dedicated, loyal viewers, the ones who tune in on THV 11 Plus.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And it's nice and it's warm as well. I was going to ask one of our directors if they would punch over to Max 2 real quick. I'm taking a look at this severe thunderstorm warning that we have Garland, Saline County into Pulaski and Faulkner counties. This is, here you go, right here, Max 2. That's it right there. Moving over Perryville right now. Some very heavy rainfall, some strong wind gusts, and this cell is taking a track toward the Conway area in Faulkner County, western edge of Pulaski County, and there's even more storms lining up. These are lining up in a line. I hope they stay linear, like I was saying, and they don't exhibit signs of breaking apart and becoming supercellular in structure, because then we'd have to worry about the potential for tornadoes.
Up here in, we heard it just a moment ago, the thunder's starting to be able to be heard here in the metro.
Yeah, I heard that too.
And
I heard that as well.
So that's got people curious. These things seem to be going north, almost due north. So it's going to be like a slow grind before they get over us here at Little Rock downtown?
Northeast. Yeah, the line's moving slowly east, but the cells are 45, 50 miles per hour within that line. Now, the little farther north you go, I think we're beginning to see the atmosphere stabilize here. I'm not saying that the severe weather threat is over with here. There's still tornado watch, but really all the action is right here as we see that line move east. Let me go over the severe thunderstorm warnings. Here we go. Ready? You've got Pulaski County, Faulkner County, Perry, Conway County. You've got Saline, Hot Spring, Garland County, Northern Clark County, Montgomery, Perry County. On south, Pike County. It looks like Ouachita and Nevada in Hempstead counties, southwest Arkansas. And more activity behind it, but I think this is really where the severe weather threat is tonight. Everything else behind it, atmosphere has been worked over. We've had a lot of rain stabilizing things, but we're still juicy here out in front of that line. Lots of warmth and moisture to come. How far east does this line get tonight before it stalls out? Becomes a heavy rain maker for a lot of central Arkansas. Torrential rainfall tonight. Flash flooding is likely. More questions?
That Garland County storm appears to have knocked out power a little bit down there. Energy reporting about 4,700 customers in the whole area. A lot of them are in Garland County, showing now about 1,200 Garland County folks without power. And the number for the entire state's been going between 8,500 and 9,500 here in the last hour or so. Biggest percentage-wise concentrations are coming in out in southwest Arkansas, Sevier County. But again, percentage-wise, those are more rural counties. So you just get 700 and all of a sudden you're up to 10-20% of the customers up there. Other questions? Do you got any more questions?
Oh, I got tons. I mean,
lay 'em on it.
Before you do that, just within the minute, a new tornado warning came out for southwest Arkansas. Let me cover that.
Go to town.
Our viewing area includes Nevada County. Shreveport issues the warnings here, and then once those thunderstorms cross over out of southwest Arkansas, the National Weather Service in Little Rock takes over. But let me just cover this real quick. You've got a tornado warning for Hempstead, Little River, Miller County, Sevier, and Howard County here in, oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading the wrong thing. Tornado warning is in effect for Nevada, Lafayette, Hempstead, and Miller County. Okay, there we go. So keeping an eye on that. Nothing confirmed just yet, but a new tornado warning in southwest Arkansas. So we'll keep that up. Keep the questions coming. We'll keep an eye on southwest Arkansas.
I'm gonna find our.
In the meantime, I got another faith question for you, Tom.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Okay, all right. So, I'm from Florida. I'm used to, hurricanes and, lightning and severe thunderstorms. But what is it about the geography, I guess, specifically about Arkansas, maybe central Arkansas, that makes us a little more prone to, I guess, tornado, or what do you say the word tornadic or tornadic? Tornadic activity. Can you explain that a little bit?
Yeah, Mother Nature just doesn't like us right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it seems like, right? Well, you have the Southern Plains and the South and the Southeast. You have various terminology, like the Plains States Tornado Alley. Mm-hmm. Arkansas is a part of Dixie Alley. And generally, our severe weather season ramps up March, April, and May, but sometimes we have thunderstorms that can produce tornadoes in January and February. And it is topography. You've got a very warm southerly flow from the Gulf of Mexico meeting up with this cool air mass that is plowing in from the north-northwest. The clash of the air masses, the winds veering from the surface aloft. It's a situation where the United States in general just has a very unique structure with a warm body of water to the south, a cool body of water out west, the Pacific comes in to play, and very cold air to the north. This is a RDOT camera from Hope with the tornado warned storm down in southwest Arkansas. Thank you, Kevin.
We had some folks curious down the Arkadelphia, Hope, that area of the state, who were curious about this storm and what the conditions are going to be like down there in the next half hour or so.
Yeah, you know, I think that storm, this tornado warned, looks like it's going to move through Nevada County if it holds together, southern Clark County. That would be on the south side of Arkadelphia. If it holds together, it could. Now, the National Weather Service earlier tonight chose to go severe thunderstorm warnings instead of tornado warnings on those cells out of Texas and Oklahoma. At some point tonight, we are going to see the tornado parameter drop. I think on Monday.
Yep,
I think it did. You've been on long enough, so.
We'll have to whisper so we can hear him through our microphone as
Yeah.
he steps out of the frame. So we'll get him back in here in just 1 second. And Nathan has been checking on Sierra the cat, who is not auditioning to be a weather cat. But,
she did a pretty good job, you know, when Nathan brought her in. And I've been around Sierra. She's actually pretty timid and quiet, but she was very camera ready. You know, today she was wrapped in his arms and very happy and looking like she was seizing the moment for sure. So, Sierra the cat.
Tom is getting some pizza and a new battery for his microphone as we continue our tour around these cameras in RDOT cameras from
in Fulton. I think that's what they're saying. Fulton.
Yeah, southwest Arkansas. Clearly, that storm right over I-40 and making for a nasty evening down that direction. I was struck as we were watching these different traffic cameras all 3 nights this week that you can be looking at a camera that's dry, maybe some ominous clouds in the distance. You go, you check another camera, you come back to it, and now it's completely covered in rain. So it gives you an idea how quickly these storms can come up on you. And we had that viewer question of, you know, what's a good rule of thumb? It's another example of how quickly these storms this time of year can move into your area and affect you.
Yeah.
And we're seeing signs of that on these video cameras tonight.
I agree.
Okay, I got that. I'm going to save that battery. I put it in backwards.
It's been a long day. It's been a long week.
It's been a long week. I got to tell you guys,
it's
Nathan,
Friday though, Tom.
We're just trying to get through this. Again, keeping an eye on the stuff that's in southern and southwestern Arkansas. If you want, guys, let's go back to radar. I'd rather have radar here just in case. And that way I can pinpoint what's going on as these storms get a little closer to central Arkansas. Saline County, Pulaski County, we're under the warnings here in central Arkansas. There's that tornado warned storm. And again, the question was about the storms getting close to Arkadelphia. This looks like it's going to be on the other side of I-30, the eastern side of I-30. So that would impact Washita County, Clark County, Dallas County, and Hot Spring County on that side. Again, I'll keep an eye on it. We can go back to questions now for those folks that have them.
I think people want to hear how that storm's doing and the direction it's headed as it makes its way toward our viewing area at this point. And it's the only tornado warning we have right now, right?
It is, and it's out. And I'll say this: we have a viewing area that we cater to. It's fair to say that these counties, including Hempstead County, although there might be a few folks that pick us up in Hempstead County, it is the responsibility of the Shreveport National Weather Service and the stations here. Our viewing area is huge. If you will hold on a second, I will pull something up and I'll show you the viewing area. Just to give you an idea, you may not be able to see it very well, but you'll be able to, you know, here we go. You can come back to me now if you want. I'm back on camera. You want my pizza?
People are really wanting you to eat the pizza, apparently, Tom.
They are.
There you go. That make sure he didn't take it. Okay. The counties in blue here in Arkansas, and Kevin, your switch is stuck. The counties in blue are in our viewing area. So there are the southwest Arkansas counties. If that warning is extended into, let's say, the Clark County area, Washita County area, if that warning gets extended a little bit further, it's just over southwest Nevada County. Nevada is technically in our viewing area, but the cell itself is still well to the southwest. So we'll keep an eye on that. I promise. We're not going to go anywhere. But that's what we do. That's our viewing area, and it extends up into Stone County, Independence County. That's why we talked about the tornado warning storm tonight up toward Cave City and Cushman. Okay, I gotta bring my little table back in. I'll try not to show the pizza. I'm not going
No,
to.
Tom, there are some dedicated, loyal viewers on here who really want to see you eat a bite of pizza on THV 11 Plus. I'm telling you, Tom, they really want to see it.
I'm looking at
Look
4 or
at
5
that.
posts. There we go. Eat a slice. It's what we would do, is what they're saying.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. You are eating a slice of pizza.
Tracking storms and eating pizza.
Yeah, you're tracking storms and doing what you got to do.
Now, you didn't do anything to this pizza. Nobody, slipped me a Mickey or anything.
I think it's special
right?
for you, and I don't think anyone did anything to it.
Great. I've learned in a few hours. All right.
Yeah. Oh, they're cheering out there. Tom, do you hear them?
There's great rejoicing in all the land.
That you finally got a slice of
There we
pizza.
go.
All right.
Yeah.
Eat, yay. Eat it, yay.
No,
yes, please eat.
Oh my goodness. Tom, is this like the first thing that you're eating in a couple of hours, or did you have a snack earlier today? or
Earlier
what?
today I had some chips
Was that it? Tom.
and a cookie.
Okay.
I'm not a very healthy eater. It
Chips
burns
and
off
cookies
quickly.
are not good enough, Tom. You know we are in severe weather coverage and you need some strength.
I need a drink now. Hold on a second. Now I got to wash it down.
Oh my goodness.
And here in an hour we'll have plenty of rain.
Yeah. Well, I think a lot of the viewers are very dedicated and very happy that you're taking care of yourself, because it is a lot of work. So,
It has been a long week. We appreciate the viewers hanging in with us here on THV 11 Plus. We're trying to do the best we can to get that information out to you. And Plus is a way to follow us. Our app, if you hit Watch Now on the app, it's going to take you to Plus, right? So we thank you. Thank you very much for doing that. I'll finish that slice. Nathan had to take a break. The man needed a break. He needed to check on his
You
cat.
should see how slow he's walking back towards the weather center.
Nathan probably went into the office and had a bowl of Kashi cereal.
That's
in his
true.
snack. He's a
The
healthy
contrast
eater.
between
No,
our two
actually, I
meteorologists.
saw Nathan eat a slice of pizza.
I did have a slice of pizza.
Yeah,
You did
I
have
did.
a slice of pizza?
It was not a
Yes.
Kashi day.
Oh, okay. All right. So, anything else? Anybody have any other question? We've got that storm down in southwest Arkansas, Nathan. This tornado warning for Nevada County, little part of it, but it's still in Hempstead County. So we are keeping an eye on it.
All right, and I'll let you
It's
guys get back to
encouraging.
that. And if you guys have more questions out there on THV 11 Plus, send them our way. There are all kinds of different platforms you can do it. You can do it on 501-376-1111. It's a great way to send us any pictures or scenes that you see out there. You can send us questions as well, and it clearly appears that our meteorologists are in a mood to try and clear things up and keep everybody as calm as we can on a night like this.
Yeah, and I'm just replacing another battery in my earphones.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all. I'm moving that off to the side. Got my little table here.
Well, we appreciate
Oh, we
you,
have another
Tom.
cookie. Oh, we have cookies too. Thank you, Ms. Schwartzwald. No, I had a cookie earlier, but I'll eat this too.
Now, if
Cookies
you bring
and
him an
pizza.
oatmeal pie, I heard he really likes those.
Now we have issues because
Now
I
we're
ate the whole
talking.
box of oatmeal pies. All right.
That's Tom's favorite.
Okay. Wow. Yeah, the Little Debbie oatmeal cream pies. My wife is probably watching at home. She's doing this. Oh my goodness. So,
But you know what? After this week, you deserve
I got
a box of oatmeal cream pies.
Thank
You do.
Well, there's another snack that I really enjoy that we don't buy often in our house because I'll eat the whole box.
Well,
And
now's
last
the time.
night, when I got home late last night, my wife Leanne had been to the grocery store, and there it was. Open it up in the pantry were the moon pies.
Oh, moon pies are
pies.
so good. Yeah.
It is Arkansas Bread Weekend at the track. They're canceling tomorrow, but Sunday will be all the races just for the horses bred in Arkansas. We always used to celebrate in the press box down there with moon pies and RC colas.
RC colas and moon pies.
But the chocolate ones are like the I guess the yellow
The yellow ones are banana.
Banana, yeah.
I'm talking about the chocolate
The
ones.
chocolate ones. Both are
Chocolate
good.
moon pies.
We've reached far afield today, and I love it.
Yeah, I love it. All we need is a corned beef sandwich, and that's it. Have some video of, Kevin, a road collapse where?
Ooh.
Barton, Arkansas. Okay, just from the flooding. Go ahead, let's roll that video. There you go. This is the day. There's a bus, a school bus. Not good at all. I hope kids were not on that school bus. Please send along your photos and videos. I guess this is a good point to say 501-376-1111 and yeah, road collapse. That is dangerous. I hope nobody was injured and hope we got the kids off the bus. Flash flooding is going to wash out some roads tonight. You want to know, we tell you to turn around, don't drown. This is a reason why. And surely the school bus didn't try to go over the road if the road was underwater. But sometimes you don't see it. Or maybe it went over that part of the road and the road just gave way.
That's out in East Arkansas, just to the west of West Helena.
Yeah.
In East Arkansas, to get all our directions all in the right spot there.
Yep.
But
so
the
this
flooding's going to be the concern now as we go over the next 24 hours, I guess?
Yes, it will be. That when we see the tornado potential wane down tonight, tomorrow afternoon. And I hate to say this, but there is going to be a severe weather threat tomorrow about the time the NCAA basketball Final Four gets underway here in THV 11. And I can tell you some stories working with Ed. Folks take that stuff seriously.
Oh, they do.
We don't like to break into programming. And we have had threats before breaking into NCAA basketball, March Madness.
Listen.
And it's when you have life-threatening, and tomorrow it could be life-threatening flooding.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much severe weather for Little Rock in that regard, but in Southeast Arkansas. So we'll be as careful as we can, and we'll stream on THV 11 Plus. We'll meaning the we in that meaning Simone Thomas and Nathan Scott will be.
What?
Oh, did
I thought I had off tomorrow.
You didn't get the memo, huh?
Nathan said, I thought I had
Send an email out that I didn't know about.
Yeah, did you look at the calendar? Yeah, and these weather people, they need to look at the calendar. Simone is going to be, she's going to be here all day tomorrow, starting in the morning hours. In fact, I need to get, it's 8:13. I hope that she's watching tonight. Simone, if you're watching tonight, one of the two of us will be here more than likely, and we'll see you as you come in tomorrow morning. So we are expecting a very long night. I think we need to concentrate a little bit on the weather scenario. Nathan's back. He's
and it is creeping up into our viewing
So
area,
let's do this. I'm going to step out of the way. You take it from here, and I'm gonna enjoy what's left of this slice of pizza.
Well, I zoomed in on Faulkner County because National Weather Service says they're watching a little bit of rotation in that part of the area. So you got to frame me up right here.
I am a foot shorter than Nathan.
So yeah, we are watching that. And how am I going to operate? Are you?
Well, I'm going to take my pizza and cookies and let
Okay.
you have at it. Okay.
So I need that desk back, man.
There you go. I'll move my coffee cup off of it.
And as soon as you leave, we'll have a tornado warning properly.
Don't say that. Okay.
That's just our luck. So let's go over to Max 1 now, please. Or Max 2, because you worked off Max 2, right?
Yeah, working off
okay.
Max 2 tonight.
So this is Max 2, and we'll just take a look down the line here. So we do have a little rotation starting to show up around Faulkner County. If you're watching us around the city of Conway, they are watching this little kink with this. This is primarily a damaging wind concern. You do have that severe thunderstorm warning, but here we go looking at the winds within this cell. And there's definitely an increase in winds going towards the radar, which is, of course, North Little Rock. So there's going to be some gusty winds, 40, 50, maybe as high as 55, 60 miles per hour. And of course, winds like that can bring down some tree limbs and also some weak trees. And we have to also think about the ground is saturated. So therefore, the roots of bigger trees will have a tougher time to maintain that root structure. So we could see some downed trees as these severe thunderstorm warnings continue to progress their way off to the east. Expecting pretty much just a wall of gusty winds, nothing too crazy as this line makes its way off to the east. I'm not seeing any dark blues that would indicate that it is really reaching severe thunderstorm criteria, which is 58 miles per hour or greater. But still, you're going to have some gusty winds moving through Garland County, Saline County, and down the line. So we'll just take a look at the severe thunderstorm warnings currently in effect without the radar data. It's Garland County, Saline County, and then also into Perry County. And then we have this newest one that still includes just to the west of downtown Conway, Morrilton into Conway County, Perry County, a small sliver of Pulaski County, and also a small sliver of Saline County. And this other severe thunderstorm warning goes towards Benton and Haskell. When we take a look at the hail, if there's any hail with this is primarily, I think, a damaging wind threat for the most part. We are looking at not much hail. I mean, there's not too much showing up here, maybe a little speck of pea-size hail. So that's what's happening across the metro in central Arkansas at this time. We'll take a look at just the radar data and all the lightning. So it's going to get noisy. The lightning's really picked up in Garland County. This is moving towards Saline County. There was a cluster of lightning that tried to move into Saline County. It's kind of fallen apart a little bit, but that cell has made its way off to the northeast. So this cell right here has quite a bit of lightning with it, approaching, I would say, getting into Greenbrier, Worcester, probably in line with this as well. This is all just a damaging wind threat with a lot of lightning. And this is encouraging to see with a line of storms because, like Tom said, when you have a line of storms like this, you're primarily dealing with a wall of wind. There could still be quick spin-ups embedded within this line that we'll have to watch out for. But what we're not seeing, like what we saw earlier, is those supercell thunderstorms, those individual cells that popped up into north central Arkansas, and then they really became intense. The threat is going to be damaging wind gusts, but also this line is not moving much at all. And I just want to take a look at the rainfall rates with this line because we are getting socked with a lot of rain. Let me pause this here. When you see reds, I mean, that is like probably 1.5 inch, 2 inch an hour rainfall rates. So just a torrential downpour, or you want to call it a frog strangler, toad strangler, a gully washer. I kind of like gully washer better, but this is very heavy rainfall. So all that rain is going to go into the nearest ditch and then go into the nearest little stream or brook, and that will make its way eventually into the larger river system. If this holds like this for the next few hours, that's going to add up, and we're going to see flash flooding problems across Garland County into Saline County. We've already have some flash flood warnings in effect for those areas. Here are the flash flood alerts currently extending from Garland County, Pike County, Montgomery County, down through Howard County, and also into Sevier and Little River County. And then we have still more flash flood warnings issued for Pope County, Van Buren County, Stone, Izard, Searcy, into Boone, Marion, Baxter. So you just want to take this seriously. Don't write this off whatsoever. Never drive through any floodwaters because you just don't know how deep those waters could be, or the road could be washed out. So you just want to play it smart for the next 12 to 24 hours as this flood threat will continue to be the case all the way through Saturday as this line is slowly pushing its way off to the east and a little bit to a northeast jog. So we don't have any tornado warnings in effect for THV11 viewing area. The closest one that we have is for this location into Hempstead County. It does include the city of Hope. We'll take a close look at that. Using the Shreveport radar, I would think would be the best one to use and to see if there's anything popping up with that. So looking at that, there is definitely some rotation right there next to Patmos, and just to the south looks like of Hope. We'll take a look at the rain part and look at the structure of this system, see if there's a little kink there. A little bit kink, but this is probably going to be a rain wrap situation. So the inflow's right there. Here's the rear flank downdraft, or the gusty winds going around that, and the cell of rotation is going to be right there, very close to Patmos. So if you are watching us in that location, that's the Little Rock radar, you want to definitely take your tornado precautions. just be on the safe side. There's definitely a tight couplet right there approaching Highway 29, Highway 174. So if this holds together, which it may, this is going to be extended into Nevada County, and that would probably include Bluff City, maybe Prescott, but certainly if you're watching us into the areas of Highway 53, Highway 371, that's where I would say this tornado warning would be extended if they are going to extend that, because I think we're still on the edge of, this is Shreveport's territory, and then Little Rock's territory with the National Weather Service, who issues warnings, would be for Nevada County. I'm just going to take a look here to see if they're saying anything about that cell. Showing strong circulation, now just west of Patmos. There's no debris being detected. Let's see if Little Rock is also watching this. I'm sure they are. Just bear with me as I go through all the messages here to the current messages. I don't see anything in regards to that. So they're still watching the one that was close to Conway. So we'll go back to that. So we got that rotation into southern parts of Hempstead County that will be making its way into Nevada County. And then we'll go back to the one that they were watching in Faulkner County with that line of severe storms. Make sure it's behaving itself and not doing anything suspicious. Looks like for the most part that's pretty much, I think, just the winds gusting out. I'm not seeing anything move towards or away from the radar. So if we were concerned if there was some rotation here, it'd be like a yellow area, but we're not, or yellow, red area that would start to get on this side of the scale. But this is some gusty winds moving through Conway right now. And we're not too far from the radar, so we'll just query some of those winds if you're watching us into Faulkner County and Conway County. We'll take a look at what those winds could be for you folks. Around Hendricks College, we're getting a wind 27, 30 miles per hour, looks like 35. So, you know, that's going to make the tree branches sway quite a bit, but that's not necessarily severe, and that's outside the severe thunderstorm warning. So they're probably going to be dropping that severe thunderstorm warning, I would think, soon, since it's outside, unless they're going to extend it into more Faulkner County. Down the line, not seeing anything show up here for the rest of the area. That's good news. We'll go back over to the rain data of the radar. So we have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for still until 8:45 for Saline County. With this cell, that's quite a bit of rain about to move from Garland County into Saline County. And then nothing is severe with this activity through Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia. So it's just, we got to watch out for this cell moving from Hempstead County into Nevada County. We'll take another look at that with the Shreveport data, because that's the closest radar with this. And we are looking at still, yeah, there's still some rotation there. Definitely pretty close to Patmos. So if you're watching us in that part of Nevada County, Spring Hill, Perrytown, Hope, those areas under the tornado warning box, just make sure you're taking your tornado precautions. There's nothing that really is that concerning. It's kind of a broad circulation. There's nothing too tight there. So it might have come down somewhat. Let's go back and rewind this and take a look at it over the past few scans to see how this has been evolving, because there was, see, that was a tight coupler right there. and now it's kind of broken up. So when I say tight couplet, you've got the yellows and the blues very close together right there. So that was tight circulation, and now the latest scan, those yellows and blues are not as close together. So here's the winds going, here's the blue, that's going towards the radar. I had to think about where we're looking at. Shreveport, so it's down that way. Towards the radar that way, away from the radar that way, and yes, they did extend that tornado warning now. So we have a new tornado warning for Nevada County, and it does include the city of Prescott. So if you're watching us right now into Nevada County, the city of Prescott, we do have a brand new tornado warning. Okay, we could take a look at that. So this is right where the storm is moving through the city of Hope, and that's Interstate 30. We'll take a look at the rain data. Yeah, heavy rain. I mean, got lots of heavy rain, lots of lightning. The circulation is just to the south of Interstate 30, so we're not going to see the circulation or any wall cloud with that. But let me get back over to the Shreveport radar here to see where that. So they're right in the middle of this heavy rain band, and the circulation is right about here. You see a little kink there, so it might be right about there is where this circulation is located. It is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning from, let me make sure, so they did confirm it earlier, and that's probably when it was that tight circulation. So they're saying it was a confirmed tornado, and now it's just a general tornado warning, but still, you know how these things go. They cycle up, they cycle down, so you still want to take your tornado precautions if you're watching us in Prescott, if you're watching us in Redland, also Perrytown, Laneburg, some of the communities in the path of this system. And if this holds together, we'll just go ahead and put a track on here. Let me go ahead and look it up and see how fast this is going, because okay, that's nice. Of course, we don't have control with the RDOT camera, but it looks like they're also looking out for where this storm could be. All right, let me go back over to see where they issued this tornado warning and how fast it was. So they're saying it's moving to northeast at 35 miles per hour. I'll go ahead and put a track on here. I got to change it because I've been having the track about 55 miles per hour with those earlier cells. So we'll go 40. And we'll go ahead and put track on here. Yeah, that circulation is definitely not as tight as what it once was. Nonetheless, still go ahead and take your tornado precautions just to be on the safe side. Never want to assume, because sometimes these things go through cycles, but we'll just take it through. So let's go back over to Max 2 now. So here's Prescott. Here's a timeline of where the circulation is right here, about to approach Highway 278. So it's just to the southeast of Hope, but it will be getting pretty close to Prescott and communities in the path of that. We've got Centerville, 837, Emmett, 845, Laneburg around 849. Prescott will be a close call for you folks, 856, Redland, 902, and Wheeling Springs around 913. And that is the only tornado warning we have in effect. But we still have to watch things. We still have the tornado watch until 9 o'clock for many areas, or a 10 o'clock tornado watch for most of the state of Arkansas, 9 or 10 o'clock. And I'll show you those warnings, watches coming up in just 1 second. So the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to be canceled for Faulkner County. That's some good news, although it's still quite noisy there, looking at the shield of lightning and rain moving through, and that band of rain, once again, it's very heavy, slicing its way through Faulkner County at this time. Greenbrier got quite a bit of lightning, a cluster of lightning just on the border of Conway County, moving into southern parts of Van Buren County. So B Branch, you're about to get quite a ruckus going on with all that lightning headed in your direction. And then down the line, Conway, it's just heavy rain, especially to the east of downtown. And then as we get into the Little Rock Metro, the rain's starting to pick up here in Mayflower and also starting to approach West Little Rock. So things will get more unsettled here in the Metro, but fortunately, we're not looking at any rotation with this necessarily. Let me just make sure that this little appendage right here is behaving itself close to the border of Saline County and Garland County. I'll take a quick look at that because there's just a little curvature that could just be, you know, its own little thing. Not seeing any rotation with that, so that's good. But there's going to be some winds. The winds will pick up as this line rolls its way through. You still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that part of Garland County and Saline County until 8:45. It may be extended into more of Pulaski County, more of Saline County, if this does actually hold together. Although it looks like some of the storms are kind of struggling, which that's not bad news whatsoever. I don't feel sorry for them because we want these storms to pretty much die out. Looking down the line here along Interstate 30, we just have heavy rain happening through Bismarck, Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia, and then once again, still had that tornado warning in effect for you folks in Nevada County and just about to leave Hempstead County. And then we got more severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for the rest of Nevada County, getting into Columbia County and also Lafayette County. So things have been quiet pretty much off to the east. Nothing's been going on here in Arkansas County or Monroe or Prairie County or Lono County, but it's still warm and humid in this parts of the state. And this line is all ahead of a cold front. The question is, how fast does this line make its way into the metro and how long does it stick around? This line could park itself right over the region, and that could add up to a lot of rainfall. Mr. Brannon?
Jam me my glasses.
You're just going to reach underneath.
I was going to reach under. Thank you.
That was pretty funny. You should have seen his look. Like he was trying to sneak, and I don't know what. I should have been like, "Here you go. This is what you want," with the desk. But anyway, back to what we're talking about. So we're watching for that severe weather threat for the rest of the overnight hours, and it's transitioning from a severe weather threat more to a flash flooding concern. Still don't want to downplay that whatsoever because smaller creeks and streams, smaller rivers, the Saline River, the Ouachita River, the Little Missouri River, the Caddo, the Buffalo, the White River, all those will be susceptible to seeing pretty extreme conditions when it comes to potential flooding. Just looking at the different models that we continue to watch, like here's the latest with our high resolution model. Let me go over here. This is the GFS, but when we take a look at our high resolution model, like the graph, this is our in-house model, and this is now all the way through Sunday morning, or really Saturday evening, and it still has a corridor of very heavy rainfall. I mean, this is still trying to show 6, 7, 8 inches of rain right across the heart of central Arkansas. This would be a big issue for folks in Conway that continue to see flooding issues whenever it rains. If you have that amount of rain, once again, all that water is going to go into the nearest small creek, small stream, and those can get out of hand pretty quickly. The other model that we look at is the HRRR, and that's the high resolution rapid refresh model. And it's pretty much painting out the same story. We got, once again, you can't take these numbers for exact truth of what's going to happen, but you look at the trend, and the trend is basically we've got a lot of rainfall expected right along I-30, Little Rock Metro, and then up through 67 or that new interstate. What is that new interstate? 57? I-57, okay. I was like, I-59, I-57, couldn't remember it. Thank you, Tom. So yeah, we're looking at still the potential of heavy rainfall, excessive rainfall. So we have two facets of this storm system that we continue to watch. But right now, for the next few hours, it's still that concern that there could be a tornado. There could still be a storm that tries to produce a tornado. I think the strong tornado potential is continuing to decrease. I was looking at some information earlier, and that violent tornado parameter that was just so high earlier has started to back off more. So things are going in the right direction, but we still can't let our guard down because sometimes these little cell mergers can throw you some curveballs at times. So just stay weather aware. Here's the newest severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like just about to enter into the Little Rock Metro now. We'll take a look at that. That is until 9:15 for that brand new severe thunderstorm warning. That includes Mayflower, Maumelle. When you look at the winds with that, we are going to see the potential of some gusty winds. Nothing too crazy, but you get winds of 50, maybe 60 miles per hour, and that can bring down some tree limbs, that can bring down some tree branches, and even cause some power outages in some cases. But looking down the line here, not seeing anything particular suspicious.
I think we just got a warning for Pulaski County. Weather Call just notified me. So, yeah, Pulaski County just placed under a severe thunderstorm warning, Nathan.
Yes, thank you, Tom.
They're also keeping a close eye on that warning down in Nevada County. Nevada County is a part of our viewing area. But haven't had anything confirmed just yet. And if it does go into Clark, we'll go back to THV 11 as well.
Okay.
So just wanted to.
Did you want to switch spots or?
This is awkward for me. Yeah, I'll trade with you. We'll trade.
You don't like
to
be the octopus with.
No, you're better at that. Oh goodness! All right, now you got to resize me because, like I said, Nathan, he's a pretty tall guy. So you guys go ahead and resize me, and there you go. We'll keep an eye on that one down in Nevada County. Severe thunderstorm warning just issued here for Pulaski County, Perry County. This is going to take you through downtown Little Rock up toward Conway and Mayflower. Nathan's been talking about the heavy rain and the wind potential, and now we're beginning to see that get a little closer than western parts of Pulaski County. There's Saline County, severe thunderstorm warning, Garland County as well. We'll keep an eye on that warning. If the tornado warning does go into Clark County, we'll go ahead and jump on. Let's see, issue the tornado warning there. Faith and Rowley, did you get to ask Nathan questions tonight about what's happening?
We did not.
You did
but
not. You feel kind of.
If we open the window up again, I got tons of questions.
I didn't know that was happening.
Yeah.
I don't know what I walked into. I went back and
Right.
had a piece of pizza and
with Sierra.
had
the
some
kitty.
peace with
with
Sierra.
kitty cat.
I didn't give her any pizza though.
I think the thing that we're keeping a close eye on there is what happens in Nevada County. I mentioned the viewing area. Nevada is in our viewing area. And the sliver of that warning was in the western, southwestern part, and now it's in Nevada County. I'm going to ask if we want to go ahead and go back on THV 11 with it, since it is in part of our viewing area. So, yeah, let's go ahead and do that. Let's do that. It's a very formidable storm. We'll start with this. So you let me know when you're ready to go, and we'll do it. Okay. All right. Okay, so good evening once again, everyone. It's now 8:40. Tom, Brannon, Nathan Scott, along with Rolly and Faith tonight. We've been on THV 11 Plus. We've been tracking and streaming the storms across the region tonight. Nevada County is in our viewing area. There is a tornado warning. This storm is getting awfully close to Prescott, Arkansas, and there is some rotation with it. We're going to show you the wind field here in just a moment. This storm may be extended into Clark County, and where it's positioned, it should ride along I-30. Clark County, Gurdon, and then just up the road just a bit, you get into the Arkadelphia area. Lots of lightning, intense lightning, and really some torrential rainfall with this cell. Again, we've been on Plus tonight. You're catching us on YouTube and Facebook, and now we're back with you on THV 11. And we'll try to get back to our programming just as soon as possible. But since this is a tornado-warned storm, we break in and we provide the latest. If there is anything happening, it looks like it might be around Highway 371 near Prescott. Very difficult to pick up any rotation at this time. It's way far away. Southwest Arkansas, a little bit closer to the Shreveport area, but we're able to pick up where we could have some rotation near Highway 53 and 371. There's Highway 299. The storm is moving to the northeast. Most of these cells have been moving northeast at about 45 to 50 miles per hour tonight. If you are picking us up in Nevada County, there's Prescott, here's I-30, then hopefully you're in your safe place. I would say this, we also talk about the counties upstream, Clark County. If you're in Clark County, although you're not under a warning just yet, I would take this seriously and go ahead and do the necessary precautions to get into your safe place, because there's a pretty good chance the National Weather Service is going to extend this, especially since it's a very intense thunderstorm. Flash flooding happening in Hot Springs in Garland County. I know Rolly's joining us here tonight as well on THV 11. Hot Springs, Rolly, that's an area, Garland County, that sometimes will flood. They've been through several big floods, so we're keeping an eye on that. Torrential rainfall tonight, along with this is the only tornado-warned storm. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for damaging wind. Nathan has mentioned tonight with it on THV Plus that we're beginning to see that high tornado potential drop off a bit. Right now, it's still there in southwest Arkansas. And here is our area of concern. Highway 371, Highway 53. This is our couplet. We see the winds blowing away from radar in the yellow, and in the red over in this general direction, maybe blowing toward radar. So we have some spin here that has prompted the National Weather Service to go ahead and place and include a good part of Nevada County in that tornado warning. So Clark County, once again, you will want to take your necessary precautions. Nathan?
The National Weather Service just has an update on that cell, Tom, and they said they're going to go ahead and issue a severe thunderstorm warning. It looks like the rotation is turning more into a straight line wind threat. When I go back and look at the scan, it was definitely a tight couplet as it made its way from Hempstead County into Nevada County, but now we're starting to lose that rotation signature for the most part, and gusty winds are going to be the main concern according to the National Weather Service. And I pretty much do agree with that assessment as I'm looking at radar with the live winds at this time. But still, you just be prepared, because these storms can cycle up and cycle down. Don't let your guard down, Clark County, just because they issue a severe thunderstorm warning that you may not have a tornado. But I think the tornado threat continues to go down, Tom. We're not seeing those individual supercells that what we once saw earlier, especially in north central Arkansas this evening.
Yeah, that's the message from Dennis over at the Weather Service. They're going to turn it into a severe thunderstorm warning. And that is certainly some good news. We break in here tonight on THV 11. We will go back to regular programming. You can join us, track storms with us for your location on THV 11 Plus, also on YouTube and Facebook. We're going to stay there tonight until the threat diminishes. But for now, this tornado warning down in southwest Arkansas will become a severe thunderstorm warning. And if you live in Clark County, Dallas County, Hot Spring County, we invite you to join us on the app. Hit watch now, and you'll be able to see Nathan, myself, Rolly, and Faith. We'll be tracking there. So, Kevin, is it okay if we go back to programming now? It's 8:45. I know we broke in for just a few minutes. We're going to go back to programming. We'll see you on THV 11 Plus. And we're back. Thank you once again, THV 11 Plus, where we've had a little bit of everything for you tonight. Along with Faith Woodard and Rolly Hoyt, we've got Nathan Scott. Nathan's keeping an eye on things in southwest Arkansas. And here in central Arkansas, we've got a severe thunderstorm warning for Pulaski County that is including a good part of western Pulaski County, not necessarily the downtown area. We'll be tracking these storms tonight. The cell that is down in Hempstead County and Nevada County, the National Weather Service extended that into Clark County and Dallas County and Hot Spring County as a severe thunderstorm warning. So like Nathan said just a few minutes ago, the rotation with these storms has begun to wane on down. 9 o'clock is when our tornado watch is supposed to expire, but
they're saying they're going to issue a new one.
Okay. I kind of figured that would be the case. 9 o'clock, and we still have storms moving into central Arkansas. So we'll find out how long they will include us in that tornado watch. I bet some counties in western Arkansas and northern Arkansas get lifted from it. Tornado warning in northern, there's a new one right behind it in southwest Arkansas. That is the responsibility of Shreveport. You've got Lafayette County, Miller, and severe thunderstorm warning for Columbia County tonight. Again, we are tracking the weather tonight. Another big component is the flooding rains. We had some video. Did you see that video, Nathan, of that bus?
I did, yes.
On the washed out road. We invite you, if you're watching us and you have any pictures or video, best way to send that to us, text it to us at 501-376-1111 and tell us where you are and who you're from and let us know what you see. We've had reports of water flowing over highways. We had video or pictures tonight up in Mountain View. They had tornado warnings earlier tonight. Now we're transitioning to more of a heavy rain event in that part of the state. So there we go. That's what we have going right now. This tornado warning lasts until 9 o'clock for southwest Arkansas, 9:30 now in extreme southwest Arkansas for Lafayette County. This tornado warned storm in Nevada County, it has shown some signs of weakening, but it's still severe, and we'll keep a close eye on it tonight. So we'll wait for the new tornado watch to come about. Again, we appreciate you hanging out with us tonight here on THV 11 Plus. I want to bring Faith and Rolly into the picture, and we were talking about some power outages not long ago. Faith and Rolly, what have you heard?
Let's take a look and see. Kevin, do we have the latest on some of the power outages?
How's that for putting you on the spot?
8,000.
Sorry about that.
872. Yes, okay. It looks like those are the total outages that we have in Arkansas right now.
And with about almost 1,300 of them, pardon me, in Garland County and Stone County, a couple hundred, same for Conway County. So in terms of total numbers, Garland County is the place that has the most out right now.
Much better than what we saw a few days ago when we had a lot more activity, when I think some of those outages were 37,000, if I remember correctly, so we're faring much better.
And it should be said that Craighead County, which was obviously hard hit 2 nights ago, they still have 1,400 people without power. Gives you an idea of what they've been going through over these last couple of days to clean up from this first line of storms that started us off all a couple of days ago. And looking at Entergy, Arkansas, they indeed do show quite a number of outages in parts of Hot Springs and Garland County, especially out along that severe thunderstorm that had a tornado warning attached to it for a moment. That took out power for several folks along the Garland County, Montgomery County lines, and up towards all the resorts on Lake Ouachita. But we know those crews are out there getting power restored as quickly as they can, as they, like a lot of us, wait and see how quickly these storms will move through and how much water we're going to have to deal with once they do.
Yeah, speaking of water, I mentioned that there's flash flooding ongoing in Hot Springs in Garland County.
Yeah, reaching out to the emergency managers down there to see if we can get some specifics on that.
And these storms have been training over the same areas. Our model information tonight indicated that these storms might slow down and stall out, and if that's the case, then heavy rain and flash flooding becomes very likely, and we're talking several inches of rain that could fall overnight tonight, and it's all very heavy right now. And here in central Arkansas, you can see the orange boxes that indicate the severe thunderstorm warning in Saline and Pulaski County. That extends up into Faulkner County. I know that, Faulkner County has spots that flood. My daughter's college, where she goes to school, I know that they're susceptible to a lot of flooding as well. And down in southwest Arkansas, you've got the severe thunderstorm warning that has been extended from a tornado warning. I believe they're going to let that expire. The Shreveport National Weather Service office responsible for placing those warnings. So the National Weather Service in North Little Rock has said we're going to go with a severe thunderstorm warning at this time. But notice the lightning, some very intense thunderstorms, even more in southeast Oklahoma. The lightning appears to be lessening in central Arkansas. There's the newest tornado warning that is in effect until 9:30, and that again is in far southwest Arkansas. Nathan, I don't want to jinx us or anything, but I think we've been fairly lucky here so far tonight. We've had a few tornado warnings, maybe a couple of confirmed, but overall it still could have been a lot worse this afternoon and this evening.
We had the supercells earlier, Tom, in north central Arkansas. And we're not seeing that anymore right now. Hopefully that continues to be the case. I think right now it's going to be storms that may try to produce some spin-ups along this line. It can still be a significant tornado even embedded within the line we have to watch out for. I just looked at the latest observation with the weather balloon that was launched here from Little Rock, and there's a lot of storm fuel in place, and the photographs are curved like crazy. But there's something going on that's not allowing these storms to really become intense and really take full advantage of this primed atmosphere that's in place. This is always a fluid situation. It can look different 30 minutes from now.
Right.
Will it or not? That's what we'll have to watch out for. And that's why the tornado watch is going to be extended. How long? Could it go midnight? Could it go through the early morning hours? That certainly is a possibility because everything that is to the east of this line is still in that volatile atmosphere. The temperatures tonight, they're not cooling down at all until the front moves through. Once the front moves through, we're going to see more stable atmosphere and the chance of severe weather really decreases. But our concern for the overnight and into Saturday, especially north of Little Rock, is going to be for excessive rainfall. That's going to lead to flash flooding concerns and potentially major river flooding or catastrophic flooding in some areas. I mean, we are looking at a high risk of flash flooding, and we're saying that this could be a life-threatening situation if you are not paying attention. So if you live next to a river that is susceptible to flooding, you need to keep a close eye on that river because things could change in a hurry. It may look tame right now, but then you wake up tomorrow morning, it could be a whole different situation.
I believe the new watch timing is coming down here. I'm trying to pull up the watch boxes and we'll adjust the timing. The Storms Prediction Center did give us the heads up, and you can go to Max 2, guys. They did give us the heads up that there would be a new watch issued. Let's see if they have updated the timing for that. And that would be till 4 a.m. Saturday, Nathan. 4 a.m. for central Arkansas. Let's see, northeast Arkansas until 4 a.m. and southwest Arkansas until 9 p.m. So southwest Arkansas still has the warning or watch out, tornado watch. So 4 a.m. tomorrow morning for central and northeast Arkansas. That means it's going to be a very long night.
And nothing may happen.
Right.
But we're going to be here watching the radar. We call it babysitting the radar for the most part because you have to watch every single 5 minutes that goes by. If you are going to bed, there's no problem as long as you have a way of getting warning notifications that will wake you up. That is the most important thing. You don't need to stay up all night long, but have a way of getting warning notifications and just be ready to take those tornado precautions if needed.
So with that in mind, I'm going to pull up our future radar, the high resolution radar on Max 2. Let's walk you through this timing. We saw that there were signs this area would stall out a bit, and it still appears that it may do that. So let's see what we've got. This is current time 8:30, so this is 8:30. I'm going to put it into motion here by the time we hit midnight. Doesn't move. So there you go, over central Arkansas by then. And as we move forward here to tomorrow morning, that line makes a little bit of inroads. That's by 4 o'clock, 4:30, 4 o'clock, where the next watch is to expire. We'll see if it actually does expire. That lifts out of the way. Here comes the next wave. This will be the last wave moving through during the day Saturday. There's still going to be a threat of strong to severe weather over southeast Arkansas. This is by 1 o'clock. We are hoping that this area can get out of the way by late tomorrow. The final 4 is tomorrow evening, and all indications, according to the latest model information, is that far southeast Arkansas will still have to deal with some strong to potentially severe thunderstorms. So we get this out of the way. Sunday gets a little bit better. It'll probably be a cloudy and cool day, and we're going to see temperatures cooling off, and there might even be cold enough temperatures in northwest Arkansas for a little bit of wintry precipitation. As you can see, this is Sunday morning, a little bit there. Long night ahead. Nathan and I will flip a coin as to who gets to stay all night.
Remember, I have a cat. She's not happy.
All right. So we're going to flip the cat. No, we won't. What we'll do is I'll stay with it tonight because you will need to report tomorrow, and don't miss Simone. Simone's going to be here tomorrow morning, bright and early. I'll meet her in the morning hours, and I'll probably be back a little bit with you tomorrow afternoon unless things change. But a long weekend ahead of some nasty weather.
What do you mean about wintry precipitation?
Faith, you didn't hear that.
What do you mean?
Okay. Well, on the backside of this system, it's going to be cold enough to squeeze out some snowflakes, sleet pellets in Oklahoma, and some of that may drift into northwest Arkansas. I didn't take it any further. Why don't we take it further? I don't think we're going to see it here, but certainly some colder temperatures, and by Monday morning there could be oh, there you go. A solid area blue, according to the high-res model, would put some snow in northwest Arkansas and some colder temperatures, possibly a frost.
Stays up there. We don't need any of that.
I don't think it's going to come this far
Arkansas.
south.
Okay.
I hope. My goodness, it's been a week, and that's all we need is to throw a little wintry weather at it. But we'll go back to live radar now and kind of update you on what's happening out there tonight. Again, if it's not the severe weather threat, it's going to be the heavy rain threat. Tornado watch has been extended through 4 o'clock in the morning. And like Nathan said, we call this babysitting radar overnight whenever we have nasty weather like this. There's live radar, the tornado warning still in southwest Arkansas, Hempstead, Nevada counties, and Lafayette counties, although the National Weather Service in North Little Rock has extended the warning as a severe thunderstorm warning along I-30. It doesn't mean that it won't produce a tornado. It just means that they feel confident that right now there's not enough there for them to continue with that tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warning. The one thing I've noticed, Nathan, the storms of farther north are not as intense. The reflectivities don't look to be as intense, but the rain is falling at a heavy rate. They are getting flash flooding in north central Arkansas. The rain is going to be coming down here very quickly in central Arkansas, Garland County, Hot Springs. What's the word, Rolly, from Hot Springs? Have you heard?
Just heard from the emergency management chief there, Bo Robertson in Garland County. He describes flooding pretty much everywhere, especially though out in the Royal Albert Pike section of the county. That's the western West US 70 there, where the storm was tracking over earlier. But you could see this coming just at the start of the day, and I'm sure it's this similar situation in several other counties, places that are already saturated, that have already seen a lot of rain and are only going to see more as we go on through the night.
Yeah, long ways to go there. I see behind me cloud heights. Those storms are still pretty tall down in the southwestern part of the state. And there's Albert Pike, Hot Springs, yeah, it's raining heavily, got thunder and lightning.
They've also got some reports of some trees down. You're going to get similar reports all over the area tonight, but still plenty of thunder and lightning out there as well, clearly. So we get a lot of people asking, we worry about these tornadoes, but there are these other threats that are out there that we need to keep an eye on for these next couple of days.
Flash flooding kills more folks every year. Lightning deaths are up, flash flooding, believe it or not, and it's because we make the wrong decisions. We think there's a road there, we get washed away. We're thinking, oh, you know what, I got a big old truck, I can move across that water, and most people don't realize that 6 inches of fast-moving water can displace a vehicle.
Or it's a puddle. It's always a puddle whenever it rains a lot around here. Whoa, that's not a puddle.
And they drive into the puddle, it keeps going. We've seen that tonight. We saw that tonight in Barton, where the bus drove across the road, and it looks like the weight of the bus may have helped to further erode that roadway, and it got stuck. We hope that there were no injuries or no kids on that. So yeah, this is transitioning into a heavy raining event of flooding, but we still have the tornado threat tonight. I'm going to bring Nathan in. Nathan's looking at cloud tops in southwest Arkansas. Still some pretty tall tops out there, Nathan.
Yeah, primarily into southwest Arkansas, but National Weather Service is also saying starting to see some growth to the storms in White and Lonoke County, so want to watch out for those cells. We'll take a look at that in just 1 second, but where you see the brighter colors here, those are tops that are much higher than what we're seeing here in central Arkansas, and that tells us that those storms down into southwest Arkansas are going to be more intense. Hence, that's why there's a severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So that's a 47,000 foot top right there into Clark County. Meanwhile, this one into Saline County, it's about 42,000 feet. The higher the top, the higher it goes into the sky, the stronger the updraft, the better potential there's going to be hail, but also with a intense updraft rotation, got to watch out for that potential of tornadoes. Let's go over to the radar with the rain data now, because they are watching this band that is moving away from the line and getting into some soupy air. So White County, nothing of concern at this time, but that could change. So Searcy, just a heads up, you're going to see a round of some heavy rain head in your direction, but there could also be something that tries to maybe rotate down the line as that line continues to push its way off to the east, Tom.
All right, so that's kind of in a nutshell right now. It's just still hurry up and waiting on that line to get into the Pulaski County area. Breaking apart a bit there, heavy rain, severe thunderstorm warnings, an intense cell here over Saline County. So may see a little bit of an uptick there. The tornado warning down in Hempstead and Nevada County, and strong storms out to the southwest of that. So we have more developing in northeast Texas that we have to keep an eye on. If that holds together, that'll move into Sevier County, eventually Howard, possibly Polk County. So nope, not finished just yet with the threat of some tornadoes, or at least tornado producing. There's your severe thunderstorm warnings with a tornado possible tag on that warning in Clark County and Hot Spring, Dallas County, northern Ouachita County. And again, severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag over those southwest Arkansas counties, Columbia, Lafayette, Nevada, and a tornado warning that remains in effect for parts of Hempstead and Nevada County. Up in central Arkansas, National Weather Service placed severe thunderstorm warning here in Saline County, western Pulaski County, central Pulaski into Faulkner County. It looks like that extends a little farther to the north. So those are the warnings that we have. Let's go to Max 2 and we'll get a general broader viewpoint of what's going on. Of course, we've got the warnings happening. Heavy rain and flooding happening in north central Arkansas, Independence County, Stone, Izard, Cleburne. You can see the rain falling here in Faulkner County. That box is a weird looking box. It's more of a diamond that includes Conway and Faulkner, as well as Perry, Saline, Pulaski, and that extends down into Saline County as well. All right, so got more storms trying to pop up here in Oklahoma. Cells down in the Arklatex region, and they just keep coming. They just keep on coming tonight. Power outages, flash flooding reported. Several inches of rain is possible. Really the whole state, except for 2 counties, is under a flood watch, and we've got numerous river flood warnings and flash flood warnings continuing for the night tonight. Tornado warning remains in effect to our southwest, and the National Weather Service in Little Rock has gone ahead and extended that as a severe thunderstorm warning for Clark County, Hot Spring County, and Dallas County in southwest Arkansas. So that's what we have going on now. Again, Faith and Roley joining Nathan and I tonight. It is 9:05. You're watching THV 11 Plus. We appreciate you doing that. Let's say that you're watching from your phone and you have a smart TV at home, specifically a Samsung Smart TV or Roku or Amazon Prime. You can download the app to your TV at home instead of just watching it on, looking at it on your phone like this. You just don't get the full effect. So you can download the app to your TV. It's free, and you can track with us tonight. Let's see, National Weather. Land spouts. There was a mention of land spouts. That was an error. Okay. All right. On a night like tonight, land spouts, huh? Did you see that?
I just saw that, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
We can go over to Storm Track 11. This is a model that the National Weather Service uses. This is known as the One Arm Forecast System from the National Severe Storms Laboratory. And what you're looking at is how this model is saying, going through the next few hours, the chance of rotating storms does increase as that line approaches from the west. So this is not a guarantee, but it certainly has my ears perked up a little bit and my eyes a little bit wider when you're looking at some information like that that is indicating the chance of rotating storms is possibly going up right over I-30 and up into central Arkansas. So we'll just have to see, as these storms that do have tornado possible tags along with them, if they're running into a more favorable environment for them to rotate more as they enter into central Arkansas.
Well, that's not good news. I was hoping for better news than that. We're getting questions tonight on YouTube as well. We'll go back to radar in just a moment. We can go back to one, Max 1 or Max 2 guys. Thank you. That was loud. Faith and Rowley joining us once again from the news desk here tonight. And I'm hoping we have a 10 o'clock news and we can put an end to these tornado warnings, but it's going to be a flooding effort, a flooding threat for the night tonight. Have you been receiving any more questions tonight in regards to areas impacted by storms?
We do have some flood reports in from our friends in Garland County. These from the emergency managers and from County Judge Darrell Mahoney. Especially in that area where that storm appeared to be tracking earlier. We've got trees across the entire road right near Highway 70 and Hilltop, which is a pretty significant interchange or intersection west of Hot Springs if you're heading out towards Lake Hamilton High School. There's a lower Washita River inlet that feeds into Lake Hamilton along Sunshine Road out in the Sunshine area of Garland County, and that is flooded right now, a residential area. Thornton Ferry, where a lot of folks will be familiar with the pizza place right by the lake, and a lot of cottages. There's some flooded out areas down on the eastern banks of Lake Hamilton.
You say that's what is the road there that runs through there? You said
Thornton Ferry
Thornton
and
Ferry.
Sam's Pizza, of course.
Sam's Pizza. True story. My grandparents used to have a condo over by that pizza place.
And there's and you know how hilly it is right in that area, and so some low-lying areas there appear to have water over the road in that section of town. Lantern Terrace is that development out in western Garland County that just has some flooding right now. And then also Albert Pike near Hammond Drive, that is flooded. All of these are some major roads. These are some tributaries. These are some neighborhood roads. All signs that you got to be careful if you're going to go driving out there tonight. Not the least of which because of the severe weather in the sky, but because of all the water that's on the road. Too.
Yeah, gentlemen, if you would go to Max 2, please. I can control kind of what's going on within central Arkansas a little bit more there. Thank you very much, Kevin. Strong thunderstorm just to the west of Pulaski County. You see that intense area, that reflectivity of red. There's some intense rain happening.
It's coming for us now, isn't it?
Yeah, some wind. That's going to impact the western part of the county. Little Rock proper, where we are downtown, not much yet. So the severe thunderstorm warning continues for places like Mayflower, Perryville, West Little Rock, Ferndale, Salem. Looks like Benton, you're on the other side of that. Places that are along the other side of I-30 are fine, but this continues to move slowly to the northeast, and we'll keep an eye on it. Hopefully these storms will not uptick and will not exhibit signs of rotation, but more than likely very heavy rain and some straight line wind damage. Valonia, you're not in that warning, but this is that warning here in western Pulaski County, southern Faulkner County, Perry County, and even Saline County. And I'm going to take you down to around the Garland County area where Roley was reading off those places that were getting a lot of rain. And, check it out. It just lots of thunderstorm activity, heavy rain near Highway 7, Highway 5, and Hot Springs.
You talk about heavy rain, Tom. I have an example here. This is the Illinois Bayou, Scottsville, Pope County. This is the gauge, the river gauge on Storm Track now, 11, and this clearly shows how things have quickly changed over the past few days. If we can pull up Storm Track 11. We're looking at, before it was 6 feet, and then look at that increase. So we went from 6 feet yesterday, and you see that incline, and now currently we're at 17 feet. So this river has gone up from almost 5 feet to 17 feet, so that's over 12 feet this river has climbed. And that's what's concerning, because it's still raining very heavily in that area, so this is going to continue to climb up. We got more rain expected, so if you live next to one of these smaller creeks or rivers, this is what you can expect. When you get 3, 4, 5 inches of rain in a short amount of time, you're going to see rapid increases in those smaller creeks and tributaries.
That's what span of time? Today's April the 4th, April 3rd. So this has happened. What was the time parameter on that? In just a couple of 3 hours?
So that started right there, that big ramp up, 4 o'clock.
So at 5 hours.
8 o'clock. So it was 12 at around 4 o'clock this afternoon, and now it's going up to over 17. So within 4 hours or so, it's climbed up like 5 feet. That's significant.
That is significant. And the rain keeps coming down. Back to Max 2. We're sending it on Garland County. Rolly was talking about the flooding and the reports coming in from Garland County. It looks like they're beginning to see it light up a little bit out toward the western part, but Hot Springs inundated with some heavy rain. Lake Hamilton getting some heavy rain. And severe thunderstorm warning continues in central Arkansas. Some very heavy rain. It's moving slowly to the north-northeast. And our forecast models indicate that this may actually stop tonight and then maybe rain itself out a little, then lift back to the north, and another wave coming through here for tomorrow. A tornado watch has been extended to include nearly really all of central Arkansas, northeast Arkansas, until 4 o'clock in the morning. I haven't had a chance to update the timing on that, but I did see 4 in the morning for northeast and central Arkansas. So we still have a tornado threat tonight, unfortunately, as well as a high wind threat and a flash flooding threat. And it didn't work. Okay, let me push it back in here. I'll show you what's going on. Thank you for joining us. Again, on THV 11 Plus, you're joining us via the app, or maybe the app on your TV, your Samsung TV, or Apple, Roku, or Amazon Fire. And there you go. There are the counties that are under the tornado watch. Some counties have been lifted tonight, but these are going to be in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning, and we will change that. In fact, tell you what, Nathan, if you want to pull up you take care of the rain thing, and I'll fix this real quick. You can take Nathan on Max 1 in the Weather Center.
All right, we're taking a look at the 3-hour rainfall totals now. These are Doppler radar estimates, but this is why we have the flash flood warnings going into effect. Flash flood warning means flash flood is expected or it's currently happening. Look at the rainfall totals here in Stone County, Izard County. We're getting rainfall totals 2-3 inches, and that's just, once again, the past 3 hours. The rain's starting to move into now Faulkner County and Pulaski County, so they went ahead and issued a flash flood warning because look at the rain that's happened in Garland County, seen over 2 to 3 inches of rain. And this system looks like it's just going to slam on the brakes right over central Arkansas. And that rain is going to add up in a hurry. So here's all the different types of flash flood warnings in effect. And we'll break down here for you. We got until midnight, pretty much until midnight for Pulaski County, Saline County, Perry County. Midnight also through north central Arkansas, pretty close to midnight, all the way up through Independence County. So almost like 40% of the state is covered in flash flood warnings. And these will continue to build their way into Clark County, Hot Spring County, Grant County, just because that river conveyor belt of moisture, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. So it's going to rain gully washer, frog strangler, whatever you want to call it, and all that rain is going to add up. It's just going to run off in the nearest street, in the nearest creek, in the nearest ditch, and then it will flow its way into the storm drains. Make sure the storm drains, hopefully they're not clogged up, because otherwise you're going to have flash flooding with that as well. But into the storm drains and then into the nearest creek, stream, tributary. So this problem flooding, it's going to be an extended period of time. It's not just going to be tonight. It'll continue to be the case for tomorrow and then potentially even into Sunday as the water flows from the smaller creeks and streams to the larger rivers, and that flood wave continues to move down eventually into the Arkansas River. But we're not too concerned about big time flooding issues for the Arkansas River because we're not seeing those really heavy totals into northeast Oklahoma. That's where we ran into all that major flooding with the Arkansas River because they had so much rain northeast Oklahoma and all that rain had to drain its way down. This rain is happening in central Arkansas for the most part and will continue to push its way from the Arkansas River and into the Mississippi.
What I think is interesting, while you have the flood alerts page up behind you, Nathan, it goes along with the tornado watch tonight in a way from northeast to southwest.
And how narrow it is
narrow,
for
yeah.
such a long period of time. So that just says it's not going to move.
No, it's going to stay in one place. Becomes a catastrophic flooding issue here. So if you want to, real quick, keep Nathan up, but pop me over to 2 behind me if you can. Max 2, there you go. This is roughly the same area that's under the flood warnings for the night tonight. So with the tornado watch in effect till 4 o'clock in the morning, this line's going to move to the east and just get stuck until it gets a push out of the way tomorrow. So yeah, long night. The flooding thing is really concerning, and hopefully the tornado risk will die down. Right now the highest threat, it seems, is over southwest Arkansas, where we've had some tornado warnings, but Nathan showed a graphic a few moments ago that indicates that central Arkansas may see an uptick in the next hour. We hope not. We hope that's not the case. Let me give you a time here. It's about 9:18. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. It's roll call here. Faith Woodard.
Here.
And Rolly Hoyt. Present. They're helping us out as well, giving us some reports. There's been flooding out there tonight. If you have pictures that you'd like to share with us, 501-376-1111. You can text those pictures our way. And I think one of our producers, actually our assistant news director, he may still be in here. JD, you here?
Not present.
Not present. And that's home, yeah. JD he's getting detention is what he's getting. Newsroom. I was going to ask if he had seen anything come through.
Well, we've gotten a lot of recent videos since you last came to us. Some flooding in Mountain Home that we're seeing. Yeah. The mayor of, I guess, Leslie, sent us in some video, and some of the water does look fast moving. So we're going to try to get that in pretty soon, so we can show you guys that, and we're working on it. But it does seem those areas in particular are seeing a lot of rain and flooding.
One interesting thing we should mention about the bus video that we had seen earlier. Yeah. I was taken yesterday afternoon.
Okay, it was yesterday. I kind of figured it didn't match up with what was going on tonight.
But it does give an idea of just the ground conditions out there in a lot of parts of the state. And we're going to see other similar situations like that. We were showing, I don't know, our producers right now are scrambling to do about 5 different things that we're all referring to. But we showed that picture above Albert Pike off ramp on the Hot Springs bypass. Just to the right of that camera shot is where one of those flooded roads is. Right there, you're standing pretty much right over a flooded out part of the road of Albert Pike Road, Highway 270 basically, leading up toward Montgomery County. And that's a main road right there. That's the main way that people come in from northwest of Hot Springs. And there's a spot where you're going to have to completely slow down your traffic if you want to keep on going. And the mayor of Leslie was saying that they've got running water coming over their roads as well.
And especially at nighttime, I feel like you have to take particular caution, because during the daylight you can see a lot better. At nighttime, it is hard to kind of tell how deep the water is. You know, if you're driving home, you know how deep it is, or can you get through it or not. So it's best to just kind of stay home, because even eyeballing it is just not the way to go.
But you guys were talking about it and sort of hinting at it. We've got all this rain that's causing problems tonight, flash flooding type issues. But you're talking about this rain sitting on top of us.
In this general area.
And when do we have to start worrying about big rivers like the Arkansas River? Like yesterday, the Army Corps of Engineers wasn't expecting this to be as serious as what was it, 2018, 2019.
Right.
Your thoughts on that change a little bit?
Maybe not for the Arkansas River, but if you get a situation like this and the water just sits and rains, especially northeast Arkansas, I don't see how it doesn't. It's going to add more there, and I know that we had a bullseye of 10 to 12 inches of rain up here, but that was just in general terms. I mean, it could be more. These storms are producing a lot of water, a lot of rain, 3-4 inches of rain, and you still have tomorrow to go through. So I think in general terms, you think about the Arkansas River, what happens in Oklahoma and Kansas spills into the Arkansas, and that travels down. So I think you'd really have to see more flooding happen in northwest Arkansas and northeast Oklahoma for it to have a huge impact in Little Rock with the Arkansas River. But that being said, you still have some concerns with all of the rivers here that have picked up some heavy rain feeding in to those rivers in the river system of the Arkansas River.
And the White River and that kind of...
Yeah, and the White River travels along here. White River, Cache River, Black River, all of these rivers that feed into the Arkansas River and the Mississippi eventually, they're going to overflow. I have a buddy that has a couple of duck clubs, and he was concerned about the flooding, and he's over in Woodruff County, and had hoped to be able to get out and talk to him today about that. But they were going out, they were sandbagging because it was his duck club would have been flooded. And anytime the White River is notorious for flooding. But you know what? Ducks like water.
Yeah.
They may not like this much water, but they like water. And I shouldn't jest, it's just as serious as your town being obliterated by a tornado. Think about this, if your town was hit by a tornado and you've got all this damage, and then you wake up the next day and you got all that water sitting in your front and backyards. It's not good at all.
No. We're seeing some video here.
I'll take
this
it
is
away.
from the Leslie Mayor, and as you can see, I think when she pans to the left a little bit, because we got the chance to look at the video, you can see kind of that water coming in, and just take it serious. I mean, it just moves second by second, but looks pretty deep. Just taking a look at that water. Again, it can be fast moving, so you definitely want to take precaution. But continue, please, to send us your videos, 501-376-1111. Just take a look at that there.
Leslie, north central Arkansas, up
Searcy County.
Searcy County, an area that's been worried about tornadoes here repeatedly over the last couple of hours, and not too far from Clinton. We saw the storm go right over that part of the state earlier today, and another place that's famous for the streams that come right downtown along where all the businesses are set up. And,
and I think they say like 6 inches can like kind of knock you off your feet a little bit. A little more can sweep away your car. So please take it seriously and stay off of the road, stay off of bridges if you can.
And well, hopefully this kind of damage doesn't come to the roads in all these different cities. We're starting to see some signs of it, but it remains to be seen how much longer this is going to sit on top of us. And also while we deal with the threat of these storms above us spinning up into high wind systems.
Yeah, if you, did our assistant news director come back in? Is JD back in here? Is he still not?
He wasn't here, and then he left again.
Talk too long. Sorry.
And he threw his hands up in the air because he was like, what?
He wanted to be a part of it.
Tornado warnings coming for Clark County.
Okay, Clark County. So that's that storm coming in. Let's go ahead and pivot to THV 11, please. Let's go to THV 11, and we'll get that Clark County tornado warning.
We will do that.
And we'll work off of Max 1, please.
We'll allow meteorologists to get set in place here at THV 11 Plus, and then allow the audience to join us over the air.
All right, so we are up once again. Thank you for joining us. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. We are tracking severe weather in Arkansas tonight. And just seconds ago, the National Weather Service placed Clark County, a part of Clark County, looks like a little bit of Dallas and Hot Spring County under a tornado warning. This is in effect till 10 o'clock tonight. This storm is going to be moving pretty much north by northeast, and that's going to carry over into, parts of southern Garland County, eventually into the Saline County area. Malvern, you are in the Polygon, as well as Arkadelphia and Caddo Valley. 9:25 tonight. Nathan, how long does the tornado warning last until?
It lasts until, one second here, it lasts until, it's going northeast at 50 miles per hour, and it goes,
I think 10 o'clock, I believe.
I think so.
Hot Spring,
yes,
Dallas,
10 o'clock.
Grant, Garland, and Clark. We've been watching the cell out of southwest Arkansas. The National Weather Service initially decided they weren't going to put a warning on it, and now the severe thunderstorm is showing signs of rotation. Cells may go through an uptick tonight. There's a tornado watch in effect. That watch has been extended to 4 o'clock in the morning. Nathan, myself, as well as Faith, Rowley, we've been on THV 11 Plus tonight streaming. So while you're watching your shows, and we've been on Plus talking about the severe weather aspects for the night tonight and the potential for tornadoes. So we've got a shear marker here on where there could be some rotation. Here's Highway 67, I-30, and this is where you find the Polygon box just north of Girton. This is going to move to the northeast. This is a tornado warned storm until 10 o'clock tonight. Here's Griffithtown. Now, Griffithtown, you may miss it. This is going to move more northeast. And might get close to Arkadelphia. We'll have to keep an eye on that. What we're looking at is our velocity range, the couplets winds blowing toward and away from. This allows us to get an idea of where the most probable area of a tornado that could be produced. We have been kind of watching things tonight. There have been tornado warnings. There have been a lot of flash flood warnings. The rain is coming down heavily in these areas. This may be a rain wrap situation because we've got these high precipitation supercells, at least 1 or 2 of them out there tonight. Let's follow this polygon all the way to the north. Here's Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia. This is going to be awfully close to you, maybe just to your east, Arkadelphia and Caddo Valley, before it rides along I-30 and 67 as it crawls up toward the Hot Spring County area close to Malvern. Polk County is also going to have a severe thunderstorm warning in just a moment. Nathan?
I'm going to put a track on here for you, Tom.
Okay, and we've also got a camera shot. We'll get the guys to pull up a camera shot. We'll come back to the folks that are in that warning. This is I-30 near the Arkadelphia area. That's one of our RDOT cams. Rain is coming down very heavily as folks on the roadways tonight. Let's go back to 1 and take a look at those locations that are in this warning. Nathan, if you want to take care of that, feel free.
This tornado is moving to the northeast at 50 miles per hour. Doppler radar indicated, by the way. Nothing confirmed just yet, but they could change. So Arkadelphia, be in your safe place, no later than 9:35. Donaldson, 9:45. Saginaw, 9:49. Social Hill, 9:52. So you get the idea. It's riding right along I-30. So if you know anybody that's driving on I-30, Malvern down towards Arkadelphia, they could be in the path of this dangerous cell that is showing more rotation scan by scan, and may produce a tornado at any moment. So Diamond Head, 9:58. Butterfield, 10 o'clock, Glen Rose, 4 minutes after 10 o'clock. Let's go over to Storm Track 11 now, because when we take a look at the rotation pinpoint tool, it does show some concern right there near Curtis, Tom.
Yeah, that's to the south and southeast of Gum Springs. If it keeps the current track, it should ride just to the left or the east of Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley along I-30. But you're in the polygon. If you're in the polygon, you should go ahead and take cover as this looks to be intensifying, getting a little bit stronger with some storms moving out of southwest Arkansas. This one does appear to be a little more prominent with rotation. Tonight, it's been a story about severe thunderstorm warnings, tornado warnings, and flash flooding. This is dangerous. It's riding along the interstate. You're not going to see it coming, and motorists are on the roadways, and you've got water just pouring out of the skies, which just increases the danger even more. There's the area of concern. Here's Gum Springs, Arkansas. Arkadelphia is just up the road. This storm is racing to the northeast. I think we have another shot we want to share with you, one of our RDOT cameras. Arkadelphia, we're looking westbound. We won't be able to see anything because it will more than likely be rain-wrapped, Nathan. There's just a lot of moisture out there. These high precipitation supercells that are occurring.
Yeah, lots of lightning out there. When we take a look at Max 1, we do have quite a bit of lightning with this, and the lightning is picking up. So this updraft continues to grow with this cell, and that tells us that this cell may continue to intensify as it makes its way right along I-30. So you have to make sure that you are taking this seriously if you are located anywhere within this warning box, and it does include the city of Arkadelphia. It does include Caddo Valley and also Malvern. The actual rotation is just down to the southeast of Arkadelphia, but it's going to be very close to Malvern and along Highway 67 and also Interstate 30. It may just be to the east of Interstate 30, but still, you don't want to take any chances, and notify your friends and family traveling along Interstate 30 and let them know that they have a dangerous storm that does have a tornado warning associated with it, and it may produce a tornado at any moment. Once again, here's where the rotation is, Tom. There's still a tight couplet there. There's still concern. I'm looking at the NROT tool also on Storm Track 11. Right. Nothing has changed there either.
All right, so this may produce a tornado with very little warning. So you folks that live in Clark County, make sure you get in your safe place along Highway 7, 128. I want to take a little bit of a detour, keep it on Max. Let's go to Max 2 real quick. I don't think that we've shared this just yet on THV 11. A new tornado watch has been extended into 4 a.m. Saturday morning for these counties in yellow. We have flash flood warnings also for a lot of these counties. The storms are beginning to move to the east slowly and stall out. That's a bad recipe for flash flooding. Along with that, we have the potential for seeing a few tornadoes tonight. Nathan shared with us when we were THV 11 Plus this graphic that indicated there might be an uptick in some of these severe thunderstorms that could produce a tornado. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Let's go back to Max 1 now and track that storm once again. This is for Clark County. It's for a little part of Dallas and Hot Spring counties. Arkadelphia, Caddo Valley, you are getting some torrential rainfall right now, maybe some hail, but it's on the southern end of this that we're keeping a close eye on for the potential for a tornado. And there we got the tornado warning. Hail also a possibility, the storm in White County. There's no warning here, and the rain has just been west of downtown Little Rock. Western parts of the city and the county, Pulaski County, have been getting some very heavy rain. There is a flash flood warning in effect for Faulkner, for Pulaski, for Saline and Perry counties. And as this slowly moves to the east tonight, we're going to see the rain continue and cause flooding concerns. There's the polygon. How close is this to the metro area? It's pretty close. Going to be up toward Hot Spring County. Fingers crossed that this will weaken and it'll go back to severe warned. But let's take a look and see if we can find more rotation within that. This is our reflectivity that shows the very heavy rainfall. But if we take a trip over to one of our wind products, and it shows a pretty good couplet there. Arkadelphia, this is getting awfully close. I would say that if you're on the southeastern side of Arkadelphia, you stand a pretty good shot of this rotation moving over the top of you. Highway 51 and 7, Highway 128, there's Dallark, Griffithtown. This is between Griffithtown and Gum Springs if we had to center in on it. The rotation that is, and there's that little shear marker indicating where we could see a possible tornado. Racing to the north by northeast. These are not true southwest northeast movers. These are more south southwest to north northeast. So a little bit more of a northerly nudge. As this line begins to slow down, these cells travel along the line. Here are some roads and some places that will be impacted. Open Banks Road here, River Road. You've got Highway 7 up here, Maddox Branch Trail. If you live in and around those areas, and there's the radar update we just picked up. Halsey Road, I should say. That's a road that is also close to that area of circulation. You saw the municipal airport there. You've got Maddox Branch Road. Let's see here. Yeah, Maddox, let's see, so much better. River Road, Forest Road, Sand Lane. You are in the path of the thunderstorm that has the greatest rotation that has prompted this tornado warning. Take your precautions seriously. Make sure you get to your safe place as soon as you possibly can. And if it's not the tornado, it's going to be very heavy rain and flash flooding in this area. Nathan?
And also want to include the community of Joanne.
There's Joanne.
Right in the direct path of this rotating storm that may produce a tornado at any moment. Highway 51, Brown Springs, Witherspoon. So if you're familiar with any of those communities, you are in the direct path of this dangerous storm that may produce a tornado at any moment. The rotation is definitely still there. It's a tight couplet where we're seeing those reds and blues come together. So it's going to be right about here, about to approach Highway 7. It's making a beeline towards the community of Joanne. So if you are in Joanne, take your tornado precautions at this time. Lowest level, sturdy structure, into your hallway, into your closet, into your bathroom. Stay away from windows. The idea is to basically block yourself with as many walls as possible to prevent any storm debris from entering the room that you're in. So you want to choose something, a closet, interior closet, but if it has an exterior wall, try to find somewhere else. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Looking at the latest on Storm Track 11 now, that green splotch has disappeared. So we may see a little bit of weakening, but still we got to watch these things closely because we all know these things cycle up and cycle down. But as I rewind this, it was there and it was significant, and now it's kind of going down somewhat. Take a look at the velocity. It's still there.
There's your couplet.
I don't see anything on CC.
Yeah, okay.
So that's good news.
That is good news. You know, a lot of these warnings tonight, tornado warnings, we've had a lot of rotation that's prompted the warnings. I think we may have had a brief tornado touchdown up in Cleveland. That was in northern Conway County, and possibly one in north central Arkansas. Look at the heavy rain that's falling. This is Gum Springs. In that vicinity, the rain is just pouring. And traffic is really, see the hazard lights come on. This is a recipe for accidents tonight. People, you just can't drive, 60, 70 miles per hour in this. You really do have to slow down. And I know a lot of big trucks travel at night in these general areas. So there's a lot of traffic out there. And if you know somebody that's on the road tonight and traveling I-30, they're going to have rain for quite a long time, especially if they're going 30 to 40. That's what it looks like in Gum Springs. Let's go to Storm Track. Not Storm Track. Let's. Well, it's already there. Let's go back over to Max 2. My apologies. I'm sorry, guys. My bad. Tornado watch is in effect for these counties until 4 o'clock in the morning. That does include Little Rock, Pine Bluff, Arkadelphia, Searcy, and Batesville. And it's the same area that is under flood warnings. So for the next several hours, even if the tornado threat lessens, you've got a very dangerous, significant flood threat that's going to take over. Now we can go back to Max 1. Let's track the storm once again. It's the only tornado warning that we have tonight, Nathan. It's perking up once again.
I'm looking at some other information, Tom, just to see what the current situation is when we look at the model information and what the current state of the atmosphere is looking like. There is some parameters still in place throughout central Arkansas. So any storm can still definitely begin to rotate and try to produce a tornado. It's not as high of a parameter for the strong tornado potential that what we saw earlier today. So that's some good news, but still there. Tornadoes are possible.
Yeah. Here's the polygon. You've got Clark County, Hot Spring County. You're involved in that tornado warning. Malvern, the cell is to your south, and you've got plenty of time to take your necessary precautions if you live in Hot Spring County. And there it is. There's the couplet. That's what we look for. You see the reds and the blues blowing toward radar, the red away from radar, and that gives us the spin or that couplet. And it's moving over Joanne right now, Nathan, along Highway 51 and Highway 7, where 128 comes into 51 and around Highway 7. That is just to the east of Arkadelphia, but it could be on the eastern side of downtown Arkadelphia.
The green has returned on the pinpoint tool on Storm Track 11. So it disappeared, it's back. This thing is trying to cycle up, cycle down, it looks like. And there is Arkadelphia. So like you said, it's just to the east of Arkadelphia. Certainly, Joanne needs to be in your safe place at this time because this storm at least is producing a rotating wall cloud. Whether or not the rotation is making its way down to the ground, let's take a look at the CC once again just to check back in.
Right in this area.
To see if there's any lowering of CC. 1 pixel there, so we'll see how that evolves because that just could be data that we really don't care about. And what we're looking for is the lowering of the CC is basically if we have a tornado on the ground, this will show us, because this takes into account the different shapes it's detecting in the atmosphere. And when the shapes are similar, like raindrops or snowflakes, you get the reds and pink color. But if the shapes are different because there's tree branches or pieces of homes being lofted into the atmosphere, then you get what's known as a lowering of the CC, and these colors will go from the reds to the yellows, greens, and blues. And when you have blue, and it's a big splotch or several pixels of blue, that tells us we have a damaging tornado on the ground.
Yeah, let's hope not. Let's hope that we don't have a tornado, but this is one of the more impressive couplets that we've seen tonight, and it could be trying to produce a tornado, and if it does, it's more than likely going to be wrapped in rain. Right now, Arkadelphia, on the eastern side of Arkadelphia, there's Caddo Valley and Gum Springs, where we had the camera shot of the torrential rainfall that's falling within this. But where those reds and greens are located, that's where we're finding the rotation that could possibly produce a tornado. This tornado warning is going into effect until 10 o'clock tonight, right up against 10 o'clock news. So we'll keep it here if we have to, track this storm for you as it moves even closer to Hot Spring County, then eventually Saline and Garland County, close to Pulaski County. We'll see how it holds together, if it can hold together. But there is that rotation near Arkadelphia.
And they've taken Arkadelphia out of the tornado warning.
Okay,
they've
good.
really narrowed this tornado warning.
Fantastic.
So let's go over to Max 1, because now they're really honing in on the path of what they're thinking this is going to affect. So Arkadelphia has been taken out, Tom. Malvern still remains in the tornado warning.
Malvern, you're next. You're up. You're next in Hot Spring County, Rockport. Malvern, you'll be in the path of this. So thankfully, Caddo Valley, Arkadelphia, you folks can relax. Willow, you're not in this. If you're wanting to know, there's Willow, Arkansas. Highway 51 and 128, Dallark, you're not in that polygon. But if you live in northwestern Clark County, or I'm sorry, northeastern Clark County, in southern parts of Hot Spring County, Brown Springs, Joanne is in the direct path of this. There's Highway 51, Highway 222, Donaldson, you're on the edge, and then you get up to Landers, and even farther to the north, you've got Malvern and Rockport that will be impacted eventually. These are just some of the communities. There's Harp, there's Durian, there's Malvern, Gifford, Arkansas. Rockport is on the edge of the polygon as well, hugging I-30. This is going to travel along I-30, eastern side of I-30. So as we go even further to the north, if you live on the east side of I-30 in Saline County, we're talking about Haskell, Arkansas. You will eventually be in the path of this. We'll take it even farther out. We like to give you more leeway, more lead time, so you can prepare. And here are those communities. It is 9:43 right now. Joanne, you're going to be impacted within the next 3 minutes or so. Donaldson, 9:55. Landers at 10:01. Malvern at 10:05. Oh, that's about 25 minutes away. Butterfield at 10:09, and then Glen Rose at 10:13, and then you take that beyond. You see Haskell there on the top part of your screen. This is the only warning that we have. It's getting a little bit closer to central Arkansas, and it has tightened up a bit. But Arkadelphia, good news, you're not in the path of this. And
this is going to try to produce something at any moment if
Yeah.
it's not already doing it.
That's even more tightened up, and I'd say impressive in terms of the overall tightening, not impressive as in good. It's over Joanne right now. Highway 51, Bucksnort Trail, and also Huey Trail. This storm is going to move right over the top of you. Nathan.
Going back to Storm Track 11, we do continue to see now a yellow show up. So that is getting definitely more concerning. I would think that it's trying to produce a tornado at this moment, or if there's not already a tornado happening, once again around Joanne. So hopefully people took their tornado precautions, and upstream now we got a tornado vortex signature popping up, that triangle, Tom, which is more evidence that this rotation continues to really gather strength, and it's getting more and more concerning by each scan.
Yeah, I think the only really good thing about this, the National Weather Service has squeezed into the area of the greatest concern. Again, if you missed it, Arkadelphia, it's just away from you. You're not in that polygon. Maybe a dropout here, Nathan?
You know, that's kind of concerning.
Yeah.
It looks like there could have been something here. I mean, they're checking it out.
I know it's not
I think
blue.
on the National Weather Service, but that green stays there. I'm going to get confusing here. I'm going to put 2 panels on and we'll take a look at it. So it's within that bounded weak echo region of the reflectivity on the right side. And then when we take a look at the wind data, it does match up.
Okay.
So there might have been
a brief
something
touchdown.
that happened around Joanne or right before it got to Joanne that the tornado did touch down and it did pick up some debris.
Yeah,
We're waiting on confirmation on that, but that doesn't look good.
Right here and right over there. So there could be one on the ground there near Joanne. Let's hope, folks, that let's hope it's away in the woods someplace. But let's make sure we stay in our safe place. Yeah, you're looking at a couple of different things that we look at here. That I know it's just a bunch of colors. What does it mean? But Nathan did a great job of explaining what that means. Tornado debris signature in this area right here. And you see Friendship, you're to the west, Midway is to the west, that's I-30. And hopefully the motorists that are on I-30 know what's going on as they travel to the north. This will eventually, if it holds together, will eventually intersect with I-30 as it gets closer to Saline County. Still a very impressive area of spin there, Nathan.
Yeah, so it's about to go from Clark County into Hot Spring County. So folks to the northeast of this really need to watch out. And that also means you folks in Malvern, but especially to the east of Malvern, Perla. This cell most likely did produce a tornado. Looking at that latest data, we're waiting on confirmation. We can go back over to Max 1 now. Still looking at a tight couplet as it pushes right along the border of Hot Spring County, Clark County, and also getting into Dallas County.
So it is going to clip Dallas County, the very northwestern tip of Dallas County before it moves into Hot Spring County. Brown Springs, you're going to be next, and it's pretty much right over the top of you right now. This is our couplet. This is the area of rotation that we're most concerned about. It is drifting to the northeast. It will come in contact and intersect over Highway 51 and Highway 222 within the next few minutes. The warning is in effect till 10 o'clock. It's 9:47. It may be extended on up. It's our job to make sure that you're aware what's going on even upstream in, say, Saline County. I wouldn't be surprised if we see this warning extended, especially with that impressive of a signature. This is probably the most impressive one we've had tonight. So if you live along I-30 in southern Saline County, I think Haskell, Alexander, Benton, Bryant, you folks are going to be in the path of this. And if it holds together still, it's going to have Little Rock and downtown Little Rock in its crosshairs in the next hour. But it puts it around Little Rock, if it holds together, Nathan, around probably around 11 o'clock, 11:30. If
we could extend that. I mean, I would say maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock, because it's going 50 miles per hour.
So it's 50 miles per hour. Okay.
And you look at that, lots of lightning. So that's an intense storm, and there's nothing in front of it to, kill the inflow. So this may be one that could be troubled as it continues to push along Interstate 30. We were looking at some really very much high resolution data, and it was showing the potential that there could still be cells with rotating updrafts moving over Interstate 30 and into Central Arkansas over the next few hours. So hopefully this changes, but we're about to get into, I think, a little window of opportunity where we have to be on our guard.
Tornado warning in effect till 10 o'clock tonight. That continues for Clark County. That's getting ready to cross into southern parts of Hot Spring County, just east, riding just east of I-30, but will eventually intersect I-30 if it continues the current path, unless it gets a bit of a shove to the east. And there you go. This is our area of concern near Brown Springs right now. There could be some strong rotation, possibly a tornado. Nothing confirmed from the Weather Service just yet, but they're keeping a close eye on it as well. It's hard to see out there tonight. We've got torrential rain falling across the area. Anything that is out there that may be a tornado would more than likely be wrapped in rain, and those are the hardest to see, especially here at night. So make sure you have everything ready to go if you live toward the Malvern area. This more than likely will hold together and get close to you, close to 10 o'clock here in the next 10 minutes or so. Have your safe place ready to go. Let's get the kids in the closet or the safe room, put something over their heads, turn on the TV, turn it all the way up, keep it on THV11, or you can stream with us on our app, on your phone app, THV11 News app. Just hit watch now. That'll take you right to Nathan and I, and we will give you, down to the street level as to where this thing's traveling. Tornado warning continues till 10 o'clock tonight. There are some streets that may be impacted within the next couple of minutes. We have to go back down a little bit closer there. Highway 51, and there we go, right here. Roundtree Road, Draper Road, County Road 273, County Road 426. There's Pump Station Road, County Road 281. Somewhere in this area is potential tornado tonight. It's getting ready to cross over Highway 222. Rolla is to the east. Rolla, you're not in the path of this. The polygon is just to your west. Here is that area of spin once again, that that couplet along Highway 51 and 222. Getting close to Donaldson, Arkansas tonight, Nathan.
Let's go back over to Storm Track 11. We haven't lost much of it, but we've lost a little bit of yellow, so that's a little bit of good news. But it looks like it's trying to jog more to the west with this current data. So Donaldson, you're right on the line, but when you take a look at what's been going on here, it's jogged a little bit to the west. It was moving to the northeast, especially when that yellow area was shown. That might have been a quick touchdown. And then it's kind of pushing a little bit
to the west,
to the northwest. So they may have to change this tornado warning.
Well, it looks like
box.
they just did. They just did, Nathan, I believe. At least they adjusted the box in now Hot Spring County. Looks like Clark County is now out of it. But yeah, I see what you're saying. It might need to be over a little bit more to I-30.
So I think the concern is going up for Malvern, Tom.
Malvern, Rockport, Perla, communities around Malvern and Perla. If you live outside of Malvern, this is going to be getting close to you here pretty soon. And let's say this thing continues to move a little more to the west. It's going to cross over and get Magnet Cove. If I'm in Magnet Cove, I'm going ahead and I'm going to go ahead and prepare just in case. There's Traskwood up the road, Tull, Arkansas. If they were to extend this polygon, it would truly follow north-northeast. Then Traskwood and possibly Tull would be in the path of this. Poland, you're all right, but Malvern, Rockport, and parts around this area, you need to be watching very closely.
Let's go to Max 1.
Okay.
I think that just shows a lot more of the highways and all that. You can see that kink though, Tom.
Got it.
Where that tornado would be located. You can see the inflow notch, and then where all this rain is wrapping around the rotation.
Yep, Highway 22 and 51 right now, riding along Highway 51. There's the shear marker north of Brown Springs. Strong rotation getting close to Donaldson. Will be just west of Donaldson unless it takes another jog. There you go. It's getting closer to 222 and 51. We've got the radar scan update. It would be, for those of you at home, it would be in this general area here with the radar update. So there's the update there. Highway 51 and 222. There's Donaldson. Donaldson might be on or within a little bit of that rotation as it kind of glides along the western periphery of that polygon. Tornado warning until 10. We're 6 minutes away. Surely they're going to extend this. Okay, the warning for Dallas and Clark County has been canceled. It's now in Hot Spring County.
It's very close to Donaldson.
There's Donaldson School, 222, Kratz Drive, Dingler Road, County Road 268, somewhere in this vicinity, 222 and Highway 51. Not quite over to Donaldson Schools, but awfully close. And there is our couplet. There's the area of rotation, continuing to lift to the northeast.
Nothing has changed on Storm Track 11. We still have the green splotch showing, so that still shows we've got rotation happening.
I'm keeping one eye on the screen here to see if and when they extend this tornado warning a little further at 9:55, only 5 minutes left. It's got a fairly strong signature to it for them not to extend it. I think they're going to extend it, and that would take it into Saline County. Impressive rotation. Haven't heard. Let's see. The question has been asked, are they going to extend it? We'll see how it works out. But I don't know. This is awfully concerning. It's riding along the western edge of that polygon, so they have to redraw it. Polk and Scott County, a new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay. There are some storm chasers out there looking at it too, Nathan.
Yes, I do see that, and we'll see if they see anything. But that rotation is still there. So Malvern, but even Social Hill, like you're not in the tornado warning, but this thing is trying to jog off a little bit to the north.
Instead of the northeast.
But now it looks like it's going. Now it looks like it kind of is still holding more to the north-northeast. So I would say Malvern really needs to definitely be in their tornado safe place if you're already not in there. And then also Perla as well. There's a rotation just southwest of you. And when you look at this radar, Tom, you know, they're seeing a little bit of rain.
It matches up with that right there.
And then it may stop raining before, if there is a tornado, starts to arrive. So don't be caught off guard. Just because it stops raining doesn't mean it's over. That tornado is coming from behind the rain. So just be smart, stay in your tornado safe place until we give you the all clear.
The red box here, that's a polygon, and the counties or the communities you see within that are under this warning, and that does include Malvern and Rockport. And it goes upwards, getting closer to Saline County. But this is Hot Spring County. Saline County is up here. So we're waiting on the next update from the National Weather Service. You see the notch here? This is the inflow area. This is where we're finding the rotation. Another update has just occurred, and there's a little triangle there for a tornado signature. But this is the area that we're keeping an eye on. There's the polygon, there's I-30, and there's still some substantial rotation just to the east-southeast of Midway, almost due south of Malvern now. Malvern, we're not trying to scare you or anything, but you do need to take this seriously. It's at night. It's probably rain-wrapped. You're not going to see it. Don't try to go out on the back porch and look for it. Take the precautions, take your tornado precautions seriously, and go ahead and get into your safe place. Make sure you've got something to cover up your head. The rotation is maintaining. It's not weakening. It seems like it's maintaining. Maybe not getting much stronger, but maintaining. There's the polygon. Donaldson is just on the other side. Social Hill is going to get awfully close to you. Then up the road, it's going to be near Malvern tonight.
Just trying to see if we see anything. I don't see anything necessarily with that information too much.
Will do.
And this is still a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, Tom. There's nothing been confirmed by the National Weather Service, but it's still showing clear rotation, maybe not as strong as what it once was, but it's going towards Malvern. So it's making a beeline towards Malvern. Malvern, you'll at least see a wall cloud go over, but certainly it could still try to produce a tornado at any moment.
Yeah. And you're more than likely not going to see it. Again, these are some very efficient rain-making supercells tonight. Lots of rain. We've had reports of flash flooding, possible tornadoes in north central Arkansas, but the rain has been the big story tonight. Here in about 30 seconds, we will introduce THV 11 news at 10 o'clock, but Nathan and I will stay with it. And we're waiting the next update from the National Weather Service, so we're roughly 30 seconds away. Again, this is your call, Malvern, if you live in Rockport, Perla, Arkansas. Okay, there's Rockport. I believe we're looking north or south, westbound. We're looking westbound, so we're looking toward toward the thunderstorm.
We do have a new warning.
All right, so let's go back to. All right, let me take care of this real quick, Nathan, then we'll track it. All right, and 5, 4, 3. Hey folks, thank you for joining us. It is now 10 o'clock. THV 11 News at 10 continues with severe weather coverage from Nathan Scott and Tom Brannon, joined by Rolly Hoyt and Faith Woodard. We're going to get to them here in just a moment, but we have the possibility of a tornado down in Hot Spring County. A new tornado warning has just been issued. We'll let Nathan tell us about it tonight. And please go to Max 1.
All right, here's the latest tornado warning that does include parts of Saline County. This tornado warning goes until 10:45. We have a cell that has continued to show rotation as it's making its way from Hot Spring County, getting into Saline County eventually. Right now, that rotation is about to approach you folks in Malvern. So if you're located within that tornado warning red box, go ahead and take your tornado precautions. That includes you folks in Haskell, Benton, Malvern, and some other communities. As we zoom in here, will pop up. Glen Rose, Traskwood, along Interstate 30, Rockport, Durian, and the actual rotation, when we take a look at the winds within this cell, because it continues to show rotation, there you see where those reds and blues are located. So it is just to the southwest of Durian. It's going to be a very close call for you folks in Malvern. So Malvern, please make sure that you are in your safe place at this time. You don't have much time. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on here for you, Tom.
Okay.
We said that cell was going 40 miles per hour.
I believe 40 miles per hour. And we may take it even further north through Saline into western Pulaski County as well, because that would be the next stop. You're watching THV 11 News at 10 o'clock with Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, Faith and Rolly along with us as well. Tornado warning for Hot Spring and Saline County. The current path of this cell is going to take it into southern Saline County, may impact areas along I-30 near Haskell, Benton, and then eventually upwards into western Pulaski County. This takes us into really the next 45 minutes or so. Malvern at 10:10, Traskwood at 10:21, Benton 10:32. You got 30 minutes, Benton, and then on up the road you've got Pine Haven at 10:36, Alexander 10:42. Mablevale at 10:46. Here's Pulaski, western Pulaski County. If you are watching us tonight tracking storms and you live in Pulaski County, western Pulaski, unless this thing begins to turn more northeasterly, if it holds together, it's going to make a pathway through the western part of Little Rock and Pulaski County. But for now, we're keeping an eye on what's happening just south of Malvern. There is our couplet. And Nathan, it looks like it might have just gone up a notch with that latest radar scan.
And it does show on Storm Track 11 with the rotation pinpoint tool, Tom.
There you go. And we're looking at our rotation tool, the blues and the greens. You get into the greens and yellows, it's a pretty good chance that the rotation may touch ground, may become a tornado. We haven't heard anything confirmed just yet. But if you do live up toward Perla, Malvern, Rockport, even Butterfield, Arkansas, we're getting out of Hot Spring County into southern Saline County. The storm's moving to the northeast at 40 miles per hour. And Nathan, this is really the first one that's gotten close to central Arkansas tonight. We've been tracking a lot of straight line winds and heavy rainfall, but this is the first supercell that we've had that could potentially produce a tornado.
Hopefully it's the only one.
Hopefully.
We were looking at some data earlier, and it was showing the potential of rotating storms going up along Interstate 30 and central Arkansas as we got into this time frame. That tornado watch has been extended until 4 a.m. for central Arkansas, and it's a narrow corridor of counties, but these storms are not really jogging off to the east too much. So we have to watch out for these cells coming from the southwest that still could produce rotation. Let's go over to Max 1 now, because once again, Durian, Malvern, you see where that little appendage is, that's where the tornado is located. So it's going to rain, and then you might see a break in the rain, and then you might see a little bit more rain before the actual, if there is a tornado happening, makes its way through your location.
Right here. Here's Durian. There's the area that we're talking about. Moments ago, it looked as if it was going to travel due north and impact Malvern. It still might, because it jogged a little back toward the west, but now this looks like it's more of a north by northeast track. So Durian, you are in the path. If you live along Highway 9, in Hot Spring County and you live near Darien, and then eventually 270 Malvern as you're heading toward Poen and then Prattsville. So these are the areas of concern in the next few minutes. Gifford, you're going to be in the path of this. Again, Highway 9, 270, there's Harp, Arkansas. Landers is off to the southeast, and there is our couplet. There is the area of concern, and it's getting awfully close, if not over the top of Darien at this time. Please take it seriously and get into your safe place. I know there's a lot of different colors here. You got blues and reds. These are couplets. If you look at the winds, you've got winds blowing toward radar in the blue, in the red away, and this is the area that we find the rotation within this supercell thunderstorm that is producing a lot of rain, could be producing a little bit of hail, and right now we're keeping an eye on it. It might produce a tornado at any moment. Nathan.
Tom, I'm trying to see here if this is a CC dropout on Storm Track 11. That's a little more concerning because it is all by itself. It just kind of disappeared there. So we'll have to see what that was. But that rotation is still there. I'll go back to one panel here. We'll just take a look at the pinpoint rotation tool. And it has disappeared.
Okay.
So it may have been a quick touchdown. And it looks like
Storm Track 11,
it
please.
possibly might have gone back.
There we go.
Into the cloud. So there you see it was looking like it was intensifying, and then the latest scan, but you know, it could be reorganizing. But I think that's where it was the highest concern right there when we had that yellow start to pop up. And let me show you the CC here as well.
There's our little dot.
That did match up with the rotation right there. So there may have been something of a quick touchdown.
All right, if you're just joining us here tonight, sirens are going off in Saline County from what I've been told. Saline County is under a tornado warning as well. That polygon box is all the way up toward the Benton area. Benton, Haskell, Traskwood. Bryant, you're not in the warning yet, but there's a pretty good chance it'll be extended if this cell holds together. Right now, it's located just to the south, or at least the area of rotation south of Malvern, near Darien, Arkansas. Right in this general vicinity, it is moving to the north-northeast. This is another viewpoint of it, where these two colors come together, where they couple together. That's where we're finding the rotation. I would say at this point, if it travels more north-northeast, then Traskwood is going to be in the crosshairs, eventually Haskell, and it may move right over Benton. It could jog, it could shift a little bit. It has shown signs of doing that. It was moving to the west, and these last couple of scans, it's taken more of a northeasterly push. So there we go. You can see that there is something rotating there. There's the first part of that tornado warning, and then it extends right here into Saline County. National Weather Service, let's see if they've got eyeballs on it, I'm sure. But they're also looking at a lot of heavy rain and flash flooding tonight. 10:08, thank you for joining us once again. We're on THV 11 Plus. We're also streaming tonight live on YouTube and on Facebook. Along with meteorologist Nathan Scott, I'm Tom Brannon, joined in studio with Faith and Rowley. We'll keep following this tornado warned storm. Glen Rose and Haskell, we're looking to the south. Lots of lightning with these storms. If you could, please add Rowley and Faith's mic. I just want to ask a quick question of them. If they have heard anything tonight from police, county sheriff's office on whether or not there was any kind of touchdown with this tornado.
Tom, we have not yet. It went through a part of Clark County earlier that had us scrambling a little bit, and now we're sort of letting this make its way through Hot Spring. Malvern's the county seat there. I'm really worried about the track that you guys have drawn up about the way it was headed through that city. But we plan to make those calls here in the next few minutes, but haven't seen anything on the socials. You haven't, right?
I've been checking. It doesn't seem like there's anything yet. Just again, a lot of those flooding pictures and videos that we're seeing. So a lot of that. But at this time, we don't know yet if anything touched down.
And the initial parts of that track that you guys were looking at, it was going over a lot of timberland that they have down there. It's right now where it's gotten close to Malvern that has us a little bit nervous. So I'll let you get back to the track, and then we're going to see if we can find some.
I do want to point one thing out. We are focused in on Hot Spring and Saline counties, but if we go back to Max, please, if you don't mind, gentlemen. There we go. There's Pulaski County. Pulaski County is next in line. And if you were to follow this polygon, this is going to impact parts of western Pulaski County and eventually maybe even up toward Maumelle, Mayflower, Valonia, if it keeps this current northeast movement. It is a very strong supercell thunderstorm, continues to keep its intensity. There's another one on the southern flank of it in southern Clark County, not warned just yet, and warnings over in Polk and Scott counties. But this one has our attention. There has been significant rotation reported with it. And we're going to keep looking for more information from the National Weather Service. Let's go ahead and, Nathan, if you want to take it a little bit closer, we'll find out how close it is to some of those communities that we were talking about just a few moments ago. Again, in line to be impacted were Malvern, and right there over Highway 9. This may be where we're finding the rotation near Durian, Arkansas. We'll turn on our velocity mode and take a look at those couplets and see if they still line up with this notch here. And a pretty good area of rotation, maybe a little broader area that does look like it's near Harp, Durian, and eventually a little farther to the north near Highway 270. Here's Highway 9 in Malvern. And north of Malvern, there's Rockport. I think Rockport right now you're looking pretty good. This is going to continue on a northeast track though.
It's definitely broader.
Yeah.
It's broadened out a little bit. So is this a weakening trend? Is it going through a cycle? That is something that we just have to watch and hope for over the next 5 minutes or so. But right now it doesn't look as significant as what it did when it was closer to Central and also Donaldson, and then it approached Durian, and after that it's gotten a little bit more broader going towards Malvern. So probably still rotation in the clouds if it was daytime, but I think the threat of a tornado may have been diminishing just a little bit, where you don't have that triangle on Storm Track 11 anymore. So that is some good news, because when you see the triangle, that means that you've got something that's really starting to tick up quite fast.
And that just popped in there, just as you were saying, something on the eastern side of that. So it might be going through a cycle.
And you look at this, it's like the inflow notch is a little farther to the east. So if there was something, it's probably going to be approaching Perla at this time, I would say, is where the inflow notch is. So I would put it pretty close to Malvern and Perla.
Okay.
Would be my estimation on where this rotation could be.
So there's the latest update as you were mentioning that. So although it may be weakening a little bit, it still could produce a tornado. So hopefully folks in Hot Spring County, hopefully you are in your safe place. Malvern, it's awfully close to you. You need to be in your safe place as well. Next up the road is Traskwood, Haskell, and Benton in southern Saline County. It's got a little ways to go to get out of Hot Spring County. Magnet Cove right now you look to be all right. It may begin to veer a little more to the northeast. We have seen it jog back to the west a little bit, but it may get a push to the northeast. Tonight, we've had the supercells in north central Arkansas, possibly a tornado near Cleveland, Arkansas, possibly. That's where another impressive area of rotation or spin was located, but this is really the one that's more than likely the strongest one or the most impressive one in terms of its overall stick-to-itiveness. It's holding together, going through these little cycles here. So there you go, northern Hot Spring County, Malvern, right along I-30. You are under the gun. Again, Perla, Arkansas, this is our area of concern.
Go back to Max 1, and it looks like it's possibly gusting out.
Well, that would be good news.
That could be a cycle. It could gust out and then try to reorganize and develop a new area of rotation. So that's what we have to watch out for over the next few scans. But still, remain in your safe place until we give you the all clear, Malvern, Gifford, and then up through Traskwood, Glenrose, Haskell, Benton, and along Highway 30. Glenrose, like I said, pretty close to Shaw, but certainly right in the middle of this warning box. Don't let your guard down. Just because we're saying it may be weakening, supercells, they go through cycles. They cycle up, they cycle down. They can reorganize even when they look like they're going to fall apart. Storm chasers can tell you that.
Yeah. Going through the cycling. And there's also other storms to the southwest. We'll get to that in a moment. A couple of more severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is our focus here as we close in on the Saline County area. Malvern, Hopefully you're still in your safe place. This is traveling right along and up 67 167, parallel with I-30 along 270 near Gifford, Arkansas. Again, it seems to be broadening out a bit, but over the next couple of scans, it may tighten up. So that's something that we're keeping a close eye on this evening. Let's see, 10:15. It's 10:15 tonight, and we're still expecting some heavy rainfall. Flash flooding is possible. A tornado watch is in effect until 4 a.m. now. And you know, while we've got that, let's go to Max 2, please, the 1 hour radar loop that we have. And I'll show you again. Here's the impressive cell we're tracking. There's another one in Clark County that's also moving up I-30. Severe thunderstorm warning over Scott and Polk counties with that storm. Heavy rain has been occurring off and on to the north of this area. And we still have an area here over south central and central Arkansas that's prime, that hasn't been touched yet. But we've had a lot of rain and flooding rain at that. This cell, this supercell, may be wrapped in rain, so you won't be able to see, or the tornado, if there is one, may be wrapped in rain. You're probably not going to see it. Now let's go back over to Max 1. We'll talk about the watches. Here are the tornado watches. And Nathan, it's just a very slender area of tornado watch for the rest of the night tonight into tomorrow morning.
The width of the counties is not that much,
no.
But the fact that it's 10 o'clock and they're going to have this watch for just, what, 2-3 counties wide until 4 a.m. tells you how slow they're expecting the system to be. So yes, we're concerned about the severe weather potential going through the early morning hours, but also heavy rain lined up. Once again, flash flooding, river flooding is going to be high impact potentially right through central Arkansas.
It tells you that that area of rain is going to slow down. It's probably going to rain for a while here tonight over these areas, and we'll keep the tornado potential there. Hopefully it'll lessen a little bit more after midnight. But then tomorrow we've got another chance of strong to severe weather over southeast Arkansas and another heavy rain threat for tomorrow as well.
Yeah, until this front clears the region, we still have to be on our guard, and we're going to be here. We're going to be here, you know, if it's 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning, we will have somebody here 24/7 until this threat is over.
And it's been a threat. It seems like it started Sunday. We got a little break Monday, Tuesday, but then it just really ramped up on Wednesday. And it has stayed the course all the way through. This is a fairly significant 3, 4, 5 day severe weather event and flash flooding event. I haven't experienced, and if I have, then it didn't stick out, but I know that there was at least one other time where we had risk levels that were high back to back on consecutive days. But this prolonged the threat of heavy rain and the threat of tornadoes. Let's go back to, if we can, let's see if we can get an update on where the storm is located, where the severe weather is located. What does it look like on Max 2, gentlemen? We can go there. And I'll drive it from here. And looking to see if they've sent, nope, nothing new on this warning out of, okay. Hold on just a second. We're going to zoom in just a little bit here. Here we go.
Yeah, the latest update, Tom, I'm looking at, it looks weaker and weaker by each scan on Storm Track 11.
Well, that's good. Let's hope it gets weaker, just a strong to severe thunderstorm. All right, our producer was talking to me here just a second ago. What did you send me, Mr. Kevin? Okay. Let's see. Haskell Police. All right. They're okay for now, still watching to see what the weather does. They confirm it's coming down pretty hard. The rain is coming down. All right. Energy Arkansas says crews have restored power caused by the cycle of severe weather. All right, so Haskell is watching what's coming at them, and here's that cell lifting to the northeast. There's Haskell, Malvern, and like Nathan said, it may be weakening somewhat, maybe gusting out a bit, not nearly as impressive of a
They're
warning.
going to replace it with a severe thunderstorm warning. They see what I'm seeing, and the rotation has weakened, so they will say it's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning.
Okay.
The low-level circulation has disappeared, but this is still an intense storm. It still has a lot of lightning, still could produce some damaging wind gusts.
And that's what we're looking at. This is looking back toward Haskell on I-30. Lots of lightning with this severe thunderstorm, and of course some very heavy rain. That is going to be the threat as we head through the nighttime hours tonight. Hopefully it doesn't perk back up. We'll keep an eye on it to make sure, and we'll keep it here. THV 11, THV 11 plus. This is the only tornado warning that we have. And now we're going to be concentrating on the heavy rain threat as well as this tornado watch for the rest of the night tonight. Let's take another quick look at Max 1, gentlemen, before we bring in Faith and Rowley in this and show you this is the location right here. It's a big thunderstorm. It's a heavy rain producer, and it is traveling along I-30, soon to be entering Haskell, Benton, and up the road here in Alexander. But this warning, that's a tornado warning, is going to become a severe thunderstorm warning here very shortly. Let's bring Faith and Rowley into the fold here and get an update from them. And I'll kind of reset our weather graphics here, and we'll get a forecast for you in just a second, guys.
All right, Tom, thank you.
From what I've seen on social media as you guys are talking, I'm just going down the timeline trying to look for stuff. But I think at this time, the Malvern Fire Department obviously is sending out just statements alerting people, just telling everybody to take cover. And, you know, there's a tornado warning in effect. I've seen Saline County Emergency Management sending out their stuff as well. At this time, we do know that people at least are getting those emergency alerts on their phones. We know that, you know, people are saying on social media that a lot of the sirens are going off. So that is good news that people are, you know, weather aware. Just seeing a lot of videos right now of a lot of lightning in that area, as Tom and Nathan just said. So again, just trying to, you know, get information as it comes in. But, you know, Rowley and I have been checking in with the police departments and fire departments to see if we can kind of confirm if anything is touched down. And I think at this point we still don't know for sure.
Yeah,
so,
it's really early for them to be able to get those damage assessments. Yeah. As we were noting before, it looked like the track of this particular storm started in Clark County and made its way into Hot Spring County, was over some timberland for a healthy amount of time, and it nicked some towns, some areas that are identified as towns on our maps and our tracking. It got really concerning when it started to make that direct line towards the outskirts of Malvern.
Yeah.
And gratefully, it seems as though the storm appears to have weakened right as it got to the outskirts of town there. So we've got calls into the various emergency managers and county officials for that. Interestingly, the track is similar to one that happened last month on the March 14th series of storms. They had damage in a very similar swath of land in Hot Spring counties. It seems this week of storms has had a target on northeast Arkansas the way the last month's storms did, and now southwest Arkansas, unfortunately getting in on that.
I think our neck of the woods tends to get the brunt of, I guess, kind of the severe weather a little bit. It takes that Hot Springs trek and then it comes up to my neck of the woods, kind of in the Benton, Bryan, Alexander area.
It's got to be coincidence that it seems like they follow these highways.
Yeah, that's what I think. But, you know, it does seem that, you know, we tend to get a lot of that activity. But just in some of the things that I've been looking at on social media, again, you know, if you're wondering where you need to go, obviously, if you can stay in your home, get into some of those interior walls, maybe a closet or anything like that, like Tom and Nathan have been saying, definitely do that. But if you're unsure where to go or even where to go after, you know, right now, and, you know, maybe you do see some damage, definitely text 501-376-1111, text the word shelter, just to see where you need to go. If you're kind of in that Alexander, Bryan area and it's kind of making its way, you know, to you, maybe you still have a little time to get in a safe place, text the word shelter and we'll send you a full list of what you need to know just in terms of Malvern specifically, because I've been trying to go on social media, see what I can find. The Malvern School District does have a safe room. It's a public safe room, but the shelter is only, I think, for the school district and students and employees of the district as well.
Keep that in mind. There's also a lot of flood damage out there as well. We're going to get busy trying to assess all of that. Those reports coming in, but Tom, let's send things back over to you.
Yeah, I'm going to run through a little weather forecast, get everybody up to date. Since that tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire, becomes more of a wind damage concern. Here it is right now. We'll go back to Max 2 in just a moment, but there's the current polygon, and here's the severe thunderstorm warning. This is Hot Spring County. This is Saline County. So it is beginning to track into southern parts of Saline County tonight, where we still have the severe thunderstorm warning. Let me take you on a little journey. Let's go back over to Max 2 and let's talk about the forecast tonight. We have had rain. It's been heavy at times. We've had severe weather. We've had tornado warnings. We still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. There's one in Scott County into Logan County. Another warning here, of course, Hot Spring into Saline and Pulaski County. It looks like Pulaski now is getting in on the action. Let me take you a little closer. There you go. It's a very intense thunderstorm. The Weather Service says it's weakened enough. They followed Nathan. They called Nathan. Nathan said, this thing's weakening enough. We can go ahead and put it under a severe thunderstorm.
Don't get me in trouble with the National Weather Service.
It's been a long night, but Nathan saw it and he said, hey, it's weakening. So I'm going to go along with that. And so now we just have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for northern Hot Springs, Saline, into western parts of Pulaski County, as expected. So if you live in Pulaski County, this is going to be a very efficient rainmaker, some wind, possibly some hail. Flash flooding is pretty likely with that cell. More heavy rain up in north central and northeast Arkansas. I don't want to leave these folks out. They've been hammered tonight. They also had severe weather. Cave City, Cushman area, another tornado warning was issued tonight. That moved out of Van Buren County, Cleburne County, Stone, Izard, Independence, and Sharp counties. And now the southern extent of this, because it's still strong and it hasn't really weakened, the Storms Prediction Center is continuing the tornado watch for this area till 4 o'clock in the morning. We still have strong to severe storms on the backside as well. Here are the watches. Tornado watch in effect. That does include Pulaski County and the metro county. See how it's not very wide. It's just confined into a very slender area. It also goes along the lines with the flood warnings we have out there. Tells me this line is going to move ever so slowly to the east, but maintain some tornado parameter tonight. So it is going to be a long night. Have lots of ways to receive severe weather information if you have to go to bed tonight. And I'll tell you one way here in a few minutes how you can stay up to date with the weather in your area. The risk for the rest of the night still in that moderate category, and we could see hail, some wind, and of course the tornado threat is still there as well. That's going to shift tomorrow. Let's get through tonight. So tonight, 10 o'clock, there's this area of rain and thunderstorms by midnight. Look, 2 hours from now it doesn't move much. And then you go into 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. It doesn't move much from there. In fact, I'm going to take it back just a couple of notches here. This is by 4 o'clock in the morning, I believe. I can't tell where the glass is. 4:30. I look right there. You can see very heavy rain, strong thunderstorms, possibly severe thunderstorms there. This comes to an end. Here comes our next wave. This is your Saturday. That is going to produce more strong to severe thunderstorms. There could be a severe weather threat over southeast Arkansas. So we can't quite say it's over with. By Sunday, it gets a push out of the way. We'll see some better weather conditions come into play. Some colder air is going to move in as well. Monday morning, some parts of the state could have a frost. That's just the way these things go, right? Here are the flood alerts. Now, if you recall, I had the tornado watches up. Look how it kind of coincides with all of the flood warnings. All of these counties in red are under flash flood warnings because of the slow movement of that line. And still within that line, we're seeing the uptick of some strong to severe weather. This may need to be updated as well. 7 to 10 plus inches of rain. This is by the time we hit the 6th, April the 6th. Today's the 4th. So by Sunday, today is Friday, right? By Sunday, 10 to 12 plus inches of rain will have fallen over northeast Arkansas, maybe even a little more. So rain will continue tonight. Thunderstorms, some severe is expected, otherwise flash flooding. And then tomorrow, flash flooding. It'll be a cooler day, 66. Here's your THV11 7-day forecast. I did not prepare an 11-day, but I will tell you that once we get beyond Friday into Saturday, we're going to keep things dry. We just have to get through these next couple of days. And like Nathan said, since that watch is going on to 4 o'clock in the morning, we'll keep it here. I'll be here overnight tonight. Simone will be here first thing in the morning, and she will walk you through what's happening tomorrow morning. So that's what we have here. It's 10:29. Faith and Rowley, we're going to stick around a while. After the show, we're going to pivot back to THV 11 Plus. I'll send things back to you.
All right, Tom, thank you very much. Continuing to monitor the similar channels and look forward to getting through this rough weather by the time we come to tomorrow.
Yeah.
We mentioned the flooding problems that exist out there right now. As once these winds die down, this rain is going to continue. We have several reports of washed out roads from the top of the state right through the middle to the lower corner, and it's a good piece of information to make sure you're careful out there. If you have to go out, be cautious, be aware of any running water, and treat it very, very carefully.
Yeah, it's nighttime, so it's hard to kind of eyeball things at this time. So don't go out if you don't have to. But again, just seek shelter and pay attention. Download THV 11 Plus so you can stay updated on what's happening near you. Right now, a lot of the focus is, in the Malvern area. It's where we're seeing a lot of people on social media just sending a lot of their pictures and videos. We're seeing a lot of rain and a lot of lightning in that area. I've been getting, some texts and some questions just, from people in Malvern saying, where can I go? Where can I seek shelter? And again, just text the word shelter to 501-376-1111. Here's a look at current outages right now in Arkansas. We're at 10,914, and that's a little bit up than when I last looked a couple of minutes ago. It was at really around like 9,100. So to have it at 10,900 is probably a lot to do with the activity that we're seeing right now.
It's right over Hot Spring County there. We've picked up a lot of folks who've lost their power, just over 700 there. Garland County continues to be a spot that has the most number of customers who are out, more than 1,500 at that point. And then Clark and Pike and Nevada counties all losing power, largely a part of that storm that has now been downgraded to a severe thunderstorm, but our meteorologists have their eyes on it as we go into the later hours of this Friday night. And it has been a long one, and it will continue to be an intensive evening.
Yeah, again, just if you are in the Malvern area, they do have a public safe room, but it's after school hours. It's only open to the public if there is a tornado warning in place. So again, please be safe out there. And if you need somewhere to go, we are your people that will help you. Text us 501-376-1111, and we will share whatever information we have with you. So
our coverage will indeed continue on THV 11 Plus. We'll do that right now. Have a great night, everybody.
Folks, thank you for joining us once again. THV 11 Plus. Now that the evening show has ended, we're going to try to track more storms for you tonight. I do want to start with one way that you can feel safe in the overnight hours in terms of getting weather information. If we can, let's go to max number 2. It's weather call. I haven't mentioned it lately. We haven't had a need for the overnight weather effect, but I know a lot of you get nervous at night. If you don't have the NOAA weather radio, if, let's say that, the phone's not reliable, there's weather call. Text the word call to 501-376-1111. Now, this is a service. There's a little bit of a charge. We're not getting it. This is just a third party that helps us out. It costs about $1 a month. And that's not much at all. You're going to get calls, you're going to hear my voice, and I'm going to alert you if there is a warning, whether it's severe thunderstorm, flash flood, tornado warning in your area. It's not going to waste your time 3-4 counties away. If there is a warning in your county and you're within it, then you're going to get the call. It's going to use precise location technology. And this just goes along with the number of different ways to receive severe weather information. Text call to 501-376-1111. And take a look at it. Now, you're going to be redirected when you click into a website, and there's a lot of information there, but you can sign up and start receiving those messages as soon as possible. That's weather call, perfect for overnight situations. Now we can go back to Max 1. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a little break myself, and for lack of a better way to say it, I gotta make a quick visit. I'm gonna send things to Nathan. Nathan's gonna break down what's going on out there, the severe weather that we have, and I'll return in a few minutes. Be right back. Thank you, Nathan.
Yeah, no problem. I guess we'll just go to the curb key then, and I'll just operate stuff from there. And we got storms about to roll into parts of Little Rock. Looking at the camera on top of Simmons Bank building, and definitely some bolts of lightning you can see in the distance. But here we go with what's happening out there right now. We have showers and thunderstorms continuing to make their way in from the southwest. We did have that tornado warning issued earlier for Hot Spring County and also Clark County. There's been no confirmed reports of damage. I just looked at the power outages. There are some power outages, but nothing widespread on where that circulation was detected. Let's take a look at Max 2 right now, just so we're on the same page. There we go. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Saline County and parts of Pulaski County. I just want to show you the amount of lightning with this storm because it's pretty lit up out there with looking like a strobe light for the most part. When we take a look at the lightning, and this is just over the past 10 minutes now, you'll see the counter here. So everything that you see on the screen, over 1,600 lightning strikes in the past 10 minutes. And look where it's headed. It's moving right towards the metro. So it's going to get quite loud here. This storm's going to create quite a ruckus. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and that's just because primarily there's a corridor of some winds still associated with this. So you see that bright blue right through Haskell, approaching Benton. These are some gusty winds, and that could knock down some tree branches, maybe even take out some weak trees. This could be winds easily of 45 to 55 miles per hour. We see that blue pixel right there, though. That could be wind gusts starting to approach 60 miles per hour. So we'll have to watch this as it gets closer to the metro. This is the cell that did have a tornado warning earlier with it, but now it looks like primarily it's going to be outflow dominant, and that's why we're seeing those gusts of winds. Let's take a look at the radar, the rain data with this situation, and heavy rain right through Interstate 30, Haskell, Benton, about to move into Alexander. This is a gully washer, so that's easily going to probably produce 1 to 2 inches of rain as that makes its way through, and this is going to be headed right for downtown Little Rock. Now there's a little tail that extends all the way down towards Highway 270 and right along the border of Hot Spring County and Grant County. And along this line, that's where there's some gusty winds associated with this storm as it makes its way off to the northeast. And you see that band of winds going all the way down. So you can expect some probably gusty winds. Sheridan, East End, it's all headed in your direction, and then eventually here into downtown Little Rock as well. But this is no rotation detected with this system. So that is some good news. Let's check out what's happening across the rest of the region because we continue to watch more storm cells. No severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this, but right along I-30, very heavy rainfall. And the models are saying that this is going to slam on the brakes and then just slowly inch its way to the east, and rounds of heavy rain will continue to push their way from the southwest. So the severe weather threat is going down little by little, but the flash flooding threat and the river flooding with the smaller creeks and streams, that's going up. We got so many flash flood warnings in effect right now across a large part of the region. When we take a look at all those flood alerts, they are really buying up a lot of real estate across the area. So we've got flash flood warnings, and they are continuing to be extended in time, now going into the early morning hours of Saturday, but they are lined up pretty much along I-30 all the way up to northeast Arkansas. And that's concerning. If you live near a flood-prone area, you really want to watch how things evolve over the next few hours. With rainfall totals looking like this, I mean, we got rainfall totals, 6-hour rainfall totals approaching 5 inches into Little River County, We've got easily 2 to 3 inches through Pike County, Garland County, now entering into Saline County, right along I-30. So if this heavy rain sets up shop across the metro, we could easily see 3-4 inches of rain in the next few hours, and that's going to lead to some flash flooding concerns for those poor drainage areas, low-lying areas. We've been getting video in, and this is just Interstate 30 right now, along, I'm assuming, Benton, right? And it is just a light show, like so much lightning out there. But any of those areas, you see Interstate 630 notorious for the ponding on the sides of the road, near the median, on the shoulders. If you have to travel, just watch out. Also, we have to watch out for the Saline River, because there has been times where the Saline River does spill out of its banks, and of course the Saline County Fairgrounds will most likely flood. That's a notorious place for flooding. But we have to watch out for Interstate 30, because we've seen water go over Interstate 30 in past years. So we'll just have to certainly keep a close eye on what happens with this heavy rain situation. That is going to be the big story, I think, as we go into tonight. Not to downplay the threat of severe weather, because like what we said, we had that tornado watch in effect right through central Arkansas all the way until 4 o'clock in the morning. And that's just because east of this line, it's still warm. It's still humid. The atmosphere is still volatile and still can produce some intense storms. Hopefully it's just a lot of lightning and maybe some small hail, but there's enough ingredients that we could still see some storms that try to rotate and still produce a tornado. I think the good news is the potential of a strong tornado has really gone down. I think that window of opportunity is closing quickly, and that's just because we're not seeing individual cells that are all by themselves well ahead of the line anymore. That was the case earlier today. We had plenty of supercells develop in north central Arkansas that may have produced a few tornadoes in that part of the state, but we haven't got any confirmed damage in that part of the state either when those tornado warnings were issued for Conway County, for Van Buren County, and also into Stone County. So we'll see what the day of light brings for tomorrow. But there is what's going on across the area right now. We had that one severe thunderstorm warning here for Saline County and Pulaski County, and there's more happening into Scott County, Logan County. So even behind this line, there's still a potential. That's most likely for hail, maybe some damaging winds, but all this is going to be lingering across the region through the course of the overnight, and your most intense cells are going to be right along the edge of this actual shield of rain. What's happening off to the northeast? We have not taken a look at that. More heavy rain lined up through Jackson County, White County. Nothing is severe in this part of the region, but copious amounts of rain are continuing to fall across a large part of central Arkansas. So here's that severe thunderstorm warning, and we can take a look outside from the Simmons Bank camera, and maybe we'll see a lightning bolt in the distance. Now, of course, yeah, my producer said there's so much lightning out there, but yeah, I'm just going to step off the screen here, and we are certainly seeing those lightning bolts get closer and closer. So it's going to get loud, and you know there could be some things that get struck by lightning. So we'll have to watch out for that as well. When you have a storm this intense, there's probably going to be some objects that get struck by lightning. I'm sure the tallest building in Little Rock is going to be susceptible to this pretty nasty lightning storm about to move into Little Rock at this time. But again, this is primarily a wind event. I think the winds will pick up. We may see a shelf cloud in the distance too, and the shelf cloud is different than a wall cloud. The shelf cloud extends across the entire horizon, and that's just because as the colder thunderstorm air gets ahead of the storm, it basically pushes up the warm humid air. That warm humid air cools, condenses, and then as that climbs into the sky, it forms that overhanging sometimes definitely ominous looking cloud. I'm not seeing that here right now, but yeah, it's starting to get loud out there. Well, so, I mean, the lightning can light things up.
Right. There we are. Thank you for the microphone, gentlemen. Would you like to take a few minutes Go hi to Sierra.
Yeah, I got to check on her.
She was in my chair.
Oh, she was in
Yeah,
your
she was
chair.
in my chair.
Oh no, that's not good.
She said.
Okay, I'll get a lint brush.
She said I'm ready to go home. That's what she said.
I'm sure she is.
All right, make me taller. Here we go. As we continue our coverage on THV 11 Plus, it's great that you're hanging out with us. I know a lot of people have storm anxiety. Guys, if you could make me taller and better looking, that would be preferred here tonight. Rolly and Faith, are you still with me? Yes. Okay, good. You're in the room. Now, the thing is that if Faith were to, I want you to come over here for just a second, Faith. All right. You got it ready?
Okay.
Okay, I'm coming in here. Come here. Faith, I just want you to see this. You don't really get to see me stand next to Faith without a box.
Wait, but we don't have the I don't have the Nathan effect.
You don't?
You know, because you guys.
I still look up to you.
Yeah, I look really tall. This is the first time I'm over here.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is crazy.
All right. Well.
Okay, let me not stand in front of the important stuff. Okay.
No.
Tom, tell me what we're seeing a lot of.
Where we're seeing a mess out there is what we're seeing. In fact, what I want to do real quick is go over to Max 2, because I've gone into the Little Rock area, the severe thunderstorm warning.
This is my area. This is my neck of the woods.
This is if it's not raining over your area, it probably will.
Yeah.
Here tonight.
I'm probably going to stick around just for a little bit longer because it's a.
I think that's a good idea. You don't want to have to drive home in this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, my dog is probably acting crazy right about now. He hates the thunder, so yeah.
Your dog have to go outside?
Listen, he's not going outside tonight.
Okay.
We're just
I don't think anybody says.
So yeah, he might come home to a little bit of a mess.
That's expected, you know.
We make it work.
Right. Nathan's checking on Sierra tonight. He brought his cat into work tonight, and we had some other folks from THV bring their pets.
Yeah.
Let's go back to the radar summary right now, real quick. There you go. Thank you, Faith. Let's track this. A lot of you with your ears and your eyes on this cell. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. It's doing what it's supposed to do. It's raining awfully heavy, and we've also got some wind with it. Little bowing out effect here. You know, this area has had some rain tonight. Hopefully things have stabilized a little bit. As Nathan was mentioning, we still have a little bit of tornado parameter there. Hopefully it's beginning to wind down just a bit. I'm going to turn off the lightning. It's hard to see where the storm is when we've got all that lightning, but the lightning tells you that it's just a very strong thunderstorm. It's a severe thunderstorm, and it's getting ready to move into western Pulaski, and there is a little bit of turning here, kind of a backward C effect there, backward C, or a comma. It's been a long night. It's been a long week. I'm sure that you folks out there can relate. This is now beginning to enter the I-30 southwest Little Rock area, and it could produce some very strong wind gusts and some hail. I'm just going to stop the motion of it here real quick. I've reached that time of the night. I have to pull these out just so that I can see. And there we go. There it is. It's moving through I-30, Benton, Alexander, East End area. The winds, we'll look and see if we can find some turning motion in here. This was the storm that prompted the tornado warning. What this tells me is that there's some this bump here tells me there's some straight line winds that are approaching Alexander. This is going to gust out with some very strong wind gusts. Just keep that in mind. And the hail, we'll see if there's some hail with it. Might be a little, and there you go. That is in northern parts of Grant County and Saline County. But what's interesting about that is the hail is occurring in an area that's not under a severe thunderstorm warning. But it could be upwards of ping pong ball sized, possibly quarter sized hail. That's what's being measured, but as it hits the ground, it may not be nearly as proficient there. All right, live radar, once again, we are tracking severe weather tonight, strong to severe weather. Once again, moderate risk of severe weather for tonight, and we have had lots of tornado warnings north of us. We've had this one tornado warning that's been persistent, and this is a very intense cell that's over Saline County and Garland County. Rolly, I guess you're not going to go home anytime tonight, are you? Anytime soon. I think he stepped out. I think I'm all alone now. Thanks a lot, guys. Left me all alone. It's okay. I'll hang out with you tonight. Pulaski County, thank you very much. You're watching on THV 11 Plus, YouTube, and hopefully Facebook Live. We've got a lot of heavy rain moving into the metro area, and Little Rock will be impacted here very shortly with this big thunderstorm. It's a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts or even more, and it's holding together quite nicely. It's moving up I-30 in the corridor here, soon to be getting close to the southwest Little Rock. Okay, so Faith came back, and thank you. You could have taken a break if you needed to. That's all right. We all need to get a break, get that cup of coffee. It's 10:49.
Are you drinking coffee or tea, Tom?
Right now it's coffee. I might have a little something else later. It just depends on how this night goes, folks.
I'm going to get, a glass of champagne because we made it to the week when
Now, I don't want to say that too loud here on THV 11 Plus.
Yeah.
All right. Also, other storms in Hot Spring County. Severe thunderstorm warning northern Dallas County into Grant County for this cell and another strong cell. Not warned yet, not a severe thunderstorm warning. This one's the strongest. This one's not far behind it. That could produce some strong wind gusts, some heavy rain, and maybe even a little hail. Let me take a look at our hail now once again, since we're on a little broader perspective. We know we picked this up here. Also, it could be some hail here on the western side of that one. Could be quarter-sized hail. And in terms of winds, always keeping an eye on these to make sure they're not turning. There's not any rotation. Certainly some wind that could be some straight line wind with this, but primarily it looks like hail. Another severe thunderstorm warning over in Scott County and Logan County. Y'all want to look outside for a minute? Let's take a look at that storm as we pull up our camera outside, looking toward the west-southwest at that storm coming our way. It's had a lot of lightning with it. I'm going to take a step back here, and we can watch this storm roll on in tonight. Over Pulaski County and also Saline County, lots of vivid lightning. I know you're nervous about going to bed tonight, but just make sure you got ways to receive severe weather information with severe thunderstorm warnings expected. Tornado watch in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. Faith, how long does it take you to get home when you leave the studio after the newscast?
17 minutes.
You got 17 minutes?
Yeah.
It takes you less time to get home than it does me. It takes me longer.
Further.
She can turn on her mic if you want.
But it's right, all this activity we're seeing is literally right kind of where I'm headed.
Did you take your mic off?
Yeah, I did.
You're getting ready to leave.
I did. But
Okay, all right.
I'm still here for you, Tom.
That's fine.
Some support.
Listen, I don't know if leaving right now would be the best thing. You'd run right into that wall of water heading up I-30 near the Alexander Benton Bryant area. But at THV 11, the folks here at THV 11 care about what they do. We've had them stick around here all night tonight, trying to get them out ahead of the storm, getting them on home. Rolly's probably going to stick around a little longer tonight too, isn't he? Or did he go ahead and leave?
No, he's still here.
He's still here. Rolly always stays pretty late.
He stays 30 minutes after every night.
I know it. He does. They're keeping a close eye on the storms moving through central Arkansas right now. Let's go back to Max. Oh, there's some lightning for you. Keeping an eye on this storm. I know it looks like a lot of nothing there to you at home, but it tells us a lot. The winds, we look for those couplets of wind. I see straight line wind gusts here, some strong winds that are approaching Saline County, northern Saline County, moving through the Benton area, Haskell area, strong winds there. And here in the Little Rock area, I'm going to pull up our live radar. The reflectivity just really shows the heavy rain in that thunderstorm, and it's going to move over downtown Little Rock. This may graze western Little Rock, but it looks as if the heart of that really heavy rain is poised to move over downtown Little Rock here in the next 20 minutes or so. Down around Hot Spring County, thank you for joining us. If you're watching tonight, I'll tell you that with THV 11 Plus, and for those of you that, and I got to be honest with you, I didn't know a whole lot about it myself, and I work in this business, but these apps are phenomenal for streaming. What's good about THV 11 Plus and is unless we have tornadoes, we don't have to interrupt Stephen Colbert right now. You can join us on Plus, and it's a little more casual, relaxed atmosphere as we track these storms. Where are we looking here, big guy? Big Rock Interchange. It's different perspective here. Looking to okay, this is 4:30 then, right? Looking toward the south. So there's your storm off in the distance that's going to be approaching here. I can't believe there's all this traffic out there. How about that for lightning? Bunch of good lightning. Just keep it here. Let me talk THV 11 Plus. Maybe you're watching us from your phone. You know, I've got my phone right here. You can watch that way, but the screen's only like, what, 3-4 inches? What you want to do is upload THV 11 Plus app to your smart TV, your Samsung, or if you've got Roku, Amazon Prime, or Apple. It's real easy to install. It's so easy a caveman can do it. I know I did it. And voila, there it was. I can watch programming. Nathan Scott's got this great thing called WeatherWise, and he really digs into the science of meteorology along with other original content, okay? And this gives us an opportunity to stream all night live without interruption. I can bring you the storms. I can bring you these RDOT cams. And I got to tell you this, a lot of you know that I worked on the morning show for a number of years with a gentleman by the name of BJ Sams and Robin Richardson, right? Robin just sent me a text. Can I go to bed? Okay. Are you, Robin? You're watching, right? I hope you're watching. Are you in Little Rock? I didn't think you were in town. I thought you were out of town. Yes, I think so. Just keep your NOAA weather radio handy or your phone handy just in case you get a warning, all right? Thank you very much. Robin Richardson. And hopefully, Kevin, who do we have left here tonight? I got to say, I got to give props to our directors. I would give props to Chris and Roger. I'm giving props to. They can turn me off right now if they want. They're gonna hang out with us tonight. Kevin Luthringer is our 10 o'clock producer. He has someone to keep him in line tonight, thankfully, getting the job done. Rebecca sitting next to him up there. Thank you, Rebecca. All right, she got a. What are you screaming for? You can come down here and say hi. Rebecca's one of our star reporters here at THV 11, and she's keeping things going up there. So thank you.
Just, went public.
Oh no! She's up there hanging out with them, keeping everybody straight. Faith is here still. She's doing what?
I'm here.
She's making calls for us, making sure that the flood waters are not rising just yet. And Faith is waiting for this mess to be over with so she can go home.
I got a dog to see, Cashy Washy.
And is JD still here?
Yep.
Where? Come over. Oh, come here. Ladies and gentlemen, these are really bad for you, but they're so delicious. JD Roberts is our news director.
Assistant news director.
Assistant news director.
I'll get in trouble.
No. Come here, JD. Come here. I don't want to do this. We'll throw the nerds up here. We'll be eating on those here in just a few minutes. Brought me some candy. Can't say the name of the. So coming up here, the month of April, this guy right here is going to have me do my own show, right?
Just like this.
Just like this, streaming for 24 hours straight, right?
Yes.
No, we're gonna have fun with it. JD does a show on THV 11 Plus as well with Michael Buckner. It's Getting Real.
Getting Real, yes. We did weather movies today, so.
You did?
Yeah.
And what's your top weather movie?
Twister's up there, but I gotta go. Thanks.
Yeah.
Hey, thank you. Thank you for everything.
Yeah.
Call me from
Yeah, get out of here. Beat the weather. Y'all beat the weather. Thank you very much. Man, these are good, but I tell you what, you eat too many of them, you get that feeling in the roof of your mouth.
I know you are not talking about bad food.
Yeah.
You eat oatmeal
oatmeal cream pies from
for
Little Debbie.
breakfast.
Let's go back to radar tonight. Let's give everybody a radar update. THV 11 Plus. Here it is. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. It's moving into downtown Little Rock and Pulaski County, Saline County, Grant County. Here you go. Benton, Sheridan, western parts of Pulaski County. This activity continues to move to the east, and we're going to keep an eye on this little appendage here, Grant County, northern Dallas County, because we still have some parameter to work with when it comes to tornadoes. So with that in mind, I'm going to go over to our live winds mode. I'm going to put the glasses on and scare folks tonight. Here we go. Live winds. I want to take a look at this, and I don't see much in the way of anything rotating. If anything, we've got some strong wind gusts from within. Some strong winds now beginning to enter or leave Saline County, getting close to the southern end, southwestern end of Pulaski County. Hey, there's Rebecca. You have an oatmeal cream pie.
My name's Rebecca.
Talking about Rebecca. I'm sorry, Catherine. Gosh, I've got Rebecca on my mind. Where'd you get this?
Grayson.
Grayson? Catherine? That's awfully nice of you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Catherine, come here. Those of you that have not met Catherine, I'm so sorry. Rebecca's up there. You're Catherine. Catherine's our newest reporter here at THV 11, doing a phenomenal job. You're still here tonight.
I am doing homework actually because our lectures this week are actually tornadoes.
Oh, okay. She's a meteorology student. She already has 3 degrees. Why not go back and get another degree, right?
Yeah.
A 4th one. That really tops it off.
Anyway, there's your.
Well, thank you very much. And who did this?
Grayson had them.
Grayson had them, and he hadn't shared them with me all this time?
Take it up with Grayson.
Thank you, Catherine.
You're welcome.
Thank you. See, THV 11 crew showing out here. And I do apologize, Rebecca. Y'all let me know if she's coming after me from up there. She's making calls for us tonight, making sure that we've got roadways. So lots of rain is falling down out there tonight. Nathan Scott is taking a little break. You have some video? Hey, anything would be great. Let's show some new stuff. Live winds indicating that we've got some strong winds moving into the downtown area. Let me go back here and see live radar. And we'll show you what's happening in terms of the reflectivity mode here tonight. Okay. Highway 333 near Marshall. We'll pivot to some video. Now, this is what's been happening this afternoon. All of this heavy rain in the north central part of the state. Marshall, look, it looks like some debris over the roadway. And did the roadway get washed out? The roadway, yeah. And this is why they can have more water over the roadway tonight. You don't drive through this stuff. That bridge is now unsafe. I bet they have to start over with it. That's a lot of water. Thank you very much. Another piece of video there, Kevin? Hot Springs video on the way. Garland County had flash flooding tonight. That's what we've been hearing from authorities across the region. Flash flooding concerns, and we'll have more flash flooding tomorrow. Rainfall rates are pretty high out there. An hour's worth of time. Okay. Dennis is talking about rainfall rates. Oh, thank you. Melinda buys Mountain Pine Road in Hot Springs. That's impressive. No, but we do appreciate the video. Don't put yourself in harm's way. Thank you, Melinda, for sending that along. And I guess this is more. This is the same video, is it? It's Luke. Nathan, you doing okay? Okay. Nathan Scott is still here with us tonight. We're taking little breaks, keeping an eye on the weather. Here you go. It's got me a little more concerned right there, although I'm not seeing any kind of strong rotation out of that. That's got me a little more concerned over Grant County. Severe thunderstorm warning. Severe thunderstorm warning still in effect up here in Pulaski County, in Saline County as well. Go back to radar real quick and let me zoom in just a little bit tighter and show you what's going on here in Pulaski County as these severe thunderstorms are now beginning to move into central Arkansas. There you go, Little Rock down to East End, Sheridan just to your west, a very strong 2 severe thunderstorm. I'm sure the Weather Service stayed a closer look on that to make sure it's not rotating. And I'm going to go back and see what they say about that. And quarter-sized hail in Sardis, Arkansas. So yeah, these are hailers as well. Ooh. Rodney Parham from Henson to Reservoir has water starting to collect on both sides of the road. Drains are not blocked. It's just beginning to rise and accumulate. A lot of that's due to the rainfall rate that's happening outside. So we're beginning to see some potential flooding here in the Little Rock area. You can hear the thunder outside going on here tonight with these thunderstorms moving into and over the central part of Arkansas. Thank you once again hanging with us here on THV 11 Plus tonight for a stormy night over Arkansas. Some heavy rain and, man, lots of thunder and lightning happening right now as this severe thunderstorm moves over the downtown area.
I just saw that lightning bolt.
You did?
Yeah, I was looking outside the
yep.
station and it was right over here. It was pretty bright.
I got a little close, too close for comfort, too. All right, ooh, there it is again. Boom, here it comes. Getting awfully close here. Severe thunderstorm warning continues in Pulaski County. It looks like that warning has now been extended. I have to go back and look. Go back to Max, please. Let me take a look at that real quick. Yeah, that has. And here we go. We can see the polygon here in the Little Rock, downtown Little Rock area with that severe cell moving on through. I'm seeing a couple of notches, one here and one in Grant County. Take a closer look at that and see if there's anything to be concerned with on our live winds mode. And now, okay, although it's not necessarily a couplet, not necessarily, it could be just a little bit here. This is along Highway 367, just south of the Geyer Springs area. Here's Sweet Home, downtown Little Rock. That area right there is a little bit of a notch there, and there's even another one a little farther south than that, over Grant County near Sardis in East End, Saline County. Well, East End is not in Grant County, it's in Saline County. So I'm not seeing much rotation, but what I am seeing is some wind that will be accompanying these storms, and there will be some large hail as well. We've had quarter-sized hail reported tonight. Let me get to it. There you go. Hail in the storm that is entering western and southern parts of Pulaski County could have some quarter-sized hail. Not looking at this being a hailer to our south in Grant County. There we go. Look out back over toward Thiel and Prattsville and Leola. See if the boss made it home. That's good. All right. Shayla, glad you made it home safe. We have sent a lot of our crews home to try to wait this out. And here momentarily, if we can get the rain to settle down a bit, we will send Sierra the cat home, and Nathan will stay. Kids, Sierra drive.
How's she going to get home?
It's like Toonces, the cat from SNL. She can drive herself, right? Goodness.
We can go over to Max 1 now. This is the rainfall rate. I don't have a legend for it, but basically what you need to know is the white area that you see here, that is very heavy rainfall. That's like 2.5 to 3 inches per hour. That's what you would get. If that sat over that same location for an hour, you would easily get 2.5 to 3 inches. So we've got some torrential rains now moving into downtown Little Rock. Hopefully it doesn't stick around too long, but look at all the reds. I mean, this is all the reds, 2 inches an hour. Hopefully this moves through and doesn't stick around, because if it does, we're going to have some big issues, including the THV 11 Weather Garden that's also notorious for flooding concerns. Might have to get the noodles out, right, Tom?
Well, we have them out. The noodles are here.
to block the water from seeping underneath the door that we have that accesses the garden. So we do have a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag into Grant County, Tom. And we are watching, like you said, a little bit of suspicion.
Yeah.
And there is, you know, a little bit of a suspicion that's approaching Sheridan. So Sheridan, just keep a close eye on this, because this is the same, system that did produce the earlier cell with a tornado warning that was down into Nevada and Hempstead County. And anywhere along and east of this line, we still have to watch out for that tornado potential all through the overnight hours. Even though it may be lower than this afternoon significantly, nighttime tornadoes you never want to mess around with, and you just never want to assume that it's all over until the atmosphere tells you it's all done. And that's not the case right now, because we still have a primed environment that can still produce tornadoes and still produce damaging wind gusts and also hail. And I think we might have some hail try to move into Little Rock. Let's take a look at the Hail Now tool. And it looks like we do have some potentially pea to dime size hail moving through Geyer Springs, Mablevale, Sweet Home. And this is delayed probably a little bit, so I would assume maybe even parts of downtown Little Rock could see potential of some pea size hail. We'll know here in about 5 minutes if we hear it outside the studio. Also some hail into parts of Grant County. So Tom, we are just continuing to watch this line slowly but surely inch its way to the east, but the pockets of heavy rain go all the way out to the border of Arkansas and Oklahoma. And if this fills in tonight, the flash flooding concerns will continue to mount up across a large part of real estate.
Yeah, just something from Dennis over at the Weather Service at 11:05. He's mentioned they're closely watching the potential for a tornado just south of the Little Rock Metro. So we are suspicious of that cell. Anytime you see a little bit of a hook there. Here in Little Rock, wherever it might be, but I think he might be talking about that one there in Grant County. Sheridan, it's going to be getting loud near you with very heavy rain, but this is the part of the storm we're keeping an eye on. And gosh, I don't know, maybe there's a little something there too. Southwest of Sweet Home along 530, that's going to track between Higgins and Sweet Home and move over toward 440. There might be a gush of some wind here. I don't really see anything coupling there. Maybe he's talking about the one down around Sheridan. Potential for a tornado just south of the Little Rock Metro. So these are our live winds. Some gusty winds, 40 miles per hour to 60 possibly here from Windermere to Woodyardville. Some of those townships or smaller communities there along 530.
Oh, I think I hear hail.
I was going to say it sounded like some hail. Why don't you take a look? And that is a tornado warning.
That's a tornado warning
for Jefferson, Saline, Grants, Pulaski, and Lone Oak. So, okay. Tornado warning in effect. Let's go to THV, please, guys. Going to THV. Let's go. We got a tornado warning. That's at one. That's at Sheridan one. Okay. Say when. Okay, thank you for joining us once again. Sorry for the delay. We have some processes we have to go through, but we've got a pair of tornado warnings we need to pass along. We've got Pulaski County and Lone Oak County, also down around Grant and southern Pulaski and Lone Oak counties. Nathan and I just took a look at these storms. They've been getting a little stronger, and they're showing some signs of rotation. So that's why you're hearing the sirens where you are tonight. Tornado warnings in effect for Pulaski and Lone Oak counties until 11:45 tonight, and also a tornado warning for Jefferson, Saline, Grant, Pulaski, and Lone Oak until midnight tonight. These will mainly affect the eastern parts of the downtown Little Rock area, all the way up toward the Cabot area in Lone Oak County. And then the other warning that we see is down around Grant County. Nathan and I were just talking about this on THV 11 Plus just a few moments ago. Nathan, here are the warnings. They're here.
Yeah. And right now, this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Nothing has been confirmed, but we're going to take a look at where the rotation is being spotted, and it's right near Sweet Home and approaching College Station. So very close to the Little Rock Airport. This is not going to affect West Little Rock, but we do have the potential of seeing rotation that it may try to reach its way down to the ground at any moment, as we are seeing this rotation continuing to pick up. We do not have the tornado warning in effect for you folks in West Little Rock. The tornado siren is sound for the entire county of Pulaski. So West Little Rock, this rotation is well to the east of you. It's east of Interstate 430. It's east of Maumelle. Don't worry about it in Maumelle, but you are under that tornado warning. The rotation will be making its way through Little Rock, East Little Rock, then towards North Little Rock, Dixie. Here we go with Walmart's that you see here with the W, Interstate 440, and it will continue to push its way towards Rixey and Jacksonville. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but nonetheless, we do have that potential. There could be something that spins up at any time. This tornado warning is in effect until 11:45, and then we have another tornado warning, Tom, pretty close to Sheridan.
Yeah, pair of tornado warnings tonight. Here you go. This is moving right now into the downtown area of Sheridan. Again, quick spin up. National Weather Service thinks these will be quick tornadoes, but still tornadoes nonetheless. Kevin, your switch, by the way. This tornado warned storm moving to the northeast. It is going to take a track through Sheridan, at least the western part of Sheridan. And let's hope that you get the warning and get in your safe place as quickly as you possibly can. All right, once again, these are tornado warnings, 2 of them. The National Weather Service did them simultaneously. The one up in the metro area, that one's going to track in toward Lonoke County. And this one down around Sheridan is going to take a track through Grant County, parts of Jefferson, and southern Pulaski County. Trying to find where the rotation is, somewhere in this area, around 270 and 167. So what we've seen tonight, these cells, they weaken a bit, and then they tap into a little bit more favorable environment for the development of tornadoes. No report of anything yet, just radar indicated. So here we go. There is our area of concern just to the west of downtown Sheridan, and it is moving to the northeast. And let's see, if you live along Highway 46, you got Walnut Ridge here just to the northeast of Sheridan. That's going to cross over 530. And there's your rotation along Highway 190, and between Highway 190 and 270, there's Prattsville. It's to the east of Prattsville, and again, moving to the northeast. The one in the metro area, we can go back. It's over downtown Little Rock. This one's going to track over eastern Pulaski County, eventually make its way up to Lonoke County. We'll cover this one as well. There's number 1. Here's the second one over downtown Little Rock near the airport. So guys, you might want to try to find something near Galloway and look back toward the south and west. Pretty efficient rainmaker, some strong wind gusts here downtown. Here we are. We're awfully close to it, the main area of concern, and it's going to take a track to the northeast as well. Moving through eastern Pulaski County, it's going to get awfully close over to and around the Jacksonville area, then toward Cabot. So College Station, yeah, you folks in College Station know what it's like. It was March 197, I believe, that you were hit by a tornado, and the airport is in this area as well. So this may move right over the Little Rock Airport. And you can hear the wind and the heavy rain that we have in downtown Little Rock, and now the possibility of a tornado developing in this thunderstorm as it tracks to the northeast. It's a very, very heavy rain over I-30. Anything else on this one, Nathan, that we're looking at seeing?
And the winds are picking up. I'm not seeing anything on the CC if there's any debris being picked up by either one of these tornado warnings.
Boy, it's loud. It sure is a howling out there. Let's see here.
But it looks like we're getting a pretty good gust of wind moving through downtown Little Rock right now.
You can, yeah, the wind gust and the very heavy rain threat out there, the very heavy rain, I should say, downtown Little Rock. This is where the heaviest or strongest wind gusts would be along 440. Let me know if you guys find a camera shot looking outside. It's just unbelievable how heavy that rain is moving over the area. And these supercell thunderstorms are looking toward Woodyardville, okay, northbound. If we can find something downtown, close to downtown Little Rock, Nathan, that's just incredibly hard, heavy rain.
Yes, it is.
It's a little unnerving how heavy it is. This is what it looks like in the garden. My goodness. Garden's flooding.
I'm going to try to pull up one of the cameras here closer. This could, flood the area underneath Interstate 30 downtown Little Rock. That certainly could be a possibility. We could see some pretty good.
Yeah. This looks like I-630. I don't see how people can drive as quickly as they're driving on roadways like that either. That's very dangerous, and hydroplaning will certainly happen. Is that hail? Did I hear hail again on top of the roof, or is that maybe somebody within the studio?
So that is Interstate 30 that I have pulled up now on Storm Track 11 downtown, and vehicles have their flashers on.
If you're just joining us tonight, Pulaski County under a tornado warning. It's for the eastern part of Little Rock over to eastern parts of Pulaski County, moving upwards toward the Jacksonville and Cabot area This is what's happening outside, not far from the studios over I-630. Some torrential rainfall. That's one of the things that we were going to have with this. Bottom left, huh? Okay. It's kind of hard to see, Kevin. This area is flooding right here. The roadway is flooding. South Terminal Interchange outside here in downtown Little Rock. So some flooding rains occurring downtown along with a tornado warning. National Weather Service said that if anything, it might be a brief tornado, but not expecting anything along track out of it. For those of you joining us tonight, Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon, and this is just one of the things we've been waiting to happen. Sounds like the heaviest precipitation now is beginning to push away from the THV 11 studios. But we have tornado warnings, one down in Grant County that extends into Pine Bluff, not Pine Bluff, but Jefferson County, northwest of Pine Bluff, and southern Pulaski County. That's this box right here. And if there's anything spinning, it's in this general region around Highway 167 and 46. That's tracking to the northeast. And the other one is attached to it here over downtown Little Rock. They kicked the warnings off simultaneously, heard the sirens go, and there you go. So those sirens were off and running here just a few moments ago.
Tom, I'm looking at information on Storm Track 11. I don't see anything really concerning with the tornado warning over Pulaski County. I know, everybody's heard the tornado sirens. It certainly gets your heart racing quite a bit. This looks like primarily now it's just gusted out, and you're going to get some winds with this as it pushes through Sherwood, Jacksonville, Sullivan Hills, and into North Pulaski County, eventually into Cabot. So right now, the tornado threat looks fairly low. I'm not seeing any tornado vortex signature pop up like what we saw earlier with that cell that was in to Hot Spring County. And looking at the one also into Grant County, there's some rotation there, but it's not really clear that's going to produce a tornado at this exact moment. And that's the same thing going on with the rotation tool. I'm not seeing anything that's really screaming out to me.
It's that red box right there that we're talking about. Here is Sheridan. If anything, this is lifting away from Sheridan. That or it's here now. It was kind of difficult to pick up. The orange polygon with the yellow around it was tornado possible, and this is a tornado warning. This is for Grant, Jefferson, Lone Oak, and Pulaski, and then the other warning just adjacent to it going through downtown Little Rock and Pulaski. This one is for the Sherwood area, Jacksonville, upwards to Cabot and Lone Oak County. Again, what Nathan was saying just a moment ago is that it may be cycling down, might perk back up again, but what he's saying is that there's not much in the way of anything that gives him big concern. So broader rotation at this point. National Weather Service, by the way, is over here. Here's Sherwood, North Little Rock National Weather Service at the airport over there. And unless my eyes are deceiving me, Nathan, I don't see much of a coupling with it. I just don't.
We're getting really close to the radar, so I mean it's shooting right up into cloud. Let me take a look at some other information.
Yeah. That would not be a good thing if it's traveling toward the National Weather Service. But yeah, I guess that would be a place that we would see it. Tornado warning in effect till midnight for one box that we have in central Arkansas, another one till 11:45 tonight. And again, it's East Little Rock, not West Little Rock. Western Little Rock, it's mainly downtown and East Little Rock. The rain is letting up, so the danger here may be pushing away, but it still remains in effect for eastern parts of the county. And that is a fairly broad polygon here. There's Sherwood, Rixey, Jacksonville, Gravel Ridge is going to be in it. Over in Lone Oak County, county line here's Cabot. And up the road from Cabot, you've got Austin, Ward, and eventually you work your way into White County with BB. Here's Lone Oak. So this polygon, the northern extent of that polygon, does affect the northern part and northwestern parts of Lone Oak County, northern Pulaski County. And there's the one for Grant County and a severe thunderstorm warning in Pulaski County. I think we can pretty much verify with the winds that were going on outside and a little bit of small hail, but torrential downpours. Thank you for joining us again. THV11, and you're also watching us on our Plus platform, THV11 Plus, where we have been all night tonight. Once these tornado warnings let up, we'll go back to Plus, and you can join us there, and you can stream along with us, and we'll give you updates on your location. We still have a ways to go. Heavy rain, flash flooding is possible tonight, and we still could see a few more tornado warnings. It's going to be a long night tonight. Have lots of different methods of receiving severe weather if you can, a couple of 3 different ways. And you know, your phone app, our THV11 app, that'll notify you when warnings happen. Weather call is another way that you'll get notified. You got to sign up for that service. I'll go over that here later. But once again, we're tracking these storms. Nathan, you see anything of concern? That looks like it might be over toward the Weather Service office, close to Sherwood and Country Club. Something there, possibly.
And that is, you know, that wind core is moving away from the radar. So I think for the most part, this is just a gusty wind event. The airport reported a wind gust just about a couple minutes ago of 41 miles per hour. And that kind of lines up from what I'm seeing here on the data. We can query some of this because obviously it's going to be right there next to the radar. But you're going to get some gusty winds and then just a lot of rain in a short amount of time. So yes, there's a tornado warning in effect. We got wind gusts of 35 to maybe as much as 45 miles per hour. That can still bring down some tree limbs and bring down some tree branches. But as for the tornado threat, it doesn't look that significant to me. I'm looking at other information on Storm Track 11, and I'm not seeing anything with the rotation tool show up.
Yeah.
So it might have just been a quick spin up.
Yeah.
And then not taking a chance since it was entering such a populated area, they just decided to say, all right, let's go ahead, warn people just in case, because you never want to assume, especially with a supercell, that everything is going to be okay. With the one in Grant County, that one also is a little bit on the messy side.
Hard to pick up anything. Yeah. But those tornado warnings remain in effect, 11:45 and midnight. Storms are moving northeast at 45 miles per hour. They've been chugging along very slowly tonight. You know, we always look at the southern extent of that supercell, this appendage. We get inside it and see if there's anything of concern, but just too difficult to see, even with our radar punching through it, if there's anything rotating here. But I'll tell you that it's getting ready to cross 530, moving out of Grant County. Here's Jefferson, and then Lone Oak and Prairie counties. And that'll happen here in the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. Traveling right now along Highway 46 and 167 in Grant County. If you live in that area, here's East End. East End is in Saline County. A little farther to the south, you get into Grant County, and that's north of Sheridan. But it just all looks very coagulated. It just looks kind of just clusters. Doesn't look nearly as impressive as it did as it was entering the Little Rock area. Really difficult to pinpoint any kind of rotation right now.
Yeah, it looks like you got a gust of wind on the backside of the system. So we got some gusty winds happening through Burns Park. Nothing crazy, but that's going to be a gust of wind, 30, 40, maybe 45 miles per hour. And then you got the winds on the east side also around that same gust. So Sherwood, seeing some gusty winds. These gusty winds will be headed towards Jacksonville. But as for the tornado threats, I'm not seeing too much. Still, you know, stay in your safe place until we give you the all clear, but signs are pointing to this is primarily a gusty wind situation and not a tornadic situation, Tom.
Okay, severe thunderstorm warning also remains in effect for Grant County, Pulaski County, with those 2 tornado warnings. 11:45 at midnight for the 2 tornado warnings. And if we can, what is that one? I'm looking up at I-30 near Arkadelphia, Nathan. What about the one down around Gurdon? Is that showing any road? Maybe too far away to see that. I don't see anything coupling there. Nothing. There's Gurdon. maybe some strong straight line wind gusts, but no warning there yet. But I can see why. A little appendage here south of Arkadelphia.
Yeah, there's some inflow there, so probably just have to watch out for that area just to the northeast of Gurdon and south of Arkadelphia.
Yeah, you got to be thinking that the atmosphere here in this area that has already had a round of heavy rain, that it's got to be worked over. It's got to give up, you know. But everything to the east of that still has plenty of energy and tornado parameter. So there you go. Tornado warning for this area. That does include the Jacksonville Cabot area. Community south of Cabot, Parnell, you're in that warning. Probably hearing warning sirens go off in Lonoke County up near Cabot tonight. Around Highway 5, Highway 294, 89. This is where the polygon is, but the area of concern appears to be back toward the southwest near Jacksonville. And it's just messy. There's not a really well-defined couplet there because, well, for one reason, it may be too close to the radar. But these storms, proficient rainmakers, gusty winds, and a little bit of hail also cannot be ruled out. 11:28, the Weather Service continued the warning for Jefferson, Saline, Grant, Pulaski, and Lonoke. So the one to the south has certainly been continued for a little while longer.
And that one looks a little more impressive than what we're seeing here around Little Rock. This one has a better structure when we look out for, okay, is this starting to rotate a little bit more? Because there is that appendage happening just to the southwest of Walnut Ridge. So if there is something, it's riding along Highway 46 or it's headed towards Redfield, Orion. You are in that tornado warning polygon.
In here.
Also Hensley. And if it holds together, it's going to be moving into Lonoke County, England, and potentially Lonoke.
So that warning continues till midnight. It's 11:30. The one in downtown Little Rock area that's pushing away still in effect till 11:45, and it sure picked up a fuss. I mean, it brought down a lot of heavy rain in a short amount of time. Heard the winds howling outside. But Little Rock, downtown Little Rock, just to orient you, Sherwood, Little Rock, it points west. Things are settling down just a little bit, not nearly as heavy as it was. And honestly, looking out toward the west of Little Rock, that appears to be that the rain has stopped pouring out there. Lots of lightning, very strong to severe thunderstorm tonight, moving through Pulaski County.
Looks like the lightning has really come down too, somewhat from what it once was earlier. But that cell down to the south, that one is more impressive, moving from Grant County into southern parts of Pulaski County. So I'm a little more concerned with that one versus what's happening in the Little Rock Metro at this time.
This one's probably going to be continued. Very strong severe thunderstorm. Orion, you're next. Redfield, take your precautions seriously. You're in the path of this one. Could contain a tornado. Strong rotation with it. But the one up toward downtown Little Rock looks like it is going through a down cycle right now. This one is maintaining. And anytime you have an appendage like this, you've got to think that here's your inflow area. There's got to be something spinning here. But no confirmation of any tornadoes at this time.
These are still Doppler radar indicated tornado warnings, Tom.
Doppler radar indicated. You're watching Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon here with you tonight. THV 11. This is going to be a long night. It's 11:32. We have a tornado watch till 4 o'clock in the morning that covers most of central Arkansas, northeast and southwest Arkansas. A lot of the reason for that, these storms are just inching to the east very, very slowly. The strongest storms we have right now are the two tornado warned storms over Pulaski County and Grant County tonight. All right, so those are the strong ones that we have. There's also other storms in west Arkansas, but the warnings, or I should say the watch, is really in effect from Texarkana through Little Rock up to Jonesboro. We also have a lot of flooding rains. Flash flood warnings have been in effect all night long as well tonight. So got a ways to go tonight with these strong two severe thunderstorms. And here is this tornado warning. Let's take that camera shot from Redfield then. If we got a camera shot from Redfield looking north, Kevin, is that right? Okay, it's looking north. I'm sure we'll see a lot of lightning right now anyway.
So if that's looking north, the rotation would be coming in from the left-hand side.
Yeah. Airport is reporting some very strong winds. Flights have been delayed because of those winds over at the Little Rock Airport. Not surprised. Thank you, Beth. Beth letting me know about those strong wind gusts at the Little Rock Airport. I think that storm went right over the airport. Lots of lightning with these storms as well. Very strong thunderstorms. Ooh, nice bolt there. We're looking back toward the north from Redfield.
I don't see any like wall cloud or anything with that just yet. If there was something there, I'd go back over to Storm Track 11 to see. Let's go back to Storm Track 11. Let's take a close look at what's happening with the storm in Pulaski County. Still not seeing much rotation with this. It's primarily looks like it's a gusty wind event for Sherwood and into Jacksonville, Sullivan Hills, Gravel Ridge. You are still under that tornado warning technically, but there is good news here that we're not seeing any real signs of significant rotation with this cell. Could it change? Absolutely could. But right now, things are going in more of a favorable direction for not seeing rotation versus this one is a little more impressive, but still not too crazy. We're not seeing really significant reds and blues match up for that couplet, tight couplet. That's what we're always looking for. However, you still want to stay in your safe place. And if you haven't taken your tornado precautions, still go ahead and do that for Redfield, Hensley, Woodson, and then it's going to get close to England.
Yeah.
But there's the NROT tool, the rotation detector, and we're not seeing anything that really is saying, okay, this is definitely going to produce a tornado at this time.
It looks a little bit messy. There's of course going to be some wind, some strong wind gusts. And even with this one, there doesn't really appear to be much out of eastern Pulaski County. Does not seem to be much. Looking at our velocity range and also our NROT rotation mode tonight. 2 tornado warnings remain in effect. Pulaski County is under a warning. Lonoke County is under a warning. The polygon does include Cabot and Lonoke County, and the one to our south, Grant County, that includes a part of Jefferson County, Lonoke, and Prairie counties tonight. So keeping an eye on what the Weather Service is. Dennis says circulation over Jacksonville is weakened. Okay, but strong convergence aloft, so we're going to hold on to the warning for now. The circulation moving out of Grant County into far southeast Pulaski County is better organized, is from what he said. All right. I guess we're talking about somewhere near Woodson.
Yeah, I have it close to Orion and Woodson. Orion's not going to pop up here, but if we go to Max 1, you will see it.
Yeah, okay. There's Orion right there. There's Orion and Woodson. The weather has settled down here at the THV 11 studios after rocking and rolling there for a little while, getting a lot of heavy rain. Let me go to live winds and we'll look here a little bit closer. There's Woodson, Rod taken. He's talking about this area here in far southern Pulaski County, a little more organized, and that is going to continue moving to the northeast. Also areas that are outside of this, or I should say in the polygon, Lonoke County, Jefferson County. It doesn't look like that's going to impact Jefferson, but there's the rotation moving to the east. And this is until midnight tonight. The storms are moving northeast at about 45 miles per hour. But if you live in downtown Little Rock and west, or even if you live in Saline County around Bryant, Benton, right now things are fine. Things are good. West Little Rock, things are good. It's the eastern part of Pulaski County that's getting the brunt of the severe weather right now. And certainly, even if we don't get a tornado, of which we don't want, the strong wind gusts are also going to be out on the leading edge for these storms. More camera shots. Kevin, where are we looking? Okay. All right. A lot of lightning. Redfield camera looking north. Yeah. Oh, looks like a little lowering there. But it's hard to tell. I'm sure it's raining. Raining heavily there. A little something right here, looking to the north. Don't know. Need a little bit more lightning to be able to see it. Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon with you tonight. Thank you for hanging out. It's 11:39 as we're tracking severe weather tonight on THV 11 and THV 11 Plus. Tornado warned storms right now in Pulaski County and moving out of Grant County into southern Pulaski County. So we've got a double shot here. You've got 2 polygons. You've got one in northern Pulaski and western Lone Oak. The other is northern parts of Grant County into southern Pulaski. These are two very strong thunderstorms. Another one down here in Nevada County. No warning on that. Hopefully this will be it. We can get these. All right. We're in Woodson looking north with our camera. And you can see the curtains of rain falling. And hopefully people are slowing down. You can spot something here. You can see, okay. If the lightning helps us out there's no guarantees. Man, what a light show with the vivid lightning that we've had tonight. Tornado warning till 12 o'clock at 11:45. 2 tornado warned storms here in central Arkansas, Pulaski County, and also down in Grant County. Let's go back to Max 1 so that we can take a look at those real quick. Nathan's got them on a track there for you. Northern Grant, southern Pulaski County in this area, east end, circulation may be close if not over you, and also up to the north, right in here near Woodson. Woodson is along 530, moving toward Highway 161, may clip the northern side of England. If something's there, it's just not really well defined, Nathan. I don't see a well-defined couplet there.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Tom. There's nothing that says significant rotations happening. There's definitely some wind with this, rock taken, and also into Woodson. And then we'll go back up to Pulaski County just to make sure that one's still looking more like a wind threat. And yeah, I look at it, this is a gust front now moving through Parnell and headed towards Cabot. So the winds will pick up, but the rotation, I think, is really just falling apart with that.
Here's where he's talking about right here, near Parnell.
Also, we talked about how much rain fell.
Yeah.
So I just looked at the Little Rock observation. Since 11 o'clock, they have seen almost 2/3 of an inch of rain.
Since 11 o'clock.
So 30 minutes. So that was definitely an inch, maybe as much as 1.5 inches per hour rainfall rate right there.
That was a lot of rain.
That was a gully washer. That was a frog strangler.
Yeah, that sounded like we had more in the garden. Strong wind gusts moving through western or eastern Pulaski into western Lone Oak County. Cabot, you're up with us in Cabot tonight. Thank you so much. Of course, you know that I've got family in Cabot. I'm from Cabot. They might be awakened tonight by the strong weather. Mom and Dad don't sleep well when the wind is cranking outside and lots of lightning and thunder. But from Cabot to Parnell, there's some gusty winds moving to the east with this tornado warned storm. What Nathan doesn't see and what I don't see, which is encouraging, is we don't see an organized area of rotation, a couplet per se. But we do see a line of some strong wind gusts moving from southwest to northeast. Here's the outer edge of that tornado warning. This warning is in effect till 11:45, 3 more minutes. We'll see if they extend it or if they make it a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's really more likely that they'll do that. It's 11:41, tornado warning continues, Jefferson, Arkansas, Saline. Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see what they do, okay? But the one to our south might have a little bit more to it. Moving close and along Highway 161. That's to the east of Wrightsville.
Still looking at Storm Track 11, again, I'm just not seeing a lot of indication that this is trying to ramp up. The rotation tool, there's splotches all over the place, so there's no clear sign of rotation within this. And when we take a look at the wind velocity, the same story. I mean, there's nothing that says there's a rotation couplet with it. Just take a look at this, that's outside. So if there is something, you know, it does have a little bit of a hook echo signature as we advance this into South Pulaski County and look at it again here, because we're getting close to the radar.
There's some straight line winds possibly?
You know? Maybe something embedded within that as it pushes over the Arkansas River. So Keogh, England, just be ready just in case.
Yeah.
But all this red is going away from the radar, and what we're looking for is blue going towards the radar to have a tight coupling. There's a lot of noise here.
Yeah. The past few minutes or so, with that thunderstorm moving over downtown, I should say over the eastern part of the city and the airport, got a couple of Southwest flights. And hold on a second. I've lost it. Okay, a couple of Southwest flights and an American flight have been delayed out of the airport because of these thunderstorms. I heard from Mr. Hayden Balgavy watching tonight. He's got family in Cabot. They're watching us. And if you are watching tonight, Cabot, you're going to get a very strong and messy thunderstorm that's going to have a lot of wind with it and a lot of very heavy rain in a short amount of time.
And they just canceled that tornado warning for Pulaski County, Lonoke County, that was affecting Jacksonville and Cabot.
That's good. So one warning down, and that one expired at 11:45. We got one to go till midnight tonight.
So we can go back over to Max 1.
There we go.
There it is. It's gone.
There's our warning. We waited until a good part of the night to go ahead and put 2 tornado warnings in Pulaski County. If you're going to do it, you're going to have to do it upright with 2. Although even with this one, we're not really seeing anything well defined when it comes to those couplets we look at, but we understand there could be some strong wind gusts. The good news is tornado warning that was issued here has been canceled. It's not even a severe thunderstorm warning, maybe reissued. So you folks in Cabot can rest easy. Well, I say you can rest easy, but you still have a formidable thunderstorm outside your window that's going to produce some strong winds, possibly some hail, and especially some flooding rains. We're just going to keep an eye on this one moving out of southern Pulaski County. This one's got some hail with it, according to our hail detector tonight. Could be around P to quarter-sized hail. It's getting ready to cross the Arkansas River and head into the extreme eastern part of Pulaski, then eventually into Lonoke County tonight. This warning is in effect until midnight.
The fact that they're getting this close to the warning about to, or the rotation, little rotation there is on the edge of the warning, and they're not continuing that, you wonder if they're going to actually extend this into more Lonoke County. And I mean, I don't really see much reason to. There's still a favorable environment in front of this, so it could go through a cycle weakening. It could spin up again as it enters into Lonoke County. So there's potential. They may allow it to expire, and then 5 minutes later, we could have a new tornado warning.
Yeah.
But right now, I'm not that concerned.
So that's good. This is southern Pulaski County, and here's your box. Southern Pulaski County. This warning goes until midnight tonight. We're 13 minutes away from seeing if they'll continue it. These were 2 severe cells. It moved out of southwest Arkansas, producing tornado warnings for Clark County, Hot Spring, eventually into Saline County, died out a bit and then resurfaced here in Pulaski County, Grant into Pulaski County. If anything, you're going to get strong winds and some torrential rainfall out of it. Let's hope you don't get a tornado. Maybe some winds here. Very strong winds there. Wouldn't be surprised. But the other one has been expired, Pulaski and Lonoke, so that's good.
Looks like there could be some winds headed towards Manning down south. Take a quick look at that. Around Willow into Dallas County. This doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning with it, but that is gust front moving in. And with the radar signature, we've got a little backwards bowing shape. So that's probably has some pretty gusty winds moving through Dallas County. No severe thunderstorm warning with it just yet, but I would still be prepared because there could be some gusty, potentially high winds moving through that part of Dallas County.
I mean, if you wanted to just comment on the structure of this, you could say, yeah, there's some bending there, there's some inflow. Yeah, a little bit of a notch with that now to the east of Wrightsville, Rottenkin, Woodson, and Hensley. Over southern part of Pulaski, getting ready to cross over into Lonoke County.
It's going to be past that polygon by midnight, though. So they need to make a decision pretty soon if they're going to just let it expire and not renew it, or if they're going to do a new warning box. And like I said, I don't see any indication on why they would go ahead and do a new warning box.
About 11 minutes away, yeah. You know, if anything, you've got a very long, strong line of storms from Lonoke County, northern Lonoke County, into eastern, southeastern Pulaski County, northern Jefferson County. And again, this is the area of concern. Could have some rotation there. These storms are producing, I mean, just unbelievable amounts of rain. We've had flash flood warnings all night long, and we're going to continue that. They're going to replace the tornado warning with a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag on it. So there's a chance they might come back on it and issue a tornado warning. So that answers that question, Nathan.
Yeah, there's circulation way up into the storm cloud. You look at radar far away from like Memphis, and there is a circulation, but it's 10,000, 15,000 feet above the surface. We're not seeing low-level circulation, and being this close to the radar, you would see something like that very clear.
Yeah, yeah. So that's going to happen here in just a few minutes, and so they will allow this tornado warning to expire, but they'll replace it with another severe thunderstorm warning. Let's do this if we can. We want to take a statewide vantage point. We haven't done a statewide shot in a while, just to see what else is happening out there. This may be where all the action is. Another strong thunderstorm down in Nevada County and another one in Hot Spring County. But for the most part, it's just become a heavy rain event, or moderate to heavy rain elsewhere across the region, with thunder and lightning and, of course, flash flooding ongoing across the state. There's our tornado warned storm that will soon become a severe thunderstorm warning here momentarily in just a few minutes. And then more activity down here in southwest Arkansas, Clark County and Nevada County. Not warned just yet. So as soon as they stick a severe thunderstorm warning on this, Nathan and I will jump off of THV11 and we'll hop back on THV11 Plus. Actually, we never left. We're still on THV11 Plus. And for those of you new to THV11 Plus, it's an app for your TV. You can download the app through your Samsung TV or through Roku, Apple TV, or Amazon Prime, and you can stream with us anytime. But we've got other programming on THV11 Plus, along with Facebook and YouTube tonight. Flood alerts matching up with the tornado watch that we have tonight. Look at all of the flood alerts, flood warnings, flash flood warnings in effect for all those counties in blue. And that does include Pulaski County, includes Saline County, parts of White, Faulkner, and Conway. It lines up a little bit with our tornado watch tonight, Nathan. Kind of odd.
Yeah, it's just because it's not moving, Tom. We're seeing a little advancement, but it's supposed to put on the brakes and then pretty much come back to the north. So heavy rainfall is going to be a big issue out there tonight, along with still the threat of severe weather. And we're going to be here all night long, at least one of us will be, watching the radar closely because the severe weather potential remains in place. We still have that tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m. Saturday morning. And most likely, It will need to be extended into southeast Arkansas throughout the day on Saturday as this front continues to push its way off to the south and southeast. More severe weather is a possibility into southeast Arkansas and also east Arkansas. Maybe not to the extent that what we have been seeing over the past few days, but still, there is a chance of a tornado. I think the main threat will be more damaging wind gusts and also heavy rainfall.
11:53. Severe thunderstorm warning for White, Prairie, Pulaski, and Lonoke counties. That is replacing that tornado warning that we talked about just a moment ago. So if you live in White, Prairie, Pulaski, Lonoke counties, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's going to last until 12:30 tomorrow morning. Along with this tornado watch till 4 o'clock in the morning, we've got those severe thunderstorm warnings. Max 2 will show you. I've got it up on Max 2 on our wind mode here. And here is that warning from Pulaski, Lonoke, upwards to a little part of White and Prairie County for this storm. And it could have some very strong wind gusts. It is formidable. It's holding together with the northern extent of that. The tornado warning that was in Cabot for the Cabot area for eastern Pulaski, that's been allowed to go away. So that little box will be allowed to be replaced by the severe thunderstorm warning here momentarily. And I'm going to move that over just a hair. And that way we can kind of see what else is going on with it. All right. There it is. Tracking weather tonight. Tracking storms till all night long, possibly till 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And oh my goodness, Nathan, what a night. What a week it has been. It's just been one right after the other.
But fortunately, so far, Tom, it looks like tonight did not unfold like some of the models said. We were looking at information earlier today, and it was saying supercell, supercell, supercell. And you're thinking, oh my word, all these supercells and the capability of producing strong tornadoes. Yes, there were supercells. Yes, we had tornado warnings. But fortunately, it looks like we didn't have any tornadoes that stayed on the ground for a long period of time. They may have briefly touched the ground. We haven't gotten any confirmation of damage so far from this evening. The National Weather Service has not gotten any confirmation of damage. But flash flooding has been happening in Little Rock. There's a lot of street flooding from when that storm rolled its way through because it was a gully washer. It produced a lot of rain in a short amount of time. And that tornado warning that was issued for Grant County and also into the other area of Pulaski County, they have since allowed that to expire. So.
Yeah. So there's that warning that we have, and this is our live winds, by the way. Let me put it back on radar. That way, there we go, live radar tonight. And the polygon for that severe thunderstorm warning. Still an impressive bowing out. So some strong winds, maybe a bit of a notch here. We'll keep a close eye on it for you tonight. Here at midnight, we'll turn it back over to our CBS programming on THV, and we will stay with it on Plus for a little while longer. In fact, we may just stay with it until this watch expires, just so that you've got a source of weather tonight. And my goodness, let's hope that we can get some better conditions in here. This is just been something else this week. It's been something else.
Next week is quiet, though.
Don't say the Q word.
Okay, tranquil.
You can't say the quiet word in a newsroom environment. It might be quiet for us, but not for them. We still got to get through some heavy rain. The rain is, box us up there. Heavy rain potential tonight and tomorrow afternoon. Sunday, we finally see an end to everything. It gets a little colder by Monday morning. But there's going to be a lot of water to drain off, and it's going to take several days. So we need the dry weather to come in and kind of help settle things down. There's going to be some damage to clean up, I would imagine. Places in northern Arkansas that were hit by tornadoes still have a lot of damage to clean up, and I'm sure they don't want all of this rain. 1 to 2 inches of rain is one thing, Nathan, but a foot of rain is another. And when you're talking about flooding and roadways and rivers and streams, it's just not good. You're pulling up rain totals.
Yeah, this is the past 48-hour rainfall totals from this time. And Little Rock, it's going to be thrown off because there was an error in reporting at the Little Rock Airport over the past couple days. So we probably have seen more than 1 inch. But look at this. I mean, you got 3 and almost 1/4 inches in Arkadelphia, approaching 4 in Texarkana, well over 2 in Clinton, well over 2 in Fort Smith, over 3, almost 3 and 2/3 into Fayetteville. Batesville, obviously, that's an error. Don't go by that. But hardly anything down into southeast Arkansas. These numbers are going to continue to go up. And just because of all the rain that we will continue to see through the course of the overnight, we're going to see some 6, 7, 8, 9-inch totals on this board, I think, as we go into 24 hours from now, Sunday morning, and into Saturday evening. That totals may be in that range for the most part. And that's why our attention is starting to shift little by little from severe weather to, okay, flooding. We're talking about flash flooding issues. We're talking about roads being washed out, smaller creeks and streams coming out of their banks. And then that pours into the rivers, the Saline River, the Ouachita River, the Caddo, the Buffalo River, the White River. All those will be susceptible to potentially major flooding issues, maybe even worse than that in some cases if those bands of heavy rain set up shop across one location and it just rains like cats and dogs for 2 or 3 hours. You're going to get 8, 9, 10 inches of rain pretty easily, Tom.
All right, lots of rain there tonight, Nathan. It is now 11:59. Texarkana Police Department. Goodness, is that a lake? No, oh, look at that. Yeah, that's got to be a, gosh, roadways. Just so much rain, torrential rainfall. We go from having nothing for 3 weeks to getting all of it here in a couple of days. Oh, goodness. I need to finish a little text, Nathan, between myself and Shayla. I'm going to let you talk. We have a small issue I'm going to work out real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, so if you're just joining right now, we have no tornado warnings in effect for Arkansas, but we still have that severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning that was issued both for Pulaski County, Lonoke County, and also Grant County. There's been no damage confirmed. It was a tornado warning that was Doppler radar indicated. It did show a little bit of rotation right as it was making its way over the Little Rock Airport before it started to fizzle out. There was some rotation southwest of Sheraton earlier. So we have, looks like, 1 severe thunderstorm warning in effect right now across the state of Arkansas. And that was the tornado warning. They're still keeping a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag. So they're still saying there's enough rotation here. Got to keep a close eye on it. And if the rotation starts to tick up once again, they'll go with a tornado warning. So this is primarily now for winds, a wall of wind, some gusty winds rolling its way through eastern sections of Pulaski County, getting into Lonoke County, and then into Prairie County. When we take a look at the winds, you can probably see where that wind is located right there. So we got some winds. I'm going to query this real quick. Looks like we got some winds about 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. There's a 56 mile per hour wind gust. So it's going to get windy for you folks in Lonoke. And winds of that nature can bring down some tree limbs, can bring down some weak trees. And with the ground being so saturated, it could even topple down some full grown trees, especially if those trees might have some issues that they're not as strong as they used to be. So be prepared for that as that core of wind will start to make its way through Lonoke County, and it will continue to push its way into Prairie County. Kevin, you said we have a picture from Izard County. This is, okay, Izard County Sheriff's Office, and okay, well, they're saying stay home if you can because even the sheriff gets stuck. Oh, no. Yeah, ooh. Oh, hopefully that person was okay. Yeah, so, you know, it's a flash flooding threat out there through the rest of the overnight hours, and you can't see what's going on. You might be driving along and then all of a sudden the road's gone because it was washed out earlier, or it could be washed out and flooded over, and you try to drive over that road. Little do you know that road's gone and your vehicle is going to certainly take a dive with any roads that are washed out and you're taking an unwanted chance. So do not drive through flooded roads whatsoever. And my producer just said the sheriff is okay. Sheriff Melton was not injured. That is some good news. Okay, so you said all county roads have. Okay, so we are getting reports saying the sheriff says all county roads in Izard County are pretty much dangerous because of them being washed out or they're flooded. So please stay home. Do not travel in Izard County, and watch out tomorrow if you want to be out and about. If there's still rain, I would not encourage it, but use extreme caution because we don't want you to end up like Sheriff Melton. Fortunately, once again, uninjured, but still a scary situation nonetheless. So we have one more severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued now for Logan County into Franklin County and also Johnson County. And this system is primarily for damaging winds as well. This is well ahead of the line. Temperatures back in this part of the state are much cooler, so it's a more stable environment, but there could still be some hail and maybe still some gusty winds to work with. There is some hail with that. Looks like pretty close to Mansfield and headed towards Boonville. And there's some hail even with the one that's making its way into Lonoke County. So along with those gusty winds I talked about for you folks in Lonoke, you're going to see some hail, probably pea to dime size hail. There could be quarter size hail as well. So Highway 31, Highway 15, this is going to be moving to Highway 381. There's Highway 70 and Interstate 40. That is the only real storm that we are watching still very closely. We'll take a look what's happening across the rest of the region, and there's that cluster of lightning. So that's certainly the strongest cell. And then there's another strong cell that's coming from Nevada County moving into Clark County. So let's take a look at that because that's starting to get a little suspicious. Looks like we've got a little maybe appendage trying to develop there. So we'll take a look at the winds with that, make sure that's not acting too crazy. There's some wind with it. So we'll have to see. Just a heads up in Dallas County because this is going to be headed in your direction. No severe thunderstorm warning with it just yet, and no tornado warning with it, but just seeing that radar signature like that just caught my attention a little bit. So just watch out because, as we've seen, this is where the cells develop and they run into a little bit more favorable environment where they could start to rotate somewhat and possibly go tornadic. So we are continuing to watch things unfold from a severe weather threat more to a flooding threat. And we have seen flood reports across the area here into central Arkansas. I'm going to pull up some of the storm reports. I believe these should have some flood reports on them too. We got hail, we got damaging winds. There was a tornado report right there. From what? Oh, that was from supposedly law enforcement around Cushman. Let me see if I have the flash flooding. I think I took that off. So just give me 1 second to add that onto the options here. Because I did have everything but that. So, yep, it wasn't on there. Flood, flash flood, all that. So hopefully we'll see some reports pop up now. I'm going to refresh this and we'll take a look at that. And yes, you see them all pop up here. So all the green that you're seeing pop up here is floods and flood reports. Flooding reported in Calico Rock. We have, let's see, this was earlier this evening, and then we have a South Mountain Road bridge covered by water and debris. So that was in Searcy County, pretty close to Leslie, it looks like. And then even here in the metro, we've had some issues of flooding, and this is going to continue to be an issue. Flooding reported in and around Valonia. Also flooding around Conway and flash flooding reported, Gravel Ridge, numerous reports of street flooding in Little Rock. So you get the idea. That amount of rain just cannot be handled whatsoever, and we are getting more and more flooding reports across the region. Here's Garland County with also water covering the bridge at 700 block of Brady Mountain Cutoff, and then one more here, flooding reported in Hot Springs National Park. And this rain's not going to stop. The rain train is going to continue as we go into the rest of the overnight and also into tomorrow. The storm reports across the region, looks like they did have some tornadoes that made their way through northwest Mississippi earlier today. And then we had more tornadoes that were confirmed down into northeast Texas, pretty close to Tyler, Texas. So far we've really lucked out here in Arkansas, considering we were under a moderate risk of severe weather. All the storm chasers from around the country were pretty much just centered across large parts of Arkansas. We do have another tornado warning coming out. So this cell is starting to show more rotation. They're going to go with a tornado warning for Lonoke County. Are we on THV 11? We need to go on THV 11 because now we have okay, just make sure. So we have a tornado warning now for Lonoke and into Prairie County. This cell has started to show rotation once again, which is not surprising when you have a supercell thunderstorm. We'll take a look at the winds here, and we'll see there's that little appendage very close to Lonoke. The actual winds within this cell are showing a little more uptick. So remember I showed you the winds earlier, so these winds are starting to get a little more of a couplet trying to go here around Lonoke, and those are winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So it may be embedded within the line of straight line winds. There could be some rotation with this cell. This is going to make its way off to the northeast, and it's going about 45 miles per hour. And this is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. So they're saying that the storm is trying to reorganize and possibly try to produce a tornado in the near future. So if you're watching us in Lonoke, if you're watching us Interstate 40, Highway 13, so Carlisle is in this, Center Point, also some other communities. We've got Sizemore, and getting into Prairie County, you get into Letchworth, Childers, 4 Mile Corner, and also Des Arc is in this tornado warning. So the sirens are going off in those locations just because we do have a cell that does have some rotation, and that rotation is starting to pick up enough that the National Weather Service has gone ahead and has issued this tornado warning. I'm going to go ahead and put a track on here. And once again, it's going 45 miles per hour. So we'll put a track on here. We'll make it 55, so you got plenty of time to prepare for this. So it looks like there's something right there that's trying to develop. Just to the south of Lonoke, I'm seeing some inflow now. So right where you see that symbol of Highway 31, let me go ahead and zoom out here, and I'll put on our rotation icon, and then we'll put on a track. So it's moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but there you see the times. We got Sizemore around 12:16, Carlisle 12:21, Childers 12:36, Des Arc 12:41, and Plunkett's 12:44. So if any of those communities sound familiar to you, you have a dangerous storm. It's got a lot of lightning with it, but now it's showing enough rotation that it may try to produce a tornado at any moment. So I need you in your safe place if you're in this polygon or red box. And that includes Sizemore, Carlisle, Center Point, the city of Lonoke, Highway 13 within this box, Highway 86, Highway 302, and Highway 11. I'm going to zoom in and we'll take a look at some roads here just to give you even better idea. So where that rotation is going to be right along Wilson Road, Miller Road, Bob Long Road, headed towards Perkins Road, McCreener, and Carlisle. So Carlisle, you need to be in your safe place because you do have a storm that could produce a tornado at any moment headed in your direction. It's going 45 miles per hour. And then on the other side, there's some pretty gusty winds moving through Lonoke right now. We'll query those winds because we're pretty close to the radar. So these winds will likely be making their way down to the surface. We've got winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour. So even those type of winds can still do some damage. And then to the south of that wind field is where we're seeing that rotation. We do have the iDrive Arkansas camera around Lonoke, I believe. And if you guys want to take that, this is Carlisle looking towards Lonoke. So we're looking into the storm and you see a lot of lightning there. As we've seen here in Little Rock, this thing has just been producing tons of lightning. And, well, that was a nice view of the clouds. Did we see any wall cloud there, Tom?
Well, if we have enough lightning, we'll certainly pick something out. That's for sure, Nathan. Just what a night. Severe thunderstorm warnings, now another tornado warning continuing. This is for Lonoke County and the RDOT cams. Y'all keep an eye on these cameras, and if you see anything, any lowering, any wall clouds, let us know. But tornado warning, once again, in effect till this one. I see severe thunderstorm warning till 12:30. The tornado warning until 1 o'clock. It's now 12:15. Tracking these storms all night long. All right, folks, if you're up with us, you're watching THV 11, THV 11 Plus. Nathan Scott and Tom Brannon with you tonight with what could have been a widespread event tonight, but now we're getting more isolated cells. These supercell thunderstorms now moving into eastern or east central Arkansas, and some strong storms to our very south. There's your RDOT cam. Let's go back to graphics and track this tonight. Here we go. And the reason they left that tornado tag on was because it looks like it is cycling back up. Lonoke County along I-40 and 70. Here's Lonoke. Carlisle's not far down the road. And again, if you guys see anything you think we want to look at, then pop it back in. Okay. More strong storms are to the south and west. This storm system, lots of rain, strong thunderstorms capable of producing tornadoes tonight. You're probably up watching and a little bit nervous here in east central Arkansas. This is moving to the northeast, and folks that are going to be impacted here out of Lonoke County into Prairie County, Des Arc, along I-40. You can see the wraparound effect here, little notch here near Lonoke along Highway 70 and 40. And there it is. Why don't we put a little velocity thing on that tonight, and we'll see if we can find some rotation with it. And there it is. Just riding north of 40, there's Carlisle and Lonoke. So it's this area right here that's upticking with possibility of a tornado tonight, Nathan. It's just been one of those weeks, one of those nights, and one of those weeks with the storms ongoing tonight. If you live in Lonoke County, if you live near Lonoke or Carlisle, then go ahead and take shelter as these storms continue to show signs of holding together. They weaken a bit, and then they strengthen once again till 1 o'clock in the morning. A tornado warning is in effect. There's our box, there's our polygon, there's Carlisle and Lonoke, just riding along I-40 tonight. Along with that, some torrential rainfall and flash flooding. The wind, 77 mile per hour wind gusts. If you know where the Walmart is in Lonoke, it's not far from that. That severe thunderstorm warning continues as well. Goodness gracious, what an evening. Words just can't describe. All right, National Weather Service says circulation likely to cross I-30 west or very close to Carlisle. Just want to take a look at it for a second.
It's a lot of lightning.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
we should be able to see something.
lightning.
Yeah. You certainly see the cloud base here. But circulation is going to cross I-30. Is it I-40? It's I-40, not I-30. Okay.
I don't see any wall cloud necessarily, unless it's maybe coming from the left-hand side.
And we're looking westbound. Okay. Yep. Keep it going. Maybe we'll pick something up. If you're joining us late tonight on THV 11 and THV 11 Plus, Nathan Scott, Tom Brannon. Long day. Storms are just meandering about, moving slowly, and they keep fizzling, and then they keep reemerging here in the same places. Let's go back to Max 1 real quick with our live winds or velocity mode. And here's I-40, and there's the area that has some strong wind gusts, maybe some rotation here. The storm is now really eastern Lonoke County, getting close to moving into western Prairie County. The warning is until 1 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm warning is until 12:30. Okay. See, it tightened up in the past few minutes, funneled very close to the ground near Redfield. Okay, that was earlier tonight. I don't know why that's still open. All right, flash flood warning now for Saline and Pulaski County, so more flooding as well tonight. We're tracking potential for tornadoes tonight in Lonoke County, Prairie County. Once again, thanks for hanging out with us. A long night ahead tonight and early tomorrow morning. We just can't have nice things anymore with all of this weather, all of this nasty weather. Welcome to April in Arkansas, huh, folks? Keeping a close eye on that cell in Lonoke County, Prairie County. It may just be more of a precautionary tornado warning. Let's hope that it is. This is the only tornado warning that we have, although we have seen more storms spark and become severe thunderstorms. With our live winds mode, that's what we have right now. Live radar will show this is what it looks like, the reflectivity from Lonoke into Prairie County, southern Pulaski County, Saline County. Those storms are very slowly riding along to the east. There's one that's moving out of Clark County, western parts of Dallas County, northern Washita County, and there you go. Lots of lightning here on the southern flank of that. Strong storm, Nathan. Maybe it's getting stronger too. Why not?
Yeah, showing the amount of lightning with that cell, something we need to watch because that tells us it's got a very strong updraft. Right now, I'm not seeing any rotation with that updraft, but something certainly to watch as we go into the next 1 to 2 hours as it continues to move into an area that has not been touched necessarily. This is still a very warm, a very humid environment once you get into Dallas County, Washita County, the Fordyce area. So that's why we still have the tornado watch in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning for those counties as this line slowly is inching its way off to the east and a little bit jog to the northeast. As for that one in Lonoke County entering into Prairie County, we look at the winds and there's definitely a gust of wind, maybe not necessarily with the couplet. It's behind the couplet for the most part, but that is some gusty winds. Now I'm going to switch over here to the rotation tool in Storm Track 11, and I'm not seeing anything of high concern. The rain has now really pushed its way into the area that we were looking at the camera earlier. I didn't see any wall cloud. I've been watching it pretty much like a hawk when I can, for the most part. I didn't see any wall cloud, but now it's pouring there for that location where that camera is on Interstate 40.
It's pouring there. Well, let's take the camera shot again, Kevin. All right, we'll take that camera shot once again. There it is. Yep, you're right. It's pouring. Westbound shot, I-40. Those of you in Lonoke, Prairie counties, this is what you have to look for. There's a lot of traffic out on the interstate at night with these big trucks transporting goods back and forth, and I'm sure that they're not wanting this as well. Severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warning storms tonight. Goodness, what a night. It's what a week it's been with this severe weather. It seems like it just won't end. It's just one right after another. You can kind of see the base of this thunderstorm as it's moving now over Lonoke and Prairie County. Okay, got a little weather call here once again. Let's see, do we have another storm flash flood warning for Pulaski County? Flash flood warning has been issued until 3:15 a.m. for Pulaski County. So we've got more water falling from the sky. Got the tornado warning this way and more flash flooding. The flash flooding threat is considerable, and it's going to stay up pretty much all night tonight. So everybody just keep that in mind as you make your plans for the evening. Hopefully you're in for the night. You're not going to be out traveling along the roadways. So with that, let's go Max 2, please. Let's take a look at what's going on here. I am going to take us a little bit farther out. We want to take a little bit of a reset and see what else is happening here around the state. Lots of rain, thunderstorms, the strongest storms. It's not too difficult to pick them out with the tornado warning here. Severe thunderstorm warning, strong storm, more strong storms developing to the north. Severe thunderstorm warning here over western Arkansas near Logan County. And this area, this line is just moving ever so slowly. You could probably outrun it with storms within the line moving to the northeast, and more strong storms are developing out over southwest Arkansas. And hopefully they won't extend this tornado warning. We'll have to wait and see. But you know, all of this real estate here in eastern Arkansas untapped, not much rain today at all. And it's just an area that has been inundated with bad news and bad weather all week long. Let's hope we can get some rest out of this and this stuff will finally begin to die down. Although, probably won't. Lonoke County and Prairie County, you are the latest to be included into the tornado warning club tonight, so to speak. Lonoke, Prairie, looks like a little bit of a sliver there, getting close to the southern part of White County, and more strong, efficient rain producers on the southern flank. But that's the one, that's the strongest, that is showing signs that could have some rotation with it. Hopefully that will come to an end here soon. 12:25. This tornado warning is in effect till 1 o'clock. The severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 12:30. He's Nathan Scott. I'm Tom Brannon. I'm surprised you still have your jacket on. You cold?
No, I'm not cold at all.
Okay. I'm just curious.
Just try to be different.
Try to be different?
Yeah, I didn't think it was like a night to take off the jacket.
Take off the jacket.
I'm not that concerned just yet.
I was ready to take the...
When you see us take off the jacket, roll up the sleeves, then it's like, okay, now we're getting serious.
Yeah, I'm ready to take the tie off, to be honest with you. I can track storms just as efficiently without a tie. There you go. We're looking at Lonoke, Prairie County, White County. There's a cluster of severe thunderstorms here. Max 2, please, on my end, if you don't mind. There you go. There's your problematic areas moving into Prairie County. A bowing out effect, that would indicate some very strong wind gusts upwards towards Searcy, back toward Lonoke. A very strong to severe, potentially tornadic thunderstorm. And then back behind it, lots of moderate to heavy rainfall in central Arkansas. It's prompting flood warnings tonight.
Let's go to Storm Track 11. Let's take a look at the wind data because I'm not seeing much of a rotation anymore.
Okay. Maybe the Weather Service will also see it.
We'll go back.
Yeah.
When they first issued it, there was nothing really screaming out, but I understand, it was a supercell structure and you're just concerned. But right now, it looks like just a wall of wind for the most part. And if there's anything there, it's going to be well northeast of Carlisle. And I would say like Center Point is going to be the area of where this still possible rotation could be located into Lonoke County. So you're done with the threat in Carlisle. Looks like there may be something trying to happen on the south side of that. So let's take a look at that. Maybe down here to the west of Hazen. It shows up a little bit more on Max 1. There's definitely a little burst of wind right there along Highway 70 near Screeton and towards Hazen. So that may be a new area development with this line of storms that we'll have to watch out for.
Yeah, that's certainly not some good news. I-40, oh, that's along Highway 70 area there. Yeah.
Yeah,
West of
that
Haven.
area is right on the border of the warning box. But if you line it up, it does line up with that appendage that just started to develop. So this may,
That little area right there.
that might be a new area of rotation.
Yeah, so that's near Center Point. Center Point would be in the path here, within the red area, Highway 249, and right there, you're right. Looks like it might be tightening up once again along Highway 70 and just to the west of 249. Anytime we can take a look at that little couplet there that's coming together over Prairie County, western parts of Prairie County. That's what's happening tonight. Tornado warning continues. Yeah, best low-level circulation according to Dennis over at the Weather Service. Northwest of Hazen, still ingesting. It continues to show signs of strong updraft. Okay. So that tells me they're probably going to keep it.
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
you were
if you have
saying.
something like that, they're probably going to have to shift the tornado warning a little farther southeast, I would say. Include Beulah. Bucks Landing is probably going to be included in that, maybe Hallsville. And then potentially Brinkley, but certain cotton plant will likely be extended into that tornado warning that I'm thinking they're probably going to have to do a new tornado warning if that continues to hold. I mean, there's still a little burst of wind here around Crossroads, a very little rotation with that. That might be more of a downburst. Take a look at Storm Track 11. Let's take a look at the NROD. Oh, there's something popped up there.
Right there.
So that just has popped up recently.
Look at that. Yep. The area that was west of Hazen.
And that was not where the original rotation was.
Let me just put a little warning out there. The reason I was silent there just a moment ago is that I'm getting some messages that right now we're streaming on THV11 Plus. We're streaming on THV11 with the tornado warning, Facebook Live, and YouTube. I'm being told, if I'm not mistaken, Kevin, at 1 o'clock, our Facebook Live will end, and we would like to invite you to join us on THV11 Plus and YouTube. Apparently, there's only a certain amount of time that you can stream Facebook, and I think it's 8 hours. So we've been on for 8 hours with this event. So after 8 hours, we have to go to another streaming platform. Facebook will not let us continue. So if you're joining us on Facebook tonight, as well as THV11 Plus, YouTube is another option as well. Join us on as soon as this tornado warning gets out of the way. We hope to be able to just go back to THV11 Plus. We'll see what happens though, but Facebook will be ending at 1 o'clock tonight. 1 o'clock, Facebook Live. I don't know why, that's just what I've been told. So let's get all we can out of this. There's that little area of spin that's located to the west of Hazen, along with some other wind that is blowing out of that tornado warned storm. National Weather Service giving an indication they're going to keep it going for a little while longer. That's all right, Kevin. I don't know if you're talking to me on purpose or not. Okay. Flash flood warning, Hot Springs, Saline, Montgomery, Garland, Clark, and Pike counties. That continues till 3:30 a.m. So the efficient rainmakers continue, and we keep a close eye on the storm that does have the potential of producing a tornado out over Prairie County, Lone Oak and Prairie County. See anything that would lead us to believe, Nathan, that it's tightening up even more?
You see that appendage there, Tom.
Yeah,
I mean, there is something definitely suspicious. Let's go back over to Max 1 now, because still looking at, excuse me, the winds, there is rotation there.
Yeah.
And that inflow is still there. Looking at the the radar position. The yellow is moving away from the radar. The pixel blue is moving towards the radar. So right now, that's a lot of the outflow coming and producing that gust of wind along Highway 249. But this is right on the border of that warning box.
Yeah, so
I'm
the box
surprised they haven't
hasn't been
changed it.
adjusted. Yeah, you would think it might be adjusted a little farther to the south. I'll keep an eye on that. And let's see. White County tornado has been canceled, continues for Prairie and Lonoke County. That will expire at 1 o'clock. They didn't adjust the box just yet. So tornado warning for Prairie and Lonoke counties. There's a Desark to give you reference, and Desark is in the box. And the area of concern, though, is riding just right on that polygon. There it is, and it would be right around in here along I-40 close to Highway 11.
So Center Point is going to be the closest community, and then after that, Bucks Landing and also Letchworth is in the path of this potential tornado. It's a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. We don't see anything on the CC, but there is some rotation. It is ticking up little by little, and that's why the tornado warning remains in place, just because there's little features that are still showing up with the radar structure.
Okay. I'm going to adjust my camera a little bit here. We have a tornado watch in effect till 4 o'clock in the morning. If you're just joining us tonight, a tornado watch for a good part of central Arkansas remains. This area remains under the watch. I'm going to pop up the watch box here just so that everybody can see at home what's going on here. 12:35, another 3.5 hours of this tornado watch, and who knows, they might decide to extend it even more. That's just the way things have been going today. But I'll get it up here in just a moment. 4 a.m. there you go. So either you're going to have to add more counties. Let's go back to 2, please, max 2. Keep in mind that's Prairie County. Prairie County is right here. So either the SPC or the National Weather Service is going to have to add more counties to this watch, or maybe that storm will weaken and we won't have to worry about it anymore. But this goes in line with where we're also seeing the heaviest rain. That line of storm slowly moving to the east. Looks like it's going to stall a little bit, but now we're seeing a little more forward push with a few of those storms. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few more counties added here on down the line. One really troublemaker of a cell, and we can go back to live winds on max 1 to point out this troublemaker cell, this supercell thunderstorm, and the rotation that's right here along Highway 11 and I-40 moving to the northeast. Here is our box. This warning is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning. It's a tornado warning, and it's the only one we have. And for those of you waking up this morning, it's out of Lonoke into Prairie County. There's Desark upstream here. And it looks a little more linear. You see the bowing out here, but there could be a brief spin up within that line. It happens. May not last very long, but spin ups are possible. And this area extends all the way back down into south central Arkansas. We got a break here over Grant County, but more strong to potentially severe thunderstorms. Dallas County, Washita County, they're not warnings right now, but they could get a little bit stronger. And still looking at more strong thunderstorms on the southern flank of this. This has just been a very proficient last few days of severe weather and heavy rain, and it continues. And there that line extends all the way up into Kentucky, northeast Arkansas. And that's the only tornado warning that we have, but we're not finished. This area is going to come in later today, and help to push everything out of the way. Then we'll begin to see things get a little bit calmer. We don't want to say quiet, but calmer here, because the quiet word usually ushers in other kinds of stuff. Pretty intense thunderstorm, tornado warning, Prairie County. Looks like it's wrapping up near 11, Highway 11. Center Point to your east-northeast. We'll put on our wind field there. It might be a little something there, Nathan.
It might have lost a little bit of its punch compared to what we were looking at earlier with the radar scan. That was a tight couplet right there. and now it's not as tight. So is it going through a cycle or is it weakening? That's yet to be determined. Still want to be in your safe place, Bucks Landing, Letchworth, and then just be ready just in case this storm still decides to remain potentially tornadic. It would include you folks in Cotton Plant.
I was going to take a look at future red or any updates from the high resolution data on Max 2. These storms are still slowly moving to the east. This is by 3 o'clock in the morning. Those storms a little farther to the east of the Little Rock area. Still could have 1 or 2 strong to severe storms. And by the time we reach 5 o'clock in the morning, they begin to lift into eastern and northeastern Arkansas. Of course, anytime you see an appendage like that, 5 o'clock, you can still see, of course, with the parameter that we have in place, possibility of tornadoes. And then as we move on forward, that wave gets out of the way. The wave that we have in Texas begins to make its presence known in Oklahoma. That should come along and should begin to clear us all out. But another round of strong to severe thunderstorms in the forecast for your Saturday into your Saturday afternoon. It's 12:39 right now. Let's go back to Max 1. As we track this supercell thunderstorm, tornadic supercell thunderstorm, at least a tornado warning is on it. I'm not a big fan of the word tornadic, but a tornado warned storm in Prairie County could have a tornado with it. Looks like a bit of a gust front there, Nathan, some gusting out there.
And Dennis Kavanaugh is saying the circulation is beginning to weaken, as we mentioned.
Yep.
It's possible the storm is starting to struggle to contain its own scientific term, rear flank downdraft, or RFD. If this trend continues, we may be able to get rid of the warning early. So they're seeing exactly what we were talking about. The rotation has started to weaken somewhat, and this trend continues to weaken. They're going to drop the tornado warning. I think people want to know, Tom, is it okay to go to bed here in Pulaski County and Saline County, or do we still have the threat of severe weather? We've had rounds of storms. What would you say to someone that's like has storm anxiety, doesn't want to necessarily go to bed just because the tornado watch still remains in place until 4 a.m., but you look at this, the line continues to push to the east. So our atmosphere is becoming somewhat more stable, I would think.
Right. You would think. I don't mean to be facetious in this, but I think you sleep with one eye open tonight. We encourage you to have lots of ways to receive severe weather information or warnings, but I would tend to agree with Nathan. You would hope and you would think that the atmosphere has been worked over here in Little Rock, in Conway, in Perryville. We had strong thunderstorms all night last night. Thunder and lightning here and there, but the front was to our south, and although the air mass was cooler, it was still unstable. We had those elevated thunderstorms last night. Tonight, Hot Springs, Mount Ida, I think the tornado threat has really calmed down here, becomes more of a hail threat in western and northwestern Arkansas. Is it okay to go? You know what? It's 12:41. Call it 1 o'clock in the morning if you want to. But I think it's a pretty good chance, Nathan, that points west of Little Rock, sleep with one eye open, have a way to get warnings, but you could probably go to bed. But east of the area where there's still untapped resources, these storms may go on through the 4, 5, 6 o'clock time period tomorrow morning. So that's another thing. I wouldn't go to, go to bed, but have a way to get the weather warnings. I don't know if that helped anything. That's just kind of the way I look at it. Hopefully they'll weaken even more.
Well, when we take a look at the surface observations from the Storm Prediction Center on Storm Track 11, this is the significant tornado parameter, and it highlights primarily locations east of Little Rock. So I would say Garland County, you're okay to go to sleep. I would say Faulkner County is, Perry County is, Montgomery County. There could still be some hailers out there and maybe even a damaging wind gust, but we're just focused on the tornado threat, and that remains still a possibility for the areas that haven't seen anything really. So that's South Arkansas, that's Southeast Arkansas. Even though you're not under a tornado watch in Southeast Arkansas, still have your ways of waking you up just in case there is some rogue storm that does try to rotate, and you might have a tornado warning 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. Also locations, Prairie County, Monroe County, where that tornado warning is in effect right now. You definitely want to stay weather aware and potentially stay up.
Well, let's say this, okay, looking at this graphic, the highest tornado parameter is here. So let's say where this dash line is located, everything north and west of that line, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that includes Van Buren, Cleburne, Independence County, Stone, Searcy, Pope. You're all okay to go to sleep. There's still going to be some lightning and thunder out there. The concern is going to be flash flood. So if, once again, you live close to a river that's known to flood, or you've been very close to a flood situation, then I would stay up, be ready to go to higher ground, because this rain train, it's not going to stop anytime soon.
No, it's gonna
and
stay
we're just going to continue to see this conveyor belt of heavy rain through the overnight and into tomorrow.
Yeah, again, the last wave coming through tomorrow afternoon, we'll probably see an uptick. Southeast Arkansas, the more likely area for getting severe weather tomorrow. I would like, to say that it's all over with, but we still have a chance tomorrow. We look at this multi-day situation where we've had enhanced risk, then moderate risk, and tomorrow another enhanced risk. And tornadoes are possible. Hail is possible. So it'll be late in the day tomorrow before all of this with that next wave is out of the way. And it just seems like it's within reach, but it's so far away,
Yeah, absolutely. So with that said, still Saline County, Pulaski County, still can't rule it out that there may not be a tornado warning. We can't tell you, okay, there's not going to be a tornado warning in Pulaski County, because it could be for extreme East Pulaski County. But as we know, if it's for any part of the county, they're going to sound the alarms for the entire county. So just still be on your guard. Don't be surprised if there's still the potential tornado warning as you're trying to sleep tonight, because we still have the environment that's ripe for that potential.
Right. 12:45. Question is, will this warning get extended, or will it become a severe thunderstorm warning? We're still on the wait and see method here. It's the most intense cell, and it's beginning to be more linear in nature. So hopefully they'll give it a look. A little bit of a notch, a little bit of a bump there. Des Arc, Letchworth, Irwin, Arkansas.
Because that's pretty much out of the warning now.
Yeah. I mean, it's almost out if there's anything in that realm. So, National Weather Service doing their job tonight. I know that they've been working some long hours. They have a very challenging night, have had a challenging week, really, and they're still trying to get out and do tornado surveys as well. There's that little box right there. Prairie County still under the tornado warning. We'll find out momentarily. It's 12:46. We'll see if they'll extend it. And this may be a little bit of good news, Nathan, that it's picking up a little speed if it's beginning to outrun the box, or at least catch up and be on the outside of the box. Mentioned the thunder and lightning is still thundering here in Little Rock. We've got a thunderstorm here over downtown Little Rock, right there. Another tornado warning for the circulation near Des Arc. Okay, another tornado warning is coming. So Prairie County, more than likely into Woodruff County, that's going to be extended. Thank you, Dennis, the Weather Service. So I would imagine Cotton Plant, there it is, Cotton Plant, Hunter, you're going to be in this next tornado warning, and this one's till 1:30. So the one out in Prairie County expires, but we've got an extension that's going to take us through Woodruff County for the circulation that is maintaining here in East Central Arkansas. Cotton Plant, you're going to be in the path of a possible tornado, nothing confirmed, but a possible tornado, Prairie, Monroe, and Woodruff counties until 1:30 p.m. And I'm more concerned about the bowing out of this structure and the potential for strong winds with this structure than maybe a tornado, but you get these little eddies that pop up along the line, and that's what you've got to be concerned about. Tornado warning till 1:30.
I think they're just doing it as an abundance of caution, Tom, because like we said, there's not a lot of rotation there, but with this cell moving into such a unstable, untapped part of the state where it's still warm and humid, and this cell still has a top of 50,000 feet, they just don't want to assume, okay, it's done and over. There is still some rotation, looks like now, getting to the north of Des Arc, it looks like there's trying to be a little more rotation happening in that part of the cell. So it kind of might be trying to reorganize. So Cotton Plant, Dixie, Howe, Hunter, Hillman, into Penrose and Fair Oaks. You are under that tornado warning. You need to go ahead and take your tornado precautions at this time, just in case something does come from the clouds. Let's take a look at Storm Track 11, please. And this kind of really highlights a little bit more. So where we're seeing those blues and reds come together, just to the northwest or northeast of Des Arc. Let's take a look at the rotation tool to see if that's picking up on anything. And it is. So that's a new area that just started to develop over the past few scans. It popped up over Des Arc, and now it's maintaining itself. So that's a brand new part of the storm that started to rotate, Tom.
There.
And there's some concern there with the green showing up.
Yeah, right here, matches up nicely.
It's not a tight couplet, but
certainly something to look at. Some rotation for certain there, and that's on the northeastern side of Des Arc. Cotton Plant, you're off to the east. Dixie, Howell, you're just a few of those smaller communities that will be impacted by this tornado warned storm as it moves off to the northeast.
So I'm going to put a track on it, and we can go to max 1. And just to give an idea, I think this was going about 40, 50 miles per hour. 50 miles per hour. So there's a timeline for you.
Yep. Here are the locations. Little Dixie, 1254. Mayberry, 1257. Howell at 103. Beckton, 102. Bulltown, 108. Bemis, Arkansas, 115. Morton at 117. Within this storm track here, the concern is this rotation. There's Georgetown, Des Arc. Movement is to the northeast with a tornado warning until 1:30 for Prairie, Woodruff counties, and Monroe counties. It's 12:51. I needed to remind folks once again that if you are tracking us, if you are watching us on Facebook Live, we have spin up our 8-hour window. So at 1 o'clock, you'll want to jump on YouTube or THV11 Plus, or you can also catch us through the app, THV11 app on your phone, if you want to stream along with us. It's out of our control. Apparently there's an 8-hour window of opportunity, and we've been on for 8 hours. How about that? So please join us on those other platforms other than Facebook Live at 1 o'clock. At 1 o'clock, you'll lose the feed. It's THV11 Plus, THV11, and if the tornado warning expires, then we'll go back to one of our other options with Plus, YouTube, so you can join us on one of those. All right. Now back to the tornado warning.
It's ticked up.
Okay.
The rotation has started to tighten, and it has started to intensify a little bit more. So Little Dixie, please be in your safe place at this time. Also along Highway 33, and then this is headed towards Beckton. It'll be very close to Cotton Plant. So Cotton Plant, please be in your safe place as well, along with Hunter, and getting into Howe and Bemis.
Instead of these tornado warnings or the rotation within these storms maybe weakening, they're not. They're strengthening. Highway 38, familiar with Highway 38, Highway 33 and 38. There's Sand Hill, Little Dixie. Cotton Plants, we're just outside, we're to the east of the Des Arc area. And there's our area of concern, our rotation, our couplet. And again, the storm is moving to the northeast right now, 45 to 50.
Storm track 11, watch how this changes, Tom.
Okay.
This was the scan before, and then here's the newest scan.
Oh, okay.
So it definitely tried something right there. And
Right
the
in
rotation's still there, but we have the green triangle in place. So our computer software was detecting enough of a couplet to say this is a tornado vortex signature. Let's take a look at the NROT because that was also
It's right on top of
highlighting
it.
that chance.
Yeah.
So it was like not too much, and then boom, yellow,
There it
and then it
is.
disappeared.
So they're spinning up, they're weakening, and spinning up again. And if we go back to Max 1, you can see that there's a little bit of a highlight area near Little Dixie, Arkansas. Right in here, this may be, we're finding some tightening up once again. That's near Highway 38 and 33, Little Dixie. If you live near or around Little Dixie, here are some roadways. Lots of, this is eastern Arkansas, lots of folks do some agricultural work out here. So let me drop the glasses in the floor and then I'll put them on. And just to give you an idea, some of the roads, there is Ingram Road, number 6 Road, Branham Road, Highway 33, 38. This is where the rotation is located. Could produce a tornado. Those are some of the roads. And as it continues to the east, you're going to get into Woodruff County Road and the such. There's Cotton Plant. 1:30 a.m. This tornado warning remains in effect.
So it's about 6 miles away from Cotton Plant, due west.
Yes.
This is where that rotation is. So if you're watching us in Beckton, once again, Hunter, Highway 306, Highway 17, you've got a dangerous storm that does have the potential of producing a quick tornado at any moment. It may have already done so, didn't last very long if it did, but just the fact that this is still maintaining its rotation should be a clear sign that you need to take this situation seriously and make sure that you are in your safe place.
Tornado warning continues for Prairie and Woodruff counties. That's from the National Weather Service just a couple of minutes ago. Monroe County, you've been canceled. The tornado warning there has been canceled. Certainly some good news there. Why don't we go back over to Max 2, please? Max 2, we'll take a bit of a look at the storms as they currently are across the state. I'm going to take us broader. No, not in. There you go. And yeah, there's only really one trouble area. It's this, the leading edge of that line. There are severe thunderstorm warnings for some hail producers and some wind producers in western Arkansas. And this line continues down in southwest Arkansas. Storms have been perking up and down. Little Rock, it's just a training effect. Lots of heavy rain and flash flooding here. We have seen the rain back off a bit further west and even northwest. We were talking about, you know, hey, what time can I go to bed? Well, if you live in eastern Arkansas right now, things are a little bit volatile. If you live in central Arkansas, north central Arkansas, or western Arkansas, and hopefully you know where you live in the state, what's considered central. Little Rock is central. Fort Smith is west. Clinton would be north central. It's safe to say that these areas have been worked over, but not eastern Arkansas. We still have a ways to go with a tornado watch till 4 o'clock, streaming overnight. And there we go. There's that warning for Prairie and Woodruff County. And very soon this is going to pass over into the Jonesboro and Memphis area. The storm's picking up some forward progression. And then we'll keep an eye on these cells down to the south if they're able to tap into any of this parameter here. Max 1, please. Nathan has put a storm track on the areas that will be impacted here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Okay, Tom, so here is where the rotation is headed for Beckton 104, Howe 107, Bulltown 111, Tip 113, Bemis 118, Penrose 120.
Goodness.
This is a Doppler radar indicated tornado warning, but still want to take it seriously. And along with that, Tom, we continue to see a lot of reports of flooding. Flooding in parts of Pulaski County. I think they said it was widespread flooding in parts of Pulaski County.
Yeah.
So, and there's other reports of flooding across the region. So yes, widespread flooding reported in eastern Pulaski County.
Okay. I do want to just real quick. It's 12:58, and if you're jumped on Facebook because the thunder got loud, you're on Facebook Live. Here at 1 o'clock, I want to share this again. We're not the ones leaving you. This isn't us doing this. This is just one of those things. After 8 hours of streaming on Facebook Live, we have to end our feed at 1 a.m. Other options, jump on THV11, the app, and stream there, or THV11 Plus. If you have it on Apple, Amazon, Roku, or Samsung, you can upload the Plus app to your Samsung TV. We apologize for that. It's out of our control, but this is one of those things. Nathan and I have been going now for 8 hours, and Facebook has put a limit on that, so we're going to be losing the Facebook Live feed. YouTube, you can catch us there. Just type in YouTube, look up THV11 Live feed. It should be there. And also, you can look at us on THV11 Plus. And as long as we have the tornado warning in eastern Arkansas, we'll be on THV11. So if you see us leave you here in about 30 seconds, you'll know why. Nathan, take it away. I'm sorry. I needed to get that out there one more time.
Yeah, so we have that tornado warning still in effect for Woodruff County, including the locations of Cotton Plant and Hunter. Still watching some impressive rotation happening in this area. We have not gotten any confirmation yet on if there is a tornado on the ground, but there is some significant rotation still with this cell. That's the only tornado warning we have in effect. The concern is really starting to shift into the flood threat and the flash flooding concerns across central Arkansas and also into southwest Arkansas. You see this just line of heavy rain. And when I say heavy rain, let's just take a look at some of the rainfall rates. I'll just point out the rainfall rates on here. It is going to be pretty much when you have the red show up, that is a rainfall rate of 2 inches or 3 inches per hour. So now the heaviest rain is into Grant County.
Wow.
So Sheridan, very heavy rainfall. And that will probably make the flash flood warning be extended for you folks. This is going to try to build its way into Pine Bluff. Pine Bluff is notorious for, of course, flooding areas. So watch out for that, Pine Bluff. You will probably have to deal with flash flooding concerns. Also, very heavy rainfall lined up along Pulaski County, eastern areas of Lono County, where that pink and purple is. If it rained in that location with that rate, 2 to 3 inches of rain can be expected. So we have some big gully washers and just flash flood warnings all across central Arkansas going into the early morning hours. 3:45 here for White County, Lono County, Prairie County, and then pretty much the same story into Pulaski County, Garland County. You don't want to be out driving in this whatsoever if you possibly can. For the severe weather threat, we're still watching this tornado warning into Woodruff County. And it does include Hunter, it does include Cotton Plant. We'll take a look at the winds once again. Are we seeing an appendage there? Not as much as what we did see before, but you know these things go through cycles. And there's still a little bit of a couplet there, especially right there might be something. So Beckton, it's going to be very close to Beckton, Highway 17, and then this will continue to swing its way towards Highway 260, Highway 145. The community of Howe is going to be in the path of this. Gregory is pretty close to this rotation as well with his Doppler radar indicated tornado warning. Let me go over to Storm Track 11. We'll take a look to see if there's any other information on a CC, if we're seeing a CC drop, or which would tell us that we've got a tornado on the ground now. and I'm not seeing anything that really stands out.
But a nice area here of rotation that continues.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Now it weakened
Maybe
a little
rotation.
bit. There's definitely a weakening trend. We've lost the triangle, Tom. We've lost that tornado vortex signature, and the rotation is in between Dixie, Gregory, and Howe. If you put a triangle in that area.
You mentioned the flooding threat tonight, along with the severe weather threat. I've added on the flash flood warnings on Max 2. It's just something that boggles the mind is the number of counties that are still under flash flood warnings tonight because of the heavy rain and the flash flooding potential, and more counties will be added. Just wanted to throw this out here. If you're up watching us tonight, and you see a county in blue, and maybe you know that you're from that county, you're under a flash flood warning. A lot of this is going to last through 3:30, 3:45 in the morning. So be careful if you have to get out of this. The roadways may be covered in water. We can go back to Max 1 now. Nathan's pulling up these rainfall totals, which may be a little underdone, Nathan, for the last 48 hours.
But look what Arkadelphia has now. When I showed you this earlier, it was 3-something. Now they're approaching almost 5 inches.
Look at that in Texarkana, 5 inches in Texarkana. 3 inches in Mountain Home, 3 3/4 up in Fayetteville. Yeah, you're getting a lot of rain. This is not right. Little Rock has picked up more than that. I think there was a problem with the sensor the other day. So, but they picked up quite a bit just tonight. So the heavy rain threat continues. The severe thunderstorm warning. I'm sorry, the tornado warning continues. So it is, it's a long night. Here it is, 104, and the tornado warning continues from into Woodruff County. But soon that tornado, at least that storm, that line of storms will be pushing to the east away from the THV 11 viewing area. Independence County, strong storms there. Newport, Jackson County. Another strong storm out to the west of us here over Johnson County. Severe thunderstorms that could produce some hail and some strong winds, but look at all of this rain, moderate to heavy rain over north central Arkansas. And we've talked about this tonight. This area going to be very susceptible to flooding. All of the major rivers and tributaries here will fill up with water very, very quickly. This is what it looks like on Max 1. Might want to take it a little bit broader here. We'll take a look at the storm down to our south. There it is. That's Woodruff County. There's that tornado warning. I don't like seeing this. I don't like seeing another storm trying to come together there near Grant County. But here you go, Woodruff County near McCrory. You can see the area that we're talking about. There's Hunter, Arkansas, cotton plant. Tornado warning for you. That storm is moving to the east. And here within the next 15 to 20 minutes, it should be moving out of Woodruff County over into those counties in eastern Arkansas that are the responsibility of the Weather Service. I think I have those. Let me just give those to you. Yeah, Cross, St. Francis, Lee counties that butt up against Monroe and Woodruff counties, Poinsett County as well, Craighead County. If you're looking for rotation, there it is. Near Howell, Arkansas, Howell and Beckton. Enough rotation to warrant that tornado warning. Along Highway 17, 306, 260. This is racing away to the east, about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So far, we have not had anything confirmed. It looked a little more formidable, a little more impressive there south of Gregory. But now it looks a little broader, Nathan.
Yes.
A little broader.
Yeah, it definitely has shown a weakening trend in this rotation couplet that we did see earlier. We're seeing the blues and the yellows kind of separate. Before they were really close together, and they were, we're looking at pixels here. So when the pixels are butting against one another with the blue and the yellow, that's what we are declaring as tight rotation. We have tight rotation, you're going to have the better chance there could be a tornado. This is more broad rotation where you have the core, the brighter blues here, that's the winds going towards the radar, and the yellows, that's going winds away from the radar. They're not close together. So there's circulation within this cell, but we're not seeing that tight circulation. So that's some good news. If that continues to be the trend, then the National Weather Service will say it's weakened enough and they'll drop the tornado warning.
Yeah, I was saying that Dennis said that the best circulation was where you were just a moment ago near Howell.
Yeah, they're looking at this now, I think, right here, just to the west of Howe. So in between Gregory and Howe, I would say, would be where this circulation is now positioned with this cell. I'm also looking at some other data with the rainfall totals, Tom.
Yeah.
And this is from the National Weather Service, and you can go back and look at the data all the way from the 2nd, and this really gives you an idea on who's been seeing a lot of rain. I know we showed some of those other observations, but here's some more observations on Storm Track 11. Again, ignore Little Rock because it just doesn't tell the full truth since the observation is down. But there's close to Hot Springs, over 6 inches, and there's definitely a corridor of impressive rainfall developing, looks like, right over I-30. I mean, you got an observation of over 7.5 inches. Hot Springs, pretty close to 7 inches in Arkadelphia. This is why there's all that flash flooding happening, because this has been happening, really over the past few hours that these totals have been adding up. This has not been, this is a period of 3 or 4 days. No, this is
I think it's a little under
rapid rainfall.
Lots of rainfall, more to come. Several more inches to go between now and tomorrow night and Sunday before things all begin to settle down. Getting it all at once, Nathan. We were dry for so long, it'd be nice just to get an inch or two, but no, we have to get 4, 5, 6, 7 inches of rain, and all of these tributaries are going to fill up with water. Flash flooding is going to take shape. Look at just some very impressive numbers. 5.93 inches, 4.44. So National Weather Service providing that as a service. Lots of rain. Yeah.
And we made that forecast. We put out 7 to 10 general area, and we're thinking, okay, this is probably maybe a little bit too high, but the models were pretty much honed in on this solution that we were going to get a lot of rain with this stalled out boundary. And now it's happening. I mean, and it's happening in a short period of time, and it's all just running off.
Second wave of heavy rainfall developing over southwest Arkansas, moving northeast. As if we needed any more bad news tonight. Heavy rainfall, southwest Arkansas, moving northeast. Let's go ahead and look at max 1, if we can. And that gives us an idea. There's southwest Arkansas. There's the next wave of very heavy rainfall. You have to wonder, when is the atmosphere going to run out of water vapor, moisture content? This is ridiculous.
A lot of moisture. I looked at that earlier. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere.
Precipitable water values.
Yes.
How much?
It's like 1.9.
Yeah.
Which is,
well, I think we've gotten that.
Highly anomalous for this time of year.
So you look at this, and there's flood warnings all around this, flash flood warnings. We've got that one tornado warning up in Woodruff County. As I mentioned, it's going to be moving in across into the Memphis viewing area. We'll have to wait and see if we get any more warnings. That's the strongest storm. Another very strong storm, Grant County into Jefferson County. This line continues to slowly edge to the east, but at some point, our models indicate that this is going to stall out and maybe even lift away to the northeast before the next wave comes in behind it during the day on Saturday. So we might get a little bit of a break from all of the heavy rain. We'll get some runoff, but it's just going to fill up rivers and streams, and then the next wave will come in here, and the next round of severe weather is possible. Strong thunderstorm, Grant County, more strong storms down in Clark County, Washita County, tornado warning up here in Woodruff County. And let's see. I'm not really seeing anything that indicates from the Weather Service, but and the new SPC is kicked out for tomorrow. The southeastern third of Arkansas has an enhanced risk with a slight risk here through the Little Rock area. Okay. All right. So heavy rainfall tonight. Tornado warning continues. Woodruff County, that's getting ready to cross over close to, what were those counties again? Cross County, Poinsett, St. Francis counties. Out of Woodruff County. Cross County is the next county up and over. All right, thanks for hanging with us tonight. It's been a long night, 112. Tornado watch in effect till 4 o'clock in the morning. We'll have a changing of the guard. Tracy Bean will be in at 4 a.m. tomorrow morning.
You mean today?
Yes, today. Tomorrow is
I was
today.
like, I
is
don't
tomorrow.
tomorrow morning.
She is going to be coming in, and as soon as this tornado warning is over with, there will be one of us here, and the other one will take their cat home and call it a night.
She's had a long day.
Is she? Yeah, she's probably wondering, does your cat ever go to the bathroom? Does she have a litter box in our office?
I don't think you want a litter box in the office, but
well, no. Does she hold on to it though? I mean,
she'll hold.
I hope so. She was
We'll
in
find
my
out.
chair.
I'll go back there and find
She
out.
was in my chair. All right, so I'll take over. We'll get Nathan out of here. Nathan, you're going to have to come back tomorrow, as we've got another round of strong to severe weather tomorrow. I mean today, later this afternoon. Tracy Bean will be with us.
We're almost done. We got one more day to get through.
Yeah.
And then you're not going to see me. I'm just going to be like I'm calling out.
Nathan and I will be asleep for the next 48 hours. Another warning, tornado warning. I guess an extension of that one's going to be for Cross County. Yep, I believe. Let's see.
Cross County into Poinsett
County. That is getting into the Memphis viewing area, and I'm happy to say that they can have it. But we still have a little ways to go with you, Woodruff County. You belong to us. You don't belong to them. McCrory, you're in our area. We're going to take care of you here tonight. And here's the latest on that tornado warning. Oh my goodness, let's see. Just looking at what Mr. Kavanaugh says over at the Weather Service. Okay, flash flooding could become extraordinarily dangerous overnight. All right, so Dennis is taking off, and we've got a couple of more folks from the Weather Service.
So now it's like that rotation's over McCrory, Tom.
Okay. Let's hope nothing's happening, but you could have some lowering. We haven't seen anything confirmed here, but we could have, some nice rotation here near McCrory in Woodruff County. The tornado warning has been extended upstream into the Memphis area, into Cross and Poinsett counties tonight.
Yeah, that's riding along the line of the warning box. So it's drifting a little farther to the north than they expected, I think. So this is going to be McCrory, and then Tilton, Pumpkin Bend will be next in line with this rotation that could produce most likely a weak tornado, I would think. But still, a tornado is a tornado, and a tornado can still do damage to a home and to property. So
you're right. Whether it's an EF0 or whatever, it still causes anxiety. That's for sure. So that tornado warning box from Woodruff County into Cross and Poinsett counties, places again this week that have been hit hard with tornado. It was Wednesday night. Nearly every one of these counties had a confirmed tornado with the warnings. And now we're going to see this area move into northeast Arkansas a little bit later this evening, here in the next 30 minutes or so. McCrory, you got rotation over the top of you, fairly significant rotation there, and it's riding along the polygon box. If you're up this morning, joining us in Woodruff County, good morning to you. Augusta, this cell is to your east and south. Highway 269 and 64, it's riding along Highway 64, if that gives you a kind of a vantage point or a point of reference. This cell is moving to the east-northeast. Along with that, in this area, we're also getting some very heavy rainfall and flooding rains as well. Flash flooding is going to keep going overnight tonight with another batch of rain moving in from southwest Arkansas. We're not done with it yet. There's our live wind showing the rotation, and there's some there. It may not be as tight of a couplet, may not be very impressive, but it is there. Here's Pumpkin Bend. This is moving to the northeast. Pumpkin Bend, it's going to be getting close to you here in the next couple of 3 minutes or so. Hopefully you're in your safe place up there in Woodruff County. And moving forward, Craighead County, Cross County, I should say Cross and Poinsett County, then upwards to Craighead County. Prolific rainmakers tonight. We've told you that the forecast called for 7 to 10 inches of rain. Some places might pick up close to a foot of rain. That could very well be the case. This wave moves through tonight. Another wave coming through tomorrow, and that will signal an end to the threat of weather that's going to be moving across the state. We'll get a chance to dry out. It's going to take a while to dry out. That's a lot of rain in a very short amount of time here this first week of April. If you're joining us tonight, thank you. THV 11, we're on THV 11 Plus, and if you were watching on Facebook Live, our Facebook Live feed has had been taken down, but we appreciate you joining us on YouTube tonight, or I should say THV 11 and Plus, where we're going to continue to stream here for a little while longer, at least until this tornado warning moves out of our viewing area into the Memphis viewing area. Might take a little bit of a break for a minute and come back on with other weather information, because I'm sure that folks will be up late tonight wanting to know what's happening. Lots of thunderstorm activity, lots of heavy rain and flooding. There you go. That circulation's getting a little bit closer to Pumpkin Bend tonight.
Nothing too significant, but still it's there. It may be trying to tick up a little bit. So Pumpkin Bend, you're right on the line of that warning box, but the National Weather Service is not going to draw a new warning box just because it's so close to the Memphis control once it crosses over into Cross County and Poinsett County. But still, stay in your safe place until this rotation passes through. I think for the most part, it's just a rotating cloud that's moving over this region. Hopefully it continues to be that way. We'll take a look at the rain data from this, and there's not really an appendage there, but there could be something embedded within this cell as it pushes towards Pumpkin Bend and also Tilton. The rest of the area, you see all the heavy rain. I mean, it's just lined up from 40 down through Interstate 30, and once again, flash flooding. If you have flash flooding, we want to know about it. 501-376-1111. We want to know where the flash flooding is happening, because we can relay that information and let the National Weather Service know, hey, yes, that flash flooding warning is definitely warranted, because what we're seeing, because it's going to be a long night of law enforcement, I think, for people closing roads and all that roads may be washed out tonight in some parts of the region.
I think you know if you live in an area that has low-lying roadways, and there's more rain to come tonight and tomorrow. Another severe thunderstorm warning over in Polk County. That storm's going to pretty much move due north. Could be a hailer into Scott County. And this one tornado warning here, that's Woodruff County, and it's about to move out over into Cross County and Poinsett County and East Arkansas. The southern extent of that, there's an uptick here in Jefferson County. Strong thunderstorms, but notice no warnings here. Let's keep it that way. But you notice where you've got the reds and yellows, those higher reflectivity colors, it's just rain inundating the area. Thunderstorms will continue overnight tonight. We'll see how things go in southeast Arkansas. This is the part of the state that has not, they got warm and humid too. They were just like the rest of us, but they've got a little parameter left there. But we'll just have to wait and see. So we're back up Woodruff County, McCrory, riding along Highway 269 in Pumpkin Bend. That's where we're finding the rotation here tonight with this tornado warning cell. Movement is to the northeast, and that warning is in effect till 1:30, and the tornado warning on the other side here near Tilton, Arkansas, that's in effect till 2 o'clock in the morning. So we've got 8 more minutes with this tornado warning.
Still looks pretty weak.
Yeah.
It's weak rotation.
It's just rotation.
Nonetheless, still got to take every tornado warning seriously, because things can change in a hurry.
Okay.
I want to show Storm Track 11. This is the RDOT map showing closures now, and the blues icons that you see with the X's, that's because of flooding. So we've got high water on Highway 9, Hot Spring County.
Oh, wow.
And then also Highway 67 has high water. So pretty close to Malvern. Looks like those roads are closed and blocked off. Other roads, this one's washed out here. Highway
Searcy County.
Highway 333.
Okay. Yeah.
Brain's not functioning
Yeah,
anymore.
I know
It's
it.
done.
Yeah, the words are not coming out very well anymore.
And then other roads like this one, 223, Fulton County, that's washed out. So I think we're going to see more of these icons pop up. Fulton County, Highway 9, washed out. High water, Fulton County, 223, washed out. Or high water, not necessarily washed out yet, but yeah, Tom, we're just going to continue to watch, I think, more and more of these icons pop up, especially tonight. So look at that site if you have to be out and about.
I drive Arkansas.
For tomorrow morning. It will let you know if these roads are closed or not. And if they are, don't take that way. Find another route because you never want to drive through floodwaters.
No.
No exceptions, especially in the type of situation that we are in tonight.
Let's go back over to Max 2, talk about that tornado warning storm in Woodruff County with a fairly weak area of rotation. A bit of a line here now. Tornado warning is extending into eastern Arkansas for Cross County and Poinsett County tonight. The Woodruff County tornado warning is right here. Looks like it might have a little bit of Jackson County as well. Well, maybe not. All right. So Woodruff County, the storm that could be producing rotation is moving through the McCrory area. It should be moving out within the next 10 minutes or so. Hopefully this is it for a while for the tornado warnings in the THV11 viewing area. I'm going to go back here and take you a little bit broader. Let's give you a little radar tour. Once again, a little reset. Now, there are several severe thunderstorm warnings. When I see colors like that near Mena, thinking that's probably some large hail that's occurring, and even some hail up here in northwest Arkansas, Madison County, Franklin County. This is our concern. Woodruff County, Jackson County. This storm is moving to the northeast, 45 miles per hour. Storms continue, the rain continues, and it looks as if it's going to follow through tomorrow as well. So we're not out of the woods, but we are beginning to see, I think, at least the tornadic threat for at least that storm move out of the way. And again, as I mentioned here, in just a few minutes, as soon as that storm subsides, I'll get Nathan to get out of here so that he can get his kitty cat home and he can go to bed, and the kitty cat can, Sierra can have a better night ahead. And then we'll do this again tomorrow.
She had some excitement today. Met so many people.
Yeah, she's a good cat too. Very
she is
friendly.
a good cat, yeah.
Mine would have freaked out. I just don't like people for some reason. Maybe it's just
some cats are like that way.
Yeah. All right, holding on to this 4 more minutes for this tornado warning. Hopefully it will be allowed to expire. I have not seen anything here from the Weather Service, Nathan, on that storm.
Yeah, there's no...
They're probably just going to let it go.
Information to say things have changed with the rotation. They're going to let Memphis handle it.
Yeah. All right. So here's a little thing that we're going to do. I'll tell you what, you take it for the next 4 minutes. I'm going to run up the hall, and when I come back, we will hopefully be able to get off of THV11 and go back to streaming on THV11 Plus and YouTube tonight. And then we're going to say a bid farewell tonight to Nathan, let him get on home. He'll come back here tomorrow afternoon. Tracy Bean will be here tomorrow morning. And I'll be right back. I'm going to turn it over to Nathan. So I'll be right back.
All right. We'll take a look at the radar across the state one more time. And we have more rounds of showers and storms. Still have the conveyor belt of heavy rain riding right along I-30 into central Arkansas. Still lots of lightning. It's going to be a noisy night out there. The severe weather threat is going down significantly for a large part of the region. So if you're watching us in Saline County, Garland County, Montgomery, Perry, Yell, Pope, Conway, Faulkner, White County, Cleburne, Van Buren, Independence, Stone, Izard, Newton, Searcy, you're all done with the threat of severe weather. There still could be some hail, but when I say severe weather threat for this time of night, we're talking about the tornado threat's over. There could still be some hail, and it could still be large in some cases. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are going up for Polk County, but this is a hail threat. That's not a tornado threat because this part of the state is much more cooler with temperatures and more stable. Pulaski County, I really think we're done with the threat of tornadoes here. It's right along that line, and south and east of the line, we still have to watch out for that potential. There could still be some spin-ups. With that said, the threat, once again, is changing over to flash flooding. We're seeing flash flooding. We're seeing streams and creeks and low-lying areas and poor drainage areas really start to flood and get out of control just because there's just been copious amounts of rain, and it's not stopping. We'll see more rain out there through the overnight hours, and some locations will wake up tomorrow morning with probably 6 to 8 inches of rain, maybe more than that. There's going to be some locations, I think, before this event is all said and done, could end up with over a foot of rain, and that can cause catastrophic type flooding conditions. So hopefully that's not the case, but that's really what we're focused on as we go into the rest of tonight and into your Saturday. We still have this line of storms rolling through Woodruff County, getting into Cross County. You see all the lightning there. Still, the tornado warning remains in effect. That's being issued by Memphis now for Cross County. It's kind of hard to spot anything here. I'm not seeing anything that's really saying, okay, there's a lot of rotation. When we take a look at this area, it's not really producing much at all. I think this is just a gust of wind for the most part, because that would be anticyclonic in that case, with the winds going towards the radar and the winds going away from the radar. So that's most likely more of a downburst type situation. But you got some winds. Winds are rolling through into St. Francis County, and then you get into Lee County. So that tornado warning has been allowed to be dropped, and therefore for THV 11, we're going to go ahead and send you back to regularly scheduled programming. We'll stay here on the streaming platform of THV 11 Plus, and just let me know when we're clear from THV 11 if that's possible. And we'll just wait for Tom to come back. So they dropped the tornado warning, Tom. So that's all said and done for Woodruff County, continues into Cross County and Poinsett County. But I think it's really the heavy rain that just continues to show up here. That's a lot of rain now. Yeah. Pike County, Clark County, it's just nonstop.
Nonstop. Well, just like our streaming tonight, and those of us tracking severe weather, including our directors and producers here tonight, THV 11, since we are seeing an end to the tornado warnings, we're going to stick with THV 11 Plus. I'm going to stick around here. I'm going to get Nathan out of here while there's a little bit of break in the action. Hope Sierra doesn't get wet.
Well, we'll see.
I poked my head in the door, and she thought that I was you. And
I'm sure. She's ready to go home.
She's ready to go home.
She's had a long day.
So I'm going to reposition over there. Let's keep it on THV 11 Plus. We can go back to our regular programming on THV 11 since our tornado warnings are over. It's now a rain event. And if we do have another tornado warning, I'll pop back on THV 11. Nathan Scott, thank you, sir. You may take your microphone and IFB off.
All right.
And I'm sure we'll be in contact at some point during the afternoon hours today. But yep. Tracy Bean's going to be coming in here at 4 o'clock. Wait a minute, the boss. Okay. Yeah, okay, she says good. I thought maybe she was going to say, no, I'll stay there, and you be on THV 11.
My contacts are starting to dry out,
I know
it's like...
I don't have them, and mine aren't too. All right, I'm going to shift over to the desk. If you guys want to take radar full until I get over there, we'll bid Nathan a farewell tonight, and he'll be back to track storms once again tomorrow.
All right, sounds
Thank
good.
you, Nathan. All right, so there we go. There's live radar tonight. And Roger and Chris, y'all might want to provide me with a fresh battery for my microphone and my IFB, please. And that way I'll be able to go. Here it is. It's only 1:32. Wow, 1:32 in the morning. And we are streaming on THV11 Plus and YouTube. Our Facebook feed ran out at 1 o'clock. We ran out of Facebook minutes. So you've got us tonight streaming on THV11 Plus. The tornado warning is over in eastern Arkansas. We have a severe thunderstorm warning over in Polk County, Scott County, and also severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for northwest Arkansas, mainly because of some hail that is occurring there. All right, so we are on Plus tonight. We will keep you up to date on any weather that comes our way. This becomes a rain event. All right, here comes Chris with my battery. Pardon me a second while I get a fresh battery put in. I'm going to turn the mic off and I'll be right back. There we go. Microphone is okay. Let me change the other box now. There we go. Okay. And we'll do a little streaming action here for you tonight. I may pull up a chair and join you. All right, you can take me full now with the radar there. We'll have a conversation. We'll visit a little bit tonight if you want. Thank you very much. Hey, how's it going? Currently 1:34, and we're streaming a THV11 Plus. I feel like I'm in my old DJ days. I need a couple of turntables and some music. Spending the night with you. How about that? 1:34. Tracy Bean will come in here at 4 o'clock in the morning and hopefully walk us through a calmer morning weather-wise. And if you're up watching tonight, thank you for hanging out with us. We still have strong thunderstorms and rain falling, heavy rain at times over the southern and southwestern part of the state. The National Weather Service said another round of heavy rain is beginning to make its presence known. And that's moving up the interstate. And the rain and thunder tonight could be heavy at times. Flooding is imminent. If you haven't received it, flash flooding is going to be a big issue tonight here in central Arkansas. I'm going to grab a chair. You know, when you've been standing for a while here. All right. Let's see. Have you on the, okay, now we're off. All right. How do these chairs work? There we go. That's better. Hanging out with you tonight. I just need to give my knees a rest. And I'm gonna, let's see. I'll pull up my show here on the desktop. What a night, what a day, what a week it has been. Looks like a tornado warning has been extended till 2 o'clock in the morning over in Cross and Poinsett counties. Lots of flooding out there tonight. Still trying to get things organized here. Give me just a few minutes. A little punch drunk from the weather today. Certainly hope that everybody in your household is staying safe from the weather. With the flash flooding that's occurring around the state, it's a big concern. People get afraid of the weather, get afraid of what's happening, the thunderstorm activity. So glad to be with you here tonight. All right. Several tornado warnings tonight. Thankfully, the tornado threat from the moderate risk didn't work out or didn't pan out as badly as it could have. And I'm okay with that. All right. Got to pull up my feed from the National Weather Service. Need to find out who else is with us here tonight. Okay. Nathan, you came back. Nathan is still here. You forgot your keys?
Keys, phone.
Don't forget the cat.
No, I got her first.
Oh, did you put her in the car?
Not yet.
Oh.
She's in the room.
Is she in a crate?
Yeah.
Oh, I bet she's happy she's leaving.
Oh,
She didn't leave a gift in the office, did she?
not that I could smell.
Okay. All right, Nathan. Thank you, man. Take care.
Yeah, get some rest this weekend.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna pass out as soon as you walk out. I'm gonna fall asleep on the keyboard. All righty. All right. Cool beans, everybody. Again, thank you for joining us. I'm just going to ride this out as long as we can here. If I feel like the weather is settling down, it becomes a heavy rain threat, then we'll do what I like to call babysitting radar tonight. And again, let's start with a look at what's happening on. I'm going to move over a little bit. What's happening on radar here, and for those of you that are concerned about the severe weather and the storms, really everything that's, let's say, Clinton, Searcy, westward, we're beginning to see the severe weather threat really wind down. So you can go ahead and call it a night. Now, there are strong thunderstorms in southern Arkansas, and some of that is beginning to lift to the north. But we've got a little bit of a break in the action. Severe weather continues, tornado warnings in Cross Poinsett counties. This area in East Arkansas, the Weather Service has certain responsibilities. National Weather Service in North Little Rock doesn't have the responsibility of these eastern Arkansas counties, but has a fairly large forecasting area that does include all of the Little Rock Metro. So with that in mind, they're also keeping an eye on all of the flooding rains. I'm going to pull up my show here. Just give me a second. I feel like we should take a few minutes of a break. I need to reach out to our digital person. Let's see who it is tonight. I think it's Elizabeth. Let me chat with Elizabeth if she's even still up. See if she's still up. We'll find out here in just a moment. Goodness. All right. Roger, Chris, you guys doing all right up there? Still with you? You're still good? Do you need a break? You're cool. Would you like to, take a break one at a time? Go grab something to drink or whatever? Y'all want to do that? We've got a little bit of a lull. And what I like about a lull is, although we still have some heavy rain falling outside, we don't have any severe weather to speak of in our viewing area, except for that severe thunderstorm warning over in Polk County and Mena. I just needed to be able to pull up my show here and run through once again what's going to be happening for the rest of the night tonight. Streaming on THV 11 Plus. All right, thank you. Sent her a message. It has been a long night for everybody here at THV 11. It's been a long week. We've been in and out of these severe weather episodes that, quite honestly, we haven't had to deal with in quite some time. So here we go. There's our 1 hour radar loop once again, showing you the rain that we have in Arkansas. Most of it is moderate to heavy. There's flash flooding going on. You got the tornado warnings in East Arkansas. I want to show you the tornado watch that we have that's going to stay in effect till 4 o'clock in the morning. And it's just really strange, because I think that we're going to see these high precipitation cells just kind of stall out here over central Arkansas until 4 o'clock in the morning. And that includes the Little Rock area. So can't go anywhere until that tornado watch expires, and I don't think they're going to expire it anytime soon. So those are your watches. That's your tornado watch, severe weather risk. We're looking ahead. This is today now, so we shift ahead to this afternoon. The severe weather risk covers up the eastern and southeastern part of the state, The rest of us are in a very low end risk, and hopefully the atmosphere gets worked over to where the risk isn't that bad. The outlook, again, we could see the possibility of a strong tornado in southeast Arkansas if conditions allow. 2-inch hail or greater in south central and southeast Arkansas, and winds of about 60 miles per hour. Our future radar tonight shaping up like this. Here we are. It is 1:43 in the morning, and as we go forward in time, the activity begins to wind on down in eastern Arkansas. We'll turn our attention to the mess out west. That's going to come in. And by 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon, I should say, with March Madness in the Final Four on CBS, this is where it gets a little tricky, hoping that we don't have to break into programming to provide those warnings. That should be out of the way. And then on the backside of the system, some colder air begins to come in here. Monday, we'll begin to see skies clear out. Sunday looks a little cloudy. Monday, we'll begin to clear out, and we'll incorporate a little bit more sunshine. Look at the flood alerts, flood warnings in effect, flash flood warnings. We got aerial flood warnings, flash flood warnings, river flood warnings. Just really ridiculous amounts of rain have fallen here over the last couple of days or so. So the flooding concerns remain very high, and by the time things are said and done, it's 10 to 12 inches of rain in northeast Arkansas, 7 to 10 inches here. That's a lot of rain. So that's where we are. I'm going to take a look at the frontal boundary, the boundary that was a warm front that lifted to the north. I wonder if it's retreated back to the south. So I'm going to take a look at that real quick. Streaming tonight, THV 11 plus. And it's 49 degrees in Harrison. Can you believe it? 78 in El Dorado, so it's still very warm and soupy over southern Arkansas. Okay, so I do want to talk about this just for a minute, and I'll put it up here behind me. We always want you to have as many different ways to receive weather information when it comes to severe weather. And, we talk about the apps. You can follow us on your phone. But let's face it, you got a 3-inch screen, and trying to watch us it's hard to maneuver. So THV 11 Plus, the Plus app is another way. If you want to receive warnings overnight or even during the day when they occur, we've got something called Weather Call, and it is a paid service. You're not paying us for it. It's a third-party service. It breaks down to about $1 a month. I think it's like $14, $15 for the year. It's a little more than $1 a month. But what's nice about it is that if there is a weather warning, a severe thunderstorm warning that's happening in your area, then you're going to get that call. Okay, you're going to get a call, and it's going to say tornado warning in effect, take cover immediately. It's not going to waste your time calling you if you're here and the warning is over there. So just keep that in mind. Give it a thought. Text the word call to 501-376-1111 and look at it. You don't have to do it right now in terms of it's late at night. It takes a little while to get it set up, but remember it. Take a look at it tomorrow. I think our severe weather threat is really winding down for the night tonight. Most folks are going to bed. Can I go to bed? Yeah, you can go to bed. We're going to keep the stream going till 2 o'clock, and this is what I'm going to do. So we're going to talk for the next 14 minutes. I'm going to take a break. I'm going to grab a little coffee to drink. We're going to take a look at the weather around the area. I'm sure that our digital individuals will appreciate that. Roger and Chris, y'all can take a little break, grab a little bite to eat. And if the weather starts to perk up again, and the main threat tonight is going to be flooding, then we will come back on and stream. But you can only be superhuman for so long. And I know a lot of folks here in the area, all of the Mets here locally, not just here at THV 11, but in this market, they care about you, and they're going to do everything they can to stay up, make sure you're safe. I think that our big threat tonight is going to be the heavy rainfall. So that's what you've got about Weather Call. And I'm going to go back to radar tonight. It's too bad that our Facebook Live thing ended. because I can answer questions from you, but that's just not going to be the case. But we are going to take a look at a strong sell over in Polk County, in Scott County. It looks like that is a hailer. Got some hail with it near Acorn, Arkansas. Movement of that cell is going to be drifting to the northeast and could produce some hail. I don't think it's going to have any tornado potential with it. It's primarily just going to be some hail with that storm. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab my water bottle while I'm at it. I don't know how long what the record here is at THV 11 for being on streaming, but we started breaking in. It was around what was it, Roger, Chris? Were we breaking in 5 or 6 o'clock tonight or last night? It was about 5 o'clock. So we've been on since 5 o'clock this afternoon on either on Plus or THV 11. Okay, that helps to know. That's a long time. But all of it is to keep you informed and to keep you safe. Yes. All right, so Elizabeth, are you listening to me? Our digital producer tonight is Elizabeth. And she is on the other end. She says, once I return from where, Elizabeth? Are you seeing the comments and the questions on Facebook tonight? I wish I could see them, Elizabeth. I guess I can go to Facebook. Are you seeing those on YouTube? Oh, you are. How can I see them? Do I need to log into YouTube? This is when it comes to technically being savvy, I depend on others to help me along the way. Oh, I've got my water. I have it. I have my water, Elizabeth. So what do I need to do? Go to YouTube. Send me a link. She's heard that. She's heard that about 18 times. Hey, just send me a link, Elizabeth. At some point in time. Oh, thank you. There it is. These are the same people that wanted me to eat a slice of pizza on TV. All right. Verifying link, checking link. Here we are. Oh, my goodness. Boy, I'm ugly. All right. All right. There we go. The link is here, and there are people on here. Okay, so where do we begin? Where's the beginning to this chat? All right. All right. Hey, Kimberly. I don't exactly know where these things began. I've got a cell behind me here. That's a severe thunderstorm warning. I know that folks are wanting to know when all this stuff's going to end. All right, coffee break's over. So I'll move the chair out of the way. Let's talk about the cell. Warning in Polk County tonight. That's also Scott County for a hail, severe thunderstorm for hail. Tornado warning. I'm going to go back here and let's see. It's out of our viewing area, and our viewing area pretty much ends at Poinsett County and Cross County. But there is a tornado warning tonight that continues in eastern Arkansas. This, to be respectful, this is where the Jonesboro market and the Memphis market come in. So I'm not going to encroach on what they do. But I will update you again. Folks, if you want to know what's going on and you want to know if you can go to bed tonight, it's like Nathan and I were talking earlier. I think the atmosphere has been worked over in central and north central Arkansas, northwest Arkansas. So the folks that live to the west of Little Rock and to the north of Little Rock, Searcy, I think it's pretty safe to say that things are good for you to go ahead and go to bed. Still got some strong storms along the I-30 corridor. Now they're not tornadic. There is a tornado watch that's in effect. I would just, like I said, just make sure that you have a way to get some weather information in case things perk up again by early tomorrow morning. Tiffany wants to know what time things start in the morning. It just may keep going all overnight, Tiffany. Probably going to stay off and on throughout the nighttime hours. I wish I had better news for you. I think the tornado risk or threat has come down. Thank you, Corey. They can have it. They can have it up there. Tornado warning and wind. Again, that's a situation where that is Jonesboro Market and Memphis Market. All right. Lotus Bloom. Thank you, Lotus Bloom. Thank you for watching. Hopefully we can continue. All right. Corey says, I like to watch at THV 11 and Region 8 because I live inside Region. Okay. Well, thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. Kelly Tibbett, been watching for hours. Well, we've been standing up for hours. Kelly, thank you. On YouTube. Help me out here. Which way is the way to go for the newest comments? I do see the chat. I see it, Elizabeth. I just don't know where the newest comments are located. The ones at the bottom, not at the top? What? Corey, what do you apologize? Say, sorry, Tom. Okay, for what? Is Pulaski County safe? I think you're safe, but let's define safe. Safe in Pulaski County, hopefully you're talking about Pulaski County here in Arkansas. Pulaski County is safer. Now, we're going to expect more moderate to heavy rain. There's more strong storms here along the I-30 corridor. This is moving to the northeast. It's very heavy rain, and if there are folks that are susceptible to flooding, maybe in low-lying areas, then you may not be as safe. Let me put this into a 1-hour loop and we'll check it out together here. And there's still going to be some storms that pop up that could produce some hail. Notice the motion, storm motion for moderate to heavy rain is to travel up I-30. So right now, whereas Little Rock has moderate rain occurring, we could see heavier rain develop and move in the next couple of hours. And that's going to be a problem. We've already got reports of water over roads and bridges, water under those bridges that's coming up and water in the ditches. So, yeah, I think you could probably go to bed, but probably going to have a flash flood warning for a while. Tom is watching. Thank you, Chris Hunter. How did you do that? Chris Hunter is our producer tonight. Kim Beal, Wright River, Batesville, we're crest at 27 feet, flood stage is 15. Thanks again for your service, Tom. Kim, thank you. White River, Batesville, 27 feet, flood stage is 15 feet. Man, already 27 feet? That's some information right there up toward White River and Batesville. That's not good. Is Pocahontas okay? Pocahontas is in far northeast Arkansas, and they don't look like they have much going on just yet. I'm going to look here. Corning, Piggott, Paragould, New Madrid. I don't see much happening there. Diana says, my anxiety has hit its limit here in Cabot. I'm so sorry. I'm tired. Can I go to bed? Diana, go to bed, please. Call it a night. I understand the anxiety. You're going to hear thunder tonight. There's going to be more thunderstorms. The severe weather threat for a good part of the state is winding down, but I'll say this, that we're probably going to have a few more tomorrow. Is Tom okay to go to sleep? Juan, I wish I could go to sleep. I really do. But it depends on where you are. Yes, Cabot, you're fine. The Balgavy family, my parents, Cabot, go to bed. Cabot, please. You're going to have thunderstorms tonight. Just know that. You're going to probably hear some thunder and lightning. Thank you. Yeah, there was a flash flood warning earlier. Let me pull this up. Can you guys pull up Storm Track 11? Storm Track 11, please. Okay. I don't know if you could see it. There's a lot of green polygons in nearly every county in central Arkansas is under a flash flood warning that's going to extend to at least 3:45, 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay? Carlisle area there, strong thunderstorms not far from Carlisle there in Lonoke County. Looks like those storms they're holding steady there. Stronger storms to the southwest, but I think you probably can. Pizza-sized hail just a few minutes ago. That's a good one. Thank you. Okay. Arkadelphia wants to know, or Tristan wants to know, how the storm at Arkadelphia will act in the Benton and Bryant area. This is, once again, that area that I was talking about, that we've got thunderstorms moving up I-30. The storms in and along I-30 moving to the northeast. They're going to be pretty strong thunderstorms. There could be some hail with them. Hopefully the atmosphere has been worked over enough where the tornado threat has dropped off. But that being said, the tornado watch remains in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning for the corridor of I-30, 67, 167, and 157. Just know that. Okay. Thank you, Tom. There you go. Grant County, Sheridan safe. Okay. Let's define safe. You got thunderstorms to your west-southwest. There's going to be some more thunder tonight there in Grant County and Sheridan. Hopefully, no more tornado warnings. I hope. A tornado. There is a Weiner, Arkansas. Okay, I know, snicker. There are some unusual names here in Arkansas, and even some that I don't know, that I found out the hard way this past week. But there is a place called Weiner, Arkansas. Okay, there you go. Is West Memphis good? I don't know about West Memphis. It looks as if those storms have not yet made it to West Memphis, that you still have a ways to go. There is a tornado warning that's located to your north and just to your north. It looks like there's a severe thunderstorm warning for those counties. Don't have my sheet. I don't have my sheet together. Let me get it real quick. All right. Poinsett, Cross, St. Francis counties in eastern Arkansas. It looks like those counties are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and a tornado warning is in effect for Cross County. That's going to carry across the river 55 into Covington, Tennessee. Hope that helps. Amber, this timing for storms later on, it looks like we'll have another wave come through early tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon. Yeah, I want to say this, fingers crossed, it doesn't look like tomorrow's afternoon's activity is near severe is what we had tonight, or even Wednesday night. Today's storms could have been, if everything worked out, it could have been really bad. It could have been just as bad as Wednesday. Luckily, it didn't pan out, although we still had tornado warnings. Conway, yeah, go to bed. There you go. Let's see. Get your sheet together, man. I got it right here. There's my sheet. And these glasses are just not very flattering, but I can't see a thing without them. How about that? Carlisle is good. Thank you. Autumn, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, just more heavy rain and flooding for tonight. Flash flooding. Flooding is not a good thing. Hopefully you don't wake up tomorrow and the water's up to your doorstep. But I also keeping an eye on a couple of storms that could produce some hail out over western Arkansas. Oh goodness. Questions about Augusta, Jonesboro, Prairie County. Oh, hail so big in Mena, it punched 2 big holes in my camper. Thanks for that. Do you have any pictures of that? Jocular Coma 62. From, I guess that was from hail earlier this evening, not long ago. If you have pictures, 501-376-1111. Send that away. Let me know you sent it to me, and maybe even Elizabeth will pick up on that. How long can I sleep in for Searcy? How long can I sleep for in Searcy? I think you can go to bed and sleep all night in Searcy. How about that? Pretty good. Yep. All right. I-40 west of Russellville. I don't see any reason why you can't. Now, there's a severe thunderstorm for hail there. Most of the storms that happen in west and northwest Arkansas are going to be hail producers tonight. The tornado threat remains over central and southern Arkansas, but more specifically southern Arkansas. Okay. Update from Malvern. Yeah, heavy rain and flooding and lots of thunder. Yeah, it's coming at you. Let's go back to Max, please. Max 1. That would be great. I can actually show you those storms moving in here. Coming up I-30 again, we're going to have another round of storms, and these storms not non-severe, but will be heavy rain producers, flooding rain producers, traveling up I-30 near Arkadelphia, Hot Spring County, Saline County, and you can see the cells popping off. One separating here in Montgomery County may drift and follow the same path as that one that's in Scott County. Not tornadic, but could produce some hail. Oh my goodness. Tornado confirmed in wind heading toward Parkin. You guys over in eastern Arkansas just cannot catch a break. This has just been terrible. My concern for Benton is more heavy rain and flash flooding, especially overnight tonight and tomorrow. Oh my goodness. You have a newborn daughter. You were in the Joplin tornado. I bet you have storm anxiety. EF5 tornado. I don't foresee a tornado threat here in Pulaski County, but I do foresee some strong thunderstorms tonight. I think you could probably go to bed. Okay. Jonesboro, Paragould, and Blytheville. Oh my goodness. You got a little ways to go up there. All right. Well, thank you, Mr. 1969 Bonneville. Appreciate that. Oh, coffee and oatmeal cream pies. Wait a minute here. I actually got a couple of slices of pizza tonight, and lo and behold, Catherine, our and this is one of the big ones here. Catherine is our new. I called her Rebecca tonight. Rebecca's up in the booth. I thought she was going to whip me. But Catherine is our new 10 o'clock reporter, and she brought me a colossal cream pie. I may have to get a cup of coffee and enjoy it tonight. I need a treat. Oatmeal cream pies are great. I like the little bit Debbie Nutty bars as well. Is Bismarck okay for the night? Other than strong thunderstorms and hail, I think you're going to be fine, Bismarck. Paragould, man, Paragould in northeast Arkansas, that's the territory of Region 8, and I'm sure they're going to rock and roll for a little while longer tonight. That tornado watch remains in effect. I've got radar up. If you guys can see me there at home, let me go back up to northeast Arkansas. I don't want to take anything away from these folks. These folks are working their tails off tonight up here too, as a matter of fact. But there's Jonesboro, Blytheville wind, there's tornado warnings and wind, Paragould to the north. We still could see a strong to severe thunderstorm. I'm not going to say you're okay right now. Hail in Waldron. Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate that. Hey, Liz, is the Spa Grill safe? Oh, Liz wants an oatmeal cream pie. Liz, I think that Grayson has them in his desk. I should go and check his desk and see. All right, Samantha, thank you. You're currently in Oklahoma visiting family, fell asleep, woke up. Well, that's because I've been here for 18 hours. Thank you, Samantha. Take care. Batesville's safe. I think Batesville's probably pretty good, other than some rain and thunder tonight. Batesville's fine. Batesville, I think you're fine. Searcy, Heber, Conway, Russellville, which in parts in between there may be a loud thunderstorm or two tonight, but in terms of the severe weather threat, should be good to go. Let me put my sheet down there. All right. Thank you, Autumn. Appreciate that. Is wind safe? I need my beauty sleep. Calvin, there's a tornado warning not far from you. In fact, it's over the top of you there. I'm going to take you in here. This is, again, this is not my territory, not my area, but it looks as if wind's getting another 1-2 punches, some very strong thunderstorms, and there's a tornado warning just to the northeast of Wynn. All right, unconfirmed, but wanted you to know. Firefighters called out in Wynn due to tornado damage just now. Traveled through Village Creek. Gosh dang. Village Creek up in Wynn. Wind hit again. I haven't seen a confirmed though. That's just, let me check something. Give me just a moment. I'm so sorry. I want to look at something here. Yeah, tornado confirmed. And that was just on the northern, looks like the northeastern skirts there, northeastern part of Wynn. Earl is in that box, Coldwater in that box. Mark Tree is under a tornado warning. Likely, the one in Wynn is confirmed. So I am so sorry. I hope everybody is okay. I am not a big fan of, the tornado and tornado warnings and people. My goodness, it's terrible. Lori, I don't know really much about Fulton, Kentucky, but thank you for watching. Fort Worth. Liz, does our filter for this reach outside of Arkansas quite a bit there? Corey, thank you. It has been confirmed. Bisco, yeah, another one in northeast Arkansas, Dallas. Is Bisco safe? Let's see. I got to look it up. Oh, man. Is Bisco, where's Bisco? I get Bisco and Bismarck confused sometimes. Bisco? Okay. Caitlin, yeah. West Tennessee. Caitlin, I don't know where you live in West Tennessee, but tornado warnings are ongoing here in northeast Arkansas. I don't know where you are. If you live near Covington, Tennessee, then you're very likely to be close to, if not maybe in, a tornado warning. All the old BJ and Robin and Tom days. Well, Reaper, I got to tell you something. There's some good news. The folks here at THV11 have lost their minds, management here at THV11, and they're giving me my own little video podcast type of show. And my first two guests, of which I get to interview next week, now I don't know when it's going to air, but my first two guests are BJ and Robin. And we get a chance to catch up with one another. I'll talk to them next week. BJ just celebrated his 90th birthday, and he's doing well. So I'm going to get a chance to talk to he and Robin, so I'm looking forward to that. Bisco is near Des Arc and Prairie County. Tess and Nick, thank you very much. Des Arc in Prairie County. Prairie County just had some strong storms. Severe weather threat may have come down a notch or two, but you could probably still get a strong thunderstorm tonight with the next wave that's coming in. And that wave is getting closer to, let's say, the Little Rock area. Still got that hailer over in Scott County and Logan County, but strong storms right now continue in Central Arkansas riding up along the I-30 corridor tonight. Okay. Wind got hit again. Is DeWitt safe to sleep? Now, the thing about DeWitt in Arkansas County, they have yet to see any weather tonight. The atmosphere, and although they're not under a watch, they're not under a tornado watch, the atmosphere there is prime. So just go to sleep with one eye open. Make sure you got a way to receive severe weather information. Yes, thunder may get hit with some thunder and a little bit of lightning. You hear some thunderstorms now. Lepanto, Arkansas. Where's Lepanto? I've heard of Lepanto. I just don't know where Lepanto. Don't call it. It's got to be in eastern Arkansas, right? Autumn. What is my podcast called? Well, that's just it. We're still coming up with a name for it. They wanted to call it the Tom Show, but I think that's already been taken on some national perspective. We like alliteration here. What would you like to call it? You let suggestions for Tom's podcast. Some of you, it's probably shut up and just give me the weather. You know, oh, that would be a good one. Shut up and give me the weather. Yeah, there it is. No, I don't know. Truck driver in Mount Vernon, Texas. Texarkana to Little Rock. Now, here's the deal. You're traveling I-30, and you probably are traveling I-30. I'm here to tell you right now that it's going to be slow going, and there's water all over the roadways, and flash flooding is possible along I-30. You're going to get up to I-30 towards central Arkansas, and you may run across an area where water is over I-30. That's how much rain has fallen. So, as a truck driver pulling out of Texarkana heading toward Little Rock area, all I got to say is, man, bless you and be safe, because the rain just keeps coming up that corridor, and it is raining heavily tonight. Am I sleepy? Yeah, I'm very sleepy. All right. Heading on 40. So, Damien, you're on Highway 40 headed toward Memphis, and it's coming down. Are you texting and driving? Northeast of Mark Tree. See, I knew it. It's in northeast Arkansas. Lepanto is Mark Tree. Now, Mark Tree, I just saw Mark Tree here a second ago. Let me give you, Tom talk. Lepanto is under a tornado warning right now. Mark Tree is under a tornado warning right now in northeast Arkansas. Y'all probably need to take cover. Since that is not our responsibility in terms of viewership, not many people pick us up way up there. That's usually the Memphis and Jonesboro market. But Lepanto, Mark Tree, y'all are under a tornado warning. Truman, Bay again. No, Bay's not under a tornado warning, but it's strong thunderstorms moving through. Jennifer, what about I-40 tomorrow? Depends on the direction you're traveling to. If you're traveling west I-40, improving conditions during the afternoon. If you're traveling east I-40 toward Memphis, then you're going to be hammered with rain pretty much off and on all day. Harrisburg, Arkansas, or Truman. Truman, Arkansas is on the edge of a tornado warning. Harrisburg is not under a warning. I think the strongest storms have now pushed beyond Harrisburg, beginning to enter Truman, but Truman is not under a tornado warning. That's just to the east of Truman. Tom's time, Mark Tree. Yeah, Mark Tree is under a tornado warning. Where was that? Yeah. Y'all probably should take cover as my personal tornado warning. Yeah, Red Dog, I agree. If you live in northeast Arkansas and you're in Lepanto, you're in the path of a potential tornado. Y'all need to take cover. All right. You never left school until you heard the bus stop forecast. Tom's bus stop. Yeah. Yeah, the one in Prairie County is what's now shifting into northeast Arkansas. And really, that one started a little farther southwest, Prairie County. That one actually evolved out of southwest Arkansas, and over time it strengthened from the Clark County area into Prairie County. Clark County into, I think a part of Grant, Pulaski, Jefferson County, and then finally Prairie County. But they're moving. Those storms are now moving quickly. Let me go back to the statewide vantage point. Well, that that cream pie, oatmeal cream pie is calling my name. Hardly any rain so far in McGee. Yeah, what's up with that? You say that tomorrow. You watch. Yeah, you may not get anything tonight. In fact, if you live, southeast Arkansas, Deshae County, McGee, Drew County, Monticello, this area may not see any storms tonight. They may get it tomorrow. And it's these storms in southeast Arkansas that may muck up things for the Final Four tomorrow, because there will be a risk of strong to severe weather tomorrow afternoon. What you see here is kind of getting stuck. It's going to have to get a push from the next system out behind it. That's going to help push all this through. Now tonight, for the next couple of hours, the tornado threat is in northeast Arkansas. There's a hail threat in western Arkansas. The strongest storm in the state right now moving through Logan County, and another strong storm there that's Montgomery County, could produce a little bit of hail. Ashley, I would do something on weather, but I'm not doing something on weather. Nathan has WeatherWise, and I said, I've done weather for 27 years. Nathan is just this real geeky weather guy, and he loves all things weather. So I said, why don't you let him do something weather? I want to do something a little more nostalgic. I want to look back. I want to bring in the folks that I worked with for, 20 years. Bring back those people that from THV 11's early days. This is the 70th anniversary of THV 11. BJ was here for 30 plus years of that. Robin was here for 15 years of that. But I'm going to talk to people like Chuck Dovish. I want to get them in. I want to talk to Ann Jansen, bring in Dawn and talk to Don Scott. And if I'm lucky and he answers my call, although he didn't work here, I think it would be really cool to visit with Judge Reinhold. He and his wife are in the Little Rock area now. They travel quite a bit, but I'd love to talk to Judge on the podcast. He's one of my favorite actors, and he's just a really cool guy to visit with. Used to go to church with him. Tom Foolery's good. I like that Chris Hunter. Who's Chris Hunter? Kevin who? He's not up there. Is Kevin still here? He's not still here. Kevin Luthering finally got home. Thought I'd see if Tom is still making complete sentences. Oatmeal cream pies. Kevin, does Grayson have any more in his desk? Are they locked up? Can I just go and grab the whole box? I got to get one for Liz. See, this is what's fun. This, to me, is helping you figure out what's going on out there, providing you with the weather news. I don't like to do tornado warnings anymore. They take too much of my energy. We do not care if you eat on camera. Thank you, Josh. There's a couple of pizzas back in the fridge. I'm going to go warm them up. Ashley, I loved Robin and BJ too. Hurts my feelings that you say you didn't love me. Yeah, thanks. Jacksonville, Arkansas. Mary Hannah, go to bed. I should have became a meteorologist. Oh, I have a feeling this is going to be one. No, okay. Looking at tornadoes like the one in Cape City, it's got to be an EF3 or an EF4. It was an EF3. Yeah, Brooke, I know it's like, oh yeah, that's got to be this, that, or the other. But the way those things are the way they're looked at and the way they're measured is not necessarily by the winds. It's how buildings are structured. When a tornado hits a house, they come out and they look at how the house was engineered. Let's say that the tornado came through and completely wiped the house off its foundation. You would think, was it strong enough to be an EF3, EF4, EF5? A lot of it depends on the construction. And what they do is they'll look at the plates where they attach to the concrete foundation correctly. Were there bolts and nuts used to hold those 2x4 or 2x6 plates? Were they sheared off? Are there walls standing up and remaining? I know it's controversial, but the tornado that went through Bay EF3, if it had stayed out over farmland and did nothing but tear up some hay fields, they probably would have labeled that one what's called an EFU. An EFU is a tornado that is unidentified because it didn't cause structural damage, but it did eventually. There's all kinds of little nuances when they get down to measuring how strong a tornado was. Okay? Killing spiders is the system in Texas that's heading toward Arkansas. Yes, there's another chunk of a system in Texas that's going to pull out late tonight and tomorrow. It's going to help to push what's left of this stuff away to the east. This area may make it a little farther to the east and begin to stall out. And then the next system coming in should clear us out, and that's going to clean us out just in time for Sunday. Call it Mother Nature's own enema. All right. Tom, do you remember Super Tuesday? Yes, I do. I remember the long track tornado that it still holds the record as the longest track in Arkansas history. That was a monster. It dispelled some myths. That one that moved through Clinton. A lot of people think, oh, tornadoes don't go up and down mountains. They don't go over rivers and bodies of water. Yes, they do. This one did. There you go. Wynne, Arkansas. Again, Northeast Arkansas, those of you that might be questioning what's happening up here in Wynne. I know that Wynne apparently reports are that there was another tornado in Wynne tonight. For that, I'm very sorry. East of Wynne and northeast of Wynne is under a tornado warning. I would say if you live west of Wynne, Newport, Searcy, Batesville, Heber, Conway, Cabot, Perryville, probably going to have some strong thunderstorms and some hail. Can't rule out a severe thunderstorm warning, but the tornado threat has come down for those areas. Do I remember Al Vernon Rogers? I do. Mr. Pumped Up. I run into him at least a couple of times a year. Duval's Bluff. Is it safe to sleep in Duval's Bluff? How is the catfish at that catfish place in Duval's Bluff? That's what I want to know. Ooh, peanut butter and jelly sounds good with a nice cold glass of milk. Kevin, what are you doing still up? All right. You think I want to die listening to talk about an oatmeal cream pie? Good point. All right. I like oatmeal cream pies. I'm sorry, It's my stream. God. Some of this stuff. Craig's in Duval's Bluff has great barbecue. Do they have catfish? Yeah, thanks, John. Break time with Tom Brannon. Kevin, are you getting these ideas? You're the producer of this show. Kevin Luthringer. He's our 10 o'clock producer, and he's also the producer of Tom's podcast. In other words, all that really means is that producer means he gets Tom's coffee and his pizza, right? Mother Nature's enema, yes, ma'am. Ed and I covered the Arkadelphia tornado in '97. I shared a little story about that tonight. I was working weekends then, and I took a final exam at the National Weather Service that day. And before I left, they sent up a weather balloon to check atmospheric conditions. And I heard one of the meteorologists there utter the words, uh-oh. It wasn't long thereafter that storms began to develop in southwest Arkansas around Hempstead County, and they quickly exploded. There were only a handful of supercells that day, but that Arkadelphia storm. By the time I got back over here to the station, and the weather center was set up behind us back here, I gave Ed a call and said, I think I'm going to need your help on this one. And sure enough, it turned out to be a day where we unveiled the state's first live radar. We tracked that tornado with the first live radar. The data back then, even from the National Weather Service, was pretty old data, but ours was up to the minute. And now everything has progressed to where we still have a live radar sitting on a mountain. We just don't use it. Can't get parts for it. It's nothing more than a giant ice cream churn at this point. Let me look over there at eastern Arkansas. Tornado warning east of Harrisburg. One warning box left. Western Tennessee, severe thunderstorm warnings. Thunderstorms are beginning to perk up here once again in Arkansas. And I apologize if I'm not getting your question here. Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning north of Montgomery County, Mount Ida, Danville, Perry County, Perryville. This is going to have some big hail with it. Let me go and turn on the hail tool here. Big hail here. This one developing some hail. Could be upwards of quarter size, maybe more penny to quarter. That one is quarter to ping pong ball sized. Glancing black. Back in time. Okay. 97 was a bad year for Arkansas, and so was 99. I was there too. 99 set out at Cantrell and 4:30 and watched those supercells move across the landscape. They dropped softball-sized hail in Maumelle that day, and then tornado went south. One of those supercells developed south, and that's the one that came up and hit the Harvest Foods downtown Main Street. And Main Street, where it hit, is only blocks away from the TV station. Nutty bars, man. I can eat my weight in nutty bars, so thank you, Ashley. May not be such a good idea. Are you still okay to go to sleep in Pocahontas? I don't know about that. Pocahontas is in far northeast Arkansas. Get my radar. What happened to my radar? I know that there is a tornado watch in effect up there, but if I had to put a pencil to it, you're probably okay in Pocahontas. Carlisle has good catfish and barbecue. Nick's, that's what I'm thinking of. Nick's Barbecue. Bryant is okay, other than the fact that you're going to have heavy rain and potential flooding tonight overnight. Bryant, you're fine. Tiffany, a severe thunderstorm warning in Garland County. Did one sneak up on me here? Yes, but it is for the northwest tip of Garland County. This cell is mainly going to move out of Montgomery County into Yale County and western Perry County if it holds together. It looks like it's going to be more of a hail producer. I think a lot of the tornado parameter has shifted well to the south. So yes. Little Rock sleep. Robin? Let's see. Well, I can't go anywhere. When we have a tornado watch in effect, and this stands for any of the weather people that work here, when we have a tornado watch, we got to stay. Tracy Bean is coming in at 4 o'clock to relieve me at 4 a.m. Unless they cancel that tornado watch, and I'll be out the door. Little Rock is going to be a little loud and noisy, but you could probably go to sleep. THV won't cover East Arkansas into Tennessee. It's not our responsibility. That is the responsibility of Memphis and Jonesboro. We don't have the reach there. That's why it's really all it is. It's just, we don't cover Southwest Arkansas. We have a viewing area. In Northeast Arkansas, it's handled by the Region 8 folks and Ryan Vaughn and KAIT, and Ryan does a phenomenal job up there. Sheridan Storm looking suspicious? I hope not. Well, yeah, it is. There you go. You ruined a perfectly good conversation. Let me take a look at it. There's been a little bit of an uptick with this activity. But the good news is I don't see any rotation with that Sheridan storm. Let me go to the National Weather Service. I'll be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere. Severe thunderstorm warning, Johnson, Logan County, hail 1 1/4 inch. Scott County, severe thunderstorm warning has been canceled. They haven't said anything about that cell, but thank you. We'll keep an eye on it. I tell everyone Tom is my honorary grandpa. Oh, man. I'm only 57. Dang. Nothing makes you feel older. Keep thinking that southwest Arkansas is going to move up the line and start something in White County. It's very possible, mainly some heavy rain. Atkins, no warnings in Atkins. Go back to live radar. This is how you kill some time. What are you people doing up? It's 2:30 in the morning. Is there really this number of people that stay up this late at night? Wow. There is not a warning yet, but if that storm in Danville holds together and travels northeast, it's very likely that a severe warning could be issued for that area. Banana Twins. He said Little Rock was good to sleep. Just going to be noisy. Little Rock's good to sleep. Just going to be noisy. You're a night owl? Corey Ryan he's really good at what he does up, and he's been up there forever. He's well respected, not a complaint whatsoever. He's going to shoot you straight and take good care of you. Lex, sorry for making me feel old. You don't look a day over 30. Please. Splash Car Wash at 2005. Oh, Mom's in Tyronza. Megan is Tyronza, Northeast Arkansas. Yes, keep an eye open in Conway. There you go. You're welcome, Atkins area. Always wanted to be a chaser. Man, not me. I'd be one of the idiots that would get hit by the tornado. Nope. Let's go this way. Nope. They can do that. You miss nights like this? I don't. Tiffany, I used to be an overnight disc jockey and go to college. Nothing was harder. Nothing was harder than trying to do a 6-hour shift from midnight to 6, take a nap for an hour, then go to school for all day. It was for that reason I had the 6-year program. Ron Burgundy should have learned folks about new territories. Childhood. Oh, that's cool. Thank you. East End. Travis, East End is it's a little noisy down there in East End right now. I'm keeping an eye on these cells, although they're bowing out a bit. There could be some wind here. East End is in southern Pulaski County, Saline County area. I think it's more Saline County. So I think it is Saline County, actually. You see the training effect of these heavy thunderstorms. National Weather Service said not long ago that these storms would be prolific heavy rain and flooding storms traveling along the same area. Notice these storms haven't really moved over south central Arkansas. They've been stuck here over this corridor, and they're becoming big rainmakers. I can hear it raining outside right now in the garden. What about the storm coming across Texas? Country, rock and roll. I used to work at a radio station. I got my start in radio at the age of 17, and man, it was great. And that station no longer exists now, but it was formerly known as KKYK, FM 104 KKYK, the station that Craig O'Neill worked at. Craig and I have worked together 3 times. Noisy in North Little Rock. Yes, you're going to be up all night. Retired nurse. Deborah, I like to sleep during storms. I don't, if they're like this and I know they're just going to produce some rain. But these are mean. These things are producing flooding. Tom talks. You know, you're not the first person. Tom talks. Tom talks too much. You remember KKYK, yeah. What about Yell County? There's a little cell in Yell County right now that might produce a little hail. Otherwise, the tornado threat is pretty low there. The tornado threat is fairly low everywhere west of Little Rock, west and north of Little Rock. Tornado threat's a little higher over southeast Arkansas. For a city to win, the warnings have expired. There is a severe thunderstorm warning reaching over into western Tennessee from those counties there. A new severe thunderstorm warning has just popped up. I wonder if old Scott Covert is up tonight. I bet he's watching things up in northwest Arkansas. That little cell that's got the curlicue here, these little curlicues, those have to be watched. More hail than anything else. And they're lifting from south to north, but there's not a whole lot of STP, or significant tornado parameter. So we'll see how things going. Egg-sized hail, wow. Waldron and Boonville. Well, that's that storm that, yeah. You have any pictures? A frog strangler in Bryant, yeah. Pincus, if you have any pictures you can share with us, that would be fantastic. Judge Sonia, Bald Knob. From where I'm seeing, it's just some moderate rain showers that you should be able to go to sleep. Oh no. Humane Society is calling for emergency. It's all the way flooded. Boats and the only transportation to the area, the low land, Clark County Humane Society. Man. Brandon, where is Heifer or Heifer? Hey, VA. What about Paragould? Paragould, Northeast Arkansas. I have mentioned Paragould a couple of times. Looks to be some strong storms moving through the Paragould area right now. There's still a little tornado parameter up there. Yeah, Hot Springs. We got a call from Garland County. You know, Roley Hoyt lives in Hot Springs in Garland County, and they had some flash flooding there. Storms keep occurring. I said I was going to stop streaming at 2 o'clock, and here I am, still streaming on THV 11 Plus. THV 11 Plus, the platform for your smart TV. If you have a Samsung, I got a Samsung, I downloaded the app. What time is the news? At 6 o'clock? Man, I got to be here another hour and a half. I hope I can make it home. Hope my car doesn't float away. Yeah, Southern White County can go to sleep. Chris, do you have a way to pop up power outages for me, please? I'm have a question about power outages. Yeah, Benton's got some heavy rain along I-30 in Benton. Very heavy rain and thunderstorms. And it's expected. I don't know, can y'all see that? We got the stream here. Power outages are up. We're doing a little tour there. So if you're wanting to know about the power outages, there they are. Kia, the problem child, good night to you. I will enjoy an oatmeal cream pie in your honor. There you go. Should be seeing those power outages. Looks like about 13,000 around the state. Oh, well, thank you. Ball Mill is going to be loud and thundery for the night tonight as well. Man, you just can't catch a break. All right, Chris, thank you. Chris, do you have to produce the morning show? Are you doing both at the same time? Yeah, and you're checking in on the YouTube page too, huh? All right, Poinsett County. Again, eastern Arkansas, Poinsett County. The tornado-warned storms have moved away from Poinsett County. They still have some strong thunderstorms up there, but the severe weather warnings have waned down in northeast Arkansas. Heifer is near Terrell on Highway 42. Okay, Terrell. Brandon, is Terrell in eastern Arkansas? West Tennessee. I guess it just depends there, Bo, where you are. The storms have cleared out a wind. They probably, I understand that they had a tornado there, and they're probably going to be cleaning it up. West Tennessee, for those of you wanting to know, in western Tennessee, the storms have almost crossed the river into western Tennessee. There will be a chance for some strong to severe weather. Downtown Arkadelphia. Did something happen in Arkadelphia? Jacksonville is going to have some heavy storms, but you can probably call it a night. Lonoke County, are we safe? Lonoke County, are you safe? Going to have some storms. More storms are developing and moving north. Let me look at the weather service here. Flooding in Cabot, Lonoke County. Flooding reported near Kerr Station Road in Cabot. I'm very familiar with Kerr Station Road. Yeah, yes. Aiden, Little Rock is about to get loud again. It got loud here just a moment ago. The rain was falling. Sheridan, are we in the clear? Sheridan, Grant County. You know, I would sleep with one eye open, one ear open. Safe to travel to Hot Springs in the morning? We'll have to wait and see. It just depends on how long this rain continues tonight. We still have a good amount of rain coming. I don't really know. I do know that there's more than likely going to be some water on these roadways. Crittenden County. Thank you, Brandon. Crittenden County. Okay, so we've got Crittenden County, Crazy Hail, and Denning. Okay. Crittenden County. Yeah, hailers are in those severe thunderstorm warnings. Crittenden County has a line of strong thunderstorms punching in just west of Blytheville. Some wind is possible. Strong wind gusts are possible. Super loud in Little Rock. Yeah, we got a strong thunderstorm moving down. Parkin. Did I give that to you, Mags, on Parkin? Did I say something about Parkin? I think Parkin's in northeast Arkansas. Let me look around here. Piggott, Maynard, Hardy, Gosnell, Blytheville. Where is Parkin? I thought Parkin is up there, right? I agree, not a bear. Person driving to Hot Springs may need a boat. Uh-oh, below the mains downtown, people were having to get the dogs out with boats. Oh, no. That Yell County storm is got some hail with it. The storm north of it, Johnson County, also has hail. Okay? Let me turn on the hail thing here. That's what it's indicating. Storms lifting to the north. It'll be within the Danville area here within the half hour. It does not appear tornadic, but that doesn't mean it may not become that way. I know that's a tough one to say. I mean, I can come out all day and say that, no, these storms tonight are really efficient rainmakers, and the cells, if they mature like they could mature, then they could produce tornadoes. Luckily today, I think the moderate risk did not pan out, although we had several warnings. I only know of one potential tornado that did touch down, and that was at one up in Cleveland, Arkansas. Destiny, that's a good question. Let me take you to, you stay there, Destiny, don't go anywhere. I'm going to look at the time and temp. We should have an update from the high-res models. Man, I need some coffee. I may have to go get my vest. I'm a little cold. All righty, so the rest of tonight, you see those storms. You can take this full, okay, got it right there. Storms through central Arkansas tomorrow morning at 6. This is what it could look like. You see this batch of rain out here? This is the batch that's going to come through with the next wave, and that's the wave that hopefully will clear out all this mess. So the timing, this is 7 o'clock. It's by 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Let me back it up. There we go. Still southeast Arkansas. What happened? Southeast Arkansas still doesn't look like they're going to have a whole lot of rain, but it'll be sometime tomorrow afternoon. Marion and Tyrosa. All right, make sure I get into that. Redfield. Yeah. John. Tom, is this weather due to climate change? That's a loaded gun kind of question, don't you think, John? I think this weather is due to the fact that Mother Nature is very angry right now. So tomorrow afternoon, this is what it looks like, 5 o'clock. Strongest storms moving through east central Arkansas. 5 o'clock is when we're expecting, March Madness begins. So there's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We could have an area between 5 and 9 o'clock where storms are ongoing. Okay? So there's your future radar. And then there's a little spot of some precipitation, snow. I've lost my focus here. I'm trying to help. Thank you. Testing it. Good night. Oh, where'd you go, Brandon? We're in Crittenden County. 100% sure what part, but we're in the middle of Marion and Tyrosa. Okay. Let me try to help you out there. Let me take a look at this. I wish you could hear what I hear. The roar of this rain, this relentless rain that's hitting the top of the building here. Crittenden County. Here's Crittenden County. Let me pull up the other radar. Oh, don't do that to me. Ah, darn it. I got to restart the computer. I froze it up. Okay. Give me just a minute. Great answer, Tom. It's a loaded question. You really want to know how I feel about climate change? I had to restart it. It's coming back. Yeah. Y'all really want to know? Do you want to know how I feel about it? One moment, I'm trying to get you the answer about the Crittenden County stuff. I know storms in Northeast Arkansas. I got several folks watching on the stream tonight from Northeast Arkansas. Are they not streaming up there? Are they not providing you with any weather coverage in Northeast Arkansas? I'm not, but we don't cover that area, Chris. I'm not pushing anybody away. I'm just curious what's going on up there. I'm happy to help. Crittenden County is under a severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know if that helps or not, but Crittenden County is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning for winds of about 60 plus. There's a big storm moving through in south of Osceola, Manila. So they got some stormy weather up there in Crittenden County right now. Uh-oh. What did I do? Yes, they are people. What? They are people are crazy. Can we see the Little Rock storm? Aiden, where do you live in Little Rock? That's a big storm moving through Pulaski County right now. Look at that. I need to take a look at something real quick. Hold on. Flash flooding. Flash flood warning for Hot Spring County, Logan County. Severe thunderstorm warning expired. Yikes. Ryan and Zach Hall are both offline. Really? Okay, some renegade. See, the reason they're offline is they were smart enough to go home. Me, it's almost 3 o'clock and I still have another hour here. Heavy rain in Missouri, yeah. Taco Bell is always a yes if it's open. Taco Bell sounds good. Oh, they are live. Region 8 is live right now. I figure he probably would be up there. Can Atkins get some sleep? Yeah, go ahead. Why not? Give it a shot. Akron, Ohio. Are we having bad weather in Akron, Ohio? Are you in Akron, Ohio? I live in Searcy. I just like talking about other cities. Well, it's a big thunderstorm here. I'm blocking the way here. That's a big thunderstorm moving through downtown Little Rock. More lightning and thunder, some very heavy rain. Storm extends down around I-530. This is probably going to have some wind with it that tail end there. It's not hooking the other way. It's bowing out, which gives me the impression it's going to have some strong winds. Sure thing, Raquel. Yeah, Corey, that's funny. Corey, thank you. I'm working my area and Ryan's working his. He's got enough on his plate up there, that's for sure. On YouTube, trying to check on the Cross County. On the what? You don't have access to the web. Try to check on the creator. I'm sorry, Shine On Home with Cindy. I don't understand. Trying to check on creator in Cross County. Hold that thought, Akron, Ohio. Let me find out what's going on here in Cross County. We don't have access to weather stations. Okay. Woodruff County. Cross County is when, I believe. To my understanding in Cross County tonight, just from what I've seen, there have been some unconfirmed reports of tornado or a tornado in the Wynn area, northeast of Wynn. That's all I know at this point. The weather in Cross County, thunderstorms right now. Now, the severe stuff has moved off to the east, but in Cross County, it's raining and there's thunder. So that's what I know. I hope that helps. The rain is probably going to continue off and on all night. I check something. Y'all stay there. I'll be right back. Oh my gosh. Wow. Weather Garden's flooded. Potential tornado in Atkins? I don't think there's any parameter in it. Atkins doesn't have anything going on with it. There is a cell to your southwest in Yell County, but that's, if anything, that's a hailer. That's a hailstorm. The parameter for tornadoes there is way low. So, sorry about that. Akron, Ohio. I don't really have a radar out of Akron, Ohio. I have no need to do Akron, Ohio. If you're from Akron, Ohio. Too much adrenaline. I get you. New Mexico. Man, New Mexico's a beautiful state. You regret moving from, you were in a good place. I got to tell you, New Mexico is gorgeous. I love the climate. It's a little drier in New Mexico. Really love Sedona, Arizona. We went on vacation a couple of years ago to Sedona. Enjoyed being up around 5,000 feet. It was nice. It was still hot, but man, Phoenix. I wouldn't give you a nickel for Phoenix. The heat. Yikes. Yeah, thunder is massive. Crittenden County. I'm not gonna go out on a limb for Crittenden County. There's severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in Crittenden County, and I would just say that sleep with one eye open. Make sure you have a way to get weather information. Sorry, the storms are probably going to stay there in Crittenden County tonight. All right. Arkadelphia, conditions in Arkadelphia. I do not, and that's a good question. Chris, do you have any information about what's happening down in Arkadelphia? You might want to, check that tomorrow morning or first thing in the morning. They have a son down at Washita Baptist. There are some areas in Clark County around Arkadelphia. You've got a river nearby that water level is going to rise. Now, in reference to where that is, I know that campus is close to that river. I don't know, not the, what river is it? It's Saline River? Washita River, I believe. But I have not heard anything. I have not. I know that the water is a concern there. There is a tornado warning in West Memphis. Is Memphis okay? I don't have a tornado warning. I don't see a tornado warning in Memphis. I do not have a tornado warning. The area with the wind headed towards Cabot, yeah, probably. There's going to be some wind and some thunder in Cabot tonight. There you go. Cabot's got some thunderstorms. That thunderstorm moved through Pulaski County is now reaching upwards into Cabot. 67, 167, Jacksonville, Cabot, Ward, down to Benton, Bryant, and Alexander. That's what I thought, Nicholas. Thank you. OBU campus is on the Washita River. I knew that it was on a river. Charlotte, Nozark, just gusty winds, got hail. Can you use the Sherwood? Yeah, go ahead. Another world we live. Answer to us though. Wow. Can downtown Little Rock go? You can try. It's a little noisy out there, but you feel free and try. I could use a bag of chips. I am hungry. I'm getting hungry. I got another hour. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Flash flood warning has been reissued. Well, and there is now a new tornado warning in effect in Crittenden County that is going to be, see, Blytheville looks like it is just on the outskirts of that polygon. So Osceola is in it. I can't really see very well, though. Let's see something here. I think I tried this enough. Okay. So a tornado warning has just been issued up in that part of northeast Arkansas that does include Osceola, Crittenden County, but that's north of Memphis and West Memphis. Eat your pie. Just confirmed there is some damage and wind. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that. Chris, you might want to look at some video from Memphis. There is damage and wind, so we may need to reach out to our Memphis cohorts for that. Damage and wind. Benton, Arkansas. Benton, if you want to try to go to sleep in this weather, then you go right ahead. Just going to be a little loud and noisy. Check it out. Very strong thunderstorms training. Now they're training over the same area, over the I-30 corridor, and lifting into Little Rock. So Benton, Alexander, Bryant, it's going to be noisy where you are. Those of you joining me now, I guess I need to do kind of an ID here. Looking at YouTube, answering questions on YouTube, but we're also streaming on THV 11 Plus. Are we not? I think we are. We are? Are we, Elizabeth? Are we on THV 11 Plus? Elizabeth's still with us tonight. Who is replacing you, Elizabeth? So we're on Plus. We're not on THV 11, but we're on Plus and we're on YouTube, answering questions and staying up late at night and eating moon pies. Bill Brown from JHS. I followed your career for many years. I'm so proud of you. Thank you. Thank you, Bill, or Will. Appreciate that. Whoops, where are you? Michael Buckner is your replacement? Is he up right now? What time? Buckner's up at 4. I may have to swim to get to my car tonight. It's in the THV 11 parking lot. Yeah, you guilted me into eating that pizza. Now I'm good and hungry. He set his alarm for 3:30. I can't resist anymore. I'm going to go home with a bellyache. I don't need to eat these things. These things are terrible for you. But I don't care. It's good. Stale. Oh, stomach growling. Waldron, 1.5-inch hail. I hope Tracy can make it. She may have to swim in. Ashland, I don't know where Graham Acres is. Is my battery about to die, Roger?
I don't know.
You just coming in here? No, I got plenty of batteries.
Okay, well, this is for Tracy. Or
coming for later, Tracy? Okay. It's because this was given to me, huh?
Brett is here, so we were good.
Brett is here. You leaving? No, I want you to stay. Brett, make him stay. Roger said he wanted some casino money.
No, I'm going to go to the casino. That's the other director.
Roger wants some waterfall money. No, Perry wants a casino money, and Chris just wants to go home. This is delicious. Thank you, some renegade. Have a good night. We'll do this again soon sometime, I'm sure. I cannot believe the number of people that are up tonight, kind of hanging out. I hope I can sleep Saturday. Beth, are you up? Are you on YouTube, Beth? Firefighters called out to wind due to tornado damage just now. Traveled through Village Creek. Unconfirmed, but wanted to let me know. Thank you. Okay. I've reached the end of the moon pie, cream pie. Now, y'all be nice to Tracy when she comes in. Tracy's going to be in here at 4. She's military. She's a feisty redhead. She don't take no, from nobody. She's very nice. She's a good worker. Nope, on the computers. Can I book a flight, Beth? I'd like to book a flight on Southwest, and I want my bags to fly free. I want to fly to Sedona. Let me go to Sedona. It's a big bottle of water. Good evening, everyone. It is 3:09. I'm just hanging out with you all tonight on YouTube. Elizabeth is driving this thing on the other end. We're just here to make sure that we can provide you with the best information or some information before I go home at 4 o'clock. I hope I can make it home. I should have brought the Highlander tonight, but I didn't do it. Still waiting on flights to come in? You got all been circling. How much fuel you got? Circling what? Circling, Beth, how can you have planes circling Little Rock with all that rain up there? You just need to send those guys to Dallas. It's probably where they came from. It's morning. What did I say? Good afternoon. There was a tornado warning for Pulaski County earlier tonight, but we didn't have any confirmation of a tornado. Brandon, for I'm the only one that's live, what's the direction of that? I got you. I understand. Brandon, the one in northeast Arkansas, hold on a second. Scott Covert's calling me. You're on live YouTube with me, Tom. Grayson has them in his desk. Would you like me to go get one for you? I can shift it through the phone. Scott Covert's on the phone. Y'all hold on a second. I got stuck for the overnight shift, 4 o'clock in the morning. I'm here till 4. I was going to say there's a couple there. Yeah, you should come down here and you catch a raft and you'll wind up in Southwest Arkansas. Yeah. So are you working? So you are working tonight on your day off. Well, luckily I got to eat a slice of pizza on YouTube tonight. Yeah. I know it. Yeah, well, I think it was Vino's actually tonight. Okay. How long you been there? Oh, you came in at 11. Wow, who'd you? Oh, 11 a.m. That sounds about right. Okay. All right, well, take care. Yeah, me too. Take care. Bye. For those of you wondering, that was Scott Covert. Chief Meteorologist Scott Covert up at KFSM. He has been up there working since about 11 o'clock this morning, tracking storms in northwest Arkansas at our sister station. And he wanted an oatmeal cream pie. Oh, you did hear that. Bro is not. Scott just ended his coverage. Okay, that makes sense. All right. Well, people wanting to know what happened and when. All right, listen up. Here's what's going on in northeast Arkansas. I'll put on my serious face because I know there's a lot of you wanting to know what's going on. We don't typically cover wind. Wind is the responsibility of the folks up in Jonesboro and Memphis. A tornado apparently went through or close to wind earlier this evening. It was one of the storms that was earlier warned in Woodruff County. So that storm moved through wind. Don't know anything about any fatalities or any damage or anything like that. May have been a quick tornado. It prompted, there were some other tornado warnings there. In northeast Arkansas, there is a tornado warning in Crittenden County. Now, if you know your geography of geography in Crittenden County, it's really just on that south of Blytheville, butting up against where the Arkansas River is over into Tennessee. There's a cell there that they've tornado warned. Have not heard if there's been anything confirmed with that. But I know that northeast Arkansas has just been hammered lately here these last few days. So that's all I know. So I hope that helps. I think Village Creek, a tornado was near Village Creek. I've got a cousin that works for Southwest, and she was telling me that it's unconfirmed, but they think one traveled through the Village Creek area near Wynn. So if you know Village Creek and Wynn, I think that's on the eastern side of the city. Okay? Tornado warning is in Crittenden County. That's in northeast Arkansas. No, not Pulaski County. Oh, you're wanting to know about Pulaski? Pulaski's got some thunder and lightning and some very heavy rain right now. Some lightning, thunder and lightning, heavy rain up Lonoke County near Cabot. If I had to put a thought on it, that line looks like it's trying to back up. It was forecast to do that, to kind of lift away. So on the tail end of that tonight, we're probably going to see some more heavy rainfall and thunder. It's I-30 in the 57 corridor. If you were in Little Rock, you'd bring me some real food. I know, not everybody likes an oatmeal cream pie. And to be called out, for eating an oatmeal cream pie, But hey, I've got pizza in the fridge. But thank you very much. Hands-on Lawn Care Services. Amazon. I had a package delivered today. Well, it wasn't for Amazon. It was someplace else. I get a package delivered at my house from Amazon about twice a week. More chances of tornadoes this morning, Melissa? I certainly hope not. There is a little bit of parameter left. I'll tell you what. Let me do this. I'm going to go and find our latest update with the parameter, and we'll walk through it together. Tornado risk with significant tornado parameter tonight. Everybody at home, let's go ahead and watch this. I need to look at it as well. These models update every hour, and some of them update their information every 2 to 3 hours. So here we go. Now this is already wrong. It's not really reading what's happening down here. But you see all of the orange that we have. There is a low to medium tornado parameter in eastern Arkansas tonight. There's not much in southeast Arkansas. And there's a little wedge here over south central Arkansas. It's low end tornado parameter. Now that does not mean that a tornado will happen. It just means that you've got the right ingredients for this to happen. So let's move on through. Taking you to 7 o'clock in the morning, that area sustains, may even grow a little bit. Here comes the next wave of low pressure in Oklahoma and Texas. Ooh, that took off, didn't it? Saturday at 12 o'clock. Storms expected to move through central Arkansas, and we will have some tornado parameter over southeast Arkansas. This is tomorrow. This is Saturday. It's already today. Today is tomorrow. We head through the late afternoon hours, and those storms continue with the greatest threat of severe weather over southeast Arkansas. We've pretty much wrung it all out in central and northern Arkansas. And by the time we hit Saturday night, midnight, Sunday, the front should have moved through, and that should clear out that tornado parameter. Ooh, that sounds good. No, you're white-winged dragonfly. Anything between Macon and Valonia. Nah, you're good. You've got some rain there, and I think we're going to be good to go. Talk about a place that was picked on, Mayflower, Valonia area. It seemed like every other year there for a while they were getting hit by a tornado. But Valonia, it's just heavy rain and thunderstorms tonight. Probably going to hear some thunder. There's Conway, there's Valonia. Really, the heavy rain and the action remains along I-30 this evening. Hope that helps. Mike, yeah, it does, doesn't it? Mike's and Ike's. Oh, Sheridan doesn't have much going on here. Storms, they could still fire up in the Sheridan area, but again, go to bed. Y'all good to go to bed. Just have a way to receive severe weather warnings. Because trust me, I'm going to go home 4 o'clock. Let's see, if Culvert had been there since 11 and he's going home now, and his day off, today was his day off. I got here a little after 1 o'clock because of traffic. So I think he's going to beat me today. I'm going to leave at 4. 12, let's see, 1, 13, 14-hour day. Yeah, I've had them before. Okay, those of you that are interested in what is happening in northeast Arkansas, Crittenden County, the Blytheville area, there is a warning box near Blytheville. Tornado warning in Crittenden County that continues tonight. This is all I know about it, that there is a tornado warning. I don't know any other specifics. I don't get into the specifics of northeast Arkansas. But I will tell you that that warning is in effect until 3:30, and there's another warning across the river till 3:45. You're staying up with me, huh? Thank you. That's very nice of you. We're all going to stay up together. It's the Tornado Club, or the Severe Weather Club here on THV 11 Plus and YouTube. You're on YouTube. I got to get me one of those. Nathan went home. Nathan's going to come into work later today. Tracy Bean will be in here at 4. She'll have to swim in, by the way. Is that Mississippi County? Did I call that wrong? That is Mississippi County. I'm in the wrong county. Now you know why I don't cover northeast Arkansas. Y'all can laugh at that if you'd like. Yeah. Well, why didn't you tell me? Brett, the director? It's Brett's fault. Yeah, so you're right. That's Mississippi County, not Crittenden County. Mississippi County's under the tornado warning. There's a good reason. I don't cover northeast Arkansas. Okay. Covington, Tennessee. Yes. What's a good name for my stream? I'm staying up late? Yeah, okay. Yes, tornado sirens went off earlier in Alexander because you were under a tornado warning. And luckily nothing came of it. So the tornado warning sirens were turned off. And you folks do know that tornado sirens were never meant to reach you on the inside. Tornado sirens were meant for people that were working or playing or whatevering on the outside. So when people say the tornado sirens never went off, the tornado sirens are not meant for you on the inside. And it's hard to get that across to people because they think that the reason they didn't receive the warning is because the sirens didn't go off. We've told folks all along, you can't just depend on one thing. Sirens on the outside, and if you're underneath the horn, you're going to hear it. But a lot of people are so far away from the horn or the siren, they're not going to hear it. So you have to have other ways to get severe weather warnings, because tornado sirens are not going to get it. A lot of them are out of date, need to be worked on. Matt, it's okay with me if you go to bed. Go right ahead. You set your sirens off here and you still barely heard them. you what? I'm going to send Tom a box of oatmeal. Oh no, go. Please don't send me boxes of oatmeal cream pies. Tornado Club. It's a tornado. We're gonna rock the old breakfast club. We're gonna call it the Tornado Club. Did y'all hear that? Thunder and lightning here in Little Rock. Yeah. NOAA weather radios are great. Your apps, your iPhones and your Samsung devices should have a way that you turn warnings on or notifications on to where you receive the severe weather warnings for your area. Brandon, the possible tornado, and this is, I think I messed up. Let me stop here. Brandon Cunningham, I know you got some family stuff here. I got it, I was wrong. It was in the wrong freaking county, Brandon. The tornado warning is in Mississippi County, not Crittenden County. I'm sorry. I had the wrong county. Crittenden County is fine. There's no warnings. There's no warnings in Crittenden County. Now, there is some thunderstorm activity in Crittenden County that is moving through, but you're not under any warnings. Mississippi County. I had the wrong one. I was corrected, and I appreciate the correction. Thank you very much. Oh, log in, Brandon. But it is a wild night out there. It's been raining here in Little Rock. It seems like solid now for the last couple of 3 hours. We got a strong thunderstorm on top of us. Goodness. All right. Brett, we can do whatever you want to do. I'm looking for something real quick. You go right ahead. Yep, Mississippi County. All right. There's the weather garden. It's flooded. Yep, knucklehead here had the wrong county. Sorry about that. That's a weather garden. That is a flooded weather garden. THV 11 weather garden. My car is on the other side of that. I hope it didn't float away. It was loud. You heard that too, didn't you? Steve. Thank you, Steve. That's all I got to say. Thank you very much. Okay. For those of you in central Arkansas, I know it's noisy out there. We've got some strong thunderstorms. They've been in and out, pulsing up and down, getting stronger. White County, Lonoke County, near Cabot, Lonoke, Little Rock, strong thunderstorms here to Benton, all the way down to Arkadelphia, where we could have some flooding concerns over this part of the state. you know, things are a lot better north of Little Rock, Conway, Perryville, but, you know, Searcy to Cabot, it's a little loud out there. It's getting a little loud with all the lightning. In fact, I'm going to pop the lightning on, and we've got, thunderstorm, solid thunderstorm, line of thunderstorms there. Brett shared the outside shot in the garden. I'm going to look again here. I may regret it. Yeah. Never mind. Jerry, thank you. Take care. Tom, you'll have plenty of Little Debbie snacks for the next Nader. Oh, that's funny. Thank you, Legs. Thank you. Car, what? No. Y'all be careful out there. If some of you are considering hitting the roads in the central part of the state and you're going to drive someplace, flooding on those roadways. I don't want to drive in it, but driving out to West Little Rock, I'm hoping that the roads aren't covered up with water, but they might be. I know downtown Little Rock, I-30, the I-30 corridor is right now pretty bad. A lot of folks driving the interstate. THV 11 Garden Swamp, well, that's what it is, the swamp right now. Yeah, Carolyn, you know what? I have not heard anything about that, but I would not be surprised. Garland County is notorious for flooding, and it's been raining steadily and heavily for the past several hours. It is 3:30, and a little extended coverage here on THV 11 Plus and YouTube tonight. We were on Facebook. I learned something about Facebook Live, that there's an 8-hour cutoff. And so we're not on Facebook tonight because we got kicked off. It's very sad. Man. Oh no. Somebody in this chat has a missing boyfriend that was driving in this weather. She hasn't heard from him at all. What should she do? I assume she's tried to reach out and call him. I'm going to stop that right there. Where, when, what time? I mean, that you need to know some more specifics, where they were driving and if they were driving close to or near floodwaters. So if you could fill in those blanks, I don't know if I can really help with that other than you need to call the authorities and let somebody know. Especially if they're in an area where where it's low and you've got a propensity for floodwaters to flow freely over an area. Maybe a roadway got washed out, You last heard from him at 11:50, leaving Jonesboro, heading toward Memphis. Police have been called. I hope you find him. I'd like to know more about this. Left Coldwater, Mississippi. Should have been there 2 hours ago. Wow. I hope for the best. Maybe he pulled over and got in a hotel or a motel or something like that. Hopefully. Okay. Maumelle might be got some heavy rain in Maumelle and thunder. I'm looking at, there's lots of thunder and lightning out here. Where all these lightning bolts are, that indicates where thunderstorms are occurring. The heaviest thunderstorm activity here in central Arkansas. Luckily, Tracy's coming in from West Little Rock, and that doesn't look nearly as bad as coming in from Benton or Bryant along I-30. The interstates have got to have issues with waters on the roadways. The tornado risk has dropped off fairly low, I would say. If you're this line west, now there's still quite a bit of juice here in southern Arkansas if something can get going. Let's hope not. We're going to slap a microphone and an IFB on Tracy, and she's going to pick up from where I left off. She may have to put together a forecast. Ashley, tomorrow looks today. Yeah, tomorrow is today. Rain and thunderstorms. Most of it will be out of here by Sunday. The Hyundai app. That's a good idea. Alan Jackson. Alan Jackson's tall. He's good looking. Not me. Thank you. Yeah, phone or bad service. Okay, I'm going to step over here for just a second. Do some picking up and some cleaning up. I don't want Tracy to think I live in a pigsty here. All right. Oh. Hey, Brett, I have a battery out here that's an old battery. I'm gonna put it over here on the desk. It's an IFB battery. In fact, the batteries next to microphone number 4, I think, are out. Mic 4 is out here. Nathan had it on, but it may need fresh to it, and everything that's the batteries that are next to it are not fresh. I hear sirens. Tomorrow is today. Dispose of the oatmeal cream pie. Okay. Whew, man. It's not that they're slow, it's that they're training. They're traveling over the same areas. Developing and traveling over the same areas. The line has stalled out. This is a line and it has stalled out moving east, and the models were picking up on that. But the cells within the line keep developing and moving to the northeast. Yeah, all of these are old, okay? Roger brought these out before he left.
Yeah, those are good.
These are good?
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna try to stretch mine to till 4 o'clock. Thanks for coming in early.
Of course.
Did you swim in?
Yes. Pretty much. I come from Conway, so.
You came from Conway? Well, it shouldn't have been as bad coming from Conway.
It was bad when I hit Little Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to go out that way.
Yeah.
And Tracy's coming in from out that way. So if you look at the line here is kind of stalled out. It's stalled over I-30, 67, 167, I-57. But the cells that develop within the line continue to move northeast, southwest, northeast. But they just keep developing on the same areas. And that's why we've got this training effect, this heavy rain effect there. Okay. Yes, my parents were teachers. My uncle, Wayne, was a teacher. My Aunt Barbara was a teacher. My uncle Vernon, Buzz, worked with the Department of Education. Yeah, see, right there, it's an earpiece. It's so that I can communicate with Brett, the director. They talk to me. The box is right here. Yeah. I wish I could go home right now, but I can't. I'm not going to be able to go until Miss Tracy comes in, and I've got to go see Mom tomorrow or today. I know that some of you know Mom and Dad. My parents are both in their mid-80s. They're both 86. My mom is a former teacher. Dad's a teacher, and she is not doing well right now. She's having a tough time. I think she's got an infection, a bladder infection that has spread in some regard. It's not doing well. So when you're 86 years old, those things, you know, here I am spilling her dirt. But I know that there's some folks out there that are listening that knew them or had them. So I'm going to try to see her later today, if I can move. That's a good question. How do you become a meteorologist? Is it just a standard college or a specialized school? There are certain schools, like Oklahoma. Oklahoma has a meteorology school that's operational. You've got broadcast meteorology schools like Mississippi State. They have a program that's laid out for you. And, you know, like regular college, you take all of those courses and get a Bachelor of Science in Meteorology. In some places, it may be a different science degree, like geosciences, earth sciences. But if you go for an operational meteorology degree in Oklahoma, then you are preparing yourself to be someone that works for the National Weather Service. And a broadcast meteorologist, somebody like me that works in television. But yeah, it's a program. Some schools have programs that are, you know, well prepared and laid out for you. Apparently Google doesn't seem to have much information about my food interests. I like just about anything, you know. If there are tornadoes forming near East Tennessee. Well, Ethan, I know that tonight there were some tornado warnings. There is, looks like some warnings there in West Tennessee. I don't know about East Tennessee. I don't see anything over there, but West Tennessee, there are tornado warnings until 4 and 4:15. So those boxes are near Covington and Jackson. Kiera, there's probably some storms moving through Russellville. Tornado threat is low in Russellville. It's just rain and thunderstorms. Bro, you like cream pies and pizza. I like more than that. Oatmeal crime pies. Yeah, oatmeal crime pies. There you go. The rain stalling out, not really something that we would expect. There's a greater perspective here. But it's, yeah, that line not really moving forward with the thunderstorms training along that. This is a problem. You know, hearing the sirens out there, I just wonder if there have been some water issues. Let me pull up iDrive. I want to check something. iDrive Arkansas on Storm Track 11. Whoa. High water in Hot Spring County. Stalled vehicle. The off-ramp. But I'm not really seeing anything from iDrive in regards to local road reports and weather reports. So there we go. Kate, Cabot's probably pretty loud right now in Lonoke County with the training effect of these storms. There's quite a bit of thunder. There you go, Cabot, Lonoke County, White County, Prairie County. Thunderstorms are ongoing right now. And we're going to continue to see the rain and the training effect continue here through the morning hours. It may back off a little, but there's another wave coming through here later in the day today. Any advisories for Covington, Tennessee? Not that I saw. Now, it would be north of Covington. North of Covington, Tennessee. A stalled vehicle in Little Rock? It doesn't say. Disabled stalled vehicle, 139A Little Rock, eastbound off-ramp. That's all it says. 3:39 a.m. It's on 530, Highway 530. Yeah, yeah. Hmm. 3:45, Saturday morning. Is it Saturday? What day are we on? They're all running into one another. It's all running into one another. So, Brett is directing. Brett, who is our anchor on Saturday mornings? Is she here yet? Has she made it? Okay. Update on Benton. I-30 corridor, Benton, Bryant. You probably got some very loud, heavy rain and thunder and lightning. This area seems to be creeping back to the north. And that's a recipe for heavy rainfall out over Saline, Pulaski, Garland counties eventually. Okay, I hope they make it. Tracy should be in at 4 o'clock. I hope she's here at 4. I hope I can drive home. Is Elizabeth still up tonight? Elizabeth, are you still, or is it Michael? I don't know where Elizabeth is. I'm hopping off now, but Buckner is on. Okay. I'm going to talk to Michael. Thank you. Can't believe that Mike, he worked a long day too. I'll have to kind of give you the lowdown on what's been happening here, Brett. Is Mike 4 and IFB 4 for Tracy, or do you want me to hear what I got? We're kind of on our last leg when it comes to meteorologists here. We're thanks guys for hanging out. I'm learning a lot on this YouTube channel here. Amber, thank you. Very nice. Michael Buckner, are you on? Michael Buckner's, he is the digital guru. Let's see, somebody's sending an email. Let's see what this is about. Jimmy Green. Jimmy wants to know. Driving to Mountain Home. Okay, that's an easy one. Carolyn wants to know when Garland County may get a break from this rain. Carolyn, I don't want to lie to you, but it doesn't look like it's going to be anytime soon. This is becoming a situation that could be like a 25 to 100 year flood event or a generational thing. Just lots of rain, and it continues to fall. It just won't let up. Let's see, flash flood warning continues. Let me show you here you go. I've got the latest counties under flood warnings. Lines up with the tornado watch, which is expiring at 4 o'clock. But look at all those counties in blue. All those counties in blue are experiencing flash flood warnings. Some of them till 5:30, some of them till 6, and could see them extend. Lots of rain. Thank goodness we have not had any more tornado warnings. But I am curious to see if they're going to expire the tornado warning or if it's going to be reissued. Some chunky hail up near Waldron. Football field covered in hail. Wow. Yeah, hailers up there. Anyway. Hey, Brett, when Tracy gets here, if they don't extend this watch, and I don't know if Michael's listening in, why don't we, power down for a few? I need to visit with Tracy for just a minute, and I'd rather not, I don't know if Michael is, let me send him a message. But she might want to fire back up before the show. And she may not. If we don't have a tornado watch and we're just dealing with flash flooding, we'll probably just let her spend the 2 hours getting her show together. All right. So, Brett, the deal is this: if the tornado watch isn't extended, if they decide to expire it, cancel it, then we'll end our stream tonight and let Tracy get some time to do some forecasting. She's going to need a couple hours to kind of look things over and get it together. So Michael Buckner said it was okay, and that way she can take care of things. And for those of you joining us on YouTube tonight, got just a few more minutes with you. Thank you for hanging out with us. I hope you're safe. I hope the young man that is being looked for, I hope you find him, and I hope he's okay. Maybe he pulled over into a hotel or something like that, and he lost his phone wasn't charged up. Let's hope. Y'all be careful out there today. More thunderstorms this afternoon. A few could be strong to severe. Severe weather is possible in southeast Arkansas. The atmosphere is getting worked over pretty good right now. I'm having a hard time believing all this rain. Y'all just be careful out there on the way to wherever you're going tomorrow. It's 3:55. I'm going to wait for the National Weather Service. Yeah, but we might come back as soon as needed. If it doesn't, then what I will do, if the warning or the watch still going, we'll kill the mics. I'll visit with Tracy for just a moment, then I'll turn things over to her, and she may do her forecasting while visiting with people and updating on the weather. As you can see, I'm having a hard time talking right now. So there we go. I'll go to the SPC page. Okay, Colonel Glenn has several areas covered in water. Not surprised. Be careful. I think the tornado watch is being lifted, or has been lifted. No, it's still there. Darn it. Was the tornado watch canceled and I just missed it? Oh, there it is, 3:49. National Weather Service cancels tornado watch. Okay. Oh my gosh. So there we go. That's the news I needed to hear. Michael, if you're with me, Michael Buckner, the tornado watch was canceled as I was typing out to you. So there's no more watch. Tornado watch has been canceled. There's heavy rain tonight and flash flooding concerns. Again, it's just coming down. It's incredible amounts of water. Be careful out there tonight, folks. Thank you for hanging out with us, staying with us. If we have any more trouble this morning, Tracy Bean will be here to help guide you. She is on her way in. She lives out west Little Rock, and there's water all over the place out there from what she was saying, so slow going. Y'all be careful out there. Thank you very much for hanging out with us, and have a great day. It's right at 4 o'clock. It's been a long day. Hope you all stay safe, and we will catch you next time. Let's hope we don't do this for a while. Good night.